I knew I could do it. I was watching tournaments in middle school, and watching it, it was my dream, but I also knew that I'd be able to accomplish it.
With Halo Infinite, this title is actually really difficult to find up-and-coming stars. And there are a select few who do make it up and who do climb through the open bracket and do start to make some noise.
Collect was this player that was making a name for himself in the open bracket. People were talking about him. Have you seen this player getting all the kills for his team?
Collect was one of those names who was up there statistically. He was getting an insane amount of kills.
He doesn't waste it! Oh boy, the double for Collect!
We're like, oh, hold on a second. This kid's got something special. This kid could go far.
Watching Collect is insane. I mean, with a sniper rifle in his hands, he's always hitting some disgusting shots. His movement is great, positioning on point. He has all the right attributes to be a top player, and I think that as he is molded by his teammates and as he finds a team, he could be the one that you have to have.
It sounds kind of corny, but like, it's insane that some people don't know about esports.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I couldn't imagine living that life. Like, I wanted to know what I would be. Bro, you have 2 long sleeves on?
Dude, yeah.
What the f is wrong with you?
For NBA, man, you should get really cold.
No, you're a psychopath.
I do that good better when I'm sweating.
Like a these. Very healthy snack. This is protein, about 35 G's of protein. This is my supplement. I take this every morning. It's really good. It's a balanced meal.
The first thing I remember about Kay was that he was kind of a troll in Twitch chats.
I have no filter in a way, and I think when I was way younger, it's like a combination of no filter, and I'm childish, and I'm a kid, so I really didn't care. I think that's where the toxicity came from. I can't always be toxic. It's like not really healthy for anybody. Cause like in person, I'm really nice. Like I'm a friendly person.
He's the sweetest kid in the whole wide world. This is the easiest team in all of esports.
Dude, I love Kay so much, man. Like just hanging out with them in person, like online, we're just like playing matchmaking and like any time of day. Like this guy is just like a great guy. He's a funny guy, just very humble and down to earth.
It might be like on all sides from
I'd never do that.
What? Fight and scrum.
Something that really impresses me with him is you can tell that he knows who he is and he knows what he wants and he knows what he likes.
Collect's just turned 20. 20. That is unbelievably young when you consider the experience that is surrounding him on some of the teams that he's been on.
You and Hope are last 2 up. One of you guys grab the ball and pull it up, or like just leave those guys red. I already said I spawn tower. At that point, somebody just get the ball, either bring it long, so way I can go see flat.
We got 3 guys, 1 shot. You're saying don't turtle on you and Hope are just in the base, like standing there.
Like, no, I walked out our streams against 3 guys inside our table. You're still sitting
I feel like I belong here, but I also feel like I have a lot to prove still. It's like I just went from an open bracket kid to like a pro player.
Collect going from open bracket up onto the main stage is something that I think a lot of players are looking for. It's the hopes and dreams, right? You start off, you go to the open bracket, you buy a team pass first, you play your way through a grueling battle in the passion pit.
The open bracket is special because that's where so much passion is. You've got people who have paid their own way to get there. It's what Halo has always been. It's kind of the old school Halo still lives in the open bracket.
Collect, he stood out. He stood out from the crowd, he stood out from his team. He's a main slayer. The skill was unmatched on his squad, and he was picked up by some of the teams who were looking for kind of an injection of stardom, an injection of skill, and some main slayer ability, and Collect was that guy.
My first year competing, it's like my rookie season, and I'm playing against all like the people that I looked up to basically. It's kind of like surreal. It's like kind of like I made it, like now I gotta make it count.
Dude, I literally spawned to the rainbows
I thought it was.
I was like, Lynch, that's my teammate.
I kind of saw it. I was like, you know the Raven meme where like it goes into a zoom.
You saw it happening.
So at the moment, Collect finds himself on a roster with Native White. Now, things haven't been easy, and that could be a very clear window into actually Collect's career.
So the teams that he's been on, Esports Arena Red, Space Station, Native Gaming, Oxygen, Native Gaming, Sentinels, Complexity, he's been everywhere, just hasn't really been able to find anywhere to call home.
He's bounced around so many rosters at this point in time. I am really hoping he finds his home.
A big reason for getting K is like I wanted to bring him some stability because I do think that the amount of bouncing around the last 18 months, it's hard to see success when that's the reality.
He just needs to find somewhere to call home.
I feel like if you put the right mixture around K, then he could definitely be someone who's like will will his way to like a grand finals or even a championship.
Obviously, Collect hasn't won yet, but I do think it's inevitable. I think he will lift up a trophy at some point.
There's a lot of what ifs and what could be's, and a lot of that is going to come down to how he wants to improve as a player and as a person.
There's this intangible skill when it comes to really anything competitive, and it's this mindset of believing, like truly believing that you're better than everybody, but knowing that you have to do the hard part, you have to work, you have to practice, you have to hold yourself accountable. There's very few people I've met through my almost 2 decades plus at this point that have shown both of those characteristics. K is one of them.
If the middle school version of me saw where I was at today, I think he'd be really proud. I think he'd also know that I'd be here at this moment because even in middle school, I knew that I could do this professionally. But I think he'd be really proud and like, it's kind of like I told you so.
With the triple kill, killing spree. Oh, what? Collect with the repulsor 180 no scope. Quadrant are about to do the unthinkable. Round 9. Optic are your champions. FaZe Clan have dominated Game 3. Bounce in the game, a bounce, pick it up, an overkill! What a way to come out of that, listen here.
It's been trippy right now. They call form on the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea he's there. He gets 2! He gets 3! Prioritized everything. He's gonna get them all. It's an overkill for Royal 2. This one is looking really good for Native White as they are slaying non-stop. Mickwin with the triple kill. Making a triple as he gets a snipe on Sav. Cap coming in, and it's an overkill.
The HCS Fort Worth Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie. It's Sunday, folks, and you know exactly what that means. It's Championship Sunday. This day pulls the best out of our team, still fighting for their right to lift the trophy and take the final major of the year. All of this, of course, leading right into Worlds, and what a confidence boost and momentum shift for a team to win here before the biggest occasion on the calendar. Welcome to the Halo Championship Series and welcome to Fort Worth. I'm so excited to be here. Clutch, Tony, so good to see you. Incredible stuff has been happening, and of course qualifications have also been happening across days 1 and 2, and we have some qualified teams here, Clutch. I'm really excited to talk about all the teams who have pushed through and got it done, managing to get to the World Championships this season. As you can see here, for me, I think these top 8 are kind of like expected to get in, right? I wasn't expecting those Sentinels to be knocked out so early on, and I think that just is, in terms of the bracket, the way things kind of worked out, the upsets that came across, but Sentinels not making it to Champ Sunday, that's pretty sad.
Yeah, tough pill to swallow for those guys, but when you look at their bracket, how they played out, it was because other teams failed to do their job in pool play that made the bracket the way it was. So Sentinels only losing to SSG and FaZe throughout this tournament. Nothing to hang your head over. Going home and headed into World Champs. I think they are definitely going to want to elevate the way that they played this weekend, but in all seriousness, like, you can get third place at a tournament and lose to those same 2 teams.
We also do have some regional playoffs happening as well, Tony. You got MX region, the ANZ region. We have Alpha Esports versus Luminosity, Mind Freak versus Divine Mind. Are you excited about those ones, with the regions being able to do this at LAN and get into Worlds?
Yeah, I mean, the international teams have really stepped it up here, specifically in this tournament. We talked about how good Navi were playing. Obviously, Quadrant doing their thing for the last few tournaments, and my boy Scoopmeister, you be playing that mouse and keyboard. I'm gonna be rooting for him a little bit.
All right, love to see that. A little bit of a keyboard warrior there. Those will all actually be on C&D, 12:30 p.m, so make sure you don't miss those, as well as, of course, the championship bracket that is happening today. And we're at our winners finals, Native Red versus Optic Gaming. What a winners finals that has been. I think in terms of the bracket side, Native Red have squeaked their way through, and Optic Gaming are now having to kind of slow Native Red down in their momentum. And Optic Gaming, it has been pretty good for them. The bounce back is certainly on. Managing to get over that Game 5 of Space Station Gaming was everything they needed, because it was getting awfully close to a repeat of SLC.
Absolutely, it was. I think after they lost to Quadrant on Friday, you had to be concerned about what direction Optic has been headed in for quite a while now, and I think that series against FaZe was the one that really woke them up. They take down FaZe in 3-0 fashion. Not only that, they get to play SSG. They take down SSG, and they have arguably beaten significantly better teams across their way in their road path to get to this winners bracket finals. That they are looking at Native Red, a team that took them to Game 5, as heavy favorites to find themselves in the grand finals once again.
They certainly are indeed. I think the way that they have been carrying themselves on the stage in all of those series, formal with the most ridiculous clutch moments here and game-changing pivs and decisions, has really pushed them to the wire here. And I'm just so excited to see what they've got left in the tank on Championship Sunday. And may I also remind you that Optic did this last time around, last season. They won Orlando, then went on to win Worlds. Native Red, though, also looking pretty good right now against Shopify Rebellion. Things were getting a little bit tricky here. And I want to ask you, Tony, about this team and what happens when every single one of these players is on the mark. They are switched on and they're ready to go.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that people have forgotten how good Native Red are. I mean, 3rd place at Worlds just last year, consistently getting top 4, whether it was online or LAN. After that, eventually they faced a little bit of adversity. You lost Druk. You've been searching for an identity a little bit, searching for a fourth a little bit since then. I think they found it. Suppressed might be that key player for Native Red.
Has he been the standout for you in terms of what he's been able to do for the team, or has one of the other original 3 also been making some noise?
Well, that's the thing. I know what Talos going to bring to the table. I know Manny and Soul Snipe are the X factors of this team. What I wanted to see was Suppressed step it up in that damage department like he's done for so many teams, and he's done it.
Now, Shopify Rebellion find themselves in the elimination bracket in the quarterfinals, going up against FaZe. And this is where things get tricky once again. They did manage to take FaZe to that Game 5, but unfortunately, the ice from FaZe was way too cold and they couldn't get it done. But can they repeat here, Clutch?
I think they can, but they're going to have to come out and play at a very, very high level. I think Shopify have had a traditionally easy run throughout their bracket from having a successful pool play day on Saturday coming out of the open bracket, I think that they put themselves in a great position to get into the top 6. This is where they have to create what is, to me, the first really big upset, and I'm not quite sure they're going to have what it takes to get that done on Championship Sunday. But Shopify Rebellion, they have a lot of veteran experience in Ryan Ibn Rain. They can get this done, but it's going to be very difficult against that FaZe Clan squad.
It certainly is indeed going to be very difficult. My concern is the inconsistencies. Yes, have been good days 1 and 2, but can they keep that consistent train going into day number 3? And talking about day 3, Quadrant looked pretty good on Championship Sundays. And Tony, this roster's had a few roller coaster moments. They 3-0'd Optic, but again then 3-0'd by Shopify Rebellion. What on earth is going on?
Yeah, and the fact that you end up losing to Shopify Rebellion in Strongholds, which you were undefeated coming into this tournament, and Shopify Rebellion largely not even a great Strongholds team, just tells you that Quadrant are having a little bit of an up and down tournament. Trust me, Quadrant, we know you're the real deal. You have nothing to prove to us. Go out here and do what you do best. Put yourself in that championship conversation once again, outpace teams with your speed of play, and throw the rhythm off guard.
I saw on Twitter earlier on that the Quadrant boys were tweeting out, we love to make things difficult for ourselves. We love to kind of put our backs to the wall. The pressure is applied. Tony, do you feel like Sentinels? But what went wrong in this first series against the Green Wall Clutch, and how did they kind of fix things on the fly at day 2 to really kind of take it to Sentinels?
Yeah, I think at a high level, if you're looking at FaZe Clan and how their series against Optic went earlier on Saturday, they didn't get a single overshield, not a single set of rockets, no power on the map, and Optic were able to use all of that power to their advantage, and in that series in very dominant fashion. They looked like themselves. FaZe looking kind of scattered and out of position a lot of the time. But then they fixed that story around, right? That ship got turned around against Sentinels, a much different FaZe Clan. The FaZe Clan we have seen when tournaments showed up against Sentinels, and they gave themselves a dosage of the 3-0. And Sentinels leaving this tournament maybe a little bit earlier than we expected. FaZe Clan can use that momentum to ride off into this Championship Sunday elimination bracket.
They certainly could indeed, but talking about the elimination bracket, we also do find Space Station Gaming there after a pretty difficult series with Optic Gaming. But as you see here in the B-roll, I mean, Tony, things were looking really, really good yet again in the rematch of the Grand Finals of SLC against Sentinels. But then when it did come to Optic, they nearly reverse swept again, but lost out in that game 5. How are you feeling about their elim run?
Yeah, I mean, it has been an uncomfortable road here for SSG. You end up losing out to LVT over towards pool play. On top of that, Optic did end up taking you to game 5. We talk about SSG being the deepest team in the league, being the cleanest team in the league, but as of right now, it's been a little bit of an uphill battle here for SSG, and it's not going to get any easier.
It certainly won't get any easier from here on out. Championship Sunday brings some of the most difficult series our way to teams. It really has been so back and forth, Clutch. You know, we're seeing 3-0s here, 3-0s there on different teams, imbalances coming in, and it honestly is something that just surprises me every time. The margins between these teams are so small.
The consistency from some of these teams isn't good enough to get the job done on an entire weekend basis. We've seen LVT beat SSG, we've seen Optic fall short to Quadrant, Sentinels falling out of the tournament, and even FaZe lost in dominant fashion to Optic Gaming. Nobody quite has that perfect tournament run. And as we take a look at the schedule for today, I want everyone to keep in mind, every single Halo Infinite tournament, HCS tournament, a team that has had a perfect record in pools has always won the event. There is only one team that can say that they had a perfect record in pools, and they are currently in the elimination bracket. That is FaZe Clan.
Wow. Well, we love to hear those stats. We'll see what that turns into today. And looking at today's schedule, our first elimination match is Space Station versus Quadrant happening on the main stage. After that, winners finals. Optic takes on Native Red to try and get into the grand finals. Both of these teams gunning for that top spot. Our elimination final will follow, and then our grand final by this evening. And you may notice first things up on the schedule, it's going to be our big team battle bonanza against Walshy and Golden Boy on the main stage. They're battling it out once again. You know, just bringing their dirty laundry to work over and over, and just they can't get past this rivalry. I'm really excited about this one though, because obviously Golden Boy is very happy carrying that ginormous belt
It's a big
around
belt.
and flashing it. Yeah, I mean, there it is right now on this graphic. I mean, I love the cowboy hats. I love everything about this.
That is a ridiculous graphic.
Yeah, it is. It probably is my favorite graphic, maybe. Honestly, I love all of this, but both of them gunning for a chance to win here, and I think Walshy really wants some revenge. Let's actually have a look at the series layout for this Big Team Battle Bonanza, and it is a CTF gameplay type of series. This is going to be CTF all the way through. It's a best of 3, and Clutch, you're actually a little bit of a BTB fan. We ran a couple games together, and you're pretty damn good at this. So talk to me about all 3 of these maps.
Yeah, I had my come up in Big Team, and this is where I started, right? The remakes of some of the great maps from the history of Big Team Battle here in Halo. You start with Valheim, which is going to be the remake of Valhalla. You move on to Kusini Bay, and that is actually a remake of Last Resort from Halo 3, or even better known as Zanzibar in Halo 2. Tony, I know you weren't playing back then, but if you were, I'd have been swan killing you on that top of that castle right there onto the beach. You'd have been swan on the beach 100 times in a row. And then we're going to finish this one off with Waterworks, a personal favorite of mine from back in the Halo 2 days as well. I love the idea that our Forge system that we've built in Halo Infinite has been able to remake some of the special memories that I have throughout Big Team B in the days of. I'm just hoping they kind of keep up, and I'm hoping to see some like high-level Big Team Battle gameplay. Not sure we'll get that with Golden Boy on screen.
I don't know. We have Oath. We have even Nick on the main stage. We have some serious BTB players, and I think they're going to be putting on a bit of a clinic for some of the others
Nick's terrifying.
that are going to be up on the stage. It's going to be absolutely incredible. But yeah, all of those, of course, are available for you guys in our squad battle playlist. If you want to go and play those for yourselves, you can go and do that. But I would recommend first to watch this battle. You won't want to miss this, and it also might inspire you when you do get into the playlist as well. But you know what? I'm just trying to think, how on earth did this actually all start? How on earth did this rivalry occur? They're meant to be a casting duo, people. They're meant to be working together, friends, brothers, an alliance. But we're finding ourselves here in therapy. There's cake comments happening. There's fat weight loss comments happening. There's all sorts of things going on. Clutch, do you remember when this began?
Ever since I've known these two have been going at it. It feels like they can't be in the same room without birds chirping at one another, and for Dave's sake, it's not much of a rivalry unless you get a win, so we'll have to have an answer to that.
Tony, they tried therapy. Would you say that this is a form of therapy for them?
Yeah, man. Normally a friendly rivalry is good, but it seems a little weird. Like I don't know. They seem a little excessive. And all morning, Golden Boy sat for 2 hours outside of Walshy's hotel room with the belt, yelling "Nana, Nana, Nana." It's getting to be a bit too much.
You know what? I don't know how this all started, but I think Golden Boy and Walshy probably have a better idea of where this began. We caught up with them to find out how they actually feel about this rivalry.
I used to work at Mrs. Fields Cookies, and I love cookies, so that's awesome for me.
It's just such a.
That's
like,
true.
I look at your face.
Pure truth. My
I
first
can't-
job at the mall was Mrs. Fields Cookies.
My first job was GameStop.
Really?
Oh yeah, man. I vacuumed
That surprised
floors.
me because you don't seem to know much about video games.
Yeah, no. Yep, this is it. This is how it all started. It was an unnecessary comment that was made about my employment history that just shattered my heart and broke my dreams, ruined my mental, killed me inside.
I kind of remember this. I've won countless major tournaments with high stakes on the line. I come out here kind of like for the fun, like pros versus Joes style game, and it's fun to merge with the people that don't know games as well.
Since then, I have been in the lab. I have been training every single day. Big team battle, squad battle, your mom battle. It doesn't matter what it is, any kind of battle. I've been putting in the work.
No, I'm super excited for the big team battle thing whenever we do that.
I'm gonna break his heart. I'm gonna break his spirit. I'm gonna break his soul.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time.
Does it come back to us?
The battle of the ages. It's the Big Team Bonanza 3 about to go down once again, Fort Worth. Y'all ready to have a good time today? Yeah. Now, this matchup has lasted over the last 4 years where Golden Boy has remained undefeated. But the question is, can the legend Walsh finally get one? Well, it's time to find out. Everyone make some noise for Golden Boy and Walshy. Yeah!
Give it up for your champion, everybody! Show some respect to the champ. John Cena may be over in Carajo land, but I'm right here.
I'm not going to play into your games, Golden Boy.
Yeah, what games are those?
I'm not here to pander to Fort Worth. They can see right through your nonsense. I'm just a kid who's good at Halo. Come from a small town not too far from here, Fort Worth, a little town called Grand Rapids.
Dave.
Right nearby. Thank you so much. That's right.
Dave, that's in Michigan.
Right nearby here, right in Fort Worth. I'm a good Texas boy.
You're literally pandering.
Don't worry about the technicalities here, okay? Man, to have you two here again for the Big Team Battle Bonanza number 3. Woo, it's gonna be a good one. But Walsh, come on now, talk to me. We heard the interview, okay? You say you've been on this stage playing it like it's pros versus average Joes. How you plan on turning this man into Sloppy Joe today?
Some of these last ones I didn't take as serious. This time I looked up the maps and I know most of them that we're playing here in the BTB match.
Okay.
I don't know what the third one is, but I know the first two. I know the remakes of Blood Gulch and Zanzibar, so I prepared much more.
And that's
than
all
the
that
past.
matters, right?
That's all that matters.
Okay. But G, all right, you done it twice. But how do you plan on taking down Goliath once again?
Well, first things first, I just want to directly address the commissioner of the Big Team Battle Bonanza Galactic League, one Tashi, who is not here today, who just put me in a matchup against this guy, not once, not twice, but thrice. What the hell? How many times do I have to beat this bum on the main stage, guys? This is unbelievable. But you know what? Here's the deal. Today, I'm going to walk out of here as your 3-time Big Team Battle Bonanza champion, and that's not a prediction. It's a spoiler.
Okay, Walsh. Last words on this one, okay? Because we got to get this thing started.
Last words, he's complaining about having to play against me 3 times. Back in the day when he used to buy lessons from me to get pro lessons in Halo, he wasn't complaining about extra time against me.
We can neither confirm nor deny that.
Well, you
Unbelievable.
know what? Hey, let's show it on the stage right now. Boys, take your stations, okay? Folks,
going down, Dave.
It's time to get the Big Team Battle Bonanza number 3 started. And we're going to have to talk to Dr. Andy and Onset once again because it's still a lot of beef here on the stage, boys. Let's get it going.
Man, I am extremely uncomfortable. And that's all I can say about what we've just heard from this main stage. Andy, I feel almost, I don't know if I'm privileged. Usually I say I am to be a part of this. But you can feel there's some bad blood on that stage. I know that Walsh is taking this very, very seriously. I know that GB does not want that belt to leave his apartment.
It really doesn't. I think we got to paint the picture here as GB swaps over to the glasses that'll actually let him see the screen here. Actually, maybe they won't help him see the screen. We'll see.
Looks like a gremlin.
Old age has not been kind to him. This man's already sweating on the main stage. We have to really illustrate, as we take a look at Team Golden Boy, just how much is on the line here. It'll be Golden Boy, Lethal, SLG, Ubernick, Real Life Spartan, Mario from the VIP, Gravy, and Furiously.
I mean, I'm just looking at that lineup, by the way. Ubernick wants to win this. He knows his reputation on the line. And let me just tell you, by the way, even though Lethal might be quite relaxed about all this, SLG will be taking this more seriously than anyone.
Yes.
Norman hates to lose. We did a little fun thing once, and I just remember Norman sitting there mid-match sniping everyone for the entire game. So he's going to be locked in for this one.
Taking a look at the feature station as well, of course, across BTB. We got Furiously on the end seat right next to Real Life Spartan, and all the way down the line, the rest of the squad. Of course, in BTB, we got to use every station we have in the building to check out both teams in 8. And this is your look at Team Golden Boy, and they're ready to rock.
They certainly are. You can see that it's almost like a little look across at each other like, okay, it's go time. We'll take a look at Team Walshy as well now, who's going to be joining him because, you know, he's been walking around and he's been hand-picking some of these players, Andy. And you can see he's got some pretty big names on this lineup.
He really does. Bound, Boo Boo, Elamite, Reclaimer, Oath, LVT Brandon, of course, Garrett also from the VIP. Quite a squad here that Walshy has, and you could hear Walsh in the pregame interview, and I think he means it. he's kind of telling us he's taking this one a little bit more seriously, because I think as time has gone on, as the years have gone on, I think he's pretty sick of GB walking around with his belt.
I'd be sick of it as well. I think most people are sick of it, to be honest, not just on Team Walshy. We have to suffer through this as well. But let me tell you, Golden Boy, he's sounding a little bit more nervous, I would say, in the last few days than what he has previously, as we do take a quick look at the maps we'll be playing.
I can tell you he's nervous. We'll get to it in just a second, but as you say, let's take a look at the maps. We got Valheim here, of course, Valhalla remake from Halo 3. Kusini Bay, Zanzibar / Last Resort remake. That'll be CTF1 flag. And if we need it, keep in mind, this is a best of 3. We will not guaranteed see all 3 maps if we need it. A classic multi-flag CTF from another Halo 2 favorite. It's Waterworks.
Well, it looks like we're pretty close to getting this game started, but I want to just bring up a few words I've heard from the Golden Boys side of things. I've heard the word conspiracy thrown around a little bit. I've heard the words, they want to take this away from me. Well, we're going to have to find out. It's time for the Big Team Battle Bonanza. Number 3 to kick off here. I still feel nervous. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but boy, we're going to have some fun.
We are going to have some fun indeed, and I can't believe we get to be back in another Big Team Battle Bonanza. Golden Boy undefeated in back-to-back Bonanzas. Will this be Walshy's time, or will Golden Boy defend the belt?
I tell you what, Golden Boy, even if Walshy wins this, there might be a little scrap that breaks out on that main stage to actually give the belt over. That's how much he loves that thing. That's how much he wants to keep it. But, I mean, what a map to start things on, Andy. Everybody's played this. It's Big Team Bonanza time, everybody. And the man, in the words of Walshy, by the way, who puts the big in Big Team, we're going to start off from his POV.
Look at GB, just M&K hitting the slides. Already has Shock in hand as well. Ooh, what opens up here?
This is Ubernick. This is
I was going to say, okay,
whoa. Production, you cannot give him this kind of credit.
This is ridiculous.
Remove this from the archives.
I was going to say, there's just no way that GB's hitting these drop slides with the Shock and a cross-map triple. Big shout-out to Ubernick for opening up the game. This is a nice try for production, by the way. You know, Golden Boy paid big money to let that be the case here.
He certainly did.
That is some mind games from Golden Boy.
Well, you know that clip's going to be going out with different audio as well. We're going to have to see if that changes in a few moments' time, but this is going to be Ubernick. And early on, you have to say that TGB got some good aggression going, and already you can see a killing spree, and it was Walshy who was taken down.
Walshy taken down, and finally, Ubernick taken down, but not before a very, very good push. And I'm not kidding. I caught Ubernick backstage only moments ago. I said, you know, GB actually said he was pretty nervous about this game. And he said, I'm pretty nervous. He's like, my reputation's on the line too. So you know these guys are going to be bringing everything to BTB Bonanza number 3.
Well, I think this is Walshy, possibly. Yes, it is, and he's in the Warthog. And I'll tell you what, Walsh knows his way around a hog, whether it's a hog roast, whether it's a Warthog, whatever he's doing. He's usually pretty comfortable with this.
Trying to target this Banshee. Oh no! They're saying targeting the Banshee. He knows his Golden Boy up there as well.
Oh my goodness. The 1v1 for the ages.
Avoiding though. Tank fire. Ooh, this is big EMP'd hog is not going to be good. Maybe almost on the fadeaway, and the hog will not live to tell the tale. They get taken down.
That hog representing one of these team captain's spirit, I imagine. I think both. Get to the end of this. I keep trying to say that Golden Boy's picking up the power weapons. You're not fooling me.
Yeah, back
no,
there's
I'm not having
Shock
this.
at the back. Golden Boy had to have paid big money to say that, hey, can we just put my face and name on Ubernick's POV? Quite an arrangement here.
Knowing GB, it was probably some sort of like dodgy crypto transaction. So it's like, I'll get you in the future.
Oh yeah,
I promise you.
It's a big IOU. GB, the king of IOUs, without a doubt. Right now, also the king of the stage. All right, undefeated here, and the belt holder. I got no doubt. You've seen him with the belt time and time again. And one thing we also got to mention is on the walk over to the venue this morning. Golden Boy started to go off about how he's really upset that if whoever doesn't have the belt doesn't get a replica belt from their wins. That tells me he's pretty nervous.
I thought you were going to tell a different story there. I thought you were going to tell the story of how when we walked over, he was asking if anyone actually had a belt because he forgot his and his trousers were falling down.
It's true as well.
So that is also true. I love that we can give a little bit of behind the scenes.
All right, we got him
going on between these two before we get this underway. But 0-0 at the moment. SLG's top middle. I'm sure he's got some power weapon as well.
Our two of our players are pushed up at Pelican. I'm going to go help them out. GB comms here. They try to make this push here. Yeah, we're pushing right now. Valhalla CTF knows that you got to put everything in the basket. Doesn't matter if it's Slug Ultra playing Coag. Valhalla, of course, a spiritual successor rather than a remake. However, you need all of your eggs in one basket to run a flag on this map.
Yep. Be a little bit lethal we're watching right now on the flank. Look at this, he's got that AR out, he's got Hydra to play with as well, and Booby versus Lethal. Two teammates going up against each other momentarily here. Certainly enemies on the field that Eagle might take it down as well. SLG with a couple in the feed. Nobody really got into position to get a flagpole, but here comes SLG.
It is important though, we take a look at the stats so far. It's a big, big outslaying advantage for the side of Team GB right now, 30-15 in overall slays for them.
We'll also point out as well that Golden Boy currently sat in positive. Shocking to everyone. He's currently 3 and 2. Walshy on the other side is 2 and 4.
I'm sure that matters.
Or maybe. He's the man who's got to step things up for his squad.
See if he can turn this one around. Taking a survey of the backfield here. Actually gets scanned real quick. Maybe gonna pick up that QT. You can just tell, not a lot of movement for them.
Oh my god.
She's just trying to anchor down and figure out what their plan of attack will be. Quantum Translocator is up.
Oh my god, yeah, right on QT.
Pressure coming in. There's a hog.
GB hog as well. We'll see if GB and Co start to make the push. But this is the two-pronged approach here coming in from Team Golden Boy as they start to make a push on both the left and the right side of the map.
You can see Walsh's team kind of being forced back a little bit here. Kills being picked up. This might be the first time that we see the base being breached, and it's SLG who's manning the cannon on the hog. Ooh, almost gets taken down, but now you can see that Walshy not only is he giving away the sniper, they're giving away their base. And GB is leading the way here. He's ready for that pull with the hog.
He's ready for this. Let's see if the run can come through. Trying to make something happen here. Was the flagpole over in the back? I think the flag has gone down in the base. Now, as long as we actually do have GB on screen here, this will be him solo as the flag does get returned, but the flagpole on the other side.
Yeah, need to get this back in this hog. This is a run. They can get this one going. Flag is out. Oath going for that return. Can she get it? That's the question. No, no, no. GB with some pretty solid shots.
GB versus
Walsh. What is he doing? What is he doing? You see how hard he just bit his lip. Oh, GB didn't want any of it. Walshy, I would say with a mental advantage. The edge.
Wow.
Backing him down.
What a play there by GB to somehow get out of it with a full bail. Almost strong side-esque in the way that he got out of that situation.
Naded himself. Got in the hog. And then, as you say, strong hogs?
Strong hogs.
I'm worried that that's some sort of like something that would be in the Urban Dictionary.
Definitely, yeah. You can get that on a mug if you want. It'll cost you, though. Golden Boy just patrolling mid now. He's going to lose Ubernick on the left side. Real life Spartan, though, a good guy that you want rocking the vehicles here on the right side. We'll see if they can make this push happen. Still 0-0 after 6 minutes of play so far.
Yeah, flag did get returned, so both flags are home for now. Ubernick, surprised to see him taking it to skies. Banshee control is so vital. If you can be a nuisance in this Banshee and start getting those spawn kills down, then that's your opportunity to really cause some problems for your opposition. Bound and Walshy trapped in the back of the base at the moment, and it looks like there might be a little flagpole coming in here. Can they get it out of the cannon? That's always step one.
Oh, no,
did it go? Did it go? Did it go? Did it go?
It did go. It did. It lifted in the end. It's a good opportunity here. Let's see if they can defend. Let's get to a listen.
SMG got a touch.
Let's get into a listen here with Team Walshy on your screen.
Rich. Nice night.
Oh, not much.
That raid is being a problem.
What's up, Bertha?
Nice raid. No! Top tire. Top tire right, bottom right of you, Boo Boo. Two of them there. One is heat wave. You got help from the side.
Minutes remain.
One's on the left. Come in. All right, we got 5 minutes. We got another raid. We have 2 raids now, I think.
Two?
We got their raid. We got their raid.
Right, a little bit of gravy on it. It's Team GB who come out on the traps first here. They're up 1-0.
Big credit there for Ubernick. Once you get that flag in the lift, of course, that's what starts the run, and they had good numbers, as you said, SLG with the flag touch as well. Now Garrett here, the VIP in the venue on Team Walsh. He hand-selected by Walsh himself. See if he can make something happen here.
It's got to be impactful in this raid. It's got to pick up a few kills. You can see that GB's team, they're kind of stuck in the back of the base, but the EMP is going to slow that down. And you see Oath working together with a teammate here to try and keep the pressure on. But look at GB, by the way. They go up 1, and GB is now sat in the back of his base. He feels like the work is done. He's just, I can imagine on the stage right now, he's like,
hey, you guys,
yes, that's my GB impression, by the way. Excuse me. Hey, you guys go forward. I got this. Anyone come near this base, don't worry about it. I got it.
GB's playing the shotgun in the back of the Blood Gold base strategy, which we've seen now executed for more than 20 years. GB knows it well. 3:44 on the clock. This really is looking like that flag could be the one that will be the difference maker.
If we learned anything from the first 2 big team battle bonanzas, which is still quite really difficult to say, by the way. Oh, wait, just a minute.
Wait, oh no, he naded.
Is this some sort of like developed meta-game tactic that GB has developed? Just before he gets in a hog, he names the floor.
I also got to say, I've seen some crazy flag runs in my day in BTB, without a doubt. The hog in the bottom of the Valhalla base, as you just saw, is a bit clunky. That's one of the clunkier ones. Maybe just jump out maybe the side. You have that hog waiting out back. Even on the top, I'd rather lift it before I did that, I think.
I just want to point out the SOG screen watching. Big team battle against Bonanza. I told you he'd be taking it seriously, but Norman is someone who can hit pretty cool shots over man cannons. Let me tell you that. Boo-Boo. Things going out from SLG. He wants Boo-Boo's blood.
You got to think, SLG plus Ubernick in a BTB game, it's a deadly combo.
I will say,
on this side.
I mean, all due respect to a lot of players on this stage, but if I had first pick, I'd probably picking Norman.
Yeah. This man has, I would say SLG is probably your sleeper hit for how many BTB hours he has that nobody knows about.
Oh no, I know about.
Oh, you do?
Trust me, because every time you go on it, if he's not in ranked, he's in big team battle or any other game.
Finds an Elamite face as well. Not only historic maps on display, historic names on this stage as well, of course. And this is all he needs to keep doing, just damage at the top mid. A killing spree for SLG. 2:08 left on the clock. Team Golden Boy only needs to continue slaying for these next 2 minutes, and they'll take game number 1.
Well, indeed, and at the moment they can't get out because SLG is doing what SLG does. One of the best snipers in the world is holding down top middle. And if you're bound, you've just learned it.
You're bound to regret peeking in the worst of times here. Ubernick starts to run as well. It's deja vu here on screen for both sides as the flag will continue. It's the exact same setup. Boo-Boo coming in.
Boo-Boo crashing down. So
SLG
he's going to get that touch though. He's going to keep it going here. They might get this past the halfway. It's all up to Boo-Boo and maybe Walsh.
It's going to go. SLG fumbles the flag, but it's not going to matter. He's going to get this thing all the way across the halfway line, and there's going to be a whole crew of folks to escort him home here. It's the Ubernick SLG tag team combo running in what could very well be
kill feed.
the second
Look at
flag.
that kill feed as well. It's Big Jeeves who's picking up a couple of kills on the way back. GB will probably say this was all him, understandably so. SLG runs it home. It's 2-0, and the reigning defending champion looks like he might be going one up in the series.
It really does here. In 1 minute, 2 flags after a game like this, you have to think if you played any amount of BTB, especially Valhalla matches from Halo 3, you know exactly what's in store here. T-Walsh going for a Hail Mary. Does he get the toss? He does! Flag is out.
Ubernick's going for the return straight away though. There are a couple of players here from Team Walshy who might be able to keep this one alive, so don't adjust your televisions quite yet.
That return's just great.
Flourish just got an overkill, by the way, in the feed, just popped up. So one thing, I'd hate to be an observer for this. So much action going on. Shout out to our observers in the back, by the way, for capturing both the flags going home. Not missing a beat.
Lethal versus Walshy here. Walshy trying to get sneaky. It might cost him. Barely stays alive on the Pelican somehow. Here comes Lethal for the finish.
He wants Walshy dead. And he hasn't. He has his way. GB and Ubernick in the Warthog again, by the way, looking to move forward. They want to finish this, by the way. They don't want to let it go to time. 7 seconds left, and it looks like they might be able to close it out just with those 2 flags they have, but pretty sure they might want to get that 3rd flag, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be Golden Boy, who takes the first game in this series
behind our base
and has one hand still on that title belt.
I'll look over at Walsh as well. Oh, and a few words exchanged, of course. Golden Boy asking, what's going on, Dave? What's going on? GB now only 1 game away from maintaining this title.
Oh,
another year.
The pain through the smile from Walsh, by the way. Like, yeah, nice. I hate you so much right now. That's right.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God.
We're bringing Mike. We're hearing them bringing mics down.
You know, I didn't mean to do that to you, get you off your game, but I had to come on over here.
It's okay.
And just, wow. Okay, you start off strong. Map number 1, you're up 2-0. But the real question is, how much money did you really pay Nick to get the POV swap so you can get those snipes off early on and look so good?
Oh, really? Well, let me tell you right now, okay? First and foremost, not only did I come here to show off why Big Team Battle is a kick-ass game mode that everyone should be playing all the freaking time, firstly. Secondly, I wanted to show people that you can frag out on keyboard and mouse with no problem whatsoever. Sorry, Summit, that's for you, baby. That's for you. All right? It's okay, Shroud. We'll get there eventually for you, puppy. That being said, we just got 1 more to go. And that means I am your back-to-back-to-back champion, baby!
gonna be out here three-peating like the Bulls. What you want Walshy to know? I think he knows everything. Any last fighting words for him as he looks a little bit nervous there going into map 2?
I look forward to our cast at the Winter Bracket Finals. That's about it.
Dang, Dave. You got it, man. You got it, Dave. Take it away.
How does he get all these big team battle gods on his team every single time? He's got Uber Nick in the back with a Wraith. He's got Furiously dropping overkills. Boo Boo Doo Boo doesn't have exit vehicle bound to a button right now. He's like, how do I exit the Banshee? I was told I was gonna have a stacked God squad, and we are getting outslayed heavily. So I have a feeling we're gonna take it back a step. We're gonna say, all right, we're gonna find where the weapons spawn. We're gonna figure this out a little bit, and we're gonna bring it back here in game number 2, and then whatever game number 3 is. I heard it might be Waterworks. I have not played the map yet in Infinite.
Well, some strong words from both sides of the stage. And I will tell you, Golden Boy's demeanor has changed so much.
Oh, yeah.
I genuinely mean, he was pacing around. Like I said, conspiracy was the word coming out of his mouth. There's no way that I'm allowed to win this. It's been stacked against me. Well, he's changed his tone completely. And of course, that's what they're playing for. The biggest belt, physically and emotionally, I would say, for both of them. And look at those KDs for both of them. I mean, Golden Cowboy and Yi Walshy, both of them, I mean, a part of the game, you would say, watching their team.
Both of them were
I would say spectators.
Both of them were in the game, without a doubt. We have to talk about, as we're talking about kills, Team Golden Boy outslayed 129-60 in that game. An unbelievable slaying advantage, and I think that's what we heard Walshy referring to after that first game. By the way, that was an unplanned interview. They just started yelling at each other.
Yeah.
So we had to bring the mics on stage. Game number 2, Kusini Bay. Remake of Zanzibar, and of course Last Resort as well from Halo 3. This will be a one-flag CTF. Very, very different game type, to be honest. One-flag CTF, especially on Zanzibar, one of my favorites of all time. So this is going to be a blast.
Golden Boy will be sat inside of the base for the entire game, doing what he does. Hoping to push that KD a little bit closer towards 0.8 from wherever it was. But I will say as well, I feel a little bit sorry for Blaze in that situation. He's almost caught a stray from Golden Boy. Did you see that bow come out the elbow flying?
Especially right now with
Somebody calm this man down.
With the tensions this high, you really got to be careful on that main stage. We take a look at Furiously here. Very impressive numbers, unsurprisingly from him, and overkill as well.
An OG Xbox Live mic, by the way.
Real life
Spartan, love that. That thing's a relic.
Man doesn't joke around.
Well, for a while, she got to change something, buddy. It's all smiles right now, but it's a nervous smile. You can tell that Bound has sat forward. I think he wants to be the man who takes over map number 2. One flag is what we're going to be playing here at Kusini Bay. Maybe this is a game type that favors Walshy's team a little bit more.
You have to think, especially you got Bound next to you, you got Boo Boo next to you. Dig deep. Do what you got to do here to get a win on the board here. We want to see a game number 3 between these two. That's what we're hoping for. Potentially, though, one game away from Golden Boy.
Oh, do we have to say it? I almost don't want to say it.
Let's say Golden Boy already kind of calling it himself. I agree, the tone's different. I heard Sandman ask him backstage how he was feeling. Before the match, he said, I am nervous. After a game 1 win, though, he's feeling good as we get into the gameplay here. One flag CTF on Kusini Bay.
Defense versus offense. And it's going to be Team Golden Boy who are on defense to start off with by the looks of things here. And SLG's got that sniper rifle, which is bad news for everyone. Look at Lethal, by the way. The Lethal's played a lot of these kind of game types as well. The man loves to grind a playlist or two himself. Early offense coming in here with the Warthog. It's Walshy who's gunning.
Boy.
And it's Walshy who is sleeping now, unfortunately. Much like Golden Boy does. Quite a lot.
Big double kill.
Significantly more than everyone else, by the way, I'll point out.
Yeah, big double kill comes in there. The VIP side of Team Walsh. Excuse me, on Team Golden Boy, Team Walshy is taken down. Right now, solid defense from Team Golden Boy at the mid-mark here. Lethal hanging out at Camp Frohman. Familiar summer holiday destination.
Lovely place to go, especially with the weather like it is in Frohman.
It's a beautiful day. Look at this. It's a shame there's so many guns.
Someone just got an overkill. This is always a good way to start things off. But look at this pressure already. This is, we're watching the point of view of Team Golden, by the way, who are playing defense. They are already pushed up to the sea wall, which is not what you want coming off respawn. If you get someone on top of that thing, I mean, we all know how that goes.
We do. As you said, when you're playing defense at the wall, it tells you how the game is going. SLG trying to stay alive. Mario, the VIP here, trying to do what he can. Notice a little bit of extension here on the right side. Kind of cool to see exactly what's been done with this right side of the base entrance. Very different from what we saw in Zanzibar and Last Resort. A nice touch here in the Halo Infinite remake. Of course, all these maps available in the Squad Battles playlist. If you do want to get your hands on everything here in BTB, you can jump right in, play the exact same maps and modes you're seeing on screen here. Team Walshy tries to mount their attack here and maybe finally have a little bit of kills on the board to try to make this happen.
You can see the GB's team are kind of stuck in the base at the moment. That's where you want them. Take mid-map control. Keep pressurizing them. Speaking of which, by the way, with them being in the playlist, we need to get some games in when we get back.
Yeah,
this is so fun. What a box, by the way, with the Commando. And now all of a sudden, everyone's spawning outside. Is there anyone in position to get that flag moving, though? That's the question. Walsh has got the rockets.
Wow, he gets the angle. It's a big, big grab here. You know how important the rocket grabs are every version of this map.
Goldenboy just joined the game, which is concerning. That's probably why Team Goldenboy were doing so well at the start.
Only one kill on the stairs with the rocks. You need to get more out of those rockets. You really do.
The most efficient. Elamite trying to do what he can at the mid-mark as well, but good defense at the moment from Team Goldenboy. Walsh, that was the real opportunity, I think. If Walsh hits a couple more kills with those rockets, the flag is out, but you can see SLG and Lethal both take care of that pretty quickly to send it home. Walsh gets a couple more kills with those rockets, clears the base out a little bit more, gets some spawning over towards Froman a little bit. And maybe there was that opportunity, but Goldenboy and squad now extending out back up the map, and Team Walshy gonna have to work again to just get back on the map.
0 seconds here, the round's already over. And that's gonna be it as it ticks down, and this is a fast round. That'll be Team Goldenboy with the defensive round. They will get the round on the board. 1-0 here, and we'll switch sides. Or do you want to try and fight for a little bit?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, it's an opportunity just to listen to what GB's telling them. Imagine being Goldenboy, by the way, and telling Ubernick, SLG, and Lethal what you want them to do. if I'm any of those three players, I just kind of turn to them and just go,
whatever you say, man. Whatever you say, man. Here comes GB on the solo hog run, going straight for Froman. Actually going to swap over to try to get a little bit of damage there. Ooh, bound though, up top, presumably with the rocks. Hits one. GB just swapping back and forth here. No right tire, no worries though. Not even a right wheel, actually.
No. I mean, Alex has been known to sometimes look like a person who's got one wheel, not the two. A little bit wonky sometimes, but the aim hopefully isn't wonky as he picks up the Mangler. This guy, finding that Mangler. I'm having flashbacks right now, by the way, with Mangler.
Elamite versus GB. My money's on Elamite. Each time.
Every time.
Ubernick.
The easiest money I've ever made.
Ubernick flies through here. Look at him, just on the highway dividers. A nice kill as well from Ubernick with the AR on Reclaimer. Trying to stay alive on this left side push.
SOG's got the sniper here with Team Goldenboy. If he can pick up a couple of kills, then this might be an opening they're looking for. He's over at Froman already. Team Walshy defending for their lives at the moment. Elamite manning the cannon.
What is SOG gonna do? Oh! Fade away! No scope on the turret.
C'est bon. Pretty sure that's good.
Yeah.
In French. It's all those listenings that we've been privy to.
Yeah,
they're learning, man.
They've been helpful. I'm surprised we get it for free. Feels like you have to pay for that.
Yeah.
Lethal now on the push. What can he do here? Controlling the back of the base. Team Goldenboy wants to get a pull here, and right now they're looking good as they're forcing the left side spawns as well.
Yeah, left side spawns are not what you want. Especially when you got Lethal taking down Walshy. He's picking up a double. Bound. Might be the triple as well. Flag is moving and the kills are being picked up alongside it. And they're already 1-0 up with that defensive round. Are they going to be able to get this first? Oh, GB's got the hog!
Oh, of course, there's a hog run here. It would not be a Zanzibar one flag without it, but the EMP goes down. Can GB get a touch here?
Oh, GB's rolling.
Take it down.
I thought there was an opportunity for you to hit your most famous line in commentary just for a second there. Did you?
Yeah.
Saving it?
Saving it. Didn't feel like the run. Didn't feel like the run.
It was perfectly though. They look like they might be able to get the re here.
Let's see. Gravy gets a touch.
Big touch.
This is that's a huge touch. I can't believe they let the touch come through. Oh no! Oh no! SLG with a triple kill with the camo rocks, baby! Making an overkill!
Elamite versus SLG on the turret once more this time.
That flag's going home.
Elamite will get it, but that flag does look like it's going home. Like you say, it's already back at the base. GB's moving forward. Then it is going to be uncontested. It's a clear run home. Team GB, moments away from going up 2 and being 1 round away maybe from retaining that title. It's a terrifying moment for everyone.
It really is here. Look at this. Smiles on the face of GB. It's actually going to be smug. It's going to be Mario, the VIP from Team Goldenboy. That even brings that flag in. Quite an honor. But how about SLG with an overkill at Camp Froman at the perfectly timed set of plays to be able to bring that flag in. That's what you want. You want SLG there in that exact position with camo rockets to be able to convert.
Might be an easy double kill here, the Hog. Takes a fair bit of whack in comparison to what it used to,
Yeah.
but that'll get the job done. Double kill does come in with those rockets. Rockets in the base is always a good thing to defend.
Papa Jeeves here, aka Mario, as we said, handpicked by Team Golden Boy from the VIP area. And
He
so
was
far,
walking
he's
around, by the way, asking KD's rank, experience. He was actually asking people to pull up their Steam profile on one point.
which I think is actually an invasion of privacy, but we'll handle that later, I think, with the authorities. 2 minutes left. Keep in mind, these are fast CTF rounds. Reminds you almost of the differentiation between CTF fast and regular one like CTF from Halo 2. These are very, very fast runs.
All right then, Walsh. You got to get the squad going here. Maybe the Ghost is what you need. Good pressure on the base at the moment. Kills being picked up. Flag is moving. And Bound is in the base, looking to do what Lethal did a few moments ago.
Killing
It's a frenzy for Bound. He wants this more. As Reclaimer gets that flag moving as well. It's not momentarily, it's GB who gets the kill, but the kills are being picked up. And look at Walshy. He's shepherding this one home with that Ghost.
Really nice job here from Walsh there. Might have been tempting for him to get out of the Ghost and continue the run, but instead he locks it down. Gloriously, though, right in the midfield. Needs to be taken down. Can Garrett take him down? They do well. That flag needs to continue running. It does continue running at the seawall, but they're going to need a few more kills.
The body block is there, though. Oates running this one round the corner.
Big.
They got it through the seawall.
Here she goes.
Louis V. Titan is there alongside, and I'm pretty sure that this might be the first one going in. Bound on a running riot. He's not worried about the flag. He just wants to kill everything on the map. And we might have a game on our hands here. Team Walshy, get that flag home.
Team Walshy on the board. They stay alive, and what a set of plays there. As you said, Walshy just helping with the escort there with the Ghost on the left side of the base. Bound with a running riot. Make no mistake, a running riot to make sure that flag goes home. But it does concern me. If you need a running riot to get the flag home, they're going to need even more help here. Let's see if they can repeat. Golden Boy, of course, with an opportunity to steal the game here. It'll be first of 3 rounds.
GB's got the sniper. He's saying, guys, I got this. Give me the control. I have a mouse and keyboard. Someone will now come and collect that sniper rifle and put it to use properly. But I mean, what a confidence boost that is. But at the same time, like you say, the flag is moving, so they have to be careful here. Not the adrenaline get the better of them, because Real Life Spartan is moving that flag already outside the base.
Let's see what happens here. Real Life Spartan taken down by Bound. So Lethal and team need to make a push here. He's going to run to a lot of presence around the camo, though. See how this plays out.
One way to stop Bound is to give him player outlines using that Threat Seeker. Walshy now trying to push forward. They have managed to defend, and they've got that flag back at base, I'm pretty sure. Because Walsh now has a sniper rifle. He's wasting ammo.
He's wasting ammo.
I love that.
Ooh, actually he's got pushed out of there, almost like Geo pushed out. Eventually, I think there might have only been 1 bullet left in that snipe. A lot of chaos here around camo.
Walsh was actually looking for the super bounce. That's what it was.
It did feel like it.
Yeah,
Crouched in the corner,
pinging across the map with a flag in his hand. He's like, I told you, Branson.
I mean, I will say that would be something that Walsh would pull out as a secret super bounce that nobody knows about to somehow win this thing. Now on board Real Life Spartan. 137 left. Team Walshy defending so far. Can Team Golden Boy get another flag run home? Here comes the push. They really only have about 1 full push left.
Yeah, I think this is the last push. Like you say, rockets are coming up. Do they try and play around these? That's the question. If they can get them, there's always a chance to just get inside of that base. And I'll tell you what, there's 1 left here as well. So they might be able to get 2 sets of rockets if they're smart. But GB, you can see he's leading the way for his team. And sometimes you need a fearless leader to send you in. And Golden Boy says, I will be that man.
Real Life Spartan takes down the first one. Reclaimer, though, with the help of the drop shield, stays alive. And it's important damage here. But here comes the slow push. Golden Boy team, they pick up 3 more kills. This is big. This could be the run.
They get the run. The rockets are coming up as well. And if they get those on the way back, then there might be an opportunity to close things out here. This is tense moments in the BTB Bonanza now for both sides.
Worth noting, they didn't pull right away. It took them an extra second to pull, but they're slow running this here. By sprinting, they're going to reveal themselves. Flag is already up top. Real Life Spartan has not taken any damage.
He's threading the needle, he's threading the needle, he's got it all the way down to the beach. Can they get it to the seawall? If they get it past those defenses, then this could be it right now. Real Life Spartan's got it through!
He's going through. Look at this. They got Warthog coverage as well. The Hog is here! The Hog is here!
The Hog is here, everybody! The Hog is here! And Golden Boy, against all odds once again, might have just done it 1 more time!
Look at this!
They do it once more! Back to back to back! Raiding, defending, Bloodline, Reigns, Lesnar, Cena!
Oh, you're done!
And Golden Boy! so sad.
And it will be
No,
another.
congratulations, GB. Congratulations.
It will be another year
Of us having to put up with it.
Of us having to put up with this. Of Golden Boy with a belt over his shoulder everywhere he goes. Your undefeated, undisputed champion today in the third Big Team Battle Bonanza. It is Team Golden Boy.
Hold on.
The streak lives on. 3-0. Unbeaten. Question is, unbeatable. Can anybody step up alongside Walsh to take down the Titan?
Right there.
I mean, you got to say he's got a faction behind him that's doing the work for him. But Golden Boy holds on to that title belt one more time.
Oh my God. Once again, Golden Boy with the 3P. 1, 2, and 3, getting it done.
Thank you so much.
How
Thank you
does
so
this
much.
feel, G, to be in this moment yet again? And what is the secret to slaying Goliath himself?
Well, I mean, first you have to be going up against Goliath, and I was not.
That hurt me.
I'm trying to be nice. We have the cast later. All right. But real talk, though, I meant what I said. I love Big Team Battle. It's like my favorite game mode. Me and my best friend Ghost play it all the time together. So it's just, nice to be able to come up on here and represent a game mode, even though I'm not like big in the community like that. I want to give a special shout out to the real winner of the Big Team Battle Bonanza, Uber Nick, because this man is incredible. Helped me out a lot. And yeah, I'm just stoked, and now my wife won't leave me because I could bring this belt back home.
Once again, you get to keep it on the mantle.
She told me I had to win. She said I had to win or else don't come back home.
I heard that as well. I saw the
He heard
text.
it. He heard it.
But Walsh, I know you wanted to get this belt in the trophy case with all the hundreds of trophies that you got.
I don't. All right. People are acting like this series is over. It's a best of 7 for a reason. I'm only down 0-3 in the best of 7. I'm setting up for the perfect reverse sweep in 2027. That's going to be mine.
We're going to be like 80 by the time we're settled.
I turn 40 next year.
Well, it's going to be a special year, all right, when we get there. Lastly, as we said before, Big Team Battle is a special game mode. It's one in which you can play with all our friends and have a great time out there. What you want to say out here to these Halo fans watching you guys on the stage? And lastly, just kind of thank them out there.
Well, I mean, first things first, I do want to thank the people that came early to watch this ridiculous thing that we decided to do. That really means the world, so thank you so much. And of course, I want to thank everyone like, Tashi and everyone else for putting this on. It's silly, it's ridiculous, but it's super fun to do. Hopefully you guys were entertained, and yeah, man, just go home and play Big Team Battle, because it's a kick-ass game mode. So that's it.
And I want to give thanks to all the people that did not come earlier and witness me losing this for the 3rd time. So cheers to you all for sleeping in a little bit and getting a little extra sleep before the matches get started today.
Yeah, they're nice and rested for today.
All right, and so we're going to let these guys go take a nap for their next match, because I know they're tired up here on the stage. Lot, let's close this out.
Thank you so much, Blaze. GG's, fellas. We love to see that. Some healthy rivalry between the two casters. Whew. I mean, I've got to say, I was not expecting Golden Boy to be taking it like that in that fashion. But hey, that's what had to happen. Fate had seemed it that way. I got to say, though, for me, a big standout player in that series, we talk about Ubernick, but SLG, my God, is he good at BTB? And he just is there, just, peppering the shots on people, the snipe on the first map as well. And Clutch, having pro players on your side makes it an awful lot easier to win things like this.
Yeah, it turns out the transition from one game mode to the other pretty flawless for some of these guys, especially SLG. He had a hell of a performance. Brown went on a running riot there in the kill field. We didn't get to see much of it, but as we take a look at the highlights, we'll get an opportunity to recap some of the action that went underway, and somehow GB getting a couple of shock rifle kills is
that
not
was sick.
what I thought.
That was actually insane from him. I've got to say, though, he is a veteran when it comes to mouse and keyboard. He does play mouse and keyboard quite a lot, and I think he just felt really comfortable with that. And I do think that when you have long-range weapons like the sniper, like the snipe in the shock rifle, it is always a little bit easier on mouse and keyboard for them to kind of settle down and put that in their hands and get the flicks off it and manage to take heads like that. And GB was doing some work out there.
Yeah, being able to snap on your targets while also having that movement to avoid as much damage as possible is huge. And like you said, you put a shock rifle in their hands, you put an S7 sniper in their hands, and they're even more deadly on the map. You gotta respect the mouse and keyboard movement. I'll be honest, I'm even thinking about giving it a try myself. I'm controller all day, but I've been seeing Wes. He knows what he's doing.
I got to ask you about Team Walshy. What on earth was happening there, Clutch? Why couldn't they get this done? Why did they have no answer for what Golden Boy was getting up to with his team?
I'm not mad at Dave, but I am disappointed. This is getting ridiculous. We have another year of the reign of GB. And somebody's got to take him down. Dave, there's got to be some accountability there over on Team Walsh. I'm not quite sure who's to blame, but next time around, if we can't get the job done, surely this best of 7 is over.
I love how Golden Boy was up there just then, kissing the heads of his BTB children, like, thank you so much, like, I really appreciate it.
He knows why he's successful. GB does a good job for team morale and to understand team dynamic, and that his teammates are very, very important to the accolades.
These are the stats from all big team battles that we've had so far between these two. I love this statement. No rivalry here. To be quite honest, there is not. Only one belt here to win, and Golden Boy has won it 3 times. Tony, the 3-peat is on. Golden Boy managing to get that done. Does that solidify him as a global icon, especially here at the HCS?
It really does. You know, when you go into these big team battle matches, you got to take BTB serious. You got to understand the meta. You got to pick your players wisely as well. Other players that actually play big team battle, Golden Boy leaned into that. And that's the reason why he's 3-0.
He certainly is indeed. I got to ask you though, Clutch, you know, Waterworks would have been that 3rd map. What do you think might have actually happened with that? Walshy did say he'd never played that before, but just leaning into what that map looks like and the way that these two teams were playing, do you think Walshy had a chance if he did pull away that map too?
You know, genuine me would say absolutely not, because Dave has not looked like he's known what he's doing for quite a few series in these big team series. And Waterworks is a classic Halo 2 map where Dave was like on his reign of terror throughout the MLG days back then, winning national championships and tournaments. So the fact that he doesn't know what Waterworks is brings great concern to me as a Halo fan. Dave, we got to get you more exposed to other game modes outside of the professional league, and I think with that, he might have a chance.
He might have a chance. He might sneak away a win at some point in the future. But GG's Golden Boy, undisputed battle bonanza, big team battle champ. Absolutely incredible stuff. We're going to head to a quick break right now, folks. But when we come back, we will have our USMC commendations happening for this event. Don't want to miss that, as well as our elimination matches happening. We've got Space Station Gaming versus Quadrant coming up right after this.
The HCS Fort Worth Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie.
Bounce in the game, a bounce, pick it up, an overkill! What a way to come out of that listening here.
If Entrepy right now, they call form on the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea he's there.
He gets 2! He gets 3! Prioritized everything. He's gonna get them all. It's an overkill for Royal 2. This one is looking really good for Native White as they are slaying non-stop. Bigwood with the triple kill. Making a triple as he gets a snipe on Sav. Cap coming in, and it's an overkill.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time again for our U.S. Marine Corps Commendations, where we honored the best players throughout the weekend here in Fort Worth for their top performances. And to help me do that, we have our Big Team Battle Bonanza 3 champion, Golden Boy, here on the stage to present the awards. All right, now everybody, help me give a warm welcome to our finalists as they come to the stage right now. Give it up for Formal, Ryan Noob, Legend, and Lunchbox. Now, for Main Slayer, give it up for Formal, as this weekend he was #1 in damage difference. Also, the best KD at a 1.25. Give it up for him. Next, best support, it's Ryan Noob, as he has had #1 assists per minute overall, #1 assists per minute in oddball, and 10th in damage per minute throughout the weekend. Next is gonna be Legend for best objective. He's been averaging 89 seconds of ball time per game, and he is also #1 in heal time on average. And last but not least, it's Coach Lunchbox. His team was 6-5 in pools, but in Champ Bracket, they went to 9-2 in that map record to get them to the winners finals. All right, Fort Worth, one more time. Give it up for your finalists on the stage.
A huge round of applause for our incredible players on the main stage there as they receive their event commendations. Absolutely incredible players up there, you can't deny it. And of course, into Championship Sunday, that is where the best players excel. And Clutch, every single one of those individuals on the main stage has been putting the work in for their team to get to this point in time. How proud do you want to be with your teammates standing up there, receiving an award just before you've got to play one of the biggest weekends of your life?
Yeah, acknowledgement's great for all those guys out there. They're having a phenomenal start to their tournament, but that Championship Sunday is still in front of them, so a lot to be determined. It's great that you're playing phenomenal. Can we get to Sunday, and can we start, or can we keep up this momentum that we built, is the big question I'm asking my teammates.
That is the big question, but we do have one hell of a matchup coming your way on the main stage. Space Station Gaming versus Quadrant. This is an elimination matchup. Pretty crazy to say that I think between both of these teams will be sending one home and one will push forward to try and get into that grand final position. We need to talk first about Space Station Gaming. For me, they are the kings of consistency. If you look at what they've managed to do, they are the first team in the HCS to receive 100 map wins this season. They're currently 136 for 2023. They just beat Outphase, who are 98 and 40. They have a 73.5% overall map win percentage. That is absolutely crazy, and they're currently 16 and 7 in Fort Worth. How much do you think this consistency pays off against a team like Quadrant, Clutch, and especially going into such a pressurizing situation?
Yeah, that's the big question for me, is how is these two playstyles going to clash? Because this is a matchup we have not seen yet, and I've always wondered how Quadrant and SSG, although we compare them so often as far as playing similar playstyles, how they're going to actually compete against each other. I think the consistency of the individuals over on SSG are going to give you a nice floor as far as what to expect in this series. I'm looking at Quadrant to see if they can elevate their gameplay and bring their A game to this series to really make some fireworks happen up there.
Tony, in terms of SSG, you know, they are looking pretty damn good right now. King of the Hill, that is going to be our first map of the series, is on Recharge. They're sitting at a 5-1 in the mode this weekend at Fort Worth, and they rank second in the HCS. That's going to be pretty damn scary for Quadrant. What do you want to see out of Space Station Gaming early on in this series to try and stamp their way into the next part of the elimination bracket?
Well, one thing I want to see, and one thing I know that we will see, is them just lean on their advantages, just be as consistent as we know they can be. Not only their amazing King of the Hill team, but they're also an amazing Game 1 squad. They rarely lose Game 1s in series, and that's one of the reasons why they have so much momentum going into the early series, is because how good they are at King of the Hill, but also how good they are just right off the rip in Game 1s.
Tony, while I've got you, let's move on to Quadrant, because this is a new matchup for both of these teams. They haven't played each other yet this season, believe it or not. And for Quadrant, it's difficult. You know, they have some type of unknown entity with SSG. They don't get to practice against them. And it is really, really difficult, I think, when you're going up against a team, you don't know what to expect. All you have is VOD review. You don't have any practice. What do they need to do to win, do you think?
I'm not going to sugarcoat it, Lottie. This is going to be really tough for Quadrant. Statistically, SSG have an advantage on every game type and map combination except for Strongholds, which, by the way, we're not going to see in this series. It's going to be tough for them, but what I think Quadrant need to do is they need to make SSG uncomfortable. SSG thrive off of being polished, thrive off of the game being predictable. I think what Quadrant do is kind of emulate what LVT did to beat them out. Throw them off with consistent pressure and throw off their flow and timing.
I think right now we're looking at a man on our screen here, Tony, who's definitely going to excel in that, exactly what you're talking about, what they need to do to win and how difficult it's going to be. But I do think Legend is going to be one of the keys to that. And he's going to be our USMC service record. Clutch, at Arlington, he had a 1.16 overall. He finished Salt Lake City with a 1.19. He's the 5th highest there. And now at Fort Worth, he's improved to a 1.20 overall with a 1.28 in Slayer and a 1.45 in CTF. So basically what I'm trying to say, folks, is he's getting better and better as the weekend goes on and as the season goes on as well.
Good numbers from this kid. Consistently great numbers from this kid. The fact that he wins an award right now for an objective player on this team while also having the best KD ratio for his team throughout this tournament shows you how special this kid really is. Yes, Tony, what it's going to take. A bunch of high-level analysis is great, but what it's actually going to take is the rest of the team stepping up and rising to this occasion, because you know Legend will bring his A game. You know Legend will get his kills. He will do his best to impact this series, but you do not beat a team like SSG unless everyone is playing well, and I am looking at the rest of Quadrant to elevate their gameplay if they want to continue on through the elimination bracket.
Do you feel like Legend complements this team really well, Tony, in terms of his gameplay, his style, what he is able to implement to the squad, and how he's able to create huge pivotal moments in a series? You know, how is this kind of synergy that he is forming with his team going well?
You know, I think it's really important when you talk to players like Sika and like SLG, they have an advanced understanding of the game. They love talking about the macro. They love deep diving into the game. And then you have Legend, who's also just as passionate as these boys, but also has this incredible skill set to slay everyone on the map, no matter who they're playing against. I think Legend complements that really well, because no matter what you want to do in the macro level, no matter what you want to do as far as defining the meta, you need somebody who can slay like Legend.
You do indeed need someone that can slay like Legend. I also do think that the series layout will kind of have some type of dictation on how this one's going to go. I'm a little bit worried about CTF because it's going to be extremely important in this series. I do think that SSG, being very weak in Slayer, will need to win that CTF. That being said, Quadrant have been pretty damn good at Slayer right now. Are you kind of seeing any type of pattern here, Clutch? Are you weighing heavy on a particular favor or map and mode of any of these teams?
I'm really not. When you get to this high of a level, you can throw the map mode combination out the window right now. This is about elevating your gameplay to championship level. This is what Championship Sunday is all about. And I'm looking at the difference between Bound and Legend right now, and how the rest of the boys can kind of complement the two superstars on each side of the stage. But as you take a look at the map records here, CTF heavily going to be favored in Quadrant's favor. Slayers have been good for Quadrant as well. Space Station do not want this series to go to a Game 5 because as deep as this series goes, that's the more confidence Quadrant builds that they can hang with not just the likes of Optic at the top, but the likes of everyone at the top of the HCS. And the more belief this team has in themselves, the scarier they are going to be.
It's actually interesting to see that they're 2-6 on Slayer Aquarius actually for Quadrant, because when I think of Quadrant, I do feel like they are great on Aquarius. I do feel like they are
CTF
so
for
fast-paced.
sure.
CTF for sure. Where is that kind of disconnect then, do you think, Clutch? In terms from Slayer to CTF on the same map, surely they can assemble some type of control there and get you on the split spawns when they want to, the same way they do objectively.
Yeah, I think you got to play it in a completely different manner. I think you can make CTFs a lot more scrappy on the side of Quadrant from their play style than you do in the Slayers. Slayers are a little bit more controlled by a team that has that map control. Typically, Quadrant with their aggressiveness are able to find openings that maybe traditional North American top teams don't really take advantage of, and that's why they have so much success on maps like Aquarius CTF. But in the Slayers, I feel like you're able to kind of hold what you have and not feel forced to move around the objective piece that is on the map. As we take a look at the Slayer stats, it is the Slayers that are haunting this SSG squad this event. And it's not by a big margin, but in those close games, they are failing to get the job done.
They are indeed. Tony, is there anything else that you were noticing about this series that we can really pick apart when pulling these two teams together? Because it is the first time we're seeing them match up.
Well, I'll stick to the Slayer, which we're looking at on screen for Quadrant. I think Quadrant have found a way to transfer their decision-making, which is normally shown really well in their strongholds, and they're able to translate that into Slayers. One thing that they're really good at strongholds is deciding when to defend and when to just rotate, when to pick and choose their battles. Somehow they found a way to move that into their Slayers as well, and it's really working out for them. So although we're not going to see strongholds in this series, which we obviously know Quadrant are very good at, they've somehow figured things out in Slayer, which was one of their weaker game types in the past.
It certainly was indeed. We're going to have to find out how this series goes. We are just about ready to get going on the main stage. Cannot wait to get into this elimination matchup. Space Station Gaming versus Quadrant. Your Championship Sunday starts right now.
Just about to lose his mind. Baby, you got it. Baby, you got it. And if there's anything that a man could want, thinks about it all of the time. Baby, you got it. Baby, you got it. You got the kind of love that sets my soul on fire. You got the kind of love that
It's the European champions versus the North American powerhouse. Quadrant versus SSG on Championship Sunday, baby. I can't wait, excuse me, to jump into this one.
Can't be ready, can't wait, doesn't matter because it's gonna happen soon. It is, of course, two massive teams, but two very different stories at this event. And I like that little video we had before because I feel like this event, it has been a little bit back and forth. Yeah. Every single team has lost a series so far at this tournament. It's very rare we get that. Usually you see one team who will dominate through pool play, will dominate through Saturday, but no, everyone has found a weakness, and it's whether Quadrant can find that weakness in Space Station. We've seen them lose already. Maybe this series layout can help them. I'm looking at it, and it does lean towards SSG, but there are moments there. There are game types there that I do think Quadrant have to take advantage of.
Everyone's record has a blemish. Space Station up against Quadrant. For the first time this season, so often they've been compared to one another. And is this the time for Quadrant to put them to the sword and progress? Or will Space Station swat them aside? King of the Hill on recharge up first. Shields up, weapons hot,
We're underway.
Space Station have been immaculate when it comes to Game 1 so far this tournament. They are one of the best teams, and at King of the Hill, they are probably the second best team we have at this tournament in the league when it comes to this game type in general. So Quadrant, they need to match the pace of Space Station, and it's something the desk have been asking. What happens when we see these two teams go against each other? Is the pace just going to clash in a way that slows things down, or is it going to be absolute mayhem of people throwing themselves in the hill? Is everyone going to be dashing off spawn? It's going to be a great series.
Both teams trading back and forth. 3 dead. Good chance for Quadrant. Put some time on the board. Penguin though. Shut down SLG rather quickly. Seeker will join him for a quick nap. Eco top tower caught a little bit unaware, and Legend will eventually get that kill. Not much to separate them in terms of time in the first hill. You can see both teams giving each other so much respect.
And Penguin doing so much at the moment as well over towards blue. He was holding bottom blue to keep players out of the hill, but instantly responding to teammates to make sure they shut down that shock rifle. He picks up 3 kills in a very short space of time, which just forces Quadrant back and makes them rethink their strategy to try and capture this bottom middle hill.
3 dead for Quadrant. SLG looking to even the odds somewhat. It's a messy fight, it's scrappy. Somehow, eventually, both survive. SLG will go down. It's time for Space Station to perhaps shift through the gears just a touch. Zeke is being caught unaware with his back turned. Easy kill for Stellar.
Enemy about to score.
As quickly as the game can get away from you. Space Station looks as though he's going to put the first hill on the board. SLG is falling again. Eco with a double kill. Zeke trying to be an influence here, trying to keep this one alive, but gets a kill. That could be enough, but SSG have already got so much time here.
Yeah, Seeker did well to make this competitive at bottom middle, but Space Station, they stepped out of the hill at the right time to ensure that Quadrant off spawn didn't have a numbers advantage. They weren't vulnerable to grenades, but 3 go down. Could be 4, but Stella holds strong, and Stella's been a key part to this last minute or so for Space Station. He was controlling long haul, he was forcing them off of the trippy box, and now he's making sure he dominates blue as well. Stella looking good early on here on Sunday.
SSG currently outslaying Quadrant by 5.
Enemy team.
See that in the scoreline. So why SSG are having more success. They're about to take the lead. But Quadrant still have a say in this first hill. This one's not got away from them just yet.
Should go away from them now, but they're still competing for it. Space Station want to make sure they control up towards C plat before they get this hill, but you don't want to give Quadrant too much of a chance, because Quadrant are a team who can just sneak hills away from you if they get the proper setup. The good competitive nature from Space Station be sliding up quickly, forcing that hill time away from Quadrant here. They just need to dip their toes into this one, but Quadrant doing so well to wrestle back, and finally, SSG get the first point on the board here.
Hill moves to C plat.
Enemy team took the
SSG in prime position to hold it down. They haven't quite got control of long haul just yet. Bound has stepped out to be an influence over that side, but he's faced with 2 members of Quadrant. Ultimately has to give it up, and as a result they're going to step out of the hill. Back blue is the point of contention here. It's a 2v2 split.
Quadrant really just trying to pinch Space Station at the moment, but when you take a 1v1 against Penguin, he's got that head glitch. He's more than happy to take the fight, and he's able to get 2. Seeker was able to trade, but Space Station should still be able to control blue. But the Quadrant are doing very well. Even though they're staggering their pushes, they are baiting and switching enough of the way. It's frustrating Space Station a little bit. They're not able to get those solid kills and then continue with control. It's almost what we expected. It's almost what the desk was suggesting, with both teams playing at a certain pace where they're always pushing the narrative of, we need to get into a fight, let's engage straight away. It's creating for some very quick action time after time off spawn.
Enemy team took the hill.
Both teams wasting no time before engaging with one another. 2 dead for SSG. Legend just trying to hold down blue. Stellar and Penguin over towards long haul. Chick will get picked on the way, but Bound's falling with him. Both teams have very similar progress on this hill. This next round of play is going to be so important. But you can see there's a clear game plan from Quadrant. Legend only interested in surviving back here.
Yeah, back blue is one of the most important positions for this hill. Space Station need to get Legend out of this position. Let's see how they get him out. Let's jump into a listen-in with Space Station Gaming.
One shot sneaky.
Keep bunkering up.
One shot, long hall on the right.
Sneaky. Shut up.
One shot, C boxes in long hall. Yep. Long hall me down. Long hall me down. You can look, Kevin, I can watch you. Watching you.
One shot hill. Sneaky. Shocking long hall.
He's got tower, two tower. One shot tarp, two tower. Top tower, one shot.
One shot hill, and bottom mid. One shot hill and bottom mid.
One shot sneaky.
One shot triple, the blue tunnel.
One shot sneaky bound.
Blue tunnel, one shot, and in hill. Do that, in hill.
Up and hill now. I might just need to check out. Shoot hill. This one's not shot. This one's not shot.
One shot in hill, Sicko.
Nice.
SLG went long hall. Sneaky one.
Bottom BR. Bottom BR. Bottom top. Two BR. One shot.
One shot bottom anchor.
Yes.
One shot
I get this camo. Mangler one.
Mangler one shot stood there. Top.
Going back to Sawa.
Still Mangler.
Mangler again, guys.
Mangler. No, two bottom BR.
Two bottom tower. Liberty side.
Turbo and two bottom BR.
I can help you, Hilbert. Zane.
Don't shoot.
Triple stack in mid-bridge. Triple stack, two shot. Blue tunnel, two shot.
Very enough.
Three there. They're gonna get in. They need two ticks.
Okay.
You guys go shoot hill. Get them out.
The whole team's there. Got one. Another one shot out there.
Okay. Look to run. They're mid-bridge and either one.
I mean, not a single Quadrant member was able to escape when they were called out, but what they did well right at the end there is they all barreled towards that hill to get those final 2 moments, just catching Space Station off guard as they tried to set up. Tied up 1-1, 1 minute 27 left on the clock here. Both of the first 2 hills have taken a good amount of time, which means this third hill could be very vital for this game.
Will Quadrant have taken confidence? Have they studied the film, watching back what LVT was able to do? They've seen success against this roster. What a year Legend has had. What a year all these boys have had. How they would like to go even better. Perhaps even get to a grand finals. You have to beat teams like this. Penguin comes out on top. Huge kill. This Quadrant have made so much progress on this third hill.
That hill could have been Quadrant's with a kill there onto Penguin. Would have been a big difference maker. That's what Penguin's there on the squad for. Always consistent, always ever present. Doesn't matter if it's objective work, whether he has to be an assisting player for his team, or stepping up right now as the main slayer. Do a little bit of everything. Will get taken down by a grenades though, and it's a 2 versus 2 trade. Make it a 3 versus 2. And Quadrant again now scoring here in Elevator.
Quadrant could be about to take the lead. Have SSG got anything in the tank to break this setup? They've given it up. They're going to sacrifice this one instead. Play for blue tunnel.
One saving grace for Space Station. That hill did not take long, which means they still have plenty of time on the clock to get blue tunnel here. And they should be the first team to get there. They can set up around it. They gave up Elevator once they noticed it was only a couple of ticks away. Bound's able to get the camouflage as well. A lot of these camos have gone towards SSG, and this was my worry coming into this series. Space Station very good at controlling any sort of power-ups on the map, and Quadrant need to keep tabs on there.
Quadrant have sacrificed the camouflage, so they hold the lead. Legend and Long Haul gets one, a little bit of damage onto Eco, in fact half shields. 2 bursts required to eliminate him from the game no longer. The shields recharge. Chick's going to take the fight. Chick's going to continue to hold forward. Stellar gets SLG elsewhere, back blue. Seek is just trying to survive in tower. As important as Legend was to hold back blue, Stellar has the same job, as does Bound. They've managed to get a couple of kills, but 3 go down for Quadrant here, and an opportunity for Space Station to perhaps tie the game.
Yeah, this is a difficult hill to try and just play time on, and with SLG going down, likelihood is we're going to 2-2. We're going up to Whirlpool for the 5th, and what could be, you'd imagine, the definitive hill in this game. Because with this setup now, Space Station surely will score blue. But Quadrant, with the spawns they've had over towards Longhaul, they can't even set up for Whirlpool here. We're tied up 2-2. What a great opener here on Championship Sunday for the competitive play.
What a decision made by SSG. Leave Penguin in the hill, rotate towards New. 4 spawns long haul. Expertly done. Everything has been done with a purpose on Championship Sunday. Legends bottom elevator. Bound took him out of commission for now. Now all Penguin has to do is hold this bottom catwalk. Do as much damage to anybody on the cross. Legend in the crosshairs, but does a good job backing them down. Penguin forced to put it in reverse.
Enemy team took the hill.
The
This is a good push so far. It's 3v3.
Seconds remaining.
And with 30 seconds and counting left in that clock,
Took the
we
hill.
could be going to overtime.
Likelihood of this will be the last hill, but it's been bound with that shock rifle who has really made a difference. But with him going down, maybe the opener now for Quadrant. But I say that, 2 more players go down. Camo is up. Good teamwork though from Quadrant to give accurate cover to make sure that the camouflage guy could get away. But I think maybe, yeah, Seeker just about steals away with it. So there's still a chance here for Quadrant. 2-2, 15 seconds remaining, but Space Station have the lead.
Enemy about
Stellar
to
sacrificed
score.
himself.
Oh, he got
Pushed
spotted.
Forward. Tried to kill that camouflage player, but he survives. Seeker continues to hold forward. 6 seconds and counting down. SSG have stepped out of the hill, all 4 dead for Quadrant. Camouflage was not the influence it needed to be. And SSG continue to hold. Quadrant are only up to a full complement of players right now. Grenades come in, but they're not going to be enough. And Space Station claim the 5th hill and what will surely be the game.
2 seconds remaining. No one's going to be able to step in, and it will be SSG as they continue their fine form in map number 1. It just seems to start well for SSG. They are so quick out of the blocks. And at King of the Hill, they seem to be near unstoppable. They had a 79% win rate on King of the Hill so far this year. And of course, that increases now with yet another victory. It doesn't matter what map. SSG, for me, were the pioneers of gameplay when it comes to King of the Hill. When it was first released, when it was first added to Halo Infinite, it was SSG who really showed us how it was played.
Taking a look at the stats. Stellar with 22. Legend leading the lobby in kills with 23. But as you can see, in the KDA column, it was all SSG.
Over 6k for both Eco and Legend. SLG, though, just the 4.3k damage, but it was a very tight game. I think Quadrant will be happy with how competitive it was, considering how successful Space Station have been so far in the tournament, not just on map 1, but King of the Hill in general. But maybe it was this first hill that just slipped away from Quadrant a little bit. And even though they replied well, even though they took the lead, it was the hills that allowed Space Station just have that extra little bit of a setup. They were really able to punish the European roster. But a great opener. As I said, I think we're going to have a very competitive series here. And even though we've not seen Quadrant against Space Station so far this year, it's been a map that's been mouth-watering. It's been a game, sorry, that's been mouth-watering that we've all wanted to see just because the playstyles are so good. And it did not disappoint. Very fast-paced and a lot of individual skill that mattered. The shock rifle shots from Bound, I think, maybe just pushed Space Station over the line.
Up next, Game 2, Slayer on Solitude. Dan, you often have some tidbits to share, some statistics. Statman Dan, what have you got?
It's a newer map and mode, of course, but Quadrant have yet to lose it so far at this tournament or this season. We've only had it for a couple of tournaments. Space Station have lost it twice, won it 3 times. So you would slightly lean towards Quadrant. Solitude in general, you've got a lot of Halo 5 players on both of these rosters who will know how to play Plaza. They'll know which spawns you need to be controlling, denying, and all of the good stuff when it comes to any sort of map control. I think this could be a very even game going tit for tat, and we might see both teams get to around 30 kills quite similarly. But then after that 30 kills, if we see one team break away with a sniper rifle, that's going to be the biggest difference for me. Who can control that snipe and who can make sure they're hitting those shots?
Well, we know Stellar is a big fan of snipe. Let's make no qualms about it. All 8 players in this lobby, if they get the sniper rifle in their hands, they can be effective.
Yeah, we always talk about Slayers, snipers, the guys who are going to be picking it up, but sometimes that weapon will naturally come into your hands, and it's about doing the damage with it when you have that opportunity. Sure, you can pass it off to a teammate in certain scenarios, but with how fast both these teams play, you're not really going to have that time to suddenly be thinking about, okay, maybe I should get sniped, you could get sniped, pick it up, do what you can with it, and if you have to, get it away from other players. Make sure you are not giving it up easily. Pull out your battle rifle if you have to. Don't try and take too many unnecessary shots, trying to hit those no-scopes, trying to be fancy. Get into a position where you can actually control the other team with that sniper rifle.
Head-to-head, Penguin and Legend. The European superstar with a current 1.28 and Penguin just trailing him with a 1.24. These 2 players are going to be so important for their teams, dictate which way this one's going to go. And for Legend and Quadrant, it's ambitions of tying up the series and pushing themselves one further in the tournament. And for Penguin, it's business as usual. Championship Sunday usually means a grand final for them one way or another. We're on board with Legend here. Bound over towards the sniper, and Stellar's already got his hands on it.
He was in, he was out, he was doing the hokey cokey, and he has managed to pick up the sniper rifle. But as I said, look, battle rifle in hand to make sure he took that fight, and he did not give up the sniper rifle by trying to go for any stupid no-scopes. Instead, now he can get into a position where he can put that sniper to good use. Penguin's there to help him. And now Stellar from Hotel is going to have a nice angle from Blue spawns, but Chick spots him out early. And even Bound might not be able to rescue it, which he cannot.
Sniper down in Hotel. Legend soars up driveway. Had it in 5th gear. Not looking to slow down. We promised you fast-paced gameplay, and that's exactly what you get, particularly if these two teams collide.
It's very interesting watching Quadrant in particular, who off spawn are always looking to take a gun engagement, always looking to try and help a teammate as Legend from Top Gold shuts down Penguin. They have a 3-kill lead here. Ideally, if you can get a setup over towards kind of yard and posters and force the opposition into blue, then you're going to be in the better spot. Because it's very difficult to escape from blue, even if you're trying to dive out the windows. But what a push that is from Space Station. A nice collapse from yard and blue.
Stellar has got his grubby hands on that sniper rifle once more. That's going to be misery for Quadrant Europe as a whole. Station, bottom middle now on Prius. Couple of shots get rattled off, one to the body, Bounds there to capitalise on the damage. 2 down for Quadrant. As quick as they had a 3-kill lead, they're down by 3 now. Make it 4.
Takes down a few players over towards Hotel. More Wi-Fi there than the Omni, and now 12-8 in favor of Space Station, and they are looking to get aggressive. Again, this is what we expect from Space Station. As soon as they see one player slightly out of position, it's flood, it's get in their face, it's get that first kill, because then you have the player advantage, and you continue that push.
Stellar on driveway then. Face with Seeker. Chick's there to support. It's Space Station trade out 1 for 2. Make it 1 for 3. They'll do that all the live long day. 4-kill advantage. Down 5. Spawns behind them on loop. Bound gave it up and freed it for Quadrant to spawn there now. They're keeping this one frantic, as so often Solitude can be.
I think even though often Space Station and Quadrant, their gameplay is compared, and perhaps Quadrant learned a lot watching from SSG, I think the execution is a little bit more in favor of this SSG roster. I mean, they are champions, of course, so many grand finals, those pressure moments, SSG will never let you down. Whereas Quadrant can sometimes be a little bit guilty of feeling that pressure a little bit more, allowing it to get into their heads. And you have to feel as the longer this series, or sorry, the start of this series, there is always going to be that little bit of extra nerves on the Quadrant side. And I think Wes was completely right, Clutch on the desk, saying the longer this series goes on, the more confidence Quadrant will gain. So Space Station need to be winning this Slayer. They have struggled in Slayer so far this tournament. If you can get game 2 under your belt and be 2-0 up, then you're going to be in a fantastic spot to take this series.
These two teams play heavy metal Halo. Bound up the lift. Nothing doing with the body or the head of the shot. Unfortunately, into a wall it goes. Still within 4. Quadrant still trying to apply pressure and doing so successfully. Bound forced all the way down to S1. Isn't able to get a trade. That's important, as now they have somewhat of control of Snipe. Blue spawns appear to be closed for now. As I say that though, SSG will spawn over towards blue. The map is split almost completely in 2.
So L-Town is earning his money as the observer backstage, because this has been frantic between these two teams. As Chick gets yet another body shot, list the call-outs to clean up Bound, and suddenly just like that, it's 26-25. What did I say? As we get to 30, it's going to be very similar between these two teams. But who's going to be that one squad who actually gets a setup? Because at the moment, neither team has had a setup. It's been back and forth, it's been off spawn trying to help teammates. No one's really been able to take any sort of control so far.
This could be an opportunity to do just that. 3 dead for Quadrant. Blue will be the spawn point. Penguin has just garnered that information. So where do Quadrant go from here? Do they turtle up, or do they make a coordinated push? Bound trying to force the issue. Clambering up into the window, face to face with 1. Legend managed to just scamper away and get another big amount of damage on the Penguin. Chick's there to land a haymaker. 2 dead. 1 kill game.
Space Station have to be careful of that. That's exactly what Quadrant want. When they are pinned back into blue, they almost are encouraging Space Station to try a push, and then they're there waiting to just pounce on them. A little ambush comes from the French players there. And at 31 to 29, they can now escape that spawn. They can now start to think about trying to work sniper side instead. And maybe Space Station can learn something. If Space Station do get trapped into blue, perhaps they will try and do something very similar.
At the moment, Quadrant employing guerrilla warfare tactics. Get a kill, get out. Smash and grab. Take what you can get. They're reaping the rewards as it stands. They now take the lead by just one. Could be two and is. Elsewhere though. Spawn should be towards blue and are bound. Will spawn up. Seek it. We'll put a little bit of damage into it, but not enough. Nothing significant. Penguin will stick his head in the door, get that kill and get out of dodge.
Every time, Penguin, you can just trust in him. He's been solid all tournament long and also very much in this series so far in his 1v1 engagements. He's always confident to push in alone. It's because he knows, even if he were to die, there is going to be a member from Space Station there to clean it up. But this is what you want. Snipe control. Chick now with the chance. We've seen what he can do on the main stage with this weapon in his hands. Let's see if he can pop off.
Chick lands one to the body. Bounds S1. A little bit isolated from the rest of his team. That could be by design. Penguin will back down to LR. Seek is just happy to sit around loop, wait for damage. Body shot will come and Seek immediately springs into action and gets that kill. Bound falls on Soda. Stellar rotates, decision to try and control Snipe. Unfortunately, he's going to be face to face with a couple of members of Quadrant very shortly. As a matter of fact, Legend's given it up. SSG holds Snipe and Cafe. The rest of the map appears to be Quadrant's.
Really has been a fascinating watch between these two teams because they're both trying to employ such similar strategies. There is a slight worry for Quadrant getting stuck over towards Yard at the moment, but Space Station are still trying to push the damage that they're outputting, and then Quadrant almost setting traps for them, waiting, banking nades, and then utilizing the nade damage to get the final kill. As SLG's got that sniper rifle yet again. The sniper has been in the hands of Quadrant more often, and they have a 4-kill lead. Perhaps that's one of the big reasons. They're now 6 away from taking this game. Make it 5.
5 kills required then. 2 down for Quadrant. They're all in and around tip. It's the time we need to find the ice. You give Space Station a sniff, and they will take this win from you. They're already closing that gap within 3 now. Legend's gonna fall. Chick's in big trouble of being his latest victim.
Oh, Chick.
That's a massive 1v1 win.
I mean, for all I've said about Penguin winning those engagements, how huge is that for Chick? If he had gone down, it was very worrying, but Bound could be his next victim. 48 to 44, 2 more required for Quadrant.
2 kills is all it's going to take to tie up the series. Legend in a fight, and he checks out Stellar early. Over on Hotel. Trade's not going to be good enough here. Can Eco survive? He's trying to run away. SLG is falling elsewhere, but Legend gets the final kill. The series stands 1-1.
So Quadrant's undefeated record on Slayer Solitude continues, and SSG's woes on Slayer in general also keeps going here in Fort Worth. And with that being said, with how this series is going, and with how Slayers have been such a trouble for SSG, you fear now that they cannot allow this to go all the way to a Game 5. But with 2 objectives now coming up, this is where SSG always shine. But for Quadrant, they kept that very competitive throughout the entire game, but then were just able to break away once we got to around that 35 kill mark. They had the sniper a little bit more often, a couple of body shots were able to give them that extra player advantage. And one thing Quadrant did a lot better today that maybe they struggled a little bit when they took that loss yesterday was ensuring kills got traded out. Look at the kill feed, and Legend would go down, but then SLG would get the responsive kill. Seeker would go down, and then suddenly Chick was there to get that final damage. It's what Space Station do very well. It's what Space Station communicate all the time together to make sure that damage is finally finished off. But Quadrant, they matched them there and actually excelled in some of the areas.
Quadrant's an incredible team because we never really know what we're going to get on any given day. They're Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. You clean sweep Optic on Friday, you get clean swept by Shopify Rebellion on Saturday. But they're here to play today against Space Station Gaming.
I mean, you could say the same about SSG. We saw them lose to LVT in pools. We saw them come second in their pool. But then suddenly they go and absolutely dominate the next day. It is so difficult to try and judge a team based off of a pool play performance, because on Saturday they look different. Then on Championship Sunday is usually when teams come to life. This is where champions are made. Now SSG are the reigning champions from Salt Lake City, and they would love to go back to back, and it would be heartbreak if they were to lose to a team like Quadrant, who have only ever reached third as their best ever placement.
Game 3 kicked off. Nothing to separate the two as it stands. Deadlock in the series score, 1-1. SLG down to no shields for a moment, looking to try and get a trade. Bound ensures that will not be a possibility. Uh-oh. That man's got that sniper rifle once more. Overshield about to pop.
Oddball Life has been far better at mapping mode for Space Station across the year than it has Quadrant. And it doesn't really surprise me when you know how good Space Station are at executing breaks of setups. I think that's what makes SSG so good in any of these maps and modes. Setting up, a lot of teams are very good at, but SSG are one of the best at actually being able to puncture those setups and destroy them quickly, not allow the opposition to get any time. And Stellar again with that sniper rifle, always putting on a show.
Ball dropped.
Stellar's out here causing whiplash again. They have ball in hands. They had all of the sandbox goodies for a moment. Overshield, Heatwave, and Sniper Rifle were all in Space Station's control. Overshield's gone down, as has the Heatwave bottom middle. Oh my! Stellar rattles the brain of Sika. Sends him to the respawn screen. Chick backs away, sacrificing a few more seconds of ball time here, and Stellar with eyes trained on cuts. And that's exactly where the push is coming from.
That's a difference maker. That sniper shot was everything for SSG. Quadrant, they pushed, they got 2 kills. Had Stellar not hit that shot, Quadrant probably break the setup, would at least be able to force a play ball, but instead now it's, what, 10 more, 15 more seconds going in favor of the yellow and black. Quadrant just need to be careful that they don't allow Space Station to get too far ahead in these rounds, because otherwise they might just find themselves getting into a position where Space Station just keep them at arm's length for the entire game.
Penguin puts the ball in the touch. Reset, down bottom middle. SLG desperately trying to survive against the Overshield player whilst also outputting some damage. Sika's on hand to make sure they get the trade. But it's 37 seconds to 1. SLG put his hands on ball, but it's not for long. It's Bound, shuts them down. 3 dead for Quadrant, and 2 for SSG. Legend evens the odds and evens the score here.
Uses that shroud screen just to keep himself alive.
Enemy has the ball.
Such a great bit of equipment to be added to the game. We were wondering how much it was going to change the meta. Often it's used to give you coverage for the Overshield, but it can just keep you alive at times to block that little bit of vision. Make sure there's no red reticule as well, so you're not easily peppered from a distance. Legend still living here, by the way, as 4, make it 3, sorry, are dead for Space Station. They're spawning over towards green.
Killing spree, pin it on Legend.
Great nade.
Lovely denial of the space. Put those 2 down on Big Door and back Space Station up. Gets a kill. Turns towards Rat Tuttle. As he scurries away and his team move the ball and rotate. The call has come. Stellar will eventually put Legend away. Chicks between a rock and a hard place. SLG on hand to get a double kill. Ball still belongs in the hands of Sika, but Bound's trying to change that now.
It's something that perhaps goes a little bit unnoticed at times, but it's making sure you're grabbing those new grenades. It's making sure you are getting the repulsor when it's available, because it can be the difference maker in not just an individual engagement, but as you say, taking space at times when you're being pushed in Big Door, getting a grenade down so that you can ensure they cannot push you and they have to go elsewhere. As Quadrant are right back into this game now. 37-32, sniper rifle for Chick. We've seen this one before.
SLG will fall on sandbags. Chick patiently waits, or rather impatiently, for the Overshield. Legend's there to provide support. Overshield's popped up, but Chick will stick his head out a little bit too soon and will receive damage, and quite a lot of it to be exact. Overshield popped to the chest of Space Station as Bound whisks that one away.
And sometimes the best equipment to help you can also be your biggest enemy. The shroud screen went down as Sika gets a double and he's trying to look for more.
Oh!
The triple was just a little bit too much for him. But they were still able to pick up the pieces and keep this competitive over towards the Overshield side.
ball.
Ball in hands of SSG once more.
Enemy has the ball.
Moving the ball somewhat towards House, but Stellar has to drop it. Slaves have gone against them. Repulsor being used once more. Bottom middle, SLG. With a couple more uses. At last, Max going to put him top middle and straight into the crosshairs of Stellar.
Ball dropped.
And after that scurry, after that skirmish, SSG have hands on ball once more.
Quadrant outslaying Space Station at the moment, but still down in that objective, which is very apparent and very obvious that Space Station are more focused at the moment on getting those setups and getting that ball time when it's available to them. Quadrant perhaps guilty of looking for that perfect setup and haven't been able to find it just yet. Penguin gets the play ball, and that's big. Again, you need that from your players. You need oh, he doesn't get the play, excuse me. Doesn't quite go off. The curve of the edge just holds that ball on, and that could be a huge difference changer here. A lifeline for Quadrant to get some crazy amount of ball time, because now they force the spawns over towards A. Overshield's coming up in 15 as well, so Space Station need to make a decision. Do we try and break the setup, or do we go for an Overshield setup?
Legend has Shroud screen. Overshield in 4 as he eagerly awaits it. Ball's been played, but again, Bound is there to sneak this one away. Smoke screen goes down, but again, it's only to hinder himself. As Bound's got his second successive Overshield, but again, he's been absolutely lit up. 1 minute and counting down, and Penguin's got the ball again.
The Quadrant did really give up their setup to try and get an Overshield. It didn't really work out for them. 2 have gone down on the side of Space Station though, so Quadrant should be able to at least try and force a play, but this is Penguin at his best. One of the best objective players that we've had in the HCS for sure. Knows exactly when he needs to move that ball towards his teammates, and because Stellar hit that sniper shot, it's now allowed SSG to set up over towards tower once more.
Team nearing victory.
Penguin like a mother hen, keeping his egg safe.
Ball dropped.
SLG
Enemy has the ball.
drops bottom middle edge. Face to face with the plasma pistol. Slaves have gone their favor. 3 dead. Bound has the heat wave though. Very quickly changed things. Double kill for him. Ball in the hands of Sika. Stellar's got a green spawn and a repulsor to play with. Gonna be face to face with SLG. Does enough damage, but receives quite a bit too. Has to have a look on Big Door.
Yeah, notice how quick Stellar was off spawn, because he knew there was 2 players that had gone down. He knew that Quadrant did not have any sort of setup, so he had to engage quickly to force them to get rid of that ball, to stop that time from being gobbled up. But it's great play from Quadrant to keep this one very tight over towards Obi's side, but Penguin doing damage yet again. 3 go down for Quadrant. 30 seconds left in this round, and it's a 16-second lead.
SSG have the ball right where they need it. On scoreboard. As they bring it back house. Penguin here just trying to get information. 2 go down. Quadrant forced to overextend. They have no choice here. 3 dead for the boys in green. Bound will close out round 1.
Legend last remaining player, but cannot even get close to the ball. As Space Station show how good they are at those setups. They were outslayed, but it did not matter. Because once they had that ball in any sort of control at tower, house, didn't matter where they were moving and grooving. And it was the sniper rifle shots again, just forcing Quadrant back every single time they pushed. So sniper control maybe needs to be more of a focus for Quadrant here.
Heat wave scooped up. Stellar continues to scavenge. Moves top middle. You know what he's looking for. He's like a magpie drawn to a shiny thing. Chick on cut. Gets evaporated up with dust particles. 3 dead. Sika trying to survive. Trying to be an influence. Bound has another overshield. 3 without reply.
I mean, you have to give Quadrant credit for how close this has been, considering how many overshields and how many snipes Space Station have got. But that can be the difference maker at this level of Halo, is just that little bit of sandbox control. Heatwave as well, so often has been with Space Station. Look at what Bound did in the previous round, the big double kill he was able to get in a 1 versus 2. Just to make sure that no ball time was going to be easily gathered by Quadrant. Back tower, he's going to confidently take a fight because he has that extra shield as well, as Space Station are still scoring here.
Quadrant all stuck towards green. Legend's gone down, as has Sika. Beautiful movement from Bound. Changing his trajectory, his elevation. Always making himself such a difficult kill. And here comes the cavalry to help him back tower. Snipe shots being rattled off. But the kills have gone in Quadrant's favor. But again, Bound drops down from top tower. But he's gone into the drink. Splish splash, he's taking a bath.
It's important you don't allow Bound to get the doubles there that he was able to in the previous round. Don't allow him to be that individually skilled monster that can make that difference. Sometimes you've got to face him with 3 players. You've got to know what you're going up against and respect the damage output that is on the opposition team. 2 are dead yet again. Could be 3 with Stella being the next to fall. Overshield's coming up in 5. Can Quadrant finally get held of one? Penguin caught out of position, and it should be Quadrant's. Finally, the Shroud is going to help them this time. Seeker puts it in, but he's got to make sure he doesn't get backsmacked.
Seeker chasing the shadows. He was paranoid and with good reason. Stellar and Eco will have to watch Penguin and Bound do some work without them for a moment. Bound's been successful in getting 1. Spawns over towards tower for his teammates then. Seeker, the 1v1 with Eco.
Big brain wins.
Classic overshield overconfidence as well, I think, from Seeker there. He had a little bit of shield, so he was wanting to march forward and fight into the engagement. Because he took that extra little bit of damage, it then opened up the chance for Space Station to take him down and then advance and push onto this ball. A good setup for Quadrant. They get 35 on the board, but they're unable to get that ball over towards green and play it. So now Space Station will get a chance to get a proper setup going. New snipe up in 5. If Quadrant allow this one to slip through their fingers again, Space Station might be able to get an ideal setup and then could go from bad for worse.
You spoke about outslayed. Quadrant of 72. Space Station of 70 kills. But they already have a round in the bank and have a significant lead here of 30 seconds. Ball's been played.
Incoming.
Reset to bottom middle. Eco scope trained on the pillar door. Nothing doing though. Instead, he's been hassled and pressed over towards the overshield side. And now, as he looks to go towards bottom middle, face to face with Legend. Puts him away. Killing spree for Eco, the captain, leading by example.
And only 1 was down there, and Penguin already was thinking about that ball because he trusted that Eco would do some damage over towards pillars, and Eco still alive with this sniper rifle. Much to the begrudging anger from the Quadrant side because they just can't get rid of him. And every time they walk around a corner, they're getting bodied, and it's going to be another overshield now going for Space Station. So another up by 30. Oh, if Seeker had got that, that could have been huge for Quadrant. But Bound just able to do his best Matrix impression, dodges it.
Goes straight into a brawl. Bar fight. Gets 2.
Still alive.
Eco still has 4 bullets in the magazine to play with.
Enemy has the ball.
Ball heads towards house. Eco confidently tries to take this fight to land the body. Will send himself elsewhere, but it's only to the death screen.
3 go down for Space Station. Stella quite rightly just pushes that ball out towards scoreboard. I think one thing that Space Station have done better than Quadrant in this map is just keeping that ball away from their opposition. Putting it into those really dangerous areas where if you want to get hold of it, you have to get probably all 4 dead. Otherwise, that final player can just bank a nade off the wall and shut you down. And then it gives the players who are spawning that chance to have a 3 versus 3 rather than be a 3 versus 4.
Incoming.
Ball reset once more. 75 to 35 on the scoreboard. 1:50 to play. Double kill for Penguin, but Legends got ball over towards tower. You requested they prioritize the tower setup. They've got somewhat of one here.
They have, but again, it was the last remaining player getting a double kill, and it's what's happened so many times to Quadrant. They've not been able to get the ideal setup, and oh, that bullet could have won the round, I think, for Space Station, but now they've got to try and break green. Seeker gets the opener. SLG will follow. Eco will at least get a somewhat of a trade, but now he's forced and pinned back into Big Door 2. The Penguin maybe uses this as a distraction, but what a bait that was. SLG just being a sneaky little Frenchman hiding around the corner.
Classic Frenchman antics. Smoke screen will not be used this time. Overshield's going to be grabbed the old-fashioned way. No, it's not. He's fallen. He's dropped it. And again, Bound gets the overshield.
It's the second time Quadrant have had a setup and sent 1 player over towards the OV. But at least this time they didn't commit too much. But it is going to be a break of setup as Bound now with sniper rifle and overshield. Probably doesn't want to be running with the ball. Double kill for him as well. Turns, wants to make it more, but just look at how good Bound is. He's got everything on the mind. Not is he only thinking about his teammates and where they're positioned and when that ball needs to go, but also can I help them with the sniper damage? Can I keep continuing to move this ball?
He's a Harlem Globetrotter, spinning the ball on one finger, hitting shots with the other. They have a slender lead. The clock dwindles down. SLG down to no shields. Chick down to no shields. So important to hit those shots just to relieve pressure on your teammates. Legend goes down. All 4 go down. This could very well be the end. Sika down to no shields. SLG washed away. Final moments belong to SSG.
Sniper rifle control was absolutely everything for Space Station there. You can see the difference it made. Just the body shots. It forced Quadrant back. It made them retreat from any push that they had. And it was a valiant effort from the French roster in Oddball Livefire. But there's a reason why we've seen SSG have so much success on that map and mode. They just know how to get the business done, and it's just that extra little bit of sharpness, especially with the sniper rifle, especially with the control of the overshield. It just elevates them ever so slightly above this Quadrant roster on that map.
Score reads 2-0 Oddball Livefire. But I tell you, those two teams were separated by 3 kills. But it speaks to the objective efficiency. It speaks to one man. Penguin always has eyes on that ball.
Well, we move over to Capture the Flag, which has been a very interesting map and mode for Space Station. They've not had as much success of flag captures as the likes of Quadrant. I've always attested to Quadrant being an amazing team at getting that flag out, and once it's out, getting it home with a 41.5% success rate of flag caps for the Quadrant team. I've even, unfortunately, had to go up against the likes of SLG and Legend in matchmaking and seen just how quickly they can move flags. But on Argyle, it's very different. It's not like your Aquarius where you can get that flag from A to B in a matter of moments. You need to have planning, you need to be efficient, you need to have setups. The biggest thing for Quadrant here is that there are 2 sniper rifles. It's not about sniper control and timing it and making sure you're winning that engagement. Instead, you will get given a sniper of your own consistently throughout that game. It's instead about hitting those shots and making the moment count.
Head-to-head, Stellar v Legend. Kills per game, 20. Just almost 21 for Stellar, and for Legend, 23. Both so important to the teams, both superstars in their own right. And for Legend, widely regarded as the best player in Europe. And Quadrant have the whole continent's hopes on their back as the rest of their team, the rest of Europe has fallen elsewhere. Taking a look at defending on Argyle CTF, Dan.
Yeah, this is where Space Station do excel, is making sure they keep that flag at home. And if it is taken, very likely they will make sure they return it. A 76.9% return rate. Still not a bad one for Quadrant as well. But we are seeing that Quadrant are just a little bit more efficient at getting the flag out and getting it home. But with Space Station being more efficient at defending it and returning it themselves, this could create for a very interesting CTF match. And if you are Space Station, if you're a Space Station fan, you don't want this to go to a Game 5. We've seen what's been happening for Slayers. We've seen how Game 5s have gone for SSG so far. You want this done in Game 4. Argyle CTF is often a chess game. It can be played slow, but we have 2 very fast-paced teams. They're going to be getting that grapple. They're going to be getting those snipers. They're going to be getting in each other's faces. I'm just wondering, is anyone even going to be able to grab a flag with some of those stats that we saw?
Well, the form Stellar was in Salt Lake City, particularly on this map, some of the shots he was hitting were criminal. I'm excited to see how he puts it to use here in Game 4. And on the other side, will it be Chick who has hands on? Or have they trusted it in the hands of somebody else? But Stellar looking to get aggressive straight away.
I am always intrigued when I watch a sniper player as which angles they take, whether they first position themselves, because it's all about being unpredictable and trying to out-snipe the opposition and trying to out-angle them almost, surprise them, getting into a position where you can catch them off guard a little bit. Stellar's yet to be able to find anyone right now, and he's seeing action go down, he's seeing kills being found by teammates, but he's just having a little look around. He has finally found the opposition sniper, and it's SLG, who's been entrusted with a sniper rifle on the Quadrant side, and we have seen what SLG can do on this map. He knows what angles to be taking. But Stellar at the moment is doing some good damage, getting those body shots, which is allowing SSG to slowly push their way up this map, but SLG just sends them right back home.
What a year SLG has had. The best of his career. So much of Halo 5. He was the second and third best player, best team in Europe. He's finally found the fit with these boys, and they're absolute monsters.
He's had his time to shine, but if they want to be considered a top 4 team, they need to beat someone else other than Optic Gaming. It's been a great rivalry with the Green Wall, but now Optic, they're still in the winner's bracket. It's other sites that Quadrant have to set their eyes on. And Space Station, a very difficult task, of course, the reigning champions from SLC. But Argyle CTF has been a good mapping mode for Quadrant. They're 7-2 across this year at the moment. So they know how to get the job done here, but Space Station just, they can punish you. Any little mistake you make, and now look at this. Quadrant, they're forced into the back flag, and the flood comes in.
SSG encroach on the base. Legend dips away. He's picked up the sniper rifle, but not for long. Penguin knew exactly where he was going, headed them off the pass. Jake will get a one onto Stellar. SLG will trade it out as well. That means the early pressure at SSG will amount to nothing.
First one whiffs, second one does as well, and then SLG gets caught with his pants down a little bit. Stood right out on the balcony, and then it means he'll just have to rescue that sniper rifle when he spawns. Argyle is a very difficult map to try and play. You really need to recognize whether you have the presence on the map with the team. Are you attacking? Are you defending? Sometimes it feels like one flag, honestly. You are just sitting back, defending for your life, trying to stop the other team from pressuring you.
I'm sorry, but did you say SLG was standing on a balcony with his pants down? That's what I heard.
I did say that, yeah, which means a very different thing in America than it does in England, so that's good.
Legend with snipe. Top screens, hesitant to move forward. The damage just isn't there. SSG are now back to a full complement of players. They know exactly where Legend is. SLG will meet him. They're just playing defense here. They're doing so successfully, but not really threatening any sort of attack at the moment.
Good shots from Eco. Can make it a triple as well. It's one of those where when you see your teammate get a triple, you know then you've got map control. You know you can start to press a little bit more. It's important, Argyle, you are pressing the same side. It'd be very easy to just flank around on your own and think you can get an angle, but then you leave your teammate sometimes in a 3 versus 4. And then suddenly you might see that flag start to be moving on the other side, and then you have a lot of responsibility to try and send it home.
Snipers popping up imminently. Eco looking to steal. Quadrant sniper here. The grapple failed him. We'll have to talk to Wayne Enterprises about that. Batman's one never does that, I promise you. Penguin has the snipe. Legend goes. Bye-bye.
I mean, if we do see Space Station win this series, and it's because of sniper rifle shots again here on Argyle, I think Sniper is going to be the MVP. And those who are firing those shots, of course, the actual MVP. It was the difference maker in the previous game, and it very much could be the reason why Space Station win this series here on Argyle. They've been consistently hitting their shots, and now they've got a flag moving as well. It's a trade 1-for-1. Stellar tries to get the flag out. Penguin trying to give him adequate cover here, but Seeker is able to get the kill, and there you go. Flag going back home. There's Argyle in a nutshell. If you make any little mistake, if you allow the other team to get one little slay, often that flag has to stop being run.
7 minutes remaining. Space Station have had a little bit better in the early engagements, but nothing to show for it on the scoreline. Quadruple translocator is up. Penguin just baiting it for now. Chicken Legend have got a couple of kills. 3 down. Penguin lands the body. Tries to get the finish on the Legend and does. Backs away. Prioritizing surviving here. He's the furthest man forward for SSG.
The Quadrant do seem to be on the back foot a little bit, and I'm wondering whether their comms are frantic, whether they're calm, and the best way to find out, let's go to listen it.
T'as un joueur à droite, ouais. Vente-les, laisse finir. Fais gaffe, alors vente.
Un mec qui avance, peut-être trichez-nous sur toi, Légende. Ok. On va.
Et j'avance maintenant.
Il y a un mec sur leur snipe, oui, quel instant. Quel instant, Ego. Vraiment
instant. Je peux pas pusher, ils ont le cross.
À 200,
S2 pour toi.
Ah, à 200.
2 S2. 20 kilos. 2 S2 qui vont cut.
Et y'a un mec L. L. Va-tu attends L chez eux.
a peu le choix de on a pas one shot.
Il y a notre kill.
Ouais, on a pas.
Je veux notre snipe. Je veux notre snipe. En gros, j'ai mort.
Je joue un grappin, je joue un grappin.
Ok, le sniper là,
leur quick. One shot leur sniper. Va voir leur
sniper là, one shot. Sniper là, one shot ici qui va remonter en flag. Il remonte en flag.
Ok, faut qu'on avance à même side.
Il y a un sniper
reste
leur plasma.
Reste accroupi coil, on va avancer à gauche.
Ça vise ça pour Seb.
Alors, S2 le snipe.
Ok, j'avance. Il y a un mec, Basement qui va elbow. Ils sont le plasma.
Attention.
Alors, je n'ai le
Toujours à l'oreille. Toujours à l'oreille.
Moi, je t'ai le
Encore. Alors là, Apollo, il va sidekick. Ils ont me tué.
Sidekick, toujours one shot.
Ils sont 2 à leur S2. 2 flags, les derniers. 2 top flags côté S2. Snipe,
c'est leur S2 avec le snipe.
Run basement. Ignore-le.
Alors je regarde.
Tu vas.
Ok, faut stay. Ah, ouais, pour run basement.
Alors flag.
Ah, top flag, il traverse l'eau.
Toujours S2 chez eux, ils sont 2.
Il bait pour le snipe.
Un mec S2 qui va TV.
S2 le snipe, je reback, j'ai qu'une balle.
Regarde au counter, ouais, mourrez pas. Regarde au counter.
And actually, as we jumped into that listening, Quadrant started to get a little bit more map control. I understood a few things as well. Keydor, L, long snipe. There were some things I was able to relate to.
One shot was there.
One shot, top flag. You know, there's a few English callouts in there. Respect them! As Legend still hitting shots with his sniper rifle.
Neither team able to break the deadlock. It's been a stalemate for so long. Bound drops down to the basement and clears out one. This is exactly what you expected these two teams collided on Argyle. So little to separate them. Plays going back and forth. Both teams having some semblance of control at different times in the game, but right now, they're just cancelling one another out.
I mean, when Space Station had an average pull rate of 0.9 against them on Argyle, and Quadrant had an average pull rate of 1 against them on Argyle, you're not going to see many flags pulled because both teams are very good at making sure they defend accordingly when they are on the back foot. 3 dead though for Space Station, but again, Penguin cleans up the one player who is a real threat. Could even clean up another one here, and he will. As Penguin, the last remaining player, holds off Quadrant, and that's why we're not seeing flags get pulled at the moment, because individually, every player on this map has the ability to do that.
Penguin holds the line. Stellar has that sniper rifle. Once more. Sika figures that out the hard way. He scampers away bottom middle. We have had a flag pull on the side of SSG. And a couple of slays have gone their way, but flag carrier has fallen. The flag will die.
You get excited when a flag gets pulled because you think this could be the moment. SSG maybe with Stella, sell it with a sniper rifle again, but once more, individually, there is a member of Quadrant waiting in the wings to take the flag runner down, as well as another player who may be alongside them. You need your sniper players to maybe get a little bit more aggressive and to start hitting these shots to allow everyone else to press up and get a flag pulled together. It cannot be a flag pull on a whim here at Argyle. It has to be a proper setup. You need to be making sure you get at least 3 dead, if not 4, before that flag is moving.
Stellar still threatening the Quadrant boys with the sniper rifle. Not finding faces, but connecting with bodies. That's enough to stop them in their tracks. SLG is finding faces, however. Top middle, Legend down to no shields now. Stellar will be called out, and Chick has a flag on the move, but Legend gone down thanks to a Hail Mary grenade. It's a 1v1 between Chick and Stellar. And Stellar's gonna win this, and it might get to, and does.
I know what Chick was trying to do. He recognized SLG was with him, so he wanted to toss that flag just in case SLG could win the fight. But had maybe Chick just faced with the BR a little bit earlier, they might have been able to get the kill, but I'll be honest, either way, that flag is probably stopped anyway. So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. 1 minute 55 left on the clock. Quadrant really trying to push the narrative, trying to make sure they can get in that base. They want to get to a game 5 here.
SSG have 58 kills, Quadrant have 56. So evenly matched. 1 minute and 30 with some change left in the game. And if neither team can get a flag cap, we will be going to overtime. Who could bet against it? SLG gets the opening pick in this push. Trying to find Eco. He's been chased, he's been hassled, he's been pressed. They want that sniper rifle out of his hands. They haven't been successful in their pursuit though, as Stellar spawns over towards Snipe. And now the Quadrant push is completely gone, as SLG recognises that and just wastes the sniper rifle ammo.
Sniper gone, have a little grapple to get away as well. Just make sure you do not allow the other team to have any extra sniper bullets. The scary thing is when you get to this scenario where next flag essentially wins, and as we go into overtime, it will officially be next flag wins. One step the wrong way. If you overextend just a little bit, if you try and get too aggressive and get punished, a counter-cap could be on the horizon. It's a very big map, but with the right positioning, counter-cap could be possible. 3 are dead for Quadrant, but Bound again goes down. Legend perfectly baiting and waiting in the wings to shut him down.
25 seconds remain. And it's SSG who hold large portions of the map for the moment. Legend will fall, as will Chick. Stellar went down as well. Seeker's got a bit of a backstab here. That was a pivotal kill for him. Flag's been returned and sent back home. As we count down the final moments of regular time, Penguin's got the back base in control, and Quadrant's base is under siege.
It's a tie, it means we will be heading into overtime. It was a valiant effort in the final stages from Space Station, but Quadrant, they dug their heels in and made sure they did not allow Space Station to get anywhere outside of the base with that flag. So we reset, another 5 minutes on the clock, and we'll see whether either team can have a better starting strategy. Sometimes the starting strategy and a restart can be the best way to get into your opposition's base. Maybe you can get a couple of those opening kills with grenades, and then you can get aggressive. Then you can start to set up as Bound now using the QT to his best advantage to keep out of firing line.
SLG, beautiful grenade, anticipating exactly where Bound was going to be, but he QTs back once more, and SLG will fall. And here comes the SSG push as the Quadrant base is under siege and Quadrant are wilting. Still have 2 on the death screen. Legend will go down, but he gets Penguin in the process. Bound trying desperately to keep this flag alive. He knows how important progress can be, and unfortunately he's going to fall.
This is where it gets tough on Argo though, when you're under this amount of pressure, where it's swarm after swarm, constantly fighting like you're in Horde mode at times. And a Horde mode with Space Station Gaming sounds terrifying, if I'm honest, as Penguin's going to be the next one to arrive. But the flag has been sent back, and it looks like Quadrant are going to survive here. And now they can reset in the middle of the map, as Penguin recognizes that it is going to be difficult for him to press up without his teammates, but the counter snipe's there. Chick gets denied.
It's been an absolute dogfight. Again, Quadrant go 3 dead. They have 2 members up now. Penguin's happy to hold the mid-map. Stellar heads towards the flag. Down to half shields. Quadrant immediately sending one to overextend. Maybe anticipating this flag is going to be pulled. Sika gets his shields ripped away. SLG in a 1v1 against Stellar as Penguin tries to help him cross map. They're getting the kills they need, Quadrant, just to postpone this flag pull. But it has finally got hands on, and Eco will go down as Penguin locks in a killing spree.
Penguin locks it in, but Chick gets another. Again, I thought that maybe Stellar could be the next to try and run this flag, but Quadrant will hold on. They're being outslayed now by about 10 kills on Quadrant. Space Station starting to get into a new gear here. I think they realize that they can't just play at an average level, their normal level. They have to kind of step up a little bit and show us why they were the champs of Salt Lake City. Usually, when it's Championship Sunday, first game of the day, maybe it's not going to be an opponent who is going to run you this ragged, that's going to run you this close, but SSG realizing Quadrant are a formidable opposition here. And this has been such a tough game for either team to be able to break into that base, but it has been Space Station who have been the more likely to get a flag.
It's time for Quadrant to apply some pressure of their own, but as I say that, they will lose 2. Sika isolated over towards the sniper side. Legend in the basement trying to push them back. SLG has gotten a very important kill, as has Sika, just to defend the base. As snipe shots ring out across Argyle, SLG has managed to find their snipe rifle, but not for long. 3 dead for Quadrant now. Bound's moving in.
This could be the best chance they have. Bound with the sniper rifle. If he can connect with one, might give him the room to maybe pull that flag. SLG spawns over towards snipe, but will get out of dodge as Legend takes one to the body. Killing spree for Bound. They're getting more aggressive as we go on for Space Station. 3 are dead yet again. Sika, the last remaining player. Bound starts moving this flag, but cleverly works with the team. All of Space Station starting to flood now. Penguin holding top middle. This is their best chance, if ever, to get a flag on the move, but Quadrant still holding strong.
Quadrant hold the line.
They quell the push. 3 dead. They can now move forward. 1:10 left here.
Enemy flag returned. 1 minute remaining.
SLG uses the QT. He's top middle now, surveying the land, getting information. Chick's got sniped. Bound applies pressure, but backs up eventually to his own side. Drop down bottom middle, in fact. Eco in the vent as SLG just pings him. He's gonna leak through here. This could be a very, very important play.
Space Station threw everything and the kitchen sink at Quadrant.
30 seconds remaining.
If Quadrant were able to maybe get a pull and steal this away, it would be miraculous for them. SLG has a lot of responsibility here, though. He can't afford to go down. He might actually have to be a distraction here because now SSG know there's a player advancing on them. They have the extra player to be able to push into the flag, but SLG gets a big kill. 10 seconds remaining. We may well be resetting this one for even more overtime between two teams who just could not break one another. Try as they might, did Space Station. They're going to go for one last opportunity, as that could be a big kill for Rico. Flag starts to move. He's got a little bit of cover, but SLG will take down one. Legend with the second.
One last roll of the dice then. Eco's got another. The pie chart's starting to spin. They need to keep this flag alive. They need to keep inside it. Can he get a touch? The answer is no. We will be resetting this game.
What an absolute mammoth game we just witnessed on Argyle. Between two teams who are giants at defending their flag. But I will say it was very much Quadrant on the back foot throughout the majority of that game. They did try. There were some times where Quadrant were able to push up and try and take a flag of their own. But I think it was frustration for SSG. They really tried everything to get into that base. But it was closed. It was locked off. It was barricaded. Everything you could possibly put in front of that flag was there for Quadrant.
What a game. And we get to do it again, Dan. We get to run this one back. Neither team able to put together enough sustained pressure to get a flag capture here. Both teams ultimately cancelling one another out. Plays were made, but they just weren't enough. Snipe shots were hit. They were connecting all the while. But just a testament to how good these two teams are.
Quadrant got outslayed 104 to 91. It was Space Station's control. Very rarely did you see Quadrant kind of stood top middle like Penguin was, like Stella was, where they were freely looking on to their teammates, trying to assist them with their flag. But Quadrant always had that one little player just waiting to get that kill onto the flag guy. And even though Space Station came close at times to getting that flag moving, they never even got it past the halfway line. And I think that bodes well for Quadrant in a way that they are matching the reigning champions on this map and mode, but you can only defend for so long. We go into a reset, 12 minutes back on the clock, but it is next flag wins. First flag will win the game for either team here. Of course, if Space Station get it, that means that they'll be heading into the top 4. If Quadrant get it, we're heading into a game 5.
It's golden cap then. 3 dead for Quadrant. It was a great start, although it appeared to be a great start, but eventually, again, you speak about that one player getting that trade, and it's happened again.
And again, it's Stella just holding top middle. Something that Quadrant haven't been able to do as effectively. But Stella recognizing his teammates were a little bit behind him, so he just steps back. You don't really want to be pressed and surprised over towards Pistol. The last thing you want to happen on this map is giving away the sniper, and if either of these teams get 2 snipers in their hands, that's when I'd start to fear for the other, because that's when you can start to really demoralize them, slay after slay as you slowly advance towards the flag. But that's a big kill for Stella. He's still moving forward. He's got Bound alongside him as well. Chicken Legend, though, have pressed up, so if they can get these kills in this base, the flag could maybe be on the move.
Saller's made his way back towards top snipe. SLG recognizing they're in a bit of trouble, they're in a pickle. Chick will fire some shots over towards Seller, who will immediately back all the way to mid-map. Re-peek from screens. Penguin's got one here though. And he stays alive inside the base. 3 go down for Quadrant. And SSG have flag on the move.
Yeah, Legend's nowhere to be seen, nowhere near this flag. Now Quadrant have to overextend, but Stella shuts down the first spawner. There is so much on Legend. If Legend goes down, this cap's done. This cap's done.
Legend has fallen. The flag will continue to move, and Stellar will continue to wreak havoc as SSG win and push themselves forward. Incredible.
Frustration on the side of Quadrant. A long old game of Argyle CTF that goes into double overtime, then ripped away from you just like that. But it was SSG who looked the better team, especially on Argyle CTF. They were the ones trying to get the flag moving. Quadrant constantly on the back foot defending. And it's another top 6 finish for Quadrant, which I remember once upon a time we were all elated with a top 6 for Quadrant and what they'd achieved. But after the dizzy heights of top 3, top 6 still feels like a little bit of a disappointment for this roster, who know they are good enough to match some of the biggest teams in North America. But our reigning champs, Space Station, they hold on, they survive, they are still in the elimination bracket. They have secured top 4 minimum, and now they'll wait to see who they'll be facing in that elimination bracket semi-final. The likes of FaZe, the likes of Shopify were going up against each other, may still be going up against each other, and they'll have to wait to see who they'll be going up against.
Confirmation of the final score then. Space Station win game 1, 3, and 4. With Quadrant taking the Slayer, that Achilles heel of SSG is still ever present.
It is. I think that Slayers are going to be a big issue for Space Station as we move forward into Championship Sunday, and they have to make sure they try and take that game too, because even though they're amazing at objectives and they have been able to push Quadrant aside, it's not going to be the same when you're up against a FaZe, when you're up against an Optic. They have to lock down some of these Slayers, otherwise they're really going to struggle.
Space Station Gaming still have a little bit of work to do here on Championship Sunday, and Blaze has an interview with Bound.
Thank you so much, Jersey and Dan, for the awesome cast. Fort Worth, give it up for SSG as they continue to defend their championship from Salt Lake City. Bound, right off the bat, first game of Sunday, you get it locked in. How you feeling right now?
I mean, I don't know, took a pretty hard loss yesterday, so just try to lock in. Played the BTB, so that was my second match, but that was good. It was a good warm-up series, good match to get going, and ready for the day, so yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And you know, I was gonna ask you about the BTB. How you let Wash lose like that? We were trusting in you.
I mean, I was sniping on Valhalla, and I saw Golden Boy timing the Warhog, and I was like, yeah, we lost this shit. And then Booba Dooba was like, how do you get off the Banshee? And I'm like, dude, in the game.
Yeah, he got it. He got it right there. Oh, man. Well, in the end, you did do a run and riot to do your most in that one, okay? So you did your best. But coming back to this series on the stage, we know how talented Quadrant is when it comes down to that objective gameplay. What was your plan? What was your team's game plan in that one to really hold them at bay? Because they're super aggressive. We saw them there in the Slayer, and they bring that same aggression and objective. What was the game plan?
Yeah, I mean, I think we both play super aggressive, both teams. I just think we're better at doing it.
Okay.
So it's pretty much the game plan. We just play our game, and just if we're better, then it'll show. So
nice. And my last question for you here is on Championship Sunday, we know how you want to raise the bar every single day on your gameplay. Individually, what do you want to bring for your team here on this Sunday?
Me specifically, I just got to work on not taking so much damage and dying. I feel like yesterday I kind of just taking so much damage and dying. It kind of costed us in moments where I wasn't taking that much damage. I'd probably getting 1 or 2 kills. So
okay,
just focus on not dying.
Hey, and with a team like this, 1 or 2 kills can definitely change the game. I'm gonna let you get ready for your next matchup.
Cool.
Fort Worth, give it up for Bound and SSG one more time on this main stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yes, SSG, they get it done. I don't honestly doubt them. Whenever they're in an elimination bracket, I know they're going to bounce back. I know that they're going to make it happen. They have been so consistent with their placements, with their gameplay for a reason. It is commiserations to Quadrant. We say goodbye to them in the tournament at this point in time, but what a run it has been for them, and a very difficult run to say the least. Let's look at the final moments of that final map there, that CTF. I mean, I've got to say, like, that just for me was all about Penguin. I was so impressed with the anchoring position that he had for Space Station Gaming. Yes, they weren't able to get the flag cap that they had wanted. It had to go to double overtime, but Clutch, he was so important, staying top mid, anchoring down for the team. The damage he was delivering so that they could get some momentum, some movement on the map, and some room was huge.
Yeah, it's not often that you see a lot of caps on this Argyle CTF map mode combination, and This one, it goes down to just the one that Space Station were able to capture, and that was a major part of that capture was Penguin being able to just steadily have map control and continue map control for Space Station to give them so much presence on the map. He is playing lights out this tournament, and he is being such a steady rock for them to rely on. It's the rest of Space Station that we know are capable of elevating their game, and they can go on a very long elimination bracket run if they're able to.
They certainly can indeed. Looking at Space Station Gaming and what they were able to do in the double overtime, Tony, how did you feel about how they handled that overtime? Obviously winning the second one here. What did you make of their starting strategy time? Anything you can pick up on?
And it was just beautiful Halo. By the time they got into their offensive position, they pulled that flag. There was no hesitation with just rotating back and make sure that every overextender was being addressed and nobody was able to leak through their defense. And that's what SSG do best. You know, they watch every avenue, they're communicating with each other, and they make sure that every hole is filled. And sadly, Quadrant, they couldn't stop that flag from going in.
We're gazing across the stats from that series right now, and obviously Space Station Gaming, it's screaming a positive KD across the board, apart from Eco, which just honestly just sneakily under that. Doesn't matter at all when you get the result that you need, and Eco doing exactly what he needs to do. We saw some crazy things from Eco at the end of that final map, and Quadrant looking pretty good too, but on the back foot, like you can see in the results of this series. Quadrant, I wanted to ask you a question about Argyle, because we're seeing this actually occur a lot here. We're seeing a struggle of capping flags often from a lot of our really good teams. And that seems to come in from the spawns and kind of the run through of the snipe elbow and not being able to cap a flag when you have it at the base or pull a flag away. It can be very, very difficult in terms of timing. What is the best way to execute that when you are on the back foot, you have pushed into the base, but they keep respawning the worst spots?
Yeah, Argyle's one of those maps where you traditionally want to pull a flag as you're getting the kills. And once you're not able to do that, once you get a round of slays and then you try pulling the flag, if respawners have already come up at the snipe spawn on that elbow location, they're going to be able to deny that pull from going realistically any further than just that doorstep location. So it's very difficult for teams that aren't objectively efficient with their kills to get multiple flag opportunities on Argyle. We see even the best in the world struggle at times with getting that flag out of the window, because it's once it's at the window, it's a little bit easier to kind of manifest and get across the middle of the map. And once it's across the middle of the map, that you traditionally see a lot of flags get into the home base. But I mean, getting that initial pull is actually something very difficult for a lot of teams that have a slay first mindset. And I think we saw that being the case a lot of that game.
Let's take a look at the elimination bracket, off the back of that wonderful explanation from Clutch here. Looking at the journey of all of our teams in the elimination bracket. Tony, Space Station Gaming find themselves in the semi-final. We got a quarterfinals happening right now. It's 2-1 currently to FaZe going up against Shopify. How are you feeling about this elim bracket at this moment in time? How are you feeling about that semi-final and who's going to come in?
I mean, I really enjoy it. I mean, like I said before, it's great to be a Halo fan right now because it's so unpredictable. Obviously, SSG coming out with a big win against Quadrant, but who would have thought both of those teams would be here? FaZe have an opportunity to advance forward and go up against SSG. That sounds like a grand finals matchup that we're not going to get unless it's in the semifinals and someone will be knocked down in the top four. And it's a great time. I'm surprised to see these teams here in this position, but I still want to watch some great Halo.
I wouldn't count FaZe in that series just yet. Shopify was up 2-0 on Argyle CTF. FaZe was fighting for their lives right there. And if that series goes the distance to a Game 5, anything can happen. So SSG, they might be waiting in the looms, but that series is very much still underway over on our HCS stream.
And very much a repeat of what we saw before with Shopify versus FaZe. It did go all the way to Game 5, FaZe edging that one out, but over on the winners bracket side of things, our winners finals is prepped and ready to go. Native Red versus Optic. They've arrived, the squads are up there, they're getting all their wires in, their headsets ready, their settings the way they like them. And I'm very excited about this winners bracket matchup. I think it's going to be amazing. My big question right now is whether Native Red is going to really just come to the table to play. Like, are they ready for the type of heat that Optic can bring? So many different questions, so many answers that we will definitely get after this commercial break. We'll be right back with your winners finals happening on the main stage. We'll find out who's going to take that one. We'll see you after this.
The HCS Fort Worth Major is presented by AMD. the Marines. And by Zowie.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
This should be continued Optic Gaming control as long as they play this well, but look at the clock. 3 seconds left.
They say, FaZe, you gotta get in the hill and I've got a rocket launcher.
I don't think it's over. Not again on streets now. We can, once again.
Still not over.
It feels like it every time.
Still not over, by the way.
Will be 0. FaZe is still on the hill. Still not over. Something about Optic Gaming on streets King of the Hill. Don't you dare count their chickens before they're hatched. 0 seconds. FaZe has to stay in, and it's 2 dead for Optic Gaming. Wait.
It's 2 dead for
Not
Optic.
again.
There is no way this is happening. There is no way this is about to happen.
Here he comes. 2 dead still for Optic. Will it be 3 dead? Will it be 3 dead? It's going to be 4 dead! It's 4 dead! FaZe does it! They're going to get this hill. Not over yet. At 0 seconds left. I can't believe it. Not again. They're tied 2-2. And that will be overtime. They jump in right away. The clock won't go.
Out here from Snakebite. Eco might not be ready for it. Those are good shots. He's going to get extra damage as well, and he stays alive. Great work here from Snakebite, but he's going to need the help to push.
He's going to need the help, and he has to wait. And the problem is that SSG now control this green hill again. They're about 80% of the way to doing it. They're about 80% of the way to capping it, and Eco is going to be taken down. And just at the last second again, the break comes in from FaZe Clan. SSG, 4 dead, and FaZe now have a chance to cap this hill.
Look at the patience, the timing, and the discipline from Snakebite. He knows exactly when to go up to top middle as well.
They're playing game clock here, FaZe. They have the lead. There's only 4 seconds left in this game, and SSG have to fly. They have to flood, but they don't have the time to really impact this game. FaZe Clan, they will win game number 1 of our grand finals. They're up 1-0.
Absolutely beautiful for 27. The FaZe lead now goes to 8 here. Snakebite with a sniper rifle in hand. That was 3 dead. And now continue control. What kind of angle is Snakebite going to take here on the nesting green spawners?
1 headshot here, and maybe we might be thinking about FaZe running away with this one. Winning a Game 7 Slayer once again! Oh my goodness! Sends one to the heavens!
And with FaZe just taking up real estate left and right, Complexity ain't owning no land here. They're just renting space here on Livefire. Because as of right now, FaZe are running at 90 seconds and points and counting for FaZe. As Complexity lose control once again, FaZe immediately rotate that ball over toward the green side. A long rotation out of Carman King. Nick, Royal 2 drops. So Snakebite drops the ball, gets the double kill, goes right back to work here. And that just might be game. FaZe are taking the series.
Such a heads-up play by Snakebite to close that one out. He knew how much damage to be done to those players by looking at his teammate's screen and then dropping and finishing. Many other players would just panic in that situation.
They've positioned 45-44 as Snakebite gets the opener, so now FaZe have the extra player on the map. And you can see they're trying to control top middle as Snakebite takes down Falcated. The General doing what he needs to do to keep his team on top, but it's still 46-45.
Quadrant are about to do the official round 9. Optic are your champions. FaZe Clan have dominated game 3.
Hello, Halo fans, and welcome back to the Halo Championship Series. We're here for the final major of the season. It is Championship Sunday here at Fort Worth, Texas. We are so excited to be here and especially to bring you your winners finals on the final day of the weekend. It will be Optic Gaming versus Native Red, and on the desk I have Clutch and Tony to break things down as we get the screens changed on the main stage and we see the fans starting to fill in, take their seats and begin to chant for their favorite teams. Now, Optic versus Native Red has been I think a matchup we wanted to see for quite some time, and personally for me, I've wanted to see Native Red really take charge. Come to the table prepared. Let's see what you've got against a powerhouse, a hot Optic Gaming right now, because the Optic Gaming we've had for the past couple of events hasn't quite been the Optic I think we've all wanted and known in terms of the dominance, their performance, the powerhouse style that this roster has. It hasn't been there. But something has happened this event. They know it is the second to last. They know that they need to turn up the heat, and boy, oh boy, have they. Right now, this roster, they're powered by the Slayers. They've looked crazy good in Slayers. They're 7-1 in this event. And I've got to say, against some really difficult competition too. And Clutch, they're also 2-0 in Game 5, showing that ice, something we were kind of talking about even back in Season 1. How impressed are you with how they're closing out their series?
Yeah, I think the fact that they're going the distance, it's a little scary for the green wall out there, but the fact that they're getting the job done multiple times in those Game 5s can reassure you that this team is here to try and compete for a championship. The white jerseys are on. You know what that means. These boys are here to shine. And I'm expecting this man on screen, and especially this man on screen, the duo that is popping off this event, to lead the way.
Tony, right now for Optic Gaming, they want this more than anything. This is the comeback that they have anticipated and worked so hard for. Mentality-wise, do you think they have it to take it against Native Red here?
If they're able to carry out that mentality, what we saw Saturday. Right. I mean, literally just yesterday, there's not a single team in the league that could have beat that Optic Gaming roster. They were obviously in their flow state. They 3-0'd FaZe. They even 3-2'd Space Station Gaming on their way to the winners bracket finals. If they carry out what we saw yesterday to today, Optic may just be going to the grand finals.
They may just be, but in their way is Native Red on that main stage. And just to remind you, this roster, going back to SLC, took Optic Gaming to a very, very difficult Game 5. And Clutch, I want to talk to you about this Game 5 because it's going to be haunting Native Red's dreams, nightmares, you name it, all of their waking thoughts. They don't want to have this happen once again. What do they have to do to ensure it doesn't?
Yeah, it should be haunting them, right? This is something you cannot let happen if you have ambitions of winning a tournament. These young guns are on the scene for one purpose and one purpose over. That is to win championships, and I think they have what it takes. Growing pains, they're tough to deal with, right? But the fact that they have found themselves in a position here in the winners bracket finals gives me promise that they are going to continuously give themselves opportunities, and all it takes is one. That you get the better of Optic Gaming and you put yourself in that grand finals with a series advantage over whoever comes from the elimination bracket. These guys, this is the moment for them to step up and define their careers.
It certainly is the moment indeed. Talking about some moments in the previous event, we do have a series rewind for you, excuse me, Tony. Looking across the last series that these two had the battle on, that final Slayer on Livefire is going to haunt them. They had such an incredible lead against Optic Gaming and lost out. The control coming in from Optic was just too much to be matched. It was snowballing out of control. Tony, what do you want Native Red to do to pick this apart once again? They need a hot start in the series. What are you looking out for?
Well, it's funny because the series we're about to see coming up next is kind of similar to what we saw here. You know, we're starting off with an oddball, which we obviously know how good of an oddball team Optic are. Slayer Recharge is a must-win for Native Red. If they don't win that Game 2, Slayer Recharge is going to be really tough for them because CTF Aquarius is another game that we actually saw them come out, but then you have Strongholds, Livefire, Optic, the best Livefire team in the league, and then Solitude Slayers will be that toss-up in Game 5 for the series coming up. It kind of reminds me of the series that we saw literally at SLC.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same motor. I think the only repetition, like you said, I think is that CTF Aquarius, I believe, or I'm pretty sure it is anyway. I mean, that for me is going to be crucial for Native Red to come back and have this rematch that they want.
Yeah, I think it's so important for Native Red to be able to play from the lead in this series. I think with Optic, if they're able to get off to the right on the right foot and they're able to really get the momentum in their favor and play from a lead, Native Red are going to have a very difficult time dealing with these two on screen. Formal with a 1.25, Lucid with a 1.28 KD ratio for the tournament so far. This duo is absolutely taking over in their important series, and they've had a couple of them along the way. The fact that they are at the top of the KD leaderboard, having knocked out FaZe, having knocked down SSG, that is an even more impressive feat than anything we've probably seen across. Their road to this winners bracket finals has been a very challenging one, and they have dealt with every single challenge along the way.
For sure, that is one of the scariest duos in the HCS right now. Just to remind everyone, you see them both at 1.35. Formal's #1 because there's a 0.001 difference between them. They are pretty much identical. That is a terrifying Optic Gaming roster to go against. Can Native Red do it? The big question that I'd like my friends to discuss right now. We're going to head on over to our casters. We have Volshy and Golden Boy. And boys, I hope you've made up.
Yeah, we totally have. Right, Dave? Isn't that right? Hug it out. Hug it out, buddy.
No,
you don't want
a new jacket. I don't.
It is a quite nice jacket. I might dirty it there. I was sweating quite a bit on that stage. That being said, though, folks, we're so excited for this one. Optic versus Native Red. It's going to be a banger series because Native Red certainly have an opportunity here to silence the crowd, but also really get themselves back into a position that they know that they are capable of being in. But for Optic Gaming, they are playing some damn good Halo right now, Dave. And if anything, this match, this series, this is theirs to lose here.
Absolutely, Optic looking so strong, but taking a look at our map layout, we got Oddball Street, Slayer, Recharge, CTF Aquarius, and if needed, Strongholds, Livefire, and Slayer on Solitude. The key to this one's going to be Native Red holding down all those OBJ games, starting off with this game #1 on the streets. Optic so far this tournament, they've only dropped 1 Slayer game. They are 7-1 so far this event here at Fort Worth. So Native Red either got to step it up and clear up all those objective games, or they're gonna have to steal away one of those Slayers. And you know they've been kicking themselves, and you know they've been hard on themselves since their last loss at Salt Lake City with that massive lead on Livefire Slayer.
You're damn right, Dave, and this is it. Oddball winner bracket final to start things off. Optic Gaming, Native Red, Fort Worth. Let me hear you as we jump into the action, because this one, it's gonna be a good one. Two teams hungry for the opportunity to play in the grand finals here at Fort Worth, Texas. And I don't think anyone had Optic and Native Red on their bingo cards, but here we go as we jump into the action with the one and only APG. They're going to try and play around this banker here and not give him any free power items whatsoever. A push coming out of a cafe, but APG's there to receive him.
Kills, beat, and trade left
Oh,
and
they
right,
got it.
but Rocket's in the hand of Soul Snipe and zeroes in on that player sitting over at the cafe.
Try and see if he can put this pressure over toward PD. Soul Snipe looking to disengage from this one wisely enough, though. Doesn't have to help. You end up losing 2 players. There's not really much you can do in that situation. It's kind of a dead push for Soul Snipe. He's going to need to go to his teammate ASAP. You see a few of those spawns starting to come in. Big fight for Lucid, who's been immaculate in this tournament thus far. And a great read. He thought he was going to repeat that one, but instead went right for the tires, and that's going to be ball grab in the possession of Optic Gaming.
All secured, and Lucid just watching the crossfire all the way over towards Neons, and the push is coming in from both sides. It's going to be tough for Optic. Players have already broken into Cafe. They are pinned over here. If they do not win this fight, this is going to be a full setup here for Native Red.
And Suppress is going to kick things off and is able to get that first frag. Formal, though, looking to see if he can find himself a few targets. And they're holding this one off, but Suppress gets 2. And Suppress is trying to be a one-man army in this situation, though. They are going to break it, and Suppress gets that ball. And you were right, Dave. You called it out. This was going to be a big fight for Optic. They couldn't hold it.
Yeah, they get the ball, and they wisely rotated away as Optic spawn over towards the cafe, but looks like Optic were privy to that rotation. They push in towards Neons and get a stop on that ball.
Soul Snipe with a connection there. Ball right back in the hands of Optic. Watch out, though, for that grenade. Sometimes they're homing missiles. Trippy, though. Waited around the corner and thought that he was going to see probably an easy target around the side, but that's actually going to be 3 down, leaving Lucid, the LMS here, to have to deal with this one. But the ball back in the hands of Native.
Optic in the setups, and Native Red bringing the breaker of those setups. Very little time is being acquired once Optic get it in the spot where they want it. Another set of rockets here, relatively ineffective, but 2 players go down, and we're going to see what Native Red can finally do now that they have some players down and a little bit of breathing room. But just as I say that, APG breaking on through at Tram.
Yeah, they had to ditch the ball there, losing 2 players for Native Red. APG in the back of the base, identifying where a few of them are going to be. hanging out by the B Street steps. Got some help there too, so Trippy gets himself 2 for that one. And that's going to slow things down for Native Red, but Optic can now add a little bit more to the board here. But not if Native Red has other plans. They're trying to put the pressure on the APG, but he's trying to live by the 5 rules of dodgeball: dip, dive, duck, dodge, and dodge. And he does it.
Great play there by APG. First faking like he's going to run that towards Bulldog/Cafe, and then reverting back towards the tram. Now we've seen Native Red break the last 2 setups flawlessly. Can they do it a 3rd time in a row? And here comes all the damage from Lucid. Gonna trade those kills out. Can the spawner, Formal, be a factor in this fight? He spawned during this engagement, but APG is now down. And Formal, outnumbered, outgunned here over at the tram. How does he play this situation?
But you know what, though? He ended up getting some help over on the Neon Street from a spawn from Trippy on PD. So it gives him enough time to be able to add a little bit of damage here. Unfortunately, though, I think they were able to neutralize that so quickly. So a good call on that one for Native Red, kind of take their time on that push and remove some of those bigger factors that could potentially play spoiler for them here as they'll continue to rack on some time.
Yeah, and some Preston crew, they had a setup. They felt like they could put the extra pressure on the spawns, but kind of stagger a couple kills there. Optic gonna take that opening, get the slays, and are we gonna see a 3rd set of rockets go in the hands of Native Red? Not so sure this time, as 3 members of Native Red are down, rockets up in 7.
Yeah, but they are gonna be hovering about that there, right? Near the Bulldog. Here comes Sentinel Beam for the support, looking to just fry them with a microwave. Gets the killing spree. Might add a little bit more to boot as well. I believe the rockets were gonna be nabbed. So we'll see how this ends up panning out here. As Trippy continues to linger about, it's going to be another frag for him, and the rockets grabbed by Trippy. This will be Optic's first grab of those pivotal power weapons to try and swing the game back in their favor, and they've been able to add on a lot of time with that ball, Dave.
Look at this, Trippy just waiting for players to round the corner, buying some time, and this is a strong, successful setup here for Optic Gaming. All the other setups have been broken so quickly, but this one's gonna be tough. They know this player is by the bench, been there for so long, finally takes them out, but they still have 3 members alive. Optic gonna continue to hold the setup.
Yeah, Trippy making himself a really difficult kill. Is gonna certainly play spoiler here to Native Red as they continue to rack on some more time. 85 points and counting here. APG, he's gonna ditch that one over toward the middle of the map, toward the palm trees, just try and draw out some of this fire here, wait for his teammates to come back so he can help them out. It's a difficult area for them to grab that from. But as it stands right now, they do have a few of the numbers to try and challenge this one, Native Red, but Optic trying to make this one very difficult yet again for them. Ball still going to be out in the middle of the field.
And Native Red continued to try to put this pressure on. They had the spawns over tram, they had control there, but they all push on over towards tower. Nobody's grabbing time. They're bringing the fight to Optic, and they're not winning the battles.
3 down for them. You got a player who's basically just going to be isolated. Poor Soul Snipe is just surrounded by the members of Optic Gaming. APG waiting to see if anyone's going to push forward. That Stalker in this position, such a strong angle to have. Just look at the damage he's going to be able to output on that one. Only have 13% left on the charge, but certainly the damage has been done. More kills starting to come in. Lucid's having a pretty solid game, and that's basically going to wrap it up. Round 1 goes to the green wall.
Clinical play there by Optic Gaming. I had to give a lot of credit to Native Red during a couple of those initial pushes during round 1 where I was like, wow, they're breaking these Optic steps so well. But just felt Optic played much more comfortable. They were playing defensive. They were letting Native Red kind of bring the pressure to them and fall into traps.
And you get good individual moments as well from this guy, from Trippy, who has just been awesome this entire tournament. Starts things off with a double kill and puts Native Red down 3 down right out of the gate here. Soul Snipe trying to keep things going, and he gets himself a double for his own efforts.
Ball down on the ground. Not a very safe pull just yet, but if they can somehow sneak away with that, Native Red can bring this one back towards tower. It looks like they decide to grab it and then bring it to tower. Every other time that Native Red man in these positions, they've overextended. Are they going to make the same mistake again? We shall find out. Looks like Suppress is somehow picked off. So even though they aren't able to break the full set, they get the ball carrier, they stop the time, and Manny is the only one alive over here. I like this rotation, needs to bring up towards Tram, but opts just to play it because he does not have the God view that we all get to see.
Yep, he does not. Working with limited information and what the information is that his team can provide him there, but he's kind of bringing this one back over to Optic, but does he get the frags out of this one? It seems like it's working out so far for him. He's going to challenge in this with the red gun and manages to get the double kill. Killing spree there for Manny to boot, and the ball's going to be available for the team to grab it here, but they got to get on this ASAP. Trippy, though, trying to make a play happen, but he's going to get punished right away. He does manage to get that 1 kill, but it is going to be Manny just bringing this ball back over to his teammate, and that ball's been moving all over the place, Dave.
Slays, but by no means are Native Red in any comfortable spot. They're able to run through, get these crucial kills, but like I said, they're not able to sit in a setup. They're not able to let Optic just push and fall into any sort of traps. It feels like you're scrambling every single step of the way just to get these 7 points on the board.
And this was the mode that we were really looking for Native Red to pick up here in this series if they wanted a chance in this one, because they're going into Slayer next. And granted, Native Red, a damn good Slayer team, but let's be honest here, Optic have been crushing it this event. 7-1 total. They have been owning in that game mode. If anything, this is just going to put more pressure on Native Red here to have to try and close this game out. But so far, though, they're getting a little bit of a setup.
And I like this play. This is one of the first times we're really seeing Native Red kind of sit back, hold the setup versus bringing the fight all the way towards Tower or PD. And look how it's playing out. They have 3 members down. Rocket's still on the field. Soul Snipe has them in their hands. I love this regression here from Native Red. They aren't just bringing the action for no reason. They're picking and choosing smart fights.
Yeah, but one of the things that they needed to be aware of was where that push was going to be coming from, and that was the ramp on the opposite side of the map. So now you have one more rocket to try and make this push happen, but a member of Optic's going to try and stop you right in your tracks. You get the kill, but you don't get use of those rockets. I'm sure they would have loved to have been able to bring a few of those in there to try and handle the ball carrier. Soul Snipe goes, we continue to stick with his POV. He's got 2 players up ahead, actually scratch that. It's only going to be 1 as APG should be made quick work of here, but he's trying to rotate.
I love the pace that that Soul Snipe took there. If the ball is rotating away from you, you don't need to check every corner at Tram. You don't need to take a careful route. You need to beeline it as quick as you can towards that ball. And because of that, Soul Snipe is able to give his team the crucial help they need with shots on the back against Optic and get control back in their hands.
And something, too, that you had mentioned before, Dave, you talked about the setup and what Native Red were accomplishing for a little while there, but something else they've been doing really well has just been moving that ball around. They've never really allowed it to be in a comfortable spot, but they've been picking up some garbage time. Now, as Optic have been able to get possession of this, are we going to see the setups really begin to plague Native Red again? Because that's what happened in that last round.
Yeah, once Optic really got a strong set, that's where they really pulled away with that lead. Native Red were successful in breaking those steps majority of the time before they were punished. We're going to have to see if they can do it right now. Lucid knows the player's weak over at B. Taking a one-on-one stairs. Suppress tries to run away, but Lucid says no.
Not today. As he stops them in their tracks, and they were able to pick up the rockets off of that. They also got themselves a Sentinel Beam to boot. So they have a lot of toys to play with here. They just can't give anything up. Oh, and they gave up at least 1 rocket. Doesn't really get the kill. 2 players down now for Optic Gaming. Lucid's on the flank. He's waiting to see if anyone tries to get a little ambitious here. And there he is, actually right behind Suppress, so he's going to have to handle that one right away, and Lucid still manages to stay alive.
1 shot, he knows players nearby.
Ouch.
Manny puts a shutdown onto Lucid, but crucial battle coming in over at the Neons, and Native Red are going to put some more points on the board. Let's see if they're going to try for a scrappy rotation or hold their ground and slay. Formal gets the initial entry frag here, and the push is coming in from Optic.
Yeah, 3 players looking to get in the face of Manny. He's able to take out one of them, though. And they're still holding on to this one, playing the ball around the area, trying to see if they can just bait out some shots.
Surprising. When Native Red had the ball, it feels like they played it too early and almost just put it in the hands of Optic. Optic did not have to break that full setup. They just scooped that ball near the ball spawn, and now they have it over at Tram.
Yeah, it felt like Native Red thought they had a little bit more comfort in that situation than they ended up having, and it just pays out really well for Trippy and the rest of Optic.
Either more comfort, or they play balled it way too early.
That's
you can
true.
hold it out over towards top tower and force the team to have to push all the way across the map instead of just tossing it to them in the bottom center.
Trippy doing work with the Stalker rifle. 19 left on the charge, but the damage has certainly been done as they're going to continue to add on 60 and counting here. 3 players were just down for Native Red, so they're going to need to regroup this and start to really give themselves a centralized push so they can make this stop happen and really just stop the bleeding from Optic Gaming.
Yeah, they got the entry frag. They got that 1 player down, suppressed. Now, are Native going to continue to push here towards the ball, or are they going to set up for these rockets? Looks like Trippy caught off guard over at the balcony. Gonna have to back down. Not gonna be a factor here during this power weapon.
They're going to have to make a play
But
here
time.
because the time is ticking. Lucid's got the rockets, and with those rockets, it's going to be near impossible for Native Red to try and make this push happen. There goes one kill. You got 5 points left. Optic looking to start this one off with a statement. Native Red needed the ball game if they wanted to really get into the series, but Optic says not today as they take map 1.
Strong start for Optic. They were favored there in that oddball game, and they showed why. Native Red, now we're gonna have to steal away one of those Slayers, which they're even less favored compared to game number 1. So Native Red, they have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, and also, too, you can clearly tell throughout that series, Native Red's strategy, get that ball, try and bring it around the map, not really trying to get comfortable setups. Well, they couldn't get comfortable setups.
There was
because
no
Optic
comfort
were
there.
punishing them.
Yeah, Optic were
They
punishing
outslayed
them
them a lot.
It just felt like in every single situation with the oddball, it felt like Native Red could have optimized a little better. It felt like they could have held back a little bit more, gone for some slays, let Optic make the pushes. Felt like they didn't need to force rotations. Felt like they didn't need to make the play balls as early as they did. It felt like kind of every single scenario getting just outmaneuvered from the boys at Optic.
Yeah, very well done by Optic Gaming. They identified what their win condition was going to be. Strong setups, objective efficiency that we have been praising all weekend long from a lot of the teams here at Fort Worth, but Optic did that in spades. And also, too, it helps out when Trippy and Lucid are just pounding Dave. They were ripping faces all over the place, and there really wasn't much
Look at
else.
that. I did not see how he got those rockets.
Lucid
Saying before, I was like, Trippy has no chance to get those rockets, but Lucid doing a perfect setup over at the dumpster for those final rockets.
That was beautiful. There's one thing I love, it's that nerdy stuff. I love those little plays where you kind of give yourself the upper hand here, but we're getting ready as we go into Slayer and really reflect on the stats here because Optic Gaming super favored in this one, 7-1, and they have looked so good. But Native Red, they're a fantastic team at pressuring their opponent and playing a very loose yet aggressive style. I wonder if Suppressed and the rest of the team will be able to bring this in.
And we got to kick it off, though, with Lucid. He has a 1.61 KD leader here at Fort Worth in this lane department and getting a sick pickoff on Soul Snipe off the get-go.
Trippy, of course, going to continue with the success of that last game, and this time he's going to reward himself with a camo. That's exactly where Soul Snipe's going to be. And also, him using this particular weapon here, I'm sure there are a lot of new players watching today, and you're like, why is he using a Magnum when you have a VR? Well, that pistol just shreds. It is a very strong weapon, especially with that camo. Oh!
I'll add a little caveat in there. When you're playing big team battle and you're nobody near, oh my God, triple kill.
Get him, boy!
For Trippy. He knows the final player is still over at the elevator. And it's going to fall. Oh, great trade there by Suppress. I was going to say it's going to stagger the spawns a little further, but Suppress somehow able to walk away with a couple kills there, despite being outnumbered and cornered.
3 frags up here for Optic. Things slow down a little bit. Native Red just trying to identify where are their pushes going to come from. It seems like right now it's going to be an elevator's push, and that's going to prompt the players over toward Long Haul to make their move, which is why Lucid doubles back here. You see 3 members of Native Red circling around this, but Lucid still playing his life so well, and the fact that he's even able to get 1 kill out of that while 3 players were hanging out there for Native Red just continues to slow down any of their momentum.
Yeah, just great pushes there from Native Red. I actually want to hear what Optic are going to do to counter that. There's so many times where this pressure is being pulled in for so many angles, so many different flanks. So let's go to an Optic Gaming listen to hear how they're going to try to close out this game number 2.
C-stairs, yep. C-stairs, back up. Get the gold. Yeah, we need gold. I can maybe play long haul, though. I don't want to play long haul here. I want to play long haul here.
I'll check bottom. Get bottom. Give a repulsor.
Okay, top tower. Watch my cross. Top tower weak.
One's bottom tower now?
I'm walking long haul, guys. Go shooting. Oh, there's 2 guys here.
Front tower, half going front tower. Kill scout bottom tower.
Yeah, you guys just play tower.
You want neither.
Bottom tower.
Make a door.
Come on. Guys, come on, these guys.
Where's he going? Bottom mid. Gilder going to make a play with camo. Bottom tower.
One single, 2. I'm looking.
Backing up.
Favor repulsor, top A.
Alright.
2 going top A. 2 top A to tower. High. Hitting it now. Shoot the plasma now. Absolute.
Backside half. There's camo still somewhere.
One guy long, okay.
C plat. I think they're both C plat.
Yeah, I'm still watching for our elbow.
Go behind long. Go behind
Could be
long.
A off.
Go here. Go hit long. Go hit long.
Long shift camo.
Don't see his head long haul. Kill long haul right now.
Okay. I'm jumping up glass. Absolutely jumping up glass. There's still tower.
Nice.
Bottom tower.
Nice.
I'm here coming. Yeah, bottom tower half. He's one shot those C-boxes in the corner. One shot.
He'll die.
Great communication there from Optic Gaming, but also, I mean, we were on Lucid screen for so long there. What great use of the repulsor, the utility that he picks up. Seems like anything that goes into his hands, he finds a way to optimize the usage of that particular piece of utility every time. It's impressive.
Other thing I noticed during the listening is they're playing a more defensive and reactive game here to Native Red. They just know these pushes are coming from so many angles that they're just saying, all right, look, let's hold down gold, let's hold down this area. And they're getting crossfired from some spots in Native Red. So Native Red are doing a great job with their pressure and their pushes. But Optic, they've curated their playstyle around this. They're not forcing different pushes this time. They instead are letting Native Red fall into a couple traps. They're checking all their angles and seeing what areas they have secured.
Yeah, and you can even see that has put a little bit more pressure on Native Red here. Taulik was taking his time as he was trying to cross. That prompted a push from Gold as well, from Pipes rather, to try and make that kill happen. Like all these little details that we're seeing Optic do, and it's really just putting more of that pressure on Native Red to have to make moves happen. They're down by a sizable amount, 8 frags. APG's in a great position to be able to get that camo too. And they know exactly where he's going to be too, so he's going to try and keep himself alive out of this one. Might have to give up at least, the very least, that positioning that he wanted. And Native Red isolated him so well, they just had to remove him from that equation.
Yeah, suppressed with a perfect flank. And now let's see what Native Red can do now that they have camo. Now that they're on the aggressive push, they have numbers, but 2 players get taken out. That camo loss was tragic. And trading kill after kill, that's gonna be all 4 down for Native Red in a moment that they needed to collapse.
And each of those trades are just gonna continue to be better for Optic Gaming. When we speak about those trades, it's when those 2 players frag one another at the same time, get the kill. And that just is only gonna benefit Optic Gaming because of the numbers that they have right now. 34 kills to the 25 of Native Red. So if you keep trading that out until 50, you're basically in a great position if you're Optic. I don't even think it's gonna matter all that much over the way that these guys are hitting these shots.
Oh my god, Manny somehow lives on that. Gets the melee on the Sneaky Legend. That could be the turning point that this roster needs, but Lucid making use of that green gun, trying to pick Manny off, but still unsuccessful. Manny's been living over here for so long.
Yeah, he was there for quite a while. And you can see that attempted coordinated push by, I think it was Lucid as well as Formal. Trippy now looking to go in here for the challenge, but will get punished instantly out of that one. You got 3 players over toward that Whirlpool side of the map. 1 actually inside of Pipe. Soul Snipe, is he aware? He is aware, but no trade coming through. And Lucid manages to get the kill and stay alive, which is big for them in this position.
But continuing with just these traps and setup, Lucid crouching around a corner, waiting for someone to make a misstep. Hearing those footsteps from a sprinting Soul Snipe, he's going to get that 2-shot melee and finish off right away. So it just goes to show how fast Native Red trying to play and how Optic are countering that with just a few traps and tricks up their sleeves.
They know that that shock rifle's in play, so they don't want to give up any dumb deaths here, especially with a 10-kill lead that we're seeing right now from Optic Gaming. Camo's going to be up for grabs here. 2 players of Native are looking at it presently, but you just have the 1 player, Lucid, and he's been taking faces with that shock Formal as well. Faces just continue to be slow-paced here, and I get it. I respect it. If anything, Native Red, they're respecting the fact that these weapons are in play and they just can't do anything about it. They're trying to make these pushes, but every single time they get attacked, there's someone there from Optic to receive them.
Yeah, just so much damage in. Optic not afraid to push the advantage when they have it. That's the key difference here is when it's a neutral scenario and Optic are uncertain of what to do, they're waiting it out.
1 more kill remains here in this Slayer. Optic Gaming trying to go up 2-0. APG with the camo. Dun-dun, dun-dun, dun-dun. He's looking for it. He's like a shark in the water. And it's not going to happen, but it doesn't matter. Because all that matters is the dub. Trippy gets the final kill on Manny. And that is going to be Optic up 2-0 here. 1 more game. And they'll find themselves in the grand finals here in Fort Worth.
Luckily for Native Red, though, we got a couple OBJ games following this one up. Aquarius CTF is actually a rematch from Salt Lake City. where Native Red won 2-0. So this could be a chance for Native Red to reset, or Optic going to learn from their mistakes at Salt Lake City and try to close this one out in a game number 3.
Yeah, will history repeat itself here? We'll find out. But for right now, though, for Native Red and the position that they find themselves in, this isn't going to be easy. You are trying to claw your way back into this one against a white-hot Optic. And also, every single player on that team is hitting those shots. I keep going back to Trippy, even though he was at 12-12 there. He's just such a good setup man for this team, and he gives them so many openings here for them to get those big shock rifle kills, to get those big sneaky plays that they've been able to pull off.
Yeah,
unreal.
Look at all that damage across the board. Formal topping the leaderboards with 4K damage for his +9 game, leading Optic to that 2-0 lead.
Beautiful stuff there from Optic as you take a look at some of the highlights in that last one. And really, I mean, the Optic highlight reel just continues onward here. The boys from Native Red got to get themselves back into the game. This triple was gorgeous, though. He was just waiting for it.
See that? That's so sick.
He saw the hand come out from the reload. Knew it was weak because you could see a little bit of detail of the Spartan recharging. And he just went for it, sent the shot. Gorgeous stuff here from Optic Gaming.
This play by Manny, though. Manny lives so long at C stairs and over at Long Haul, buying as much time as possible, but despite some of his individual efforts, just felt a bit disconnected there for Native Red.
It did.
Clearly not in the same level as Optic Gaming when it comes to Slayers.
Yeah, no, it certainly did. And they're going to have to find that cohesion in this Aquarius CTF game. You mentioned it before, Dave. They've done it before. They've beaten Optic on this mode. And we certainly don't want this winter final to end in a 3-0. Of course, if you're an Optic fan, you definitely want that to happen. But for Native Red, they can try and find their way a reverse sweep, which would be massive. But let's take a look at the elimination bracket here. It went down to the wire, but FaZe were able to clutch it out. 3-2. They will play against Space Station Gaming. And then the winner of that will take on the loser of this game. But our top 4, Optic, Native Red, FaZe, Space Station. Gotta say, Native Red, shout out to them, man. Putting themselves in a great position here, but they have to pretty much make a massive reverse sweep happen to stay in this series.
Yeah, they're really, really good at Aquarius CTF, so I'm not too worried for them here, but you have to wonder, are they starting to question themselves? Are they starting to do unorthodox pushes? Are they trying to do too much individually to make things happen versus taking their time, take a breath? It feels like they're just always go, 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 force the next play. Some points when they have a good lead or great position, let Optic make the play. Let Optic walk into one of your traps. Right now, I've yet to see that happen from Native Red.
Yeah, and that is certainly a thing that we need to keep our eyes on as we get ready for this Aquarius CTF game. Did want to also let everyone know an update. Congratulations to Luminosity as they won the Mexico playoff and are going to be going to the Halo World Championship. So congratulations to them. Well earned, well deserved. Looking forward to seeing what that squad could do in Seattle in October. Make sure you get your tickets now because it's going to be a dope event. Last year was sick. So you want to be there again this time around. FOMO's a real thing, at least for a Halo event. In any case, though, guys, this is it. Optic could go 3-0 into the grand finals. And coming into this tournament, I don't think a lot of people were feeling that this Optic that this version of Optic, that this team was going to be in this position. I guess if you're a die-hard fan, but outside of that, the stats were not looking good for them.
Let's be real, even at this tournament, looking at pool play, they lost to Quadrant. They almost lost to G1 in pool play. But once it got to bracket play, they really stepped it up to a whole nother level and are priming themselves for a potential tournament victory here. But like we said before, you can never count out a squad like Native Red. CTF Aquarius is going to be a strong mode for them. They can get a foothold back in this game, get some momentum in their favor, and they also have a Strongholds live fire to back it up for game number 4. So Native Red definitely not out just yet. However, series heavily favored for Optic right now since they took that game number 1.
For Native Red, they're just going to have to take this one map at a time. Don't worry about what happened in the past. Recharge Slayer did not go your way. Optic have been frying on that mode. So there's really just no shame in holding an L on that one because a lot of other teams here in Fort Worth did the same thing. So this is it. Native Red, a chance for them to go to the grand finals here in Fort Worth. young players on that stage, but so much experience at this point that it's hard to, analyze them in that capacity because they have been cooking as of late. And with Suppress on the lineup, they've only just continued to find more and more success as that player has gelled with that lineup.
Yeah, Suppress has been playing out of his mind so far this tournament, doing a great job filling in on this roster. We did talk about how Native Red won this game mode last time 2-0. The other part we didn't cover just yet is that they only had 2 flag pulls. So they have been completely effective every single time they're pulling the flag. They're doing it at the right times and capping that flag. But you almost have to wonder, are they not giving themselves enough opportunities? We will find out here in a moment when we get CTF Aquarius started.
Yeah, and also too, you had mentioned about what did Optic learn? If there's a squad we know that goes to the lab and studies and learns from their losses, it is Optic. There's no way Coach Box is going to let them get away with those shenanigans. So we'll see now. Could Optic 3-0 sweep Native Red and punch a ticket to the grand final? Or will Native Red start a journey for a reverse sweep right here on a map that they have defeated Optic in the past? A lot of pressure. But that's what it's all about here at Championship Sunday at the Halo Championship Series. And we're right into this one, and we're kicking it off once again with the legend himself, APG.
Scoping out Util, go in there first. And looks like Optic getting the better of the start as Trippy gets the opening kill onto Manny. But the pressure isn't stopping there as Native Red break through defenses and already on the Optic flag. Soul Snipe and Suppressed on the Optic flag. They're getting an early pull.
Yeah, I think APG was like, when the hell did that happen? He was like looking on the other side of the map, and then out of nowhere, they just were inside of their base. Manny's going to be playing a real sneaky play here, and I don't think APG is wise to the fact that Manny's going to be right next to him. But he is going to get removed from the equation courtesy of Lucid. But that kind of sets a tone here that Native Red are not backing down from Optic despite the scoreline.
Not at all, and I like this play from Colic. Just waiting around that corner with the pistol, seeing if anyone jumps on over into his sights, and then pushing out once more teammates have spawned. Not just trickling in death after death.
Trippy just has been one shot for what felt like an eternity, but he'll just play this one slowly. You get yourself a kill onto Suppress now. It's going to give themselves a little bit of a go button here to start to make this push happen. Killing spree as well for Trippy. Again, this guy just keeps getting killing sprees. Can he stop, please? But I think for Optic, it's like, no, more, keep going, kill them all, because that is exactly what he's doing here. And the flag has made its way to the other side of the map. No one's there really to stop it unless you're going to see Talik or Manny in a position, but it's not going to happen. And that's the first flag cap in for Optic.
Just too many slays on the board. It was 12-6 in the slaying department in favor of Optic off the rip there. You can only do so much when they have so many more kills.
Yeah.
It'd be a little different if they only have a couple more kills, but when they're outslaying you 2-1, Optic are going to eventually break in and get the flag. Also, I'm just wondering about the position that we're seeing majority of these Native Red members in. You see a lot of them scurrying down low, sometimes later pushing over towards top pink, but you see these members of Optic able to take escape routes where they're jumping out in open spots where if Native Red had somebody up a little bit higher or up on their flag, they would be getting those finishes.
Of course, here as the action slows down, players trying to find some kind of intel. I think Trippy had tried to make that play happen, but there is going to be an attempted pull. Soul Snipe as well. He's trying to support as much as he can here so they can get this flag right through. And he does. Manny manages to break through, and Soul Snipe still stays alive. That's going to be 3 down, Walsh. This is looking like a flag cap here for Native Red.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to stop this one, but it's Lucid, MVP in the back of the flag. He gets the kill on Soul Snipe.
2 down.
He gets the pull. And the double. Lucid staying alive on the Native Red flag. He's going to try to get this recovery soon, and he's sitting on it. Suppressed, the last one alive. They know the spawn's over at Fridge, and that is gut-wrenching for Native Red. They thought a almost guaranteed flag going in turns into a counter cap.
This man is a menace. Lucid is alive. Lucid is a problem. 2-0 for Optic Gaming. how the turntables here, man, for Native Red. You would think that they actually would have been in this position, but no, instead it's Optic learning from the mistakes of the past, really just continuing to punish these fights here. Native Red keep taking these individual battles, and it is not working, Dave.
Yeah, and I can't fault Native Red for the last one. I felt like they did everything right. They brought back Soul Snipe to help escort it.
They did everything
it
right
just
besides
felt
kill
like
Lucid.
yeah, they did kill Lucid, but it's just more of a mis-execution error versus a decision error.
Good help there as well. Lucid on the pickup, APG on the move. It's going to open the floodgates here for Formal to get inside of the Native Red base. You see those spawns coming in from the fridges. This is a great hold, good damage being done. He's just putting as much shots forward as he can, really just to slow them down, because they're going to have to wait for those shields to recharge, which continues to just put more pressure on Native Red to have to make plays happen, but they're waiting so long.
Yeah, and Optic afford luxury now to play defense like they have the majority of this series. They're going to allow Native Red to try to force pushes just like that. Suppressed, flanking on through, getting into the Optic Gaming flag. Does this pay off? We'll find out, but you see how these aggressive plays from Native Red, they're kind of doing these disjointed flanks and pushes to try to force some action.
Yeah, and in some instances it's working because you have Talik still alive inside of the mid, and he does have some support over toward Util, so Manu now looking to see if he can make this play happen. It's going to be up to Talik, though, to push inside of the back of the base. He's also got some support, too. Great jump up as well. They know exactly where that mark is going to be located and where the spawns are going to be coming from to boot. But they have to clear this out here, Native Red, and they're losing a few of the numbers that they started things off with. Credit to APG, though, for keeping himself alive, and that push is dead in the water.
All four down, but nobody to grab the flag. Suppressed, uncertain where these spawns are, trying to scope them out. Knows that the spawns must be on the flag or util and cannot push in by himself. Gonna stop staggering these spawns. I like this slowdown for just a moment.
And well, also, too, they really didn't have much in the way of choice, Dave, because that was 3 players in the Optic base, and even with that, credit broke his ankles there, but credit where credit is due. These guys from Optic, their defensive holds have been spectacular thus far, and they have not really allowed Native Red to get a kind of comfortable foothold inside of the Optic base.
Yeah, it was APG just staying alive at the back of that flag so long that allowed that to happen.
Yeah.
APG just knowing that once a player makes it that far across the map, the likelihood of them having grenades without having to try to flush someone out of a corner or bank them up the flag ramp earlier is unlikely. So just waits back there and forces somebody to round the corner in order to finish them off with a BR rather than just getting a free nade kill.
Pulling that attention, being just a pain to have to deal with. That's what it's all about, and 2 players are able to do that as well as some of the veterans that are on Optic Gaming. Now look at Lucid there. He was trying to go for the same play that he went for before, up the steps to try and apply pressure to Native Red, force him in the back of the base here. And it is kind of sort of working to an extent because Native Red really haven't been able to comfortably get out of their base and get into some of these fights.
Yeah, but we're now seeing them hold up some upper positions. You see Soul Snipe holding over towards Car 3. This could play off well. There's so many other times when they've been pushing the base that they've been sitting courtyard as a supporting fire.
Going low.
When they have someone up high, laying down shots, they have those addition angles. They get more suppression fire rather than being down low.
Good use of
this is
bait
great
out the
position.
nade. Yeah,
2
this
down.
is it.
Soul Snipe has so much shield, and he has teammates flying in with them. That's going to be 3 down. His teammates can be able to run this flag towards Util.
Yeah, well, Formal's actually going to be out and about there. You can see Lucid off the spawn, too. Some shots coming in from Trippy. Someone's going to have to be there to handle that. And this is a similar situation what happened before. They got that flagpole, and then it just died as soon as they got around to their base. And that also speaks to Optic, right? They knew this was not going to be a winning fight for them, so they overextended, went for that flag, put it down, and just continued to just tell Native Red, hey, you think this is comfortable? Nah, not happening.
Yeah, and Optic able to take their time on this stop. It looks like
he's continuing it, though.
Native Red's still going to be able to move this one across the map. But Optic Gaming not forced to panic and do a 1-push do-or-die scenario. Because they knew that flag was slowed, they knew that they could take a safer route. They could push at their own leisure across the map. But we got ourselves a game, Golden Boy. First flag going in for Native Red.
And that's what we wanted to see, some life from this roster, as they're looking to punch a ticket to the grand finals just like their opponents. But as it stands right now, Optic Gaming with the lead. They put in a lot of work to get that flag cap. They're going to try and go for another one yet again.
And Talik continually down over these courtyards. Sometimes it's been paying off. Other times feels like he's not in a high enough position to help his teammates. Too many players down low here for Native Red. They're getting funneled in towards Bob Sir. Great thrust there from Talik. gives away his position as he touches it for a moment, but Formal, the last one alive. He's the only one alive on the map, so he is going to be safe to run this all the way across.
They
Gets
gotta
it all
stop
the way
it.
towards the fridge ramp, but taken out.
They have to stop this. Flag's gonna be out. Lucid got the target on his back here. Beautiful shot. Going Super Saiyan on that one. Well played from him. As he managed to stay alive there, Taulik, good try, my friend, but that's gonna be another stop, and that's gonna be 3. And Optic Gaming continue on. What a run that they're going on here, Dave.
Lucid playing that so smart. Many people feel once you get the flag back towards your base, you should go back and turtle in and escort it in. No, you need to take up more ground. Lucid went over towards Car's side, went towards Util side, takes up more ground and gives his team more angles to focus in and protect their base.
Just how absurd is it that one guy is creating that much space for Optic Gaming just by his presence alone? I can't speak highly enough of Lucid, because even though he's not currently top of the leaderboard in his team currently, that doesn't matter. What matters is that he's getting these really effective plays done, whether it's applying damage to their opponents or picking off 1 or 2 key kills or maybe even a flank on the other side. They have been doing a lot of things right, and Lucid has been the tip of the spear.
Yeah, let's be real. If Lucid didn't make that play earlier on the flag, we'd be talking about a tied game at the moment.
Yeah.
1 more flag for Native and 1 fewer flags for Optic.
They managed to clear the threats that were hanging around on the outsides of their base, but they know that there's still going to be 1 more in here. So they'll go ahead and handle that one. Question is, though, are they a bit too turtled inside of here? You got a few members of Optic that are going to be weak, but they have been able to hold this position before. They found success with it in this very position from APG earlier on, but they're actually going to get that shield back and then push forward.
Yeah, they all revert back and turtle, and then once the call's been made that they have enough shield, they all push out. Look at that. They take their time, allow Native to fall into a trap, and if they don't, they make the push that they want to make, and they have the firepower they need. And just, again, not even focused on charging towards top pink or charging too far across the map. They know the pressure's coming their way. Native Red only have a minute and a half to capture 2 flags just to tie this up.
They're going to have to pull off something huge here, Native Red, if they want to get back into this series. And so far, it has been very difficult for them to even step outside of the base, especially when a flag pull just happened there. Trippy using the Quantum Translocator to get to the other side of the map, still stays alive there, and they're kind of just moving around, making mincemeat of Native Red here.
Trippy teleported back. He's got a flank over on the flag. Gets some help from Formal, and Formal's going to continue this run. They aren't content with just a 2-flag lead. Optic are going for blood.
They get that kill. Now they're going to continue to flag push forward here, but you got a few players from Native Red that are putting some targets onto the flag, Dave.
I like this play. Optic slows it down. The only way they're going to really lose this game is if they overcommit to this flag and allow a counter cap. They got to be cautious. They cannot force this in, and Manny gets the counter pull. It's going to be a slay game right here.
Yeah, they have no other choice. Suppress is going to be coming up on the rear. Got Soul Snipe over in the distance there, but I think that they feel comfortable enough. That's why he's going to be making this move happen here. Now, needs to get this return. It's right in front. He's got a teammate there to pick it up, and that's going to be number 4. No one there to stop it. And Optic, 1 more flag, but they might need it. They don't even need it because he got 15 seconds remaining, and that game is basically cooked. Optic Gaming look absolutely dominant on their path to the grand finals. Try as you might, Native Red. One hell of an attempt, but Optic Gaming are cooking here in Fort Worth.
What a domination from Optic Gaming, 3-0. Even times where Native Red had control, Optic finding opportunities to break out of those lockdowns.
And the outslaying from Optic, 84-66. And that was off the backs of some heroics that we were seeing from Lucid, from Formal, from APG as well. Everyone in Optic did the job, but the job's not done quite yet. 1 more step, but they have found themselves in a grand finals and an opportunity here to really silence any doubters in that what's going on with Optic. Can they bring it back? Their pool play was a little rough, but only thing that matters is winning on Championship Sunday, and that's exactly what Optic is on the path to do.
Looking at those kills across the board, so much damage though from Lucid. 7,300, 1,500 more from the highest player over on Native.
Unbelievable. A 3-0 sweep for Optic Gaming. And when you look at that scoreline, that was just pure domination from the Green Wall.
Yeah, all those games were Optic controlled. It wasn't like they were just stolen out. It felt like every step of the way Optic were just in front. They were doing everything correct. They were able to break the steps. They were able to hold defense, let Native Red fall into so many traps. They just played it beautifully.
Yeah, that was immaculate Halo. Exactly what you would want to see from Optic Gaming. But that's going to do it for us here today. We thank you so much for letting us entertain you for a little while. But for now, we're going to send it over to the man himself, Blaze, who's standing by with APG.
Golden Boy and Walshy, thank you for the fantastic cast all weekend. Fort Worth, give it up for Optic Gaming as they move on to the grand finals yet again. Man, now APG, it's another 3-0 victory, and so far it's been 12-2 for y'all on the maps here in bracket play. Talk to me about how did y'all get this done against Native Red, and what was the hardest thing about locking this victory in today?
I think just in general, we're just playing extremely good Halo. I think that we're just playing like, as a team. You know, it's just our cohesiveness, our communication, everything is just perfect right now. So we just got to keep it going for one more series and we'll be good.
There you go. You got to lock it in. Now, today I gave your teammate Formal a tag for main Slayer, okay? And I feel like when it comes down to y'all play styles, y'all opposites, but y'all work so well together. Talk to me how it is playing with him and how y'all work so well together.
Dude, I love playing with Matt. That's twin right there. That's twin, bro. He's fucking nasty, bro. He's been going off this weekend. He's been going crazy. I'm extremely proud of him. Extremely proud of all of us. So we just got to keep going. He's been doing his thing.
There you go. Keep going, okay? Now, for me, you know, sometimes I feel like you get a lot of unnecessary criticism, but, you know, here so far throughout the weekend, do you feel like you've silenced that or you still got some more work to do?
I mean, I think that with all like critics, I think that shit was silenced last year. I mean, if you want to talk shit now, you're just talking shit for just trying to
just
get under my skin. Yeah, like that shit doesn't matter. It's like nowadays it's about us. Like the people talking don't mean shit. Like all that stuff doesn't matter. It's all about just what we need to do and just building our legacy.
Pulling up like professionals to get that dub, okay? One more series to go. What you want to let these Green Wall fans know all around the world to support y'all going to these grand finals?
We appreciate you. We love you. Thank you to our family, friends, Optic, everybody. We're going to get the job done. Knock on wood.
Hey, they said they're going to get it done. Knock on wood everywhere. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, break it down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Optic said, Texas, we're going to do it for you this time. They're in the grand finals. Last time in Arlington, it wasn't the finish they wanted, but in front of their home crowd, who I'm pretty sure are here right now, rooting for the Green Wall, they get into the grand finals clutch. Talk to me about this Green Wall team, because my goodness me, Optic Gaming, they really are looking like the team to beat, and they're going to be very hard to take down.
Yeah, this is the Optic Gaming you know and love. This is the Optic Gaming that had a three-peat to kick off this year. That first event was that last time they won a tournament. It's been a while, but these boys look like they are in prime position now in the grand finals to take this whole tournament, and it's because everybody on this team is starting to click.
Now, there were countless moments and plays throughout that series, but one that stood out in that final map, our AMD Power performance, is going to be from Lucid. He heatwaves Manny to disrupt this flag capture, and he gets the return. Tony, it was absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it was really important for them to stop this flag, and Manny just running it through it. It looks like it's free right here, right from the utility side. And at this point, we're trying to slide in, and out of nowhere come the Green Wall and that defense. That flag gets right off the pedestal, and once again, Native Red, they fought so hard to try to get that flag in, but that objective defense comes in. Optic save it, and eventually the return comes in. There was another thorn in the side of Native Red.
It certainly wasn't clutch. We love the counter cap opportunities as well. The Optic, you just saw them take there, grab the opposition's flag as they're trying to get their flag back. I mean, those opportunities can be so difficult for the opposition, the risk and reward. Like, do you want to pull a flag? What if they're going to push you in the base and they'll grab your flag and cap that? And that's exactly what Optic did. They capitalize on mistakes. We call them the capitalized kings for a reason.
Yeah, that's when you know they're being that's when you know they're playing at the top of their game, when they're able to like slow the game down and have the awareness of the risks that are available to them and to be able to take advantage of the situations that they've created. As we take a look at the scoreboard here from the stats page of this series, I mean, looking at Formal and Lucid and the work that they have been putting in all tournament long, it's continued to the winners finals.
It certainly has indeed. Incredible scenes from Optic Gaming right now, doing their fans proud. And I gotta say though, Tony, this is eerily similar to what happened last year, season 1. They won Orlando. They then went on to win Worlds with honestly a string of kind of average placements considering the team that they are. You know, they weren't happy with third places. They weren't happy with second place finishes. Optic are kind of doing it again, and that's really scary to think about, especially as Worlds around the corner.
Yeah, it's so crazy to think that around this time last year, there were so many people in the crowd saying that Optic weren't good on LAN. They didn't get their first win on the major before Worlds, go on a three-peat and look like the most dominant team in the league, whether it was online or on LAN. And for them to hit their stride around the same time is incredible. It's, you know, the Masters were talking about possible team changes. They were talking about, you know, what were the problems that Optic are having right now. Whatever those problems were, clearly Optic have fixed it.
A wonderful series to watch. I hope you guys enjoyed that. But while we were watching, Space Station versus FaZe Clan was underway. This is map 1. Space Station snuck this one away. It was getting tight actually around this time. But Space Station pulling away with an incredible lead, a significant lead, and regaining all of the control of the map in clutch. I think this is a tale as old as time in terms of FaZe. They're not very strong on strongholds, excuse the pun, especially on Live Fire 2.
Space Station Gaming, however, is very strong at strongholds right now, and as they just narrowly lead in the kill margin in this moment in the game, you can tell that their stronghold efficiency is the name of the game here. B and C controlled 140 to 81 points. It's a 60-point lead for SSG, and not having to do too much more work than what FaZe Clan have given them in order to get the job done. But Frosty, with a big kill, could have potentially opened up the map there.
Double caps don't favor SSG as we see another trade out, but FaZe are still the ones that end up going 3 down. Renegade, the final player alive in the final line of defense to try to stop them from grabbing hold of that overshield. Not sure what happened, but I do know Renegade ends up going down, and it looks like Renegade does a great job of defending that overshield because eventually Royal 2 grabs it.
Bless your heart, Tony. This is a replay. Royal 2 did have this overshield, and if this play had gone correctly, FaZe could have gotten back into this one, but this is the moment that it kind of all goes downhill. Overshield should be a power swing. Stellar removes that from the storyline, and with that kill onto Royal 2, he pretty much eliminates any opportunity FaZe Clan are really going to have of coming back in this one.
And with Frosty clearing out Stellar right there, it almost gets the trip cap, but somehow looks like FaZe were able to stop that from going forward. They're going to quickly move over towards Bravo. More slays going out, but as of right now, it looks like FaZe, they need that double cap.
Yeah, they're definitely desperately needing a trip cap, in my opinion, in order to try and come back in this one. And as they go 2 down, this is a moment where Frosty kind of out of answers as he was pressured by Bound in the pit, not able to clean up that kill, and as Bound chooses to stay alive with A and B in Space Station's favor, the clock continues to tick on Frosty in those moments.
Renegade has to find a way through the mid side. Time is winding down. SSG are so close to taking this game number 1. Eventually, both Renegade and Frosty end up going down. Royal 2 is trying to do everything he can to stay alive. He's able to take down Eco, but eventually Bound gets right behind enemy lines, gets himself a kill, and now there's just a few seconds left, and I don't see any FaZe members near a zone. This is how SSG take game 1.
And that will be all they wrote. We're heading into game 2 right now. This is live. Folks, just to let you know, this is happening in real time right now. It's Street Slayer. Boys, take it away.
I love this red zone stuff. This is the series to watch. FaZe Clan now down 1-0 against Space Station. Who's going to make the elimination bracket finals? SSG with the upper hand and the objective. Let's see if their Street Slayer prowess is going to hurt them here, because they fell short to Optic Gaming earlier in this tournament in this exact mode. But so did FaZe Clan. So let's see who's the better between these two. It's an 11-9 run right now for FaZe Clan to kick this one off as the battle for Trim ensues.
That objective efficiency was looking good in game number 1 for SSG, but we know how good of a Slayer team that FaZe are, and they desperately need this Slayer here in game 2. This is the elimination bracket semifinals. Both of these teams have a chance to make it to the grand finals, but it starts right here.
Nearly neck and neck. One of the things you want to see is the focus on the rockets that are coming up in 8 seconds, Tony. FaZe Clan did not get one set of rockets when they lost this map mode. to Optic Gaming. Let's see if this story can change around against SSG. But right now, Eco has his eyes on the prize, and Stellar picking up a kill in the kill feed will allow Eco the safety, security to get these power weapons.
Not only the FaZe end up going 2 down, but they go 3 down, and Eco still has a rocket in the back pocket. This is troublesome for FaZe as all 4 members of SSG are up. They're identifying where the pressure's coming from, where those spawners are, but you might have just crossed paths without watching both ways, and eventually Renegade gets the kill. Not sure exactly what happened with the rockets, but a great rat play by Renegade. They gotta get sneaky.
Honestly, great play by Renegade. They're able to trade the rocket player out and take down Stellar, who has that Stalker rifle. You know how strong Stellar can be with that weapon in hand. Rockets are negated. A 19-14 lead, however. Space Station was down by 1 kill when they picked up those rockets. They got complete control. They transitioned that now to a 5-kill lead. And with game 2 in their hands at this moment, look to go up 2-0 against FaZe Clan if they can continue this up.
Now that FaZe at the PD side of the map, they're looking to slow the game down, but where did Bound come from? Right through the mid, able to take down the anchor player in World 2. Luckily, Snakebite comes in, rips the double kill, and almost gets the triple Penguin down to 1 shot, but more importantly, Penguin survives.
Still, a 5-kill game. Trades across the board will benefit Space Station as they continue to approach the midway point here. 2 kills away from that 25 mark, but you're aiming for 50 right now. Plenty of time on the clock, 8 minutes and 30 seconds. And it looks like both teams have kind of traded positions here as the second set of rockets is spawning up in 23 seconds. Will the game slow down, or will FaZe Clan look to push?
Renegade was trying to dare SSG to push past the Pinch side, but eventually he pushes up and he's dealt with his former teammate, and Penguin takes down Renegade. Bound has made it over toward the mid-map, but might just be a little too early. They still got a few more seconds until rockets come up.
So FaZe Clan attempted to push over towards the purple side of the map. It's trades across the board, and as these rockets come up, trades are favoring Space Station once again. It's a double kill for Penguin. He's been on top of the power weapons all weekend long, finds himself a double with those rocks, and keeps this at a 5-kill game for SSG.
Whenever we talk about streaks, we talk about controlling the sandbox, and I just saw that Bulldog end up in the hands of Space Station Gaming. Renegade and FaZe want to break through this arcade side, but you gotta be careful. The moment you overextend, the moment you get trapped.
Game starts to slow down. Frosty doesn't quite spot Stellar in the tires right there as he chooses to back down towards this arcade position. Now he has eyes on Stellar's, know that he is inside tires, but how are FaZe Clan attempting to push this situation? SSG are almost trying to push the other side of the map right now. Bound and Penguin work together to push purple. They take down Renegade, and with that kill, they're able to back up safely right now. It is going to be a complete swing of momentum onto the other side of the map, however. They are able to push arcade successfully, and Bound is everywhere on the map right now, creating havoc with a 7-kill lead.
Space Station Gaming has been in control for too long now, and this lead is starting to grow, and so is their map control. That's until Snakebite gets a huge cross-map shot onto Penguin, the first kill, now favoring FaZe. The opportunity to maybe collapse on it, but it looks like Space Station Gaming, they're gonna hunker down.
Royal 2, does he choose to push purple or fall back? Penguin is going to slide down the stairs, which allows FaZe Clan to get a couple of picks right now. It's a 6-kill game, still within striking distance if you can find a round of slays, but Royal 2 needed some help from Renegade, got some help from Renegade, but it is traded out to remain a 6-kill game. The map gets flipped, and right now FaZe Clan not with a positive solution here to make this scoreline any closer.
A nice double push by FaZe ends up giving them the subway side control that they wanted, but Space Station Gaming adapt immediately, and they push all the way towards arcade, and like you said,
rockets.
The trades were still happening. So as of right now, SSG still have control. FaZe need to start valuing their lives, which is hard to do when you want to go for those rockets in the mid-map.
You want to go for those rockets, and you know SSG has gone for those rockets every single time so far through this game. You need a set of power weapons. This has been your crux all weekend long, and right now FaZe Clan do not have the answer to try and achieve those right now. I like the space Royal 2's taking here, but he's got a lot of pressure in front of him. I love this push by Royal 2 and Renegade. They're able to get a couple of kills. Snakebite finds himself the rockets. I'm sorry, that's Renegade. No, it's Snakebite. And let's see what he can do now.
Back-to-back kills ends up putting us within 5 and now within 3 after Royal 2 and Snakebite get another round of slays. This is looking real good as Snakebite has those rockets in hand, and I say it all the time.
Look at this.
It's not the initial damage that the Snakebite does, it's the venom that comes in. So you grab those rockets, you turn into 3 down, you turn into 4 down, but Space Station Gaming take control once again.
Great shots out of Penguin. Frosty tries to play his life, but Penguin reads him perfectly, able to get that kill. That second rocket was not shot by Snakebite. You gotta wonder where that is at the moment. Could have been wasted in the chaos of the rest of the combat loop, but right now still a 5-kill game for SSG.
And Penguin has that Stalker. This can do so much damage to FaZe. You already have 10 kills and 8 assists to your name. Penguins does a great job of putting down the damage, more importantly stay alive, and now feeding that information that there's at least 2 players over toward the Neon side. SSG gonna keep watch. The Shroud is going to keep him alive. Penguin's still here, but Renegade off screen gets the kill.
This is an untraditional push. FaZe Clan pushed down purple and bottom middle. They're able to find the first kill, but it is traded out. Renegade is taken down, and unfortunately for Royal 2, he's also cross-map. Frosty trying to play his life, but Bound's going to be right below him, and Tram able to finish that kill. Trades will continue to benefit SSG in these situations. It is still a 5-kill game.
Back to a 5-kill game in the end game here. SSG now 7 away from taking the win. Royal 2 is able to take down Stellar, and we see another trade. Taking down Space Station Gaming. FaZe momentarily have the numbers advantage. That was a momentary 3 down, and the 4th one falls as well. Where's SSG spawning?
3-kill game. It's as close as it's been from the start right now. FaZe Clan have done a little bit of work to try and make this a tie game, but they are running out of time, Tony. It is 5 kills, all SSG need. And as the game slows down once again into a stalemate, these rockets won't be coming up for a moment, and FaZe Clan will be pressed upon the clock eventually.
Renegade is the most important player on the map here for FaZe. You have the Shiny and you have perimeter control. Frosty is able to take down Eco, and that's a momentary 4v2. FaZe, you have to take advantage. It's just a 1-kill game, but Bound, he's taking arcade control.
I like this B push. You got to create some space. You know FaZe Clan have taken over the purple street right now, and now all of SSG in a tough position right now. 3 players top rail, not where you want to be. A very exposed area. How are SSG going to choose to try and push out of this successfully? Renegade does get caught towards Trest. A nade is not going to find home. Eco continuously finding pressure onto multiple players allows this to remain an SSG game, but here comes the FaZe flank.
They have to push into the shadows to trade out their life. Like you said, Renegade was caught out, but he still trades out.
28 seconds for Rockets.
Now gonna man the B side. Like you said, Rockets are coming up, and you see 4 members of SSG on the subway side of the map. FaZe, they have the A side tower.
You got to be careful if you're playing left side of the map. It's Frosty. He's by himself on that side of the map. A lot of responsibility to get information if SSG are choosing to try and focus on that side. The red gun in Royal 2's back pocket. He's baiting it out with the battle rifle right now. He may be able to pull out that red gun and go to work here shortly. Plasmas could knock these rockets into tires, and if they do just that, Frosty would have been able to find him. Bound with the flank into tires, takes him down. The Shroud onto the rockets will allow SSG to pick up those rockets 49-47.
Bound was able to make it towards the B stairs without being detected, which led into the flank that gave SSG this 49-47 lead. You're just looking for one more kill, and Stellar has the rockets. There's no way you mess this up.
1 rocket, that's all you need, Frosty. You got to be careful here. That doorway is such an easy kill for Stellar to achieve if he so chooses to use that rocket. They're going to slow this game down. They understand time is on their side, and eventually FaZe will have to push, and Stellar surely finds the kill.
Stellar has rockets right now. You're just looking for 1 kill. 1 trade is all you need. Stellar's gonna stay over toward the B side. Like you said, time is definitely on their side. He fires out the rocket, which does make 1 shot. Ends up taking Frosty down, and that's the 50th kill. Space Station up 2-0.
What a play by Bound to somehow get behind enemy lines to get that assassination onto Frosty and tires. And with that, SSG are able to shroud those rockets and make the game-winning play to make this series a 2-0 series in their favor, looking to go to the Elimination Bracket Finals with just 1 more win.
15-14 out of Frosty. 3 assists to go along with it. Even that wasn't enough to stop all of that damage coming in from SSG. You have 4K across the board. Honestly, Stellar, right there, almost in the 4K club himself. It was a full team effort for SSG to come out with that win, and now you're one win away for pulling off the sweep of your SSG.
And as we take a look at the highlights, you'll notice that a majority of these highlights are around SSG getting control of the Rockets. The teamwork that SSG displayed in order to get these Rockets under their control was the difference here in Game 2 and could be the difference in an elimination bracket finals appearance. Stellar wisely chooses not to shoot this rocket until he guarantees that the job is done.
Information gathering here. And this is that final. This is all it needed was one rocket to get that body damage and for him to finish it off with that BR. And you see how patiently Stellar is playing. If he messes this up, FaZe can take the win. Obviously, it's easy to get one kill with rockets, but it's hard to do when FaZe know exactly where you're coming from. So patience was key for SSG, and that's what you saw.
1 minute.
Certainly was indeed, and it all stemmed from that back smack from Bounds. Really incredible patient play from Space Station Gaming here, going up 2-0 in this series. Impressive stuff. I mean, things were looking pretty close for comfort there in that street lane. That's what you want to see, I think, out of two powerhouses. The strongholds, although the score looks pretty bad right there, at the beginning, it was getting toe-to-toe. I'm really hoping the Solitude King of the Hill is going to be a close one, but I've got to say, this isn't looking so great for FaZe, Clutch. Solitude has not been a good map for them right now. Do you think they have what it takes to show the ice that we've seen so many times this season to get this one across the board and keep the series alive?
Well, the good news is Solitude hasn't really been necessarily kind to SSG either throughout this tournament, so maybe there's a leg of hope there. The big decision is if you can get to recharge Oddball. Oddball will benefit, I believe, FaZe Clan, as we take a look at the stats. 14-4, actually, SSG, one of the only teams that compete at such a high level in Oddball. No surprise there. Two of the best to do it right now. And King of the Hill, still two of the best. So these games don't favor either team because of how strong both these two teams are at these map modes.
So really, this should be a bit of a bloodbath, hopefully, for this final Game 3 that we're seeing here. The swing mode that we're seeing in this series. You know, Space Station looking to close it out here and now. Tony, that momentum. They are actually a momentum-based team as well, Space Station Gaming. This is really good for them. We have seen FaZe, though, in certain circumstances, come back and reverse sweep teams. They have the ice. Do you believe they can do it?
I believe they can, but I mean, it's stacked against them right now. You're down 0-2 in the series, and like you said, SSG, they thrive off momentum. They play better on Championship Sunday. This is do or die. The loser of this is knocked out of the tournament. The winner may just have a path to the grand finals to get their revenge. It's going to be tough for FaZe.
Also, with this very highly competitive series, we also do have a KD leaderboard update, which actually a few things have been chopping and changing. We're seeing actually now Royal 2 head up to 3rd, and Stella is in 4th right now, but we still have Formal and Lucid just taking the lead, taking the charge, and Formal has upped his numbers significantly now, a 1.42. We talked about how pivotal this guy really is for his team, and my gosh, the numbers also correlate to the incredible decisions he makes in game.
This might be Formal's best Halo tournament of his career, and that's saying something considering the accolades that man has next to his trophy case right now. But if you look at the bottom of that list, there's a mouse and keyboard player in Scoopmeister, my guy. Welcome to the team. Put the world on notice that mouse and key can hang if you practice your skills and sharpen them to a professional league. I love that for the kid, but they're actually, Mindfreak is in one of those play-in matches right now from the ANZ region. I would
actually Stream C.
Love to be able to check out just how those are going and who's accomplishing their dreams.
I can tell you, they're in Game 6.
Game 6?
Yeah, so it's going to the wire at the moment. It's actually getting pretty crazy out there too. They're cooking, all of them. They all want that chance to get to Worlds. This qualification means everything to the end of this season for all of these teams, all the hard work they have put in. What would it be for if they couldn't go to Worlds and compete? It would be absolutely demoralizing, heartbreaking, but one of those teams will not be qualifying and one will go through. All the teams that have qualified so far though, folks, on your screen right now, as you can see, the list goes on. and we're going to have a very interesting Halo World Champions set here, Tony. Are you looking forward to seeing the bounce back of any of these teams heading into the final event of the season?
Yeah, I'm excited to see where Sentinels are going to be at. For example, this is a team that was really starting to catch fire. And Wes, like you mentioned multiple times, the teams you did lose to are some of the best in the world. So nothing to really hang your head low about. In fact, if anything, you know, Sparty, he thrives off that passion. He might use it as fuel going into Worlds. And then obviously, you know, Cloud9, Native White, even LVT. These are teams that are really scrappy and teams that can kind of throw off some of our top teams just by giving them different looks.
Love to hear all of that. And of course, you guys can actually get your chance to go to the Halo World Championships as well as watching it. If you want to be there in person, see the action with your very own 2 eyes, then please do go to halo.gg/Halo WC 2023 to pick up your tickets right now, October 13th to 15th in Seattle, Washington, the home of Halo. You certainly don't want to miss it. Some things have been happening this weekend. My goodness me, we are in our elimination match with Space Station Gaming and FaZe. Who would have thought it? I mean, actually, Sunday we do tend to see these kind of crazy Titan clashes that are happening. They tend to be a little bit closer. I mean, the Optic game, Native Red 3-0 on the main stage. I was hoping for a closer winners finals there, but Native Red, they're still in it to win it. They're still waiting there at the elimination final position, but who is going to join them is the big, big question. FaZe or Space Station, and it's looking pretty golden to me right now, Clutch. What do you want to see out of Space Station Gaming to continue this on, to solidify things against FaZe Clan, going into that solitude, because 3-0 against FaZe would be a lovely thing to do to meet Native Red.
Yeah, I think what we've seen out of SSG that has been so strong throughout this series so far is their teamwork. They are clicking, they are working together so well, and their strategies to achieve their goals as far as acquiring power weapons has been perfect. So the snipe going to be the area of focus, I guess, when that's revolves around Solitude. It does look like it's in Stellar's hands as he misses a couple shots from Renegade's point of view. It does look like FaZe Clan have got the first couple of kills that will award them the first a bit of hill time.
We've seen these two teams go at it time and time again. In fact, you know, we've seen 3/4 of both of these rosters playing on this map back in Halo 5, playing on Plaza. Kind of brings me that old Spice versus Tox type of vibes. I'm loving what I'm seeing here in our elimination semifinals. Still SSG up 2-0.
Frosty's found himself to snipe a nice body to help his teammates acquire a couple of kills. 3 go down once again for SSG. And as you look at the stats right now, Tony, FaZe Clan are outslaying SSG very heavily. You hope that the hill time kind of resembles that, but once again, maybe not the most efficient use of their kills. They are continuously able to pick up these kills, and as I say that, they are finally getting some of that hill time in their favor.
And you're seeing a few members of SSG start to push up over towards that mid-map. I think they want to convert that mid-map presence into some A-side presence, the Space Station Gaming, especially when it comes to this middle hill. But you still see 3 players of FaZe here. Frosty doing everything he can to stay alive, but eventually he goes down, and it looks like Eco is going to take over this LR side of the map.
World 2 just find a double as Eco with a beautiful push over there to clear out Loop and Glass as he's able to find an assist. Creates a lot of space and gives his team potentially the spawns that they want, but as I say that, World 2's double appears to have given FaZe spawns over towards that side of the map where traditionally you want to be with that hill being top middle facing that side. That giant wall is exactly what you want to use as cover from the players that are spawning snipe and hotel side of the map. So right now, bound in a position where he needs to retake LR, only able to find a single kill before getting taken down, and these trades will benefit FaZe with the spawns that they have.
Quantum Translocator is up, and that's exactly what these teams want to fight for. This mid-hill presence, FaZe still have a slight advantage here, and Frosty ends up putting SSG 2 members onto the black screen, getting really creative with his movement, but Bounds here. So SSG is going to be down, though. Renegade has to win that pit.
This is an absolute brawl for top middle right now, as finally SSG able to get their first little bit of points scored here in this first hill. It's about halfway for FaZe. Still a contestable here for SSG, but as this hill continues to be scrappy, you wonder how much time is going to be on the clock when either team scores this first point.
Penguin in the hill, Eco over towards the LR side of the map. That's the exact setup that you want to see for Space Station Gaming. And in fact, Penguin chasing that player into the arms of Stellar. Renegades are bounced right back up. Notice Sniper is up. If there's any chance of them breaking the setup here for Space Station Gaming, he's going to have to hit some shots with the S7.
All of a sudden, SSG with a perfect setup make this a hill in their favor. 2 minutes and 40 on the clock. It is frozen with a couple of kills going in FaZe Clan's favor now. FaZe need to find a way into this hill to try and potentially get this first point. They continuously are playing these games from behind. You do not want to start game 3 off in that same fashion. They are able to continuously find kills, but no hill time. And as that bar continues to approach the first point in SSG's favor, they are steps away from it going in their side.
That was way too much time being accumulated by SSG to put them within seconds of taking that first hill, and eventually just had to slip in and finish it off. FaZe, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. You find themselves over toward the favorable side of the map, so they're quite able to take down Bound towards the mid-map. So now FaZe alleviating a lot of that pressure that SSG were creating. This could be tied up after 2.
Yeah, and all these kills are so important because they allow you to acquire very quick kill time. You do not want time to go off the clock here. You need to tie this game up because going down 2 hill would be detrimental to your tournament life at this point. Royal 2 does get taken down, but look at how far that bar is already in FaZe Clan's favor for the second hill. They have nearly had a perfect setup since it has moved.
Yeah, I mean, what, they're about 90% done with this hill, and as of right now, SSG haven't even touched it. Once again, going 2 down. Eco creating a lot of space over towards the mid-map, but Penguin can't survive. We do see momentary time coming in for SSG, but it's not going to be enough, and Royal 2 is chasing it down. Should be the final seconds now coming for FaZe. They're going to worry about taking this hill and now starting to advance forward for the next at the same time.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult push for FaZe Clan, however. Space Station are going to have blue and snipe control, and that's pretty much where you want to be when this hill moves to this bottom dip area. But Royal 2 with the flank through Flowers is not suspected by SSG. He actually gets a free kill, and he's going to create some space based off that kill. He knows his player has repulse, so he's backing up, assuming he's going to get repulse. Can't win the one-on-one against Bound, and that was a big win from Bound to create some space for SSG.
Yeah, Royal 2 was able to anticipate that Bound wanted that perimeter side control. The problem is, just because you know he's coming doesn't mean you can stop him. Bound gets the kill, clears out that dip side, and you see SSG with no time wasted. They hop right in there. Snakebite off the screen was able to take down Bound. We do see Eco drop in, finish the kill on his former teammate, and now more time for SSG.
Great kill by Eco, even better for him to get kill time immediately. But now that he feels the pressure from Blue, he's going to push out and try and fight these players dip. Royal 2 with a couple of beatdowns, finds a couple of kills, and that's allowed FaZe Clan to somehow win the battle of the trade. The loop spawns are in favor of SSG. It's difficult to slay out if you're Frosty from this position. You need some help, and I like the idea of playing my life here.
And looks like Stellar and Eco, they're prioritizing, make sure they get over towards U-turn and get a clear angle towards this hill. Stellar rips a double kill out of nowhere, giving SSG that momentary advantage. They're right back in that zone, but a nice little flank from Snakebite and a counter flank from Eco.
2-on-2 now. You see the trades across the board are going to benefit FaZe Clan for now, but Eco is going to give his team snipe side spawns, and that allows them to compete for this bottom dip hill so much easier. FaZe Clan have got to figure out a way to get control of this side of the map if they want to gain the lead, but right now SSG over halfway on this third hill, and this could be the last hill of the game, Tony. We are just about under a minute left.
Both of these teams fighting so hard right now. SSG do have a slight progression advantage, which takes 1 or 2 rounds of slaves to turn this right around, and 1 or 2 slaves in order to keep your lead as Stellar taking down 1. It looks like SSG go after a second. 3 out of 4 members of FaZe are no longer on the map, and now this is going to be a 2-1 lead for SSG.
What a play by Stellar to be able to get a few kills and stay alive in that situation. Gives SSG the point, it buys them the time, and now with 55 seconds on the clock, down 2-0, FaZe Clan have got a lot of work to do if they want to push this to a game 4.
We've called FaZe the iciest team in the league. Now it's time to prove it. This is clutch time right here. 43 seconds, and as long as you're not in the hill, time is going to continue to wind down. You have to slay and move at the same time, and as of right now, 33 seconds left.
2 players no shield in blue, 2 players buying kills, and FaZe Clan have so much room to try and make up with 27 seconds and counting. They all come off respawn, and Snakebite knows he's got one last push.
This is going to be the final push here for FaZe. 17 seconds. Snakebite does a decent amount of damage over toward the flower side. Renegade does come in with that bait and switch action, but they are being zoned out of this
10
hill.
seconds.
They have to find themselves in there. FaZe finally stopped the clock, but Bound takes down Frosty. They still have 2 more members to deal with for SSG. Luckily, FaZe, they find the setup.
They have the hill, they have the clock pause right now, but Bound staying alive has allowed him to get his shield back and find the entry kill. Here comes Space Station Gaming. They flood out the hill, they neutralize the hill, and the clock continues to tick.
World 2 slides his way in there, but I gotta love the way he's playing the environment is Eco. He takes him down. Renegade and Snakebite with the double push is gonna work out. There's 1 second on the clock, but FaZe are fighting.
FaZe are fighting. It's a one-on-one Snakebite versus Eco. A nade knocks Eco to no shield. Eco buying so much time. Finds the kill and stays alive to get SSG across the board. And a 3-0 sweep will take SSG to the Elimination Bracket Finals.
Eco doing a great job of not only playing his life, but hitting those shots, getting value after every last second, every last bit of damage. That's just economics as he's able to close it out. And so do SSG, a 3-0 sweep on FaZe Clan.
What a performance from Eco. Stellar. The moments gained in Game 3 can propel you to a grand finals. You're 1 series away, and you have Native Red waiting for you in the Elimination Bracket Finals. But as we take a look at the map layout here, the scores are all SSG. And although some of the games were close, SSG found a way to keep momentum.
FaZe were a large favorites to even win this tournament. I heard a lot of people that were rooting for FaZe and had them winning this tournament. I don't think those guys had them had Space Station Gaming 3-0, knocking FaZe down. What is this, 4th place here? This is tough for FaZe. 3-0 sweep for SSG. When they take a look at those final minutes leading up to this, Renegade does a great job of staying alive. He sees Eco pushing in. Thought it was a 1v1. High IQ play to kind of adapt a little bit, get out of that situation, and play his life, which is exactly what FaZe needed from him. But then World 2 gets in. He's ready to contest. He goes for the challenge. He has to win that pivotal fight, but Eco is just hitting those. That was tough. I'd say World 2 wins that, maybe things turn around, but Eco, he was just playing his life masterfully.
Eco doubles back after getting his shield too. Even though the nade rocks him, he just plays behind this pillar, buys time. And because FaZe have to put all of their cards on the table, Space Station are able to comfortably, with the flank from LR, get those kills. Eco plays his life so perfectly. And SSG get the job done against a very tough opponent in FaZe.
An extremely tough opponent for both of them, but I've got to say Space Station Gaming with just the heads-up plays. A lot of ice coming forward from Space Station Gaming in certain situations. That final hill on Solitude was unbelievable. I mean, you look at the odds there in terms of the players that you have. Yes, granted, you do have somebody coming from behind with a flank to help Eco in that situation. Looking at that 1v1 with Snakebite, he manages to get Royal 2 just totally weak. They didn't know what to do. They kind of split themselves up. Meantime, Eco pops on up and just rips the head off Royal 2, and it was game over. Just absolutely incredible decision making and so smart mentally to be able to get through a situation like that. It's really, really hard and pressurizing. But wow, Space Station Gaming. The big question is right now, who's the favorites to win this? They're going to go into the elimination finals, of course, to meet Native Red. Then they'll meet an extremely hot Optic Gaming in the grand finals potentially. Can Space Station do it here and out? Can they continue this run? And if they do clutch, are they going to be your favorites in a potential bracket reset?
I think you got to favor Optic with how strong they look right now, sitting with that advantage from the winners bracket finals, waiting in the womb of grand finals. Just make sure you stay warm, boys, because whoever's coming from this elimination bracket is coming for blood, and they will be ready.
Indeed, I've got to say as well, looking at the elimination final, this is a rematch from Worlds, by the way. This Space Station Gaming Native Red elimination final happened previously last season. At Worlds, it was a 3-0 to Space Station Gaming. Tony, do you think Native Red have what it takes to make sure that doesn't happen this time around?
I think Native Red have what it takes. I think the problem is that not only did you run into a red-hot Optic in that winners bracket finals, which led to a 3-0, but SSG, the way they're looking like they want to get their revenge. So I know Native Red has the capability to beat any team in this league. The problem is SSG are on a roll.
They're on fire right now. It's going to be very difficult to douse that one out. Do they have enough water on that main stage? We'll find out. Our Edmonds and Shaw are going to get some bottles for them to try. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we will have our elimination final. Space Station Gaming versus Native Red.
The HCS Fort Worth Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie.
Bounce in the game, a bounce, pick it up, an overkill! What a way to come out of that, listen here.
If it's tricky right now, they call form on the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there.
He
They have
gets
no
one,
idea.
he gets two, he gets three! Prioritized everything, he's gonna get them all! It's an overkill for Royal 2! This one is looking really good for Native White as they are slaying non-stop. Bigwin with the triple kill. Big triple as he gets a snipe on Sav. Cap coming in, and it's an overkill.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
Kill still just in the favor of FaZe here. It's so interesting to see Optic do so well on that first hill. 3 dead here, though. Trippy's your last player alive!
Oh, he's not
on the light rifle tunnel gets taken down.
He is not anymore. What a shot that is from Renegade. Full cap rolling. C is going to get turned back into the favor here of Optic unless Renegade can do something crazy!
Somehow keep C in control. However, look at the damage that's been done here for Optic Gaming. They're leading.
Yeah, hold the two, hold the two, hold the two.
I'm right back.
Watch your back, look around.
I have snipe, guys. I have snipe.
Hey.
One in crouch, PJ.
Nice.
Can you push that, PJ? Push that.
I'm gonna push him.
Trippy does have a heat wave, guys.
Yo, bottom mid, rats on a weak, rats on a weak.
Two rats on me. I'm on ammo.
Yo, John, worry about your left. Keep finessing.
The other one's weak, man.
Yo, we can A, get him melee?
No, I didn't. He's half. Or kind of weak. He's going tunnel, Brad. Tunnel. He's weak. Tunnel. Still tunnel.
Tunnel, John.
One right.
Nice, John. Nice.
Another one, bottom mid.
Nice, one OB.
Yes, yep.
2L. I'm trying to look good.
Yo, Thrush should be
PJ, go to John.
I'm one. Hey, Brad. I'm one.
Okay,
No, back up. Reset. We can reset.
Top E, PJ. Top E on the Siggies.
Guys, we're playing Optic. They cannot. They're not good when they have to push, guys. They're not good when they have to push. Look at me.
I got you, Brad. I got you.
Yo, quantum up now, guys. Quantum up now.
This have really good defense. Good defense.
Yeah, I have few-wave and thrust.
They're gonna make
no easy deaths here, okay?
Carthy, Tommy, he's getting angles. He's Carthy.
Yeah, John, make sure.
You're solo.
You're solo. Okay.
I have to. Matt, they love going triple car.
Top E nading me, Brad, and then another in P-Street.
Hey, Matt, you wanna walk car after double?
One yellow bridge, 2P.
Yo, guys, we have 3 thrusts. We should
Top E's hiding.
I'm with you, Matt.
Yeah, there's three.
They're gonna be top E on you.
Two here. Get him beat on, man.
Nice, man.
Other guy's weak.
Right, I'm top here, I'm top here.
He's yellow Peter. Nice, yellow Peter.
Oh, one shot, go on.
Kill this kid, one shot.
I'm pushing one shot.
Nice. Matt live. There's a guy yellow.
Yellow thrust, yes.
Kill this guy yellow. He might be engine running.
Yeah, he's one.
Live up. He'll die.
Nice.
We never cut him shrooms. Nice. Good up too. So they're just spawning cars. Squad spawning cars.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to Championship Sunday here at Fort Worth in Texas. We're here for the final major of the season, and we have some incredible Halo Infinite on show for you guys today. It's been so good so far. We do have our elimination final coming up next, and it will be Space Station Gaming taking on Native Red. And Deja Vu is the topic to talk about right now, Clutch, because this looks very, very similar to Halo World Championships last year from Season 1. I mean, I think for both of these teams, they are kind of repeating exactly the same path that they took last time. Obviously, this isn't Worlds, this is the event before Worlds, although it is kind of strange to see a similar bracket run from two teams who then face each other at the same place they had in a previous tournament. Having a look right now, the elimination bracket, but Space Station Gaming and Native Red have to get over some mental hurdles, and I think especially for Native Red in this situation, Clutch, they really need to believe that they can beat Space Station Gaming this time around. Otherwise, things are looking exactly the same as last time.
Yeah, it's tough to rebound after a 3-0 in the winners bracket finals for sure, and you got to do it quickly because SSG are coming in hot. 3-1 over Quadrant, 3-0 over FaZe, and they are looking to get back into that grand finals for a chance to defend their championship.
You mentioned it, the grand finals in our winners bracket right now. We've got Optic Gaming waiting in the wings. They're probably backstage, going over some VOD, team talks, getting motivated, probably a snack and a drink or two. But Tony, they're ready and waiting for whoever will meet them. And Native Red and Space Station Gaming, I think, haven't seen anything yet because a hot Optic Gaming is a scary one.
Yeah, you know, I talked about it literally just early in the show where the way that Optic were playing yesterday was out of this world. And for them to come out the way they did in the winners bracket finals and 3-0 a very strong Native Red roster, we see how good Optic are, but it's not over yet. Native Red want their revenge. So do SSG.
They certainly do indeed. Looking at Native Revenge. Yeah, okay, we'll do it. Native Revenge was fine. I tell you what it is, Deja Vu, like I mentioned, they're repeating their top 3 run. I mean, winners finals against Optic, they lost 3-0. They fought the Elim finals, meeting SSG, losing 3-0 here. Clutch, what do you want to see them correct from their last series against Optic, the 3-0 that they had in the winners finals here against Space Station Gaming?
A lot would be my answer, but specifically I'm looking at Tawik to step up and have a much better performance. He is the main slayer. He statistically is the guy that shines on this team, and he did not shine in that winners bracket finals. I expect Tawik to rebound here and give his team a chance to get back to that grand finals.
Very much. I've got to ask about the series layout. Tony, have you got any stats, any figures for me that might give Native Red a slight edge against Space Station?
Well, I would say, I don't know if it gives them a slight edge, but it gives me hope that Native Red are playing so well in Oddball. Largely a game type that Native Red have struggled with. You know, for a team that's been largely criticized for not being able to feel comfortable slowing the game down, getting into defensive stances. For them to be 4-1 in Oddball, that's huge. And that's a skill set that can translate into multiple game types like Capture the Flag, even like King of the Hill, because those are game types that really take discipline and fundamentals.
No oddball though. So if Native Red have been improving their oddball, they're gonna have to showcase that either next tournament or in the grand finals, because this one's kicking off with Empyrean CTF, and something we know SSG are one of the best, if not the best, at.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed. That one is going to be an absolute battle. I think Space Station coming off really hot after that FaZe Clan series, going into CTF Empyrean. They're going to be pretty happy with that, I think. They're going to be able to slow the game down when they want to, speed it up. They're fantastic at dictating the pace. And Clutch, while I have you, Space Station Gaming, it was golden in their last series. What do you want to see repeated here? Because quite frankly, I couldn't really pick up on any mistakes.
Honestly, I think they're just playing their life so well in so many crucial situations. Those two last final games were very, very close against FaZe. It was Ice that made the difference. It was individual plays staying alive to allow your teammates to be able to impact the combat loop that really made the difference in those last two games. A phenomenal job by SSG. They can keep that up, and if they do, they will find themselves in a grand finals with a chance against Optic.
They certainly will indeed. Tony, who really impressed you on this roster against FaZe that you want to see have another fantastic series going up against Native Red?
For me, it has to be Bound. I mean, Bound, 48 kills, 17 assists in a series where you outslayed FaZe, which, by the way, is not hard to do. We saw teams get the best of Native Red by winning the Slays battle, like Optic. They 3-0'd Native Red by simply outslaying them by 50 kills within that series. If SSG can keep that same energy, slay out, they can get over the hump with Native Red, even though Native Red are going to throw some tricks at them.
You can see right now in terms of the map records, things are very heavily favoring Space Station Gaming. Native Red quite clearly here are the underdogs, I think, in most of these situations. But again, they do have fire in them. Their inconsistency has been a thing of this season. I do think that also is highly down to the fact that they had to kind of leave Drug behind. There were some problems, some personal things that were happening there. You know, I don't think they wanted to, but they picked up somebody in return of Drug, and it has started to work out for them. So I think there's promising things. Just, is it the right time? Have they had enough time, Clutch?
I think they've had enough time, but is this the actual moment where they get that upset, where they can take down SSG? It's so difficult to predict a team like Native Red that has such a high ceiling but such a low floor, I would say. We saw them stumble in pool play a couple of times, but ever since then, they've been pretty consistently improving throughout this bracket. That series against OG makes me hesitant, though, to know that they're on their A game, and they need to be on their A game to beat SSG.
I think we do need that new addition of Suppress to really step things up as well and really believe in the team all together to get this one done. We also do have an update for you guys, our qualified teams. We have had our regional playoff, and you can see Divine Mind will join Luminosity to go to Worlds. They just 4-2'd their opponents here, so Divine Mind, they will be at the Halo World Championships. We say goodbye to Mindfreak, and unfortunately we'll see them next season. I think that is just about gonna do it, because I think the series is pretty much ready to go on the main stage, and I do have two wonderful casters who, by the way, I think something's happened here in terms of the blue, because it's very blue up here.
We did not coordinate this.
Yeah, this was not planned at all, but I'm gonna hand it on over to the very well-dressed Shozi and Gaskin.
From the Lion's Den, Dan, to the Shark Tank, Native Red has decided sink or swim time. And I tell you something, SSG, like the desk I've already pointed to, they look hot.
They do look hot, and I love that they pointed out that this is pretty much exactly the same as what happened at the World Championships last year, even with FaZe finishing 4th. Now SSG, if they were to take down Native Red, it's going to be an exact replica of back then, which does bode well for Optic fans, but maybe Native Red can change this script a little bit. But you're completely right. They are going to have to play some completely different Halo, something very different from what we've seen so far. Clutch said they have a ceiling, a high ceiling. Well, I want to see them touching that if they are going to match SSG here, because I feel like even if SSG are not even close to their ceiling, they can still 3-0 teams. They can still demolish teams. Space Station, for me, are the most consistent team across every single map and mode that we have in Halo Infinite. So when we look at series layouts, usually it favors this SSG roster because they're so dominant across so many maps and modes.
And you speak about perhaps Native Red needing to find that extra gear, that new gear that they haven't been able to find before. And when it comes to their playstyle, they're very much in the same ilk. They're cut from the same cloth as Space Station, as Quadrant. But time and time again, Space Station have shown that they play that playstyle better than anybody else.
They do. I think that Space Station, it's just about how clinical they can be when it comes to objective play. They can play with pace, but they also know when to slow it down at the same time. And their objective has been insane so far this event. We've seen them get outslayed, but still get that perfect setup. An Oddball, for example, knowing when to rotate on strongholds. And just holding the perfect setup for King of the Hill as well. SSG seem to have a little bit of everything, no matter what map and mode we are playing. Now we begin with CTF Empyrean, which is a very good opener for SSG. Now SSG have been probably the best team at this tournament with map ones anyway, but to do it on one of their strongest maps and modes does not bode well for Native Red. And if you are the Native Red side, you cannot allow Space Station to start dominating your tower, taking that sniper rifle off you. You have to keep them on their side of the map.
And for the winner of this series, Grand Finals awaits against Optic Gaming. And it'll be for a team for the first time in Halo Infinite history to go there in the Grand Finals, reset the bracket, and then win the competition outright.
And SSG had a darn good go at the Halo World Championships. They managed to get the reset against Optic, but then were not able to get the job done in that second series. And I'm sure that Space Station would love to have another chance at trying to do so. But you've got to get through a very determined, hot and fiery Native Red roster. Now, Native Red did have a bracket that gave them a path to the top 3, and that will always be the story that is said for this team if they lose out here in the elimination final. However, if they can upset the odds, if they can overcome Space Station, then all of that storyline gets wiped away, and everyone will say, all right, this Native Red roster, they deserve to be in a grand final. But it is going to be a very tough task against a Space Station roster who have been on a warpath in this elimination bracket.
The elimination bracket book is blank. The pen is in the hand of the victor, and to the victor go the spoils. An opportunity at Grand Finals for the winner of this series. Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway.
It looks like Native Red very much prioritizing the overshield here, and Space Station get a free set of rockets. Here comes Penguin from behind, and it's gonna be a double kill. Sniper rifle in their control as well, and Space Station already moving in on this flag.
Penguin gets the flag touch. Ops this time, doing it high side. Something we've seen from Space Station more often than not is actually running it under bridge.
Yeah, it really depends on where they have that control and where they've been able to get those slays. Because Penguin was able to move through and he assumed spawns would be okay over towards Sniper because no one was blocking them, it meant they could move that flag. 3 are dead again, but what Penguin did well was he dropped the flag, he waited, he slayed with his team, but now's the time to drive that flag through the long haul. And once you get it here, this is almost a guaranteed cap with the position that he finds his teammates in.
There's a reason why this is Space Station's best map and mode combination. Absolutely clinical and made no mistake about it. They're on the board already.
And this is now such a tough task for Native Red. If it wasn't already, when Space Station find the lead on Empyrean, they are so good at holding that middle map, controlling green and long haul and forcing you to try and go for a sneaky flank and then punishing you, getting the player advantage, and then they'll start to push through. Native Red just needs to be careful they don't play into Space Station's hands here.
Space Station Gaming got that flag capture in 2 rounds of slays. 8 kills is all it needed to get a 1-0 flag capture. Absolutely clinical. Manny though, long haul, drop ball goes down. Ooh! More of that, please. Eco will shut the sniper down. 3 dead though for SSG. Soul Snipe on the plat. 4 dead for Space Station, and Soul Snipe can pull a flag of their own.
Stella was first to spawn though. If he can get a good nade onto this flag, and this is still stopping all for Space Station, and Stella gets the kill as well. Suppress gets the trade, but now this has allowed Space Station to push up the training, and this flag is dead. Native Red cannot run this anymore. Toilet goes down, and Space Station have defended successfully. And this could be the difference in when you get those slays. Even though Native Red were able to slay the entire Space Station roster, Stella, being that first player on spawn, he was the critical moment for SSG. Had he not got that kill, then Native Red might have been able to get that flag a little bit further.
Rocket scooped up for Penguin. He fires both, fearing for his life, just making sure possession didn't cross over into Native Red hands. Soul Snipe also goes down. Overshield for Eco, 3 dead for the moment for Native Red. Plasma pistol though from Manny. Very important kill to make sure they stop any pressure from SSG.
Native Red cannot allow Space Station to have this much control over rockets and overshield as well. Need to be more on top of it. Sure, there wasn't much done with the rockets and overshield from Space Station, but they also negate them. It doesn't allow Native to push through and grab a flag with them, and having the lead, Space Station can play in that way. They can dictate the pace a little bit, and Stella now confidently Pushes through to the other side. He's listening to call-outs. Will make it a double kill. He probably wants to try and make it more.
So much pressure being applied.
Oh boy.
Reward. Stellar. Taking up station. Over towards your snipe tower. Manny with his head between his knees. Praying for help. The gods won't answer this time. Nor will his teammates. 3 members up though. The snipe rifle in the hands of Eco and Stellar. They can just pick Native Red apart.
Yeah, they've given up tower control here, so now they're worried about Stella, but also all the meantime, Bounce coming in from first BR. They're getting pinched. Suppress should get finished off here. Even though the spawners can challenge Stella, Space Station have done so much. They force Native Red to retreat back to their base, and all the meanwhile, this is just depleting the time and reducing the amount that Native Red have to try and get a flag cap of their own.
Eco eats a couple of grenades. Pressure. Not being able to withheld for SSG. This flag will be pulled, but they don't really have the slays or the men in position to capitalize on it. Flag down on cuts.
They slay as they move to Space Station, as yet again, the initial pull was over towards Snipe. Bounce thought about maybe just relaying it under bridge, but then he noticed there was a gap, and maybe the damage could be done over on Needle's side, and it has been done. Flag's already got through Longhorn, and this is going to be 2-0 now to SSG. Once they get that flag moving, they are so good at covering the flag's backside. Penguin sends the second one home, and now Native Red have got a real job to do.
Counter cap opportunity. Bound will thin the numbers and skew it in their favor, perhaps off the respawn as Overshield's gone into his chest, but Rockets have been scooped up. One's been fired over towards Snipe, but it hasn't connected. Manny's been able to get another kill. Repulsor play will send that rocket back home immediately. Flag dead in the water.
Yeah, Bound knew exactly what he wanted to do there. Overshield into the repulsor and then immediately challenge the rocket player. When you're in green with rockets and you see anyone start to encroach on you, you fire that rocket immediately just in fear of your own life, and Bound sends it right back home. It's 2-0, it's comfortable, and Native Red on the back foot. They're being outslayed at the moment, 47-33. They've just not been able to get a hold of this game.
Space Station one flag capture away from winning the game. What have Native Red got? They sent 2 through green, and they get a kill, an important one at that. They now control Needler's side of the map, formerly known as the Mauler. Manny will get 1. They've lost Soul Snipe during the distance to this flag. Bound in Needles. Will get 1, but will die. Constantly trading our SSG, making sure they keep the numbers slightly in their favor.
Sniper rifle controllers was everything in the series that we've seen from SSG so far. Quadrant earlier on the main stage. It was very important that Space Station always had that in the hands of someone so they could get that initial pick. And there it is. And now suddenly Native Red really struggled to push through. Even though the numbers are somewhat even, when you lose that first man, suddenly the push is given up. The jig is up. Have to kind of back off, and the push comes to nothing now. Space Station can play in whichever way they fancy here. They could just delay this one and probably win this game 2-0 after 5 minutes. Or they could wait, force Native Red to make that mistake, and then that's when they will capitalize. That's what SSG are usually so good at doing.
Haven't played defense for now. With good reason. 2 have fallen over towards green. Bound's got the trade again. Metallic trying to leak forward. He's the only man forward though, the furthest one. And immediately he gets cut apart. You can see there's a clear game plan in place for Space Station. Happy to hold the halfway point of the map and only push forward if they really need to.
Yeah, and then seek and destroy as soon as anyone slips through. Make sure that first man goes down. And again, it was the sniper rifle body shot that made the difference and stops the attack. Torlik takes another sniper rifle shot to the body. This time, he stays alive and manages to use the drop wall to keep on going. But again, it's another set of rockets that goes in favor. At least Native Red have been able to gain the overshield. This is somewhat better for them. Because his teammates have gone down, Suppress is going to struggle to really do anything with the time he has as an overshield player.
Heatwave. Hold on. 3 shots fired. Still not enough to clear out Bound. Overshield becomes an undershield. He only has a quarter left. 1 burst would have taken Suppressed out. Bound done so much damage. Really capitalized whenever Suppressed did miss those shots. Stellar will get the final shots to get the kill, and now All of a sudden, Space Station have a man behind enemy lines and 3 dead for Native Red.
3 are dead, and Stellar knows where that 4th player is as well. He's got that call out, and this is great from him. Don't allow them to just get 3 shots from you. Instead, do some damage as a player, especially when you have a 2-0 lead. There's no need to try and force it and give up any sort of player advantage to the opposition. You could let this flag die happily and just give your teammates a chance to actually rescue back the map somewhat at the halfway point.
2 members sent down long haul. Penguin coming back through green. 3 members of Native Red turn to face him. They realize how important he is to get cleared out. Penguin and Manny will fall. Soul Snipe will need to watch his teammates. And Suppressed is going to be cut in half. A sniper rifle is stolen from Native Red's side, and now Penguin gets the only wishes.
There's always the consideration, do I toss it off the map? But at 2-0, Penguin actually started to feel himself a little bit, maybe felt a little bit saucy. Wanted to slip and slide at the top of tower, but now he's giving it over to Soul Snipe. And if you have Snipe in your name, you better believe you better be good with a sniper rifle. And we know Soul Snipe can hit those shots. But he's going to need to hit a lot if Native Red are going to get back into this one. There's the first body. Oh, but Stella's there and waiting. He's wise to it.
It appears you don't always need to have Snipe in your name. Stellar shuts him down. Bound gets 2 elsewhere. Snipe gonna be runway. Soul Snipe will get peeled by the same man twice. Now he's threatening to put Suppressed away and does. Tucks him to sleep. Manny top tower finally shuts him down, but the flag's already on the way home as Penguin slides in and Space Station Gaming will win game 1.
Outslaying their opposition by 17 kills. Space Station dominated that map for quite some time. And for Native Red, they were never really able to gain any sort of control of the rockets. They had Nova Shield once, but even then, Suppressed was on his own in Sword, and Bound made him make an absolute meal of the Heatwave. And SSG, they breeze into map number 2 with a 3-0 lead on Empyrean. And it increases their impressive record on that map and mode. They've only lost it twice so far this season, but now they're up to 7 victories. For Native Red, I think this was always going to be the toughest map of the series, but it just now gives Space Station that confidence and that belief. And you feel like Space Station, they know they have what it takes to get to a grand final again. And all of that belief comes from Salt Lake City. They finally were able to lift that trophy, show us what it's like to be champions, and they want to taste and feel that trophy lifting feeling yet again.
And we're always talking about, always harping on about objective efficiency. We use that buzzword, sometimes it loses its meaning, but what we've seen from SSG, when you get 8 kills, 2 rounds of slays, and you immediately put a flag in and go 1 to the good, Dan, it just shows there's a clear gulf in class sometimes between these teams when it comes to specific game types.
Well, as we've mentioned a few times already today, Space Station's Slayer game has not been the best. And if you are Native Red fan, it has to be here for me on Slayer Aquarius to make something of this series. Quadrant were able to take a Slayer off of Space Station, but it was the objectives that just became a little bit too much. Slayer Aquarius is typically one of the better Slayers, though, for Space Station. They're 4 and 5 across this season in wins and losses. Usually it's, Stellar, bottom middle, running rampant, given all the freedom. You need to shut him down. You need to take that heat wave away from SSG. Let's see if Native Red have got anything. Can they make a series of this one?
On board with Stellar. Warning shots fired across the map, some connecting, some not. Suppressed and Stellar taking up the same role, sitting in the base, anchoring for their team. Suppressed will stretch out now, as will Stellar. Decided to go for a little walk, a stroll. P-side is destination. Soul Snipe gets pinched by 2. 3 kills to 1. Great start for SSG.
There's that heat wave, and now this is where Stellar usually gets into dangerous territory. Starts to roam freely, listening to all those call-outs from his teammates. Want to keep tabs of him, really. And it's so difficult when you're going up against Space Station to try and create any space. Whether it's top car, whether it's top P, you're always going to be called out. A very small map is Aquarius, and usually someone from Space Station has got their eyes on you. As now here comes Stellar doing vintage things. It's a double kill. It's 2 dead. And maybe it could be 3. It will be 3. There's only 1 alive. Torlek just scampers away. 10-3 now between Space Station and Native Red. And already they're on the back foot.
Stellar plays his angles so perfectly. Peeking down car 1, not isolating himself on the right side. Only taking out the player with no shields, and again he continues to roll. Killing spree. Manny was a 1-shot. Might have just evaded that headshot with a little crouch. Stellar goes back for more. Teammates on hand to help complete the kill. It was Penguin with a double position now on P3. Players below him. Gonna clear that one out as well. 15 kills to 7. And it seems to me like all of Native Red are just trying to run away and survive and live when they're all down to no shields. It's food and drink for Space Station.
It's because they're being forced back. You've got Penguin and Eco who are anchoring so well from very advantageous positions, whether it be top P, whether it be top car, even sometimes from the base. Whilst Bound and Stellar are just roaming around, listening to those call-outs and making sure that damage actually counts for a kill every single time. It's an 11-kill advantage now. Native Red off spawn are trying to match Space Station, but they are consistently being trapped, either at yellow or blue. As you can see, off spawn now 2 players. They try and move over towards car, but Space Station are there, waiting, hoping that they push into the gen.
Here comes Bound. Manny's got a kill over towards the P side, making a double. Penguin answers back with a backpack. Soul Snipe will challenge front base. QT deployed. Manny's there. That's 3 kills for Manny in this life. Perhaps a lifeline in the game. Torlek gets a perfect kill. 9-kill differential.
You feel like if Native Red are going to get going here, Torlek is going to be a big part of that. He's had so many incredible tournaments throughout Halo Infinite. And he's a massive star for this roster, especially when it comes down to his slaying ability. Tries to put a 4th kill on the board, which he does, but gets shut down immediately. And whilst Native Red, 3rd place in this tournament, it would be absolutely incredible for them. It's always a frustrating feeling when you find yourself in that winner's final. And in a grand final that has eluded them so far, they've yet to finish higher than 3rd, have Native Red. When you start to fall about 10 kills plus down in game number 2, that seed of doubt starts to be planted in the back of your mind. Are we good enough? Do we deserve to be here? And you need someone to step up, and I feel like it has to be the likes of Torlek.
A lot of burden and weight on the shoulders of Torlek. Traditionally, he's the one they turn to when they look for slays and damage. Currently sitting at 6 and 9. On par with pretty much the rest of his team. SSG just continued to smother them, giving them very little space to play in as Eco gets 2 more. And they can trade 2 for 1s, 1 for 2s, but it's Space Station that only need 11 now.
I mean, if they're smothering them, Stellar is the pillow at the moment. He's being held firmly over their face because he just keeps on pushing in and is an absolute nuisance to every single time they spawn. Finally, he's caught off guard, but Bound should be able to finish the damage he was able to provide. As I say that, it looks like Native Red have managed to avoid that. So this is better from Native Red, trying to stay alive and trying to not allow Space Station to pick up those easy kills, but they still find themselves down by 10.
Suppress holds car. Torlek has P. First kill's gone their way, that's good. Better. Stellar though has answered back immediately. And all of a sudden, 8 kills is all that SSG need. Suppress will get his shields back, but they really need to start getting kills without reply, without response from Space Station, because they're very quickly running out of deaths.
Which very rarely happens. Space Station are one of the best teams at making sure they do trade out and they do finish off that damage. What a tournament Suppressed has had though, by the way. Native Red been trying to search for that 4th to replace Druck, who unfortunately couldn't stick with them for this season. And Suppressed seems to have been the right player just to fit in with the same sort of aggression that Native Red were looking for. But maybe Space Station is just 1 step too far. However, saying that, it was a 5-kill game, but then just like that, Space Station make it 7 yet again. Suppressed, caught out, unaware. Always making sure when you do push out from base, you want some sort of support from your team. And the support is there, but it's just the fact that Space Station are able to pick off 1 or 2 every single time that keeps this tally rolling up very close to 50.
3 more. Eco on the car side. They get one that they need. This game is closer than perhaps it was a little while ago, but the fact of the matter remains, they only need 2.
I'll give credit to Native Red though. 46 now. It is got a 49th kill. It needs a 1 more for Space Station. Native Red can't afford to let one slip through their fingers. A proper push could be done, and they managed to trade. Actually, it's still alive here. 49 to 47. Native Red. They were so close, and finally they will go down. Space Station do put that 50th kill in. It got a little bit dicey towards the end, but the fact that Space Station had such a heavy lead, they had those deaths to play with. It almost felt like they were toying with their food a little bit at times. 2-0 in the series, and Space Station 1 game away from replicating what happened at the Halo World Championships, a 3-0 over Native Red, and a match in the Grand Finals with Optic Gaming.
Optic Gaming, no doubt, watching this from the back and recognize how close SSG are to being their next opponents. Taking a look at the stats then. No surprise, Stellar 17, 10 and 5 with an 8.7 KDA leading the lobby. Penguin very quickly behind them with 15, 10 and 5, but you can see the assist column lighting up for Eco and Bound with double digits 10 and 11 respectively. They play so well together and they play for each other.
Native Red made a real game of it towards the end though. They were looking down and out, down by 10 plus kills. I don't know whether SSG just took their foot off the pedal a little bit or whether it was a case of maybe just a nice set of kills coming in from the Native Red boys. Damage good across the board, everyone playing their part, but it really was the stellar show supported by Penguin from a distance. And they both were able to rack up so many kills because of it. And I love the way they play Aquarius. It just seems like the perfect blend of teamwork, of distance fighting to up close and personal and getting in the face of your opponents.
Ruthless aggression. They ensure they go 2-0 in the series. Game 3 then, on the horizon. Recharge strongholds. Give me some good news for Native Red. Tell me this is going to form.
Native Red have been pretty good at strongholds. I think that if it's going to happen, it was probably going to be the 3rd map for them, but Space Station, with the way they've been playing, it doesn't look like they're going to be dropping maps anytime soon. They have their eyes set on that grand final, and even though they slipped up in the last stages of game number 2, they had enough of a lead. So Stronghold Solitude is where we're going. Native Red actually haven't lost Stronghold Solitude yet. They're 2-0 so far this year, or since the map and mode was released. As for Space Station, they're on 1-1. So if you want to be a stats person, it's 100% win rate for Native Red. Maybe this could be their chance.
Now I did say Stronghold Recharge.
Did you?
If it had been Stronghold Recharge, would they have had a better chance or less of a chance?
Less of a chance.
Okay, good.
Solitude Strongholds is definitely a better map and mode for Native Red. And Strongholds in general, I think that when you look at the Native Red playstyle, I mean, similarly to Quadrant, both of them like to go for that constant rotational playstyle of running at a team, getting a stronghold, running at a team again, making sure you out-rotate your opposition. But SSG, they're kind of that team as well. They know how to play against it. They almost pioneered it in a way, and other teams have learned from them. So this is going to be a really tough one for Native Red, even though it is one of their better maps and modes at this tournament, and most recently anyway. Confidence and momentum is certainly on the side of Space Station Gaming. It has been an incredible tournament for Native Gaming as they find themselves in the top 3 once more. But now they have to reverse sweep Space Station, which is not something that many teams can achieve.
And with them finding themselves back in the top 3, last time they were here, they didn't really put a dent in either team. They fell 3-0, clean sweep in the winners and elimination finals. And it looks set here to be heading the same way.
It often happens when a bracket gets a little bit lopsided because of a strange pool play result or an unexpected pool play result. I mean, Space Station losing to LVT, losing that first seed, it meant that the bracket got completely shifted, and it's why we saw a FaZe versus SSG for top 3, for example, and one of them finishing 4th. Now, I am not going to disrespect Native Red. They may have been able to beat them as well, but but it just is how the bracket plays, and sometimes you can only play what is in front of you. But it is always so disheartening when you're put in that position where you get into the winners finals, you get 3-0'd. You drop down to the elimination finals, you get 3-0'd. And you start to feel a little bit deflated and ask yourself, well, are we going to get to that grand final one day? What can we do to reach these top teams? It's always going to be a learning curve for Native Red. But it could start here with Stronghold Solitude, with it being one of their better maps and modes. And if they can find themselves ahead going into Game 4, King of the Hill live fires for the taking as well. Even though SSG very good at King of the Hill, Native Red know how to adapt to a playstyle. They know how to match Space Station in every single way that they like to play. But just as Space Station did to Quadrant, they play it a similar style, but just with that extra level of precision. They are closer to perfect. And sometimes it feels like Space Station are perfect.
Something I can't say, although they're sitting across from world champions here, Halo 5 world champions. You've got Solitude up next, Plaza, formerly known as. This was their playground for many, many years. If they're going to do it on any map, it's here and now.
For many years?
Manny,
I'm sure he knows how to slip and slide around this map as well. And I'm a big fan of Manny. And the thing I love about Native Red, these guys, they love each other. They are the best of friends. And it was why it was so important they found that right fourth to really fit in with them. They have probably had offers of all sorts to leave a team.
I offered them as
join a team. Jersey wanted to try and buy the team at one point. Nothing back for him. But they always stick together through thick and thin. And believe me, they've been through a lot of thick. It has been very difficult for them in their times in trying to find that fourth. But Suppress now seems to be the right man for the job. And that is their reward. A top 3 placement guaranteed. And now they are competing for at least top 2. But can Suppress be the one to maybe light a fire here in Stronghold Solitude? He got plenty of kills in the previous game in Aquarius, but wasn't quite enough. Those final stages, though, they were a little bit worrying for SSG, and I think that Space Station have to be careful that they don't get ahead of themselves here, even though they are probably confident that they're going to be getting into the grand finals at this point. They need to know Native Red are very much capable of stealing maps away from them.
And a reminder of exactly how we got here. And a quick peek at the elimination bracket. Space Station 3-1 against Quadrant, 3-0 against FaZe. And now 2 to the good against Native Red. And you spoke about the lopsided bracket. There it is right in front of you. Some of the heavyweights of the Halo World Championship, Halo Championship Series, are sitting right in front of us in that elimination bracket.
It has been a crazy tournament down the elimination bracket, but of course the winner of the elimination final will find themselves in that grand final against Optic Gaming, who not only 3-0'd FaZe, but 3-0'd Native Red. The one team they really struggled against was Space Station in a 3-2 in a Game 5 where Optic had lost before against SSG back at Salt Lake City. But Optic looked like the championship winning team that we have seen many a time in Halo Infinite, and they will be eagerly waiting the winner of this series.
Optic Gaming, no stranger to a grand finals. Although they've missed out on it the last couple of times of asking, they seem to be back in championship winning form. And speaking of championship winning, Halo World Championship only around the corner, October 15th. Don't forget, you can still get your tickets over there at halo.gg/HaloWC 2023.
And this is what it's all about. I mean, you've seen the teams that have been eliminated at top 8, top 6 saying, you know, we had an okay tournament, my teammates are great, but on to the World Championships. If you want to get it done, if you want to have that big tournament, the World Championships is where it should happen. That's where all the prize money is going to be. Well, that's where all the respect's going to be. That's where you're going to be remembered for your biggest and best placement. But one thing that is important for Native Red, they've got a blooming well good seed going into the World Championships. Regardless of what happens here, they will be seeded at least 3rd. And I think they are going to be delighted with that because their bracket should be, in theory, still a good one.
Native Red will go into World Championships as a 3rd seed, and a reminder of exactly who has made it. Luminosity and Divine Mind winning their regions qualifiers respectively. Congratulations to them, particularly because they had to do it the hard way through the open bracket.
They did. It was a surprise, really. Our teams that were in the pool play side from LATAM and from ANC losing out to teams like Luminosity and Divine Mind in the playoff matches. They played best of 7s to see who was going to be at the World Championship. So I'm very excited to see what Luminosity and Divine Mind can do at the Halo WC. But of course, they are familiar names as well that we have seen across the season in Halo Infinite. Then Na'Vi, an Impact team from Europe, will be featuring, as well as LBT, Native White, Cloud9, and Complexity, the top 4 North American teams from HCS points. And then we have the top 8 teams from this tournament that qualified for the Halo World Championships. It's looking to be an absolute spicy affair over at the Halo World Championships. I can't wait.
Cannot wait for next month, but we still have a champion to crown tonight. And we still have to get a contestant into that grand finals, a competitor. And Space Station Gaming still one away. We spoke about, complacency perhaps being Space Station's biggest weakness here. And for Native Red, it's about capitalizing on any opportunities that are presented to them in this next game.
And sometimes, capitalizing on mistakes is something that might happen at the start of a tournament in pool play, for example, where Space Station took a loss, but Space Station are one of those teams that the further they get into tournaments, the less mistakes we see them make. They just get better and better as they ramp up towards, so often, a grand final. And in Solitude on Strongholds, I mean, this is going to be a real tough one. Even though we've not seen Native Red lose it yet, we know that Space Station are so good at controlling this map. When they get hold of that sniper rifle, when they get hold of that sniper side, and they force the other team into blue, Native Red might struggle to break, but one thing that Space Station are very good at, breaking setups themselves. I think this is going to come down to how well Native Red escape blue, because I think it's inevitable. Space Station will at some point get a triple cap, and Native Red need to make sure that they know how to break out of it.
If you're just joining us, first of all, where have you been? Secondly, we're glad to have you. Confirmation of what was been on our screens. CTF Empyrean 3-0, a dominant display from Space Station Gaming. 50-47 on Slayer Aquarius. They started to let it slip towards the end, but got it over the finish line. And on the horizon then, Stronghold Solitude could be the last game we see for Native Red, unless they can push this game and push this series a distance.
And if they can do the unthinkable, if they can start the reverse sweep and get map 3 on their side and just take it one by one, if this were to go to a game 5, I wouldn't be too crazy to say that Native Red could become the favorites if we were to get there, because game 5s haven't really gone that well for Space Station. But I don't think that SSG are going to allow this to get there. And even though there's a little bit of a delay waiting for these players to get ready in game 3, I don't think that's going to affect anyone, because SSG are always locked in. Stellar in particular, I mean, every time I seem to enter the gym, that man is on a treadmill. He is locked in 24/7, every single time.
24/11.
24/11, it seems. He adds extra days to the week. But it looks like the players now getting ready, headsets on, and we're just about ready for game number 3.
That was something he requested, actually, was a treadmill under his desk, so he can run around and shoot some stuff at the same time. He loves that bloody treadmill.
He does, and it wouldn't surprise me if he were to find one. As I'm just thinking, with Stronghold Solitude, if maybe Native Red can keep that sniper rifle out of Stella's hands, then this is very much winnable. The 2 times we've seen Space Station on Solitude so far today, Stella has instantly off the spawn, stole that sniper rifle away, scampered away, and then been able to do some work with it. And I think if Native Red, they need to be doing their research, they need to be doing their prep, and they need to recognize that a starting strategy has to be about denying that sniper rifle. Have you put research into where your grenades need to be? Do you know where other teams can shoot you from in certain angles? It's map number 3. It's the elimination finals here in Fort Worth. The winner goes to the grand finals. Will it be SSG who need one more map? Or can we see Native Red start to make a comeback in this series?
Native Red on the ropes, looking stunned. And SSG poised to land the final haymaker. We're rocking and rolling in game 3. And Manny immediately heads towards Snipe, trying to get it out of the hands of Stellar.
But look, the nades were there from Space Station. They denied Manny to get any sort of vision, and now that sniper has been whisked away, and you better believe you know whose hands it in. It's in Stellar's hands, and he's already been able to connect with body shots. It's actually in his back pocket rather than his hands right now, because he was assisting the team to ensure they took down the first player. B is going to be the first point of contest here as both teams try and make sure they are the first ones to start scoring.
B in control of Native Red. Sniper rifle in possession of Talik. It's a good start. Eco getting hassled from Manny over towards Snipe. But again, Eco managed to get himself the top S4 and rain down death and destruction with a fresh 4 shot as well. And if Eco starts hitting shots like that, what hope do you have? 3 dead for Native Red.
They did have 3 dead, but they did also have all of the strongholds as well. So it was a nice little early chunk of time, 28 points on the board. A gets stolen back, B can be contested by Native Red, and Space Station on the back foot. And they're going to be the team that's over towards Yard and Blue. So I was saying that inevitably at some point Native Red would probably find themselves in this position, but they've done very well to force SSG to be the first team who has to break out here.
Now on top goal. Drops down at the hill. Slays in their favor for now. Manny on garbage truck. Bounce backing him up, 4 dead for Native Red now. And they'll immediately turn their attention towards C. Blue spawns for Tolic. He's getting pressured right off the rip. He's scrambling, trying to survive. Bound makes a meal of it, but is successful with the kill.
Trip cap was there. A is being contested as well. Suppressed should be able to finish it off, which he does. But you can see SSG, it's so much pressure, and Suppressed was not aware that there was a Bound just leaking through. And this is where Bound plays at his very best. On Plaza, roaming the streets and making sure that he makes life so difficult for his opposition.
Parkouring. Moving and grooving.
Here it is.
Hand in hand, trying to get a trade. 3 dead. Go Native Red once more. They've been in 3 different cycles. In a blender, Manny wins a very big 1v1. That will mean that he can at least get A, get a foothold in the game, a base of operations to push out from.
You have to work as a team when you get trip caps. You've got to make sure you get A together and then push out to try and take either a fight at B, or if you're feeling very brave, a long rotation to take a big fight at C. But it looks like B is going to be the area they go for. Eco, the last remaining player, 4 dead for Space Station. So at first ask of Native Red, can they escape from the trip cap? The answer is yes. They've done so well at pushing Space Station back. And it was because they did work together. They did make sure they dropped from angles and collapsed at the same time.
Stellar will fall. Eco on glass. Gets wiped away. Down and Penguin towards Yard and Flowers. Has to try and combine, take down Manny. The Bandit rifle rattling off shots, doing a significant amount of damage. But Penguin's there to clean up. Double kill for Penguin. They're going to move down driveway and step into B. Soul Snipe recognizes this, puts it in reverse. Snipe rifle in hand. He's going to eat a grenade though. Fire a shot in anger. Bound will take him down. Suppressed falls 2. Stellar will be responded to. It's S1 for Native Red right now. Space Station had them in a pinch.
2 have gone down for SSG, but because Native Red don't really have a foothold in this side of the map, as I say, that 4 go down. So now this is going to be an easy grab from B and a chance to set up. Bound might try and fly to contest, but he was pinched as well. He was sent back with those battle rifle shots. He wasn't allowed to jump freely into the hill. It's always frustrating when you see B being taken. You want to dive in, you want to challenge, you want to contest to allow your teammates off spawn to help you. But if the angles are being taken correctly by the opposition, it's almost impossible to try and push out a blue in that way.
Oh, drops down bottom middle. Suppressed can see. Very important kill to Stellar. Grenades getting sent back from whence they came. The use of the repulsor. Eco has to back down off top gold edge. Pressure there. Grenades being sent. And all of a sudden, it's Space Station on the back foot. They're being forced into the yard. They have to break a setup. Lovely snipe shot will connect from Tolic onto the body of Penguin, and Stellar will answer back immediately. Now they have control of blue.
I think maybe Native Red just accepting that a 2 cap might be enough here against Space Station, and don't want to push their luck, really. If you start trying to go for that trip cap often, you leave yourself in a couple of 1v1s, and you know how good a lot of these SSG players are going to be in those individual fights. 3 go down for Native Red. B has not quite been secured, and it does get reset by the last remaining player. So the push didn't quite work out for Space Station, and that's always the risk. You don't keep enough alive, the other team could always just reset it once more and force you back to spawn.
Eco tried to get C. Unsuccessful. Bound crouching on garbage truck. He's been figured out, found out. It's 4 dead once more. Space Station aren't able to handle the pressure that Native Red are imposing on them. This is perfect from the boys.
This is amazing from Native Red, and Space Station starting to finally see what Native Red are capable of on a map maybe where they feel a little bit more comfortable, when they can play in their flow state. Soul Snipe tries to get aggressive onto Flowers, but he's shut down, and that will be an opening for the SSG now. Tolic, though, doing a big job over at top goal, but it isn't going to be enough to stop Stellar. But because these spawns are staggered, there may be an opportunity for Native Red to contest B here. Suppressed doesn't drop, though, and B is given over. The good thing for Native Red is they are keeping Space Station at arm's length. They are keeping a good 50-point or so lead. This is a great pitch, though, from SSG to keep A.
But Space Station starting to take control of the hills once more, and Native Red spawning over towards Snipe. Let's have a little listen in with Space Station, see how they're navigating things.
Okay, come to me if you want.
Sniping closures.
Yeah, one shot.
End in trim, end in trim.
S4?
S4 weak. S4 with trim, could be yard.
They're in yard, I think.
I got one.
LR side.
One shot yard. One shot in yard.
Last guy yard. Timer's down LR hall.
Nice found.
Sniper down LR hall.
Spawning snipe, they're spawning snipe, I think.
Sniper down
Yeah,
there.
spawning sniper. Trap. U-turn, one shot. U-turn, one shot.
Top mid and top left. Top mid, posters maybe. U-turn, we never killed.
I'm going loop. It's many. I'll see him. You're one spot LR, one's LR.
Soda.
That's
Yeah,
right.
two on me.
U-turn, one shot, Colleague.
Go in, tram, honey. Yeah, tram, one. Two
LR hall.
Two.
Yeah, they're both killing me. They're killing me. One shot driveway. He's marking. He's marking on the green gun.
Looking.
Two dead.
Nice, I'm gonna be big. Flowers might go market. Nice, I'm going C.
One shot. Flowers to yard. Two shot in flowers. Two shot in flowers. Multiple there.
Blue. Here's Zane behind you. If you want to chill.
Two on Zane. Both. Three.
They're all there, just left. Manny's still weak. I have QT. I don't know where they're spawning.
Three guys, flowers.
That was a pretty effective and efficient listen in during all the chaos. Triple cap was locked in. Native Red fighting from the backside of A, and they were unsuccessful. They might get C. All the scrambles going down. Soul Snipe was able to solo cap it. All the attention of the Space Station was elsewhere. They immediately turned towards him. Stellar will look to get the kill and will. They're blocking blue spawns already, and it's S1 and S2 now for Native Red, but the backstab's already there. The bites is coming, and it's biting down hard.
And Bound has been one of the best players we've seen at this tournament with the Quantum Translocator. He always uses it as a free push, essentially. He popped it in a relatively safe area, goes top gold, knows he can challenge for free, wins that engagement. Then he pushes Snipe, knowing he can challenge for free, knowing he has that get out of jail free card. And Space Station now have a significant lead. Native Red, they held it for quite some time. It was looking good, but SSG just know when they need to turn it up a notch a little bit, and they found now a great pace in this game, which Native Red are really struggling to keep up with.
2 dead for Native Red, 3 for SG, make it 4. Stellar's the fresh spawner S1. They've got control of B. They haven't got too many mistakes left in them, Native Red, with SSG already having 224 points, only needing 26 to close out this series. They've got the numbers advantage. Suppressed trying to survive on Silo. He cannot do so. Eco gets one more, a double kill. But Bound is the last man standing for Space Station.
Space Station are really well at pressuring those spawns. If you do spawn over towards like S1, you need to get out of there quickly. If you spawn towards Hotel, you need to get out of there faster than Spartan will be on Monday. And you can't allow Space Station to be pressing you in this way. Native Red, 177 though. They are starting to get A and C. B has to be taken at some point though. A and C is too difficult to hold as a cap.
Slayers continue to roll around, favoring Native Red for now. A and B in their control. Looking towards C. Happy to let Space Station spawn S1. And perhaps use it as a bottleneck. Don't let them out. But they've already ventured, and they've already gotten the open and pick. 2 go down. It's all on Manny and Soul Snipe to stop this B push. They have to get a lot of damage here. It's now down to just Manny, all by himself, and he will fall.
And that might just be the final dagger in the backs of Native Red here, as they may be falling out of this tournament as Space Station hold B and C, and they're just 10 points away from a grand final.
Stellar has Snipe and QT, a get out of jail free card if he chooses to use it. They're in B, they're in C, but Stellar cutting down the numbers here and now, as he now moves back over towards C with that QT, and Stellar lands one more shot, one more in the grave, all 4 down for Native Red, and Space Station Gaming win. They're going to grand finals.
Business as usual for Space Station Gaming. They look like they are on a mission, and that mission is simple, to go back to back. But to do it, they're gonna have to overcome Optic Gaming in the grand final, not just once, but twice. 2 best-of-7s on the horizon for that grand final, but Space Station make it a 3-0 sweep. As for Native Red, it's always tough to be in that winner's final, get 3-0'd and unfortunately fall yet again in the elimination final to another 3-0. It's an exact carbon copy of what happened at the World Championships last year. But Space Station, they're set out for one thing and one thing only. It's another trophy.
Take a look at the stats. And it was stellar again. Why wouldn't it be? 24 kills, 14 deaths, and 10 assists. Outslaying Native Red by 11. Taking a look at the damage then. 5,800, but it was bound with 5,900 and suppressed. The new instruction, 6,000 damage. Just couldn't get the job done though, could Native Red.
I will say, even though it's a 3-0, Native Red put up a fantastic fight, especially in the end of game number 2 and the entirety of game number 3 there. But as always, Space Station just have that little extra bit of confidence about them. They have that little extra bit of perfection about them when it comes to those setups, about that objective work. It was how long they were able to hold that trip cap, for example, how long they were able to keep their enemies at bay. They didn't allow there to be any sort of easy push, and they constantly forced them back at Native Red. They were just frustrated at times. But we have our grand final. It's Space Station Gaming versus Optic Gaming, and it's a carbon copy of what happened in the World Championships last year.
That's all from Dan and I. It's time for Lottie and the boys to break this one down. Take it away.
Thank you so much, fellas. Oh, you're back on screen. Hello, lads. How you doing? Looking good. There we go. Hold on. They just wanted a couple more seconds of their airtime. We gave it to them, of course. The request was
Classic Dan.
answered.
Sorry, I was joking on my own joke.
Classic Dan. It was indeed. I've got to say, though, my goodness me, Space Station Gaming, we questioned whether or not Native Red would slow them down. Slow them down, they did not.
Oh.
Space Station Gaming is just rolling on through, and that tends to be what they do, that momentum-based team clutch. They cannot be slowed, even through an elimination bracket with the pressure on their shoulders of their tournament life. It feels like they almost excel in this kind of situation, in this, I don't know, freedom to be able to go and do what they want, take the risks, get the rewards. We're seeing right now the first map here. And Clutch, it really was game over from the beginning. Actually, we're not, I don't think we are saying, is this map 1?
This is map 1.
This is map 1,
This is
okay.
a dominant performance from SSG this time around. You wondered what this series was going to be like at the start. Well, SSG set the tone very early on here. Empyrean CTF, one of their bread and butters, one of their best map mode combinations, and definitely a game type that they smiled when they saw as game 1 in this series, because they have ambitions of getting to that grand finals, and they have punched their ticket after this game 2 and 3 performance following the Empyrean CTF.
Tony, I was really impressed with the clawback from Native Red here in this Slayer. You know, it just wasn't enough, unfortunately, for them. Were you impressed with how they played, or were there still some serious mistakes? I mean, containing a pretty significant lead here going into the strongholds, and then Space Station Gaming just being able to wipe that one right from their grasp.
Yeah, I think I was still impressed by what Native Red were able to do in that game number 2. Obviously, going to get the win, but within 3, where I think Native Red struggled a little bit, both in the Slayer and even in the Strongholds, was having that full map control, that full map awareness, even when you're up in numbers. I remember specifically one time on Solitude, you had 2 players, both Manny and Soul Snipe, over towards the top nest side. You literally had one player just get right behind him and bound, put shots into Manny, he backs down, put shots into Soul Snipe, he runs away, and nobody turns and gets him. Bound gets an easy double kill, and in fact, West saw that, he's like, that's game. Like, that was it. That was a critical moment within the game.
It was a critical moment. We see that time and time again with Space Station. You talked about how good they are at, you know, playing their lives, saving themselves from danger, being able to put damage in, and teammates coming in, the timing to be able to pick up those kills, give them the numbers. I mean, at the end of that, Strongholds, I was so impressed with Stella there, popping off, getting them the numbers, getting them the openings, not allowing Native Red to get back in the game, and they will take them down 3-0. There's your elimination final score. And as we head into the winners bracket, of course, we do have our grand finals set and ready to go as well. As you can see, Optic Gaming, they have been 3-0ing their way. They did have a close call with Space Station Gaming, which we're hoping for another close call in this grand finals, just for the fun of it, just for the entertainment. This is a carbon copy, like Dan said, of the World Championships. Clutch, what are you expecting out of this series? It is a best of 7 and a potential bracket reset.
I'm expecting this first series to go the distance to Optic Gaming, get it done in the first series is the big question for me. And how much gas does SSG have left in the tank? Because if they want this to be a long Sunday night, they are going to be able to do that, I believe, because as strong as Optic look, when SSG start to hit final form, when Stellar start to slay out as he did towards the end of that series, It's really tough to knock this SSG out of the tournament. I think we're going to see some fireworks in that grand finals.
I think we are indeed. I cannot wait to get into this series. I can't wait to talk about this series and get this one prepped and primed for you guys. We're going to head to a quick break right now. When we come back, Championship Sunday brings you your grand final. It is time, folks. Space Station Gaming take on Optic Gaming on the main stage, and we'll see you right after this.
The HCS Fort Worth Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
"25 seconds, APG gets another onto Renegade. Huge. It's only a single kill, but it could be a tournament-winning one. Frosty finds a kill as well, and all of a sudden, FaZe Clan are forced to push Snake by Royal 2. Somehow stay alive. APG gives him a 2-kill advantage once more. Trippy gets another, and Optic are closing in on a tournament victory, but Renegade comes in with 2 as well.
42-41, 3, 2, 1.
Optic are your champions. 1 kill. Game 7! And when one of the greatest series of all time comes to an end, it's a 3-peat for Optic Gaming. They are your champions.
Pressure on his shoulders. There is just enough room for error here, where Space Station could make this happen.
Double push coming in from FaZe. Double push coming in from FaZe. It's the flank from Renegade. Snakebite picks up 1. It's 2 to go now for FaZe.
Stays alive here, bottom mid. So far, so good here. They get that first trade. Can they sneak out another one as well? No! 43-48. 219-49 on the board.
1 more kill here for FaZe, and they will be your champions. The drought might be over. The team change will be verified, and FaZe, they managed to do it, and who else but the captain? Snake. FaZe Clan. Frosty's got the ball in his hands. It's a last roll of the dice here for SSG. If they don't win this fight, they will not win this tournament, and there will only be one name on that trophy, and that name will read FaZe Clan. They are your champions here at the HCS Arlington Major. It's patience in these situations is what makes champions. B is Space Stations. Spartan flies in. Spartan eliminated. But it's 248. That's not 250. That ain't gonna win you the game.
Contest! 1v1 here at B.
Lethal's still inside. Lethal gets the kill. Lethal gets the flip as well and bound now. He finds 1. Lethal is dealt with. It's 3 dead for Sentinels, and surely this has to be the moment where finally SSG take to the stars. Bounds in the game, and Bounds pick it up and overkill!
What a way to come out of that. Listen here.
Even Trippy right now, they call formal the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea
He gets 2! He gets 3! Prioritized everything. He's gonna get them all! It's an overkill!
overkill for Royal 2.
This one is looking really good for Native White as they are slaying non-stop. Mickwin with the triple kill. Making a triple as he gets a snipe on Sav. Cap coming in, and it's an overkill.
Oh my god! There's no way. Punishing Optic.
It all comes down to this very moment, this very series. As you can see the trophy on the pedestal, one of these two teams will pick that up by the end of this best of 7. Will it go the distance? Will the bracket be reset? Will Space Station Gaming solidify their win in SLC, or will Optic truly bounce back? We're here to figure that out. Looking at the winners bracket side of things, Optic Gaming have had a clean route through to the grand finals. Things are looking awfully bright over there. The pastures certainly are green, and they're hoping to get this done in the first series. But also Space Station had an absolute grueler of a weekend going through the elimination bracket, rebounding back up, but a very clean run from them in the lower half of things. But the big question is, does Space Station Gaming have it in them to clutch up, get that bracket reset, and get that trophy in their hands? Let's talk about them first. And Clutch, Space Station Gaming, they've had some impeccable map #1s in their series. Their record is looking so clean. I want to meet this incredible team. So let's meet your grand finalists, Space Station Gaming. Space Station Gaming have been so good with their hot starts. They are amazing in map 1s of a series, and they're now 32-7 in map 1s during this 2023 season. They've got an 82.7% win percentage. How important is it, Clutch, for them to go up against Optic and get a hot start? Because against them, they've had to reverse sweep. They didn't manage to get it done here, so this map 1 is huge for them.
Yeah, the last time these two teams have played, Optic has won both games 1 and 2. Optic able to win that game 5 this time around, or this most previous time, but they did reverse sweep them in SLC. I would love to see Space Station get off to a hot start here in this series, especially knowing you got 2 best-of-7s that you have to win. Making sure this first best-of-7 is a short one to leave some gas in the tank for the second is a very important recipe for success I need to see from SSG.
Now, we've talked about how good Optic's duo are in Lucid and Formal right now, but is there any duos you want to keep an eye out on SSG right now to try and combat that?
For me, I think it's the combination of Bound and Stellar, because that's where your firepower really comes from. You have 2 players that can stuff that stat sheet, that can really disrupt the rhythm of Optic Gaming. If there's any chance of you blowing past Optic Gaming's defensive wall, it's going to be started and probably finished with Stellar and Bound.
We're going to talk about Optic right now, and we talked about that duo, but for me, it's got to be the fact that they're getting icy at the right time, and SSG's ice has been melting, and Optic has been the fire to do that. For me, Optic Gaming being able to clutch up when it matters most, those game 5s that we were so kind of I don't know, talking about. The season one, that was the big thing for them, right? They just couldn't close out a series. And Optic, they have been really, really good so far this tournament. Let's meet your Green Wall team. Optic certainly have turned it around in Fort Worth. It has been helped by clutch plays here, and so far they're a combined 6-3 in clutch maps with a 2-0 record in game 5s and a 2-0 in Slayers within 5 kills. Icy is the word I certainly would use here, and this is everything that they need in their arsenal here against Space Station Gaming.
Big thing for me with this Green Wall squad is that they've really transitioned themselves and their mindsets into this championship bracket by changing up the communication a little bit. They seem so locked in at this point, but earlier on Friday and maybe even the past couple tournaments, we've heard the frustration from them as things tend to not go right as that's going on. When we go into a listening in this grand finals, I specifically want to pay attention to Lucid, pay attention to Formal and how they are leading this team in the comms to make sure that they are upbeat, they are being positive, and they are pursuing this championship title.
Tony, would you say right now Optic do have the advantage in this map pool technically in terms of the stats?
As far as in the map pool, I think they love seeing both King of the Hill and Oddball being early within the series, and that right in the middle of that is Slayer on Aquarius, which I think is going to be so important to both of these teams. Both of them really struggled in Slayer in the past, and I feel like whoever is getting the best of in Slayer is going to be on top. So starting off with King of the Hill in game 1, then leading into a Slayer for game 2 works really well for Optic as far as momentum.
It certainly will indeed, and momentum is exactly what you have to stop if you are Optic Gaming. On the side of SSG, they are a momentum team. I've said it probably 100 times because it is true. You really need to cut that down right now because the hot run that they have had in the elimination bracket needs to end here. Clutch, I'm kind of questioning whether or not we actually are going to a best of 7 here tonight because the way that Space Station Gaming have been performing, it would suggest that we could be. Do you think Optic have it in them, I think, mentally to sit back there, kind of go through things as a team, watch Space Station Gaming run through the teams here that we had left, and now meet them on the main stage? They're feeling really hot, and Optic, they've had to warm up.
Yeah, I think they've done it before. That's the reason I'm going to answer with yes. They have played in an SSG that has come through the elimination bracket that has been as hot as ever, and they dealt with them in that series at World Championship Finals last year. And I think with that, knowing that you've been there, you've done that, you've accomplished that, there is no intimidation factor from this SSG squad onto Optic, but they still know that they have their hands full with a very strong team in this SSG squad.
They certainly do. Let's have a look at the game mode records right now. And Tony, as we do look across these statistics, anything that's screaming out to you, because we do have all of these teams practically in everything in terms of the records here, high up in the percentages, apart from CTF, where Space Station Gaming is standing alone with this duo.
I mean, between that CTF and King of the Hill, 22-5 in Capture the Flag as far as for Space Station Gaming, and 21-5 in King of the Hill. Obviously, this is a dominant performance by Space Station Gaming. We kind of knew this. We knew that SSG are one of the best objective efficient teams in the league, and they barely have any weaknesses within their map and game mode combination pool.
They certainly don't have a whole lot of weaknesses. I could say that, honestly, for both of the teams here, looking absolutely fantastic in the win percentages across all of our maps and modes. And our 2023 rewind as well in terms of placements. You can see here Space Station Gaming, second, first. Optic Gaming, it kind of goes back and forth. We've got a third, a top 6, a fourth. It's all over the place. Clutch, when you're looking at these, what would you rather bet on? A really hot Optic Gaming who's clearly bounced back here in this tournament, or a very, very consistent Space Station Gaming?
Well, based off these numbers, I'd say SSG is the team I would want to bet on. But based off overall history of the teams throughout the first 2 years of Halo Infinite, give me this Optic Gaming squad. When they put themselves in this position from the winner's bracket, they do not lose tournaments. And I expect the Green Wall to stay strong, and what a story that would be to give us A third winner in 3 tournaments leading into Worlds. I think that Shakespeare couldn't have wrote this one himself.
Honestly, I gotta agree with you. I think that'll be the icing on the cake with how competitive this season has been. 3 event winners leading into Worlds. I don't think I could write that any better, right? I mean, the script has to be set, surely. Optic Gaming fans, I know you want this, but Space Station Gaming, they want the solidification of their win in their hometown, heading into Worlds to feel a little bit more encouraged about that final stop on the roadmap. Well, folks, it is about time we get into this series. I am so excited for this one. What an absolute banger of a matchup we do have. Before we go, though, Tony, I kind of want to ask you who you think is going to be taking this one.
I really want to go Optic Gaming. I mean, obviously, they're coming into the grand finals out of the winner's bracket. And I would say if I'm a betting man, I'm going to go Optic. You know, if I'm thinking my brain, I'm going to go Optic. But I will say, lots of times I go with my heart. And I'm just saying, SSG, the only team I know that get better in the elimination bracket and look clean here on Championship Sunday, give me SSG.
Oh. That was a big pivot. Clutch, what are you saying?
I think it's been a long day for SSG. I love those guys. I think they have all the talent in the world, but I am with Shakespeare on this one. I want Optic Gaming to win the one right before Worlds. I want a hell of a storyline leading to that World Championship, and I want the green wall to get loud, so I'm going to sit back, watch this one go at least 7, and enjoy myself. This is some good Halo.
I love how we are a split desk here. Well, fans, in this arena, your teams need you to scream awfully loud in this grand final. The one before Worlds. This is a very big trophy on that main stage. It is about time we get into your grand finals.
Oh, no. That is not. No! He did it again!
He just knocks Eco to no shield. Eco buying so much time!
Formal has the sniper rifle quite rightly again.
Oh my God!
We touched down this weekend with the best Halo players all around the world here in Fort Worth, Texas, to crown a champion, to have a team hoist this trophy on this stage. And that time is now. We're about to set the stage ablaze one more time. Fort Worth, are you ready for this? Coming out first, it's the Salt Lake City champions. Give it up for Space Station Gaming! We got Stellar, Eco, Penguin, Bound, and Coach Alamite. Space Station Gaming looking to go back to back and get this one done. Make some noise for Fort Worth. All right, all right, all right. But now it's time to bring out their opponents. And these boys been playing like hot fire all weekend long. It's the Texas favorite, the Charlotte champions. Give it up for Optic Gaming! We got APG, Formal, Lucid, Trippy, and Coach Lunchbox. Optic Gaming looking to get it done again. Texas, make some noise for Optic Gaming. Man, 2 amazing teams on this stage yet again, looking to be champions, but only one can do it. Only one can get their second championship of the year right now. Who is gonna be? Well, it's time to find out. I know I'm ready, but Fort Worth, you ready to go? One more time. Fort Worth, are you ready to go? It's time to get this one started. On set, Rob, let's lock it in.
Thank you so much, players, and thank you, Fort Worth. The crowd is electric in here right now, and why wouldn't they be? The Grand Finals is upon us. Space Station versus Optic Gaming, a rematch. The last time we saw these in a Grand Final, it was the Halo World Championship.
That's right. To have these two teams back on the main stage is something special. And let's also not forget that last rematch in the Grand Finals was also the last time we had a Grand Finals reset as well.
It was indeed. So a lot to look forward to. We've already seen the matchup, of course, in the tournament. That went all the way down to a Game 5 as well. And I mean, this is just a fascinating story of two very difficult roads for both of these teams that they've had to come through. Space Station on our screen, it's been that elimination bracket run. They have played so much Halo today, but they are here in the Grand Finals. For Optic Gaming, it's been a road maybe more difficult away from the events, where they've had disappointing result, but now they are back in the final looking to right the ship.
Difficult roads in Charlotte, without a doubt. Let's take a look at the series layout here, and guess what? 7 games on your screen, because we're in for an extended series in your Grand Finals. We are standing room only here in Fort Worth. Everyone here this weekend packed around the main stage and ready for that game number 1, King of the Hill on Recharge.
Fascinating series layout in front of us as well, because just to give you a bit of background and some stats coming into this one, you're looking at King of the Hill Recharge. It is an Optic Gaming heavy game type, but Space Station have been so good in their first game of the series they've played so far in this tournament. So the stats almost kind of counterbalance each other as into who's going to be expected to take this one home.
They really do. And let's also not forget, SSG looking to go back-to-back here in this tournament. Optic has gone back-to-back in Halo Infinite. FaZe has gone back-to-back in Halo Infinite. How fitting would it be for SSG to go back-to-back just before the Halo World Championship?
Well, these two players on your screens are ones to keep eyes on. You can see similar statistics form the standout for Optic Gaming so far, but Penguin has had his best tournament I have seen in so long. He has been electric so far in Fort Worth as we head towards game number 1. Here we go then, Fort Worth. It's a Sunday night. You know what that means. It's Grand Finals time.
Let's not forget, the last time we saw these two teams play in this tournament alone, it went to a game number 5, a 50-47 game number 5. We are undoubtedly in for a treat here in your Grand Finals at the Fort Worth Major.
Trippy gonna get that nice kill early on, but under a lot of pressure at the moment, but he comes out of it, not only with the camo, but with a double kill himself, still with shield, still inside of that hill, and what a start this is for Optic Gaming, getting hold of that power-up, and most importantly, a little bit of early hill time as well.
Should be playing this slow. Knows he has a lot of responsibility and really nicely isolates that 1v1. Here he comes around the corner again.
Nico flying in, has that repulse, which just helps him out of that situation. As soon as he saw the flare of the camo, he knew that he could just send him back into the Netherrealm. And now it takes on APG as well. A little bit of help comes in there from Penguin. As now we see Space Station just eke out a little bit of a lead. Optic Gaming trapped on the respawn by the pipes.
How fitting is it with the chaos of this season and this event that here we would be, these two teams, your Halo World Championship Grand Finals in 2022. These two teams back on your main stage in the Grand Finals. It feels like all things were pointed this way regardless of how the season went. A few extra points here on the board for Space Station off the first hill.
Back and forth at the moment. Bound the only player in the lobby who has yet to register a kill at this point. And of course, it was only a month or so ago that he picked up his first trophy. So to be back in a Grand Finals once again, he's got the chance to double up.
See what Lucy can do from top gold. All 8 players alive on the map here, and both teams just about tied here at the 50% mark on this first hill.
Lucy looking to break the C-flat hold at the moment. Beautiful shots. Can he stay alive though? That's the question. The answer is no. Optic Gaming find themselves 4 dead, and Stella steps inside of that hill. Trippy trying to escape those elevator spawns, but here comes the rest of Space Station to hold off this push from Optic.
Where does the first kill go? Notice how Trippy does not challenge right away. Trippy goes tower instead. Kills traded out early on here, 3v3.
Trippy's going to be weak. Oh! It doesn't matter if he's weak, because he's found himself a shock rifle. And that evens it up. Space Station just about managed to convert that hill, though. It will be 1-0 to the team who are dressed in red.
Despite the kill, despite the chaos there, Trippy did well to get the tower and to hit that shot from the crates. However, Space Station will get your first kill on the board.
Really hot start this from Trippy. 10-3 already. Eco picks up a double kill himself, though, and it looks like Space Station will now have control of the map once more. Set up here just outside of blue. second hill completely locked down for them at the moment. And again, Optic just trapped in and around Turbine.
Let's also not forget here, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Grand Final. Space Station coming from the elimination bracket, meaning just like the Halo World Championship, they will need to win 2 back-to-back best of 7s in order to take this event.
3 did here for Space Station. Optic get the break. Spawns are coming in over at goal, so Stella has to be dealt with here. And oh my goodness, luckily there for Formal, even though the shots were pretty good. APG that was there to help him out with a little bit of assistance to make sure that Stella wasn't too much of a problem. Kills falling in the favor now of Optic Gaming. They're getting control of the map, but Penguin somehow scarpers away.
How about Trippy at 13-5? Almost, oh, look at these shots from Formal, almost turns 2 there. Trippy's 13-5. He's almost doubling everyone else in the game in the kills category.
Starting to get a little bit scrappy here. Nobody able to get full map control. It's Trippy, last player alive for Optic. Has an impact on the map. Formal will pick up yet another one. And look at that spawn now coming in for Lucid. He'll be able to play the back of Silo and he'll be able to support his teammate as Optic Gaming now look to go into a lead on this second hill. Camo coming up in around 15 seconds or so, so look for the attention of both teams to turn towards that.
Dangerous position here for Optic. They need to hold back Hydro. They're 2 dead.
Enemy team.
Man advantage here for SSG.
APG just trying to be a nuisance at the moment, playing this head glitch beautifully. Knows pressure's going to come, but he's hoping the rest of his teammates are going to arrive as well. In the meantime, while the distraction comes in from APG and Space Station prioritize that hill, it's going to be Trippy who comes away with that camo. Picks up 1, and that will allow the rest of his team to get back on the map. Bound looking for a trade and gets it, so camo out, but 2 kills picked up by that camo player, Trippy.
Last 2 players alive are Tower and Hill. This is very interesting. Optic needs to be careful how they play this. Here comes the Flood.
Flood does come in, and they will get those final kills. So now it's an opportunity for them to step into the hill. And Lucid, well, he's found himself a shock rifle. 1 shot to the head with this thing, and all of a sudden you're going to see the numbers fall heavily in the favor of Optic Gaming. Trade not going to be picked up there by Penguin, as Optic managed to get that kill as Foreman walks his way into tower and gets that beat down.
Enemy team took the hill.
And now you're going to see Space Station trying to stack this hill a little bit. Nobody ready to really step in for Optic at the moment. 1 headshot here and you might think that decision changed.
Look at this now. Optic needs to play this carefully. Still a 2-man advantage. Let's get to a listen here on this hill with Optic Gaming.
Jump on double second. Caution, we can start. Still double second, guys. Still double second. Absolute wall. Watch on me, guys.
Don't
Never kill hill. Never kill hill.
C-Sir's absolute.
Last kill, tower. Back silo. Back silo. He's sitting back there. Lost shock, C-box. I'm pushing on. Back silo. Shock is down my body. Stay alive. I spawn long.
Batteries, need alert. Batteries.
Yo, caution, guys. Caution. Double stack right now.
C-Stairs. Let me get more.
Two guys still. Long. One shot.
Yeah. Last guy C-boxes. C-boxes. I'm here. Yo, make sure he gets out. Somebody push it out. Go, Tom.
Yeah, I'm half.
He's pushing. Hill, right side. Pushing. Absolute.
He's one shot. Absolute. He's going hill. One shot. Hill. Nice. Two. Be careful, guys. Be careful.
Tower, guys. Tower.
Stay tight.
Tower.
They're gonna hit this. They're gonna double it. They're gonna double it.
I got one more.
Enjoy. I'm watching you, Joey. Stay down. I got shot C5. One shot. Just one shot C5. Spot of vision.
Well, it goes right down to the wire as we come out of the listening, but Optic Gaming do get their first hill on the board. We're tied up at 1-1, but that was just millimeters between the 2 teams.
I mean, what a treat. I have full-body chills from that listening. You heard perfect play calls coming in from the IGLing. Here's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to double stack hill. They made sure to play tight. You heard the words out of Lucid's mouth. That's incredible game management from Optic Gaming to tie this series here. The game 1-1, and the Greenwall champ begins.
Greenwall chant begins, but Penguin looking to shut that down. But he's now last alive, and all of a sudden, Space Station, who had a full elevator cell, find themselves 4 dead. Optic have broken conclusively here, and we all know, we've watched enough of this game type to realize this elevator hill is so hard to break.
Look at Trippy continuing. He's 20-11. The next highest on SSG is 13 kills. This man is absolutely slaying out in game number 1.
Formal inside of this hill for now. Push looks like it's going to be coming through on the turbine. A couple of shots into one. Bound. Got away with it there. Didn't get stuck. And he will come out of it with double kill as well. APG trying to challenge Bound here down at the bottom of the tower. But both teams breaking successfully, which is a little bit surprising to me to see, Andy.
APG was your last player alive. He actually backs down. Kills will be traded out, but Stellar flushes that last kill out, maintaining this advantage and the pressure. This should be the hill.
This should be the hill, but there might be a chance to flood here because 2 players from Space Station have fallen. So Lucid's going to challenge. Lucid's going to go in. And the sidekick. The handy gun to have in that situation. Trippy now trying to fly in on Stellar. Gets the kill, doesn't get traded out. Optic will break, and once again, We're in a situation here where it's millimeters between the two teams on this hill.
It's just going to be deja vu all over again here for Space Station. Take a look at the hill. Look at this, 1 point away. Eco tries to challenge. Can he get it?
Eco trying to challenge, but here comes Formal. He gets that kill. Optic still inside of the hill on Optic. Once again, clutch up in the last few moments of that hill. They're up 2-1.
And what is going on the SSG side of the stage? In their heads, they're 4 dead and the second hill in a row. They are moments away from being up 3-0 in this game. Instead, we're at 2-1 in favor of Optic, and Trippy with the camo as well.
You wondered if Optic were going to be coming into this a little bit cold, if they weren't going to be warmed up, having watched SSG play game after game after game. Well, I think you're finding out right now. They are locked in.
2 dead here for Optic. Still a lot of games still to play. 1:33 on the clock, but look at this 4th hill as well. Optic Gaming already about to tap 60% of the progress on it.
Oh, Eco stays alive though. Lucid couldn't take him down. And now the numbers starting to heavily weigh in the favor of Space Station. Eco still alive here, trying to team up with Stella to finish off this kill. We'll be able to do so. Trippy will fall as well, and Eco just surviving for that few seconds now. You see the butterfly effects of it. Speaking of butterflies though, Lucid, he's got a fly swat, swats him out of the air.
Stings like a bee with that shock. He will stay up pipes. Excuse me, the shock will stay at pipes, and they'll look to make damage here. You see Bound trying to hit some shots from across the map.
Enemy team.
Well, talk about Trippy, he slowed down a little bit, but APG's picked his game up as well. You're seeing him with 19 kills, Formal right behind him as well. He's 19 and 14 himself. Make it 20 as Penguin tees it up for him.
Also, look what happens. SSG brings Formal the shock in the hill and tees up that shot for him. Formal gets a gift from the heavens and now very close to finishing out this hill as well.
Should be able to do so. Stella though, he's on the flank. And he keeps Optic at bay for just a few more moments. Stella now looking for a second. And somehow he's keeping Space Station alive on this hill.
Really good pre-nades on the sneaky. That's not an easy angle and shot to hit, but here comes the Optic push.
This is a 3-man push coming in from Optic. Bound gets 1 though, which is going to slow things down once again. Stella's still inside of that hill, by the way, and it looks like Lucid decided, you know what, we need to get this man out of here. Shots coming in from across the map are going to make it difficult for him. 2 dead for Optic Gaming and SSG. Maybe you're looking to do to Optic what Optic did to them on the last 2 hills.
Formal's your last player alive. Penguin now with the camo. This is an opportunity for a very big steal here for SSG, and it looks like they will do it. Lucid has to fly.
Double push bottom middle.
Oh boy, look at this.
Making a triple push. Trippy taking on Penguin. He's trying to buy as much time for his team to get back in this game. Penguin again with the double kill, but here comes Formal. Penguin in a 1v1 here with Formal. The help now comes through. SSG get the slays, and off the back of that should get this hill.
How about the patience from Penguin? Just sits at the double stacks on the jump up. Killing spree for him in the late game. 4 dead for Optic Gaming. It's another double kill, and Space Station on a late game run here. 18 seconds left in regulation.
Late game composure is what we always talk about at this level. When you get to the death of the tournament, these final games, nothing is decided in the first few moments. It's all about the end game. 17 seconds left on that game clock as well. As Space Station recognize it and step out for just a few seconds, looking for some slays.
They get the job done with the perfect timing on the kills, perfect timing on the camo, and now they find 2 dead as well.
Last 2 players are trapped in pipes as well. They're trying to force their way through. Penguin spots them out, and Penguin spree continues here as SSG step back into that hill to rack up more time.
Going to continue to keep them trapped at pipes and gold. And this is a big, big battle here. All 8 alive on the map. The next few kills will determine if SSG closes it out here.
You're going to have to go through Penguin if you're going to get anywhere near that hill. And look at Optic. They're trying to make sure they have bodies on the map. But Eco gets that first kill. Penguin still just standing on this wave, but Formal's found himself a shock rifle. Formal's found himself to an Optic. They break again.
3 dead. Eco's your last player alive at Elevator. He's about to get tripled.
Formal can't quite connect with the head that time, but it was all Formal. 2 shock rifle kills to give Optic a chance in this game. Next point wins as we see that camo pop bottom middle as well.
Of course, those 2 minutes added in overtime to give us some extra play time here to determine where this point will go. And the clock, of course, will continue to freeze each time the hill is being controlled.
Look at Penguin, full of confidence, challenging Formal, saying, if you're going to take me down, you're going to have to hit some really solid shots. Formal still with his shock inside of the hill. Penguin still a problem, but look at the kill feed. It's lighting up for Optic Gaming right now. That's 2 dead. Penguin's been impressive in the last few moments. Still gets 1 on batteries, but will be finally taken down by Formal. Optic almost tying up this hill now.
Wow, stays alive as long as he can, but what does it cost them now? 2 dead though for Optic off the push. Space Station does take advantage of the timing push. Here they come.
Trippy gonna be double challenged as well. It's 3 dead for Optic. And SSG have broken at just the wrong time for Optic fans, but maybe just at the right time to win this game.
What does Lucid do? He was your last player alive. Here he comes.
Might get one. Doesn't get any. Bound fight in. Gets the beat down, and it will be SSG, who turned the game on its head. Hold off the final push. And will be 1 up in our grand final.
Wow. How about that for a table setter?
That won't be up, trust me.
What a game one here. SSG is outslayed 91-89, yet they win the game in overtime. An unbelievable late game run after what looked like it was going to be conclusive Optic gaming control throughout the entire mid game. SSG digs deep not once, but twice to take the game in overtime.
Got to talk about Elevator Hill for me. Optic have such a strong setup. They rotate early to make sure they get it. They lock it down. Space Station 4 dead. Everyone in the death screen. And they get broken off of that next push. That kind of thing at this level, surprising to see with how good these players are. But I gotta say, it was surprising that Optic sitting it that long. You saw Space Station have full control, forward in everything it could to break that hill. But a final push from Space Station was the difference. They get that final hill on the board. They're up 1-0.
I mean, what a beautiful game one. Here's the play, by the way. Penguin on the double stacks here with the camo, taking his time 1 by 1. Then also make sure to get the trade here against Formal. Not even a trade, excuse me. Stays alive beyond it. And it plays like that. We're tied 2 to 2 that made things really interesting.
This little run from Penguin just turned the game on its head. You can see Lucid here at the end as well. If he just connects with that headshot maybe on Eco, maybe things look a little bit different. But they're the margins we're playing with now. A shoulder is not good enough to hit with that battle rifle. It has to be the head. A Space Station flood into that hill to get it on their side and take King of the Hill recharge 3-2.
Dare I say it, I think it's one of the best game ones of a grand finals that we've had in a very long time. That one felt like there was a lot on the line, and that's because indeed there is. Next up, Slayer on Aquarius between these two, and let's not forget, the last 2 times we've seen these two play Slayer, they both went to Optic. Let's take a look at the HCS Fort Worth stats all up.
Looking at these, you can see Optic have been very, very good. Only 1 blip on their record in Slayer game time, so a lot for the Green Wall to like about that. We talked about this a little bit earlier though. SSG up and down after the work that they put in ahead of the last event that we had in Salt Lake City, where they knew their Slayers were a little bit up and down. And kind of looks like those problems have ruined their heads again.
And look at Lucid here with several asterisks on his side of the stage, and he's gonna like that as he leads HCS Fort Worth in all 3 of these categories. 1.58 Slayer KD, 4K damage plus, and also a damage differential of over 700.
I will say though, look at the stats of Penguin. A player who you usually kind of think about being in that support role, where he stepped up in this tournament, especially in these games. Game number 2 is live. 50 kills to win here in Aquarius. The heat wave is such a big factor.
And it feels like the heat has turned up in this building as well here in Fort Worth. Space Station now only 3 games away from sending us to a second best of 7. Or can Optic Gaming tie the series here at 1-1? We're underway in game number 2.
On board with Stella. To start this game off, who's going to play for that heat wave? Who's going to play for that thrust? It looks like the thrust has gone. Bound usually the player to go for that. On the Space Station side, as we see the pink push coming in as both teams wrestle for control of that weapon we were talking about, and I'm pretty sure that Formal might have just got away with it.
And more often than not, you're seeing at a high level Aquarius, the teams are playing those openings a bit slower. They want to see how things play out just a bit in the beginning, and that has been no exception here. It's just 3-2.
That corrected. Formal did not get away with that heat wave. Not sure quite where that has gone. Usually it's in the hands of Trippy. As Trippy now does actually pick up 2. He's trying to be hunted down right now and will be. Formal. A little bit of help from APG, and at the moment, this pace of this game is trade after trade after trade on the pink side. Nobody coming out on top.
Yeah, they're coming in thick here, right? As we said, a slower start, and then all of a sudden, everyone just started flooding here on the pink side. Will now be all 8 players alive on the map. Here comes the push from SSG.
I think there's been some really big grenades there, but nothing connects from APG. Eco going to be challenging. Penguin picks up 1. Bound another. And that's going to be 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Trippy looking at all the carnage in front of him and thinking, boys, where did you go?
He has to retreat, scattle back to the teammates, and he will be able to do so to make sure the damage isn't too strong. Space Station now up by 1 here, 8-7.
This is just a constant battle of pink at the moment, and there is the heat wave. Eco is the man who has it. Trippy trying to flank P1.
With that thrust going to be able to stay alive for just a few extra seconds. Formal just caught off guard for a second, but there's a little thrust move from him, but it won't keep him alive.
Penguin was ready for it here. 2 dead for Space Station. That'll give Optic Gaming now a 1-kill lead as the lead has just changed back and forth here in the opening moments.
QT coming up in a few moments' time as well, and that might be something that just allows one of these players on the map a touch more freedom than what they've had so far. Formal, we've talked about him in that first event that we saw the Quantum Translocator introduced into the game types, seemed to be a little bit ahead of the curve and mastering how to get in and out as Bound. Well, he's getting in and he's coming out with 2 kills.
Hey, look at that. You see Lucid looking left and right, screen watching his teammates' screens to see those 2 deaths take place. That'll give SSG the lead now, 12-10.
1 kill here, but you would expect maybe a trade to come through unless Optic
find
themselves being held down by Lucid. It's a double kill, it's a triple kill. There's too many medals on our screen to really reward that play from Lucid.
Are you kidding me? Cool Calm collected the whole way through. Screen watching, gets the sidekick, first kill on the Jet, and then with the thrust, hits the fadeaway for the double stick, making it a triple, and the lead as well.
16 to 13 now. Optic with a 3-kill advantage. Make it 2 as a couple of trades come through. Penguin comes out of that little situation. The sticky one over in the fridge with a couple of kills. So 17 to 15. And the sidekick again. We know how deadly this thing is short range. Penguin has the thrust. But that sidekick, just better in that situation.
You get the feeling with Lucid here leading the game in kills, maybe we're starting to see the Lucid of old, the untouchable Lucid here as he's 7-3 in this game.
Confidence is a funny thing, right? As soon as it starts coming back, you feel invincible. You feel unbeatable. And maybe that's what Tommy Wilson is feeling right now. 8-4 at the start of this game, but now Optic are going to have to just slow the pace down for a second. Couple of kills fall in the favor of SSG, still just a 2-kill difference.
And Optic knows just how much is riding here as the game comes within 1, right? They do not want to go 2-0 in this first series down. Trying to even things up here and stay on top, try to win this series in its first set.
You also know that Slayer is something you relied on. You know that SSG have been a little bit weak. The objective game types where SSG have been pretty good so far, so to take the Slayer away, tie the series up, it's almost a must-do here for Optic.
2 dead here for SSG, still just a 2-kill game. Trippy knows he's in trouble up top, has to retreat here to the Gen. Things slow down for just a second yet again. Let's look for what the opening damage is here.
We'll talk about Big Game Trip, a nickname which is given by other people, not one you give yourself. Well, it needs to be a big series coming in from Trippy, as halfway through this game, we've hit the 25 kill mark at exactly the same time for both teams.
This is exactly how they would write the story, like you said. 27-27 now at this point. Let's get to it. Let's in here with Space Station Gaming.
One shot, P jump. Another on P1, blue stairs. Yeah, P2. Blue stairs.
Lippy,
blue P tunnel.
Lippy. Look at P2.
You blue P, don't even I'm watching top blue from fridge.
Spawn for 1. Here in blue closet.
Yo, I'm going for yellow. Do I have help? No, yes, no.
Yeah. Blue flag, dude.
One star side? Oh, yeah, I think they're P, guys.
There's a guy P, there's a guy in the flag. Look at P2 still.
I think yellow flag.
Still look at P2, they're definitely in the closet.
Blue flag and blue engine.
Flag, yep. Yeah, one in the P tunnel, one in the P
tunnel.
Should
I push up to P2 or no? Yeah, I think we should. I think we can blow out P, no? No, I mean, they're here.
One in the P tunnel.
One's on your pistols. They're probably hiding fridge, 100%. Just chill.
One in the P tunnel.
We don't have eyes on P1 exactly.
On the bridge weak.
Yo, watch out,
stairs weak. Stairs weak as well. Stairs weak.
Blue window.
Window weak and car glass.
Yeah, window weak. Engine weak.
Car one.
Foremost in the base.
One shot. Dead.
Foremost in the base. Push it. I'm here, bound. Where? One shot at me. I lost heat wave. They're gonna be P1. Back flag. Yo, he's back flag. Lucid. He has a thrust. He's blue P tunnel with thrust. He's going fridge. Right.
One shot.
I think.
I said. P2 as well. P2.
P1 formal. Go front yellow.
Front yellow weak. Nice. 2 dead.
P2 I think. I think.
Pushing
yellow. Zane anchor. Yeah, P2 one shot trippy.
Back into the game, and one of the biggest leads we've seen so far. SSG sounding composed, as they always do. The QT a little bit of a difference maker there, but mostly Bound the difference maker. That opening damage, the opening pick, and SSG flood off the back of it.
So much to admire in the comms there from SSG. That entire time during the standoff, they're just going into, we don't have eyes on P1. They must be fridge. They must be front blue. They're going to be in blue connector. The perfect communication to identify where each and every player was. And you saw them pick apart the Optic roster to give them now, as you say, the first 3-kill lead we've seen in quite some time.
3 kills the difference. QT back up as well. Trades down bottom middle at the moment. Trippy challenging Penguin, but Penguin has been shooting incredibly all tournament long, and there's another example of it.
See what Penguin can do here. The 3-kill lead becomes 4. This is now the home stretch for Space Station. Can they do it again?
No big swings in this game, though. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing that's got out of hand for either team, and there is Optic with the first pick themselves. Now, what can you make of this? Can you turn this into multiple kills? The answer is yes. Lucid gets 1. Formal gets 1. Lucid gets 2. It's a double for him, and now we have a tie game.
That was 3 dead here. Penguin's still on the other side of the map. Not sure if they know it yet. It's split right now, so Optic needs to be very careful with how they play this. Tied at 38 in game number 2.
16-9 for Lucid at the moment. As that QT just to retreat to his side of the map, and talking about Penguin, well, he's managed to scarf her away and come out of it with a kill. Never forget about Penguin. We've talked about this a few times, right? You can't lose track of anyone at this level. Penguin doesn't get that kill. APG will take him down. Now it's about facing forward as we're tied up with 11 kills to go.
This is nervy. We wouldn't have it any other way. Neck and neck at the 39 mark between these two. As you say, Lucid on your screen is 16-9. Unbelievable numbers in a game where you're tied.
On the other side of things is Penguin leading the way, 14-9. But where is this pick going to come in? 2 players from SSG. They're going to be on the shot grenades. Trippy's going to fly in. Can they get these kills though? Lucid will find one. Stellar's going to challenge. Killing spree here for Lucid in the late game, but everybody backs down. Everybody respects that there's just 10 to go.
Oh, look at this eco battle here. Oh my goodness, gets the help as well from Trippy.
But the trade's coming elsewhere. It's still tied up, 41-41. QT just popped.
4 minutes on the clock, but you can almost be certain we won't need him here. Lucid finds another. 2 dead for Optic though, needs to be careful.
Stellar though, Stellar went in and got a double kill off the back of it. It's a 1 kill advantage in the favor of SSG. Lucid trying to chase down the damage, and Bound will find another, so now it's 2 kills. And Lucid has to be so careful in this situation. Little bit of damage done, but has he been baited in? The answer is yes, and Stellar flies in to keep Bound alive. And SSG now within 5.
They don't get the kill they needed. Lucid with the thrust and sidekick. You thought he might at least get 1. He does not get that kill. That now gives SSG a 2-kill lead, a 3-kill lead at 47-44.
And in the late game, once again, it's SSG who is showing that ice. 3 kills to go now, but Optic will know 1 good push, and it could still be their game.
As we said, very unlikely you would need the full game clock here. And SSG with the game in their hands, a 3-kill lead with 3 kills to go.
Good sneaky position from Stellar though. Playing on that head glitch to get that first pick. And the signal has been given here for a space station. Fly in, boys. Let's try and close this one out. Lucid down. Stellar picks up his 17th of this game. It's 1 more to go for SSG.
You gotta think. They know it's here. They know it's here. Check the fridge.
Looking for the leftovers. Eco's gonna find them. SSG. A 2-0 up in our grand finals. And I tell you what, if you were thinking this might be a quick evening, well, quite simply you might be wrong, because we are looking down the barrel of Optic Gaming and Space Station and a bracket reset.
And let's not forget the records that you saw on screen before this game. Optic was 8-1 in Slayer. SSG was 5-6, and Optic had won both Slayers in the matchup prior with these 2 teams at this weekend's event. Instead, this time, it's SSG with an unbelievable late game run. 50-44, they will close out the game. And Stellar goes 17-8.
That man Stellar, 17-8. And in that end game, how good was he, right? Just playing off the damage of others. That push that they made onto the car, Trippy pokes himself out. He's like, hey, I've got information. Stellar's just not showing whatsoever, just using the geometry of that ramp. Pokes back out. Gets that kill, and then you could just see the signal was to flood from SSG. Get those trades, close the game out. It's exactly what they did. As we jump in some of the highlights of our game number 2.
And I gotta say, once again, so impressed with the listening from Space Station Gaming. I think it tells you everything you need to know about this team. And look at this play from Lucid though to open things up. An unbelievable triple.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Lucid. Another big play here with that sidekick. So devastating at close range. But I think 2 pivotal moments you're looking at, right? The Stellar play at the end, the baiting and switching from Space Station to get that kill onto Trippy. And then just before that, the push from Lucid on the other gen where he doesn't get the trade, doesn't get the kill.
Right here. This is the play you're talking about. Take a look at this. Cannot finish Bound because Stellar flies in to help out. And there was a lot of pressure there. You might even say, here's the play you were also talking about. Stellar with perfect timing there. They also double teamed the back of the base with Lucid, who might have gotten away with that had they not. And then after that, it's just a matter of checking the fridge. They had 3 eyes on it, and they close it out. But I couldn't agree more. There was a lot of pressure on Lucid there in the opposing gen. He stayed there because he had the sidekick thrust and was going to be able to win a 1v1. The 1v2 was too tall of an order for him. And just like that, in your first best of 7, SSG will take the 2-0 series lead.
Now, game number 3, Oddball Livefire. You get your 2 best Oddball teams in the whole of Halo, which is a wonderful thing to know if you're going to see Oddball Livefire is your map number 3. It means we're going to be back and forth, and for Optic Gaming, it needs to be a win. Numerous reasons for that, of course. They want to get this closed out in the first series, but I just feel like when you lose 2 close games like that, it hurts so much more than if you kind of get pushed aside, knowing they're maybe not your game types, maybe ones that you know you need to do a little bit of work on. But for Optic, 2 close ones to come that close, find yourself down by 2, it's tough to take.
Let's take a look here. Your objective kings on the screen. Eco versus APG. Let's talk about the ball time per game. Both of them clocking in 60 and 80, respectively, on the board. 40% of time for APG. That's quite a margin.
Yeah, certainly is indeed. And no surprise to see the KD a little bit higher for Eco with the comparison of those ball time stats, right? APG, much more difficult to get those kills if you're having a drop and hit a few shots, play that ball, kind of sacrifice your life in order to get that ball time on the board. So maybe Optic looking at that and thinking, hey, maybe we'll share that out a little bit more in the future, but APG doing everything he needs for his team to win.
He really is, and I'm so glad we highlighted APG ahead of this game because APG's rotates on Oddball Livefire. There's a reason that he's trusted with 40% of the ball time. It's because this man is rotating usually seconds prior to the play can even be seen, right? The team comms on Optic for these ball rotates can be absolutely incredible. And more times than not, they are led by APG. Let's keep a close eye on this game to see exactly how they're moving the ball around the map. I think it might be the difference maker, as well as the play balls, on if they take this game.
Yeah, one thing I love what Optic do as well, sometimes they'll take that ball out on the overshield side. They kind of fake it, right? They'll start rotating, just walking it one way. Spawners come in and they're like, hey, they're going to Garrison's forward push. Then they just turn around a few seconds later. That internal clock of what do we want to do? What do we want to lead our opponents to believe we're about to do? And then changing it up. So difficult to read Optic Gaming with their ball rotates, and the same can be said about Space Station, the way they get that ball to green, and not just for play balls as well. They hold down green so well, Space Station, and usually you'll see them keep that ball on the map as well.
Couldn't agree more. And when you have those players on scoreboard and window, and you have B spawners and nest spawners, the second you can fake that you're going to tower and change the complete routing of your opponents can buy you so much time and buy you so much advantage in these games. Optic Gaming chain around the neck proudly here for Trippy and all the players on the Optic Gaming side of the stage. Also, of course, decked out in Championship Sunday whites. And Optic Gaming fans will be very happy to see them returning to the Grand Finals.
Gotta say, just kind of going back to what you were saying as we got into the first game of this Grand Final. Crazy event, upsets galore. Everybody in this tournament has lost the series, yet we still find ourselves with 2 Titans at the end of it. Here's your 2023 map records, and you can see Optic Gaming perfect on Livefire Oddball.
Feels like a story of old. Optic Gaming and Livefire, guess what? On Oddball, they're still perfect, as you say. 5-0 up against Space Station's 4-2. The stats would suggest that Optic Gaming will have this one in the bag, but SSG might have something else to say. Here we are into game number 3. SSG currently leading 2-0.
Space Station looking to go up by 3. What a start that is. APG had no chance. Multiple guns traced on him, and Stella, he's already got the sniper, and Trippy is already going to sleep. It's 4 dead for Optic Gaming. The perfect start here for SSG.
4 dead in 12 seconds.
Give me Stella POV. I'm sorry to jump in. He's hitting everything.
12 seconds it takes them to get 4 dead on this game type. Dangerously efficient is this team, and they already lead here 15-0. Space Station is looking dangerous.
Heatwave, ball, snipe. Oh, momentarily overshield as well. We forget about that though, as that does get taken down. 20 seconds on the board already, as Stella looks to continue his reign of terror.
And if you didn't catch Salt Lake City, this is your player to watch here in the Halo Championship Series right now. Stellar has been putting on a show, not just this weekend, but of course in Salt Lake as well. And now they lead 31-0.
4-0 off the rip here, Stella. And I said it's a reign of terror, excuse me. Well, it's been the reign of Stella recently. Looking to clean up yet another one. Performance giving him the wiggle, still manages to snap on. First time that he goes into the death screen, it's a killing spree alongside it. 35 points off the rip here for SSG, but Optic have slowed things down.
Slow things down, let's see if they can work together here. It's a very nice nade off the wall to clear out Bound, and more damage as well here from Lucid, Heatwave in hand.
Turn over weapons, but weapons versus bodies, bodies usually wins.
Eco taken down as well. Things starting to get a little bit scrappy here as the ball is secondary, but Space Station do just sneak away with it, having picked up a couple of kills. Now keeping it overshield, excuse me, side of the map on Livefire. At this point in the game, pretty smart, but the numbers are a little bit scrappy. Keeping it here with the OV coming up, a smart play from SSG.
Yeah, let's see how SSG plays this. Penguin plays that so well, just isolating one Sandbags battle, and the whole time, as the whole team comes over now, with the overshield pop, it will be shrouded. Bound does not pop first. Look at the confidence there to win the battle first with the team and then pop.
Really, really smart stuff from Bound, making sure that Optic don't get their hands on it, that they will fall to the floor. And now, Space Station with the second overshield of the game. Bound on the hunt, APG, ooh, a little bit wobbly, a little bit weird, but Bound comes out of it with the right result, you would say.
I love the micro there from Bound. He just sits on the box, even though it's a bit awkward, he just keeps APG in front of him. He's not gonna allow himself to get backwhacked from a weird angle. He just sits there, and even though the melee is funky, the first one, he still wins that battle, and they now lead 61-8, and they still have a two-man slaying advantage at the moment.
I don't quite understand Bound's stats right now. I'm not quite sure how it works. Bound is 2, 5, and 4, but it feels like he should have 20 kills. Finally, Optic Gaming slow him down for a second to get a hand on that oddball, because it's 62-13, and SSG have been on fire at the start of this first round.
It was a three-man advantage here for Optic. However, all 8 players up now, and the first pick is going to go to Optic, but it might be traded out here.
Penguin flying in as well. 2v2 on the map. Good shots coming in from APG though. Really smart angle there to take him down, but here comes Stellar again. Almost lines up the second one. Almost a shock when he doesn't hit the head.
I was going to say, every time you see the sniper in the man's hands, it feels like you're watching a highlight reel. It's hard to distinguish what's real live gameplay versus the highlight reel with Stellar's gameplay these days. 2 dead for both sides yet again here. It's now 62-14 with 3 minutes left on the clock.
And now a man who's been just as effective with this sniper rifle. He's got it back in his hands. Penguin, standout player for me on SSG so far this tournament. He will fall though as Optic Gaming get the kills they need to finally get some semblance of a setup here in Garage.
It's 3 dead yet again. It's very good timing, very important timing here for Optic Gaming as they continue to get the ball placed here. Overshield popping in 10.
Overshield coming up. That's why you see Informal change his direction. Oddball is going to be dropped as they decide to fight for this one. Winds it up but doesn't get to pull the trigger.
Keep an eye on this overshield popping right now. This is a big, big moment in the game here. Will determine the direction that it goes.
3-man push here from SSG, trying to force the back. Shots come in though from Optic Gaming. They don't get the burn at SSG. That overshield is still down somewhere. They pick up 3 kills and that's going to be the first OS now. Going over to Optic.
And what timing there. 3 players stacked, as you said, from SSG. It'll be 3 players falling. And Optic Gaming, though they trail by 50, let's get into a listen-in here with Optic.
Now, lead door now. Do a big door now.
Good one.
Quick door, keep it back weak, it's 2 there.
Absolute
bound.
Back weak, Penguin.
He's getting found.
One shot.
So one shot, man. One shot.
It's 2 back green, guys. It's 3 back green.
Trying to watch your back green, Matt. Nice.
I'm back green, Penguin.
Hear that.
Back green, one to cut. Make sure you can play. Nice. I'll send it past.
Yo, stay up, guys. Stay up.
Why spawn here, Joey? Spawn here.
You're gonna be A. Go back. I'll stay here.
Hiding a name.
These guys are gonna go.
I'm in.
2 A flat, guys.
Hitting my white wall. My white wall.
Shot, A flat.
I'm just gonna play this.
One shot. A flat. Give me one shot, man. Give me one shot.
One shot A flat. In the vent, one shot.
You guys almost back green. Back green.
It's all you. Probably the ball.
We got one. There's still one more back green.
Look at you, Joey. Look at you.
I know. The guy going, I think pillar door. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure, grab it. I'm going. Yeah, heard you. On ball, one shot.
They're beating this.
Pillar door, really weak Penguin.
I can look pillar.
Watch your elbow. Watch your elbow, Joey.
Pillar, white box.
Yo, get training. Get one shot. Training after that. Training. He's absolute. Going cuts. Last guy cuts absolute. Here you go. Going A flat. He's just sitting. Just sitting. Cuts one shot. One shot.
Dummies again. 2 there.
They're stacked.
A flat still on OV. On OV.
I'm looking at 5 box shot.
Already A flat.
Ready to play out green here. Ready to play out green. Nice shot. Low time here.
Listen, they're playing for OV. Okay?
White box. White wall, guys. One shot. Nice. You guys are playing around it. Deep dummy door.
Nice.
Key door behind you.
Let's go.
Half shields, jail.
One shot.
Bring it to me.
Watch your back. Yeah, watch out for combo. Get away from that.
I'm gonna fight A. Wait. Just hold down for a second. Yeah, sniping elbow, Brad.
I'm looking at under.
Optic staying calm in the comms. And that calmness is bringing results. They are starting to put full time on the board now, 2-4 for SSG, and it's a 20-point difference. And it was all about those rotates you were mentioning, Andy.
Beautiful rotates, and you also saw that SSG split a bit. Stellar goes back green during the overshield push from SSG. They try to kind of play both sides of the map, and it really costs them. Optic Gaming takes advantage of both. They get the kills at green, they get the kills on Obi, they get the Obi itself, and now they're just 10 points away on a massive comeback.
Ball has to be played though. Selfless play from APG initially. Doesn't come out of that with a trade though. 3 dead for Optic. And that ball is being cycled away back to tower by SSG. One more opportunity here, maybe for Optic to break, to get that ball out of their hands. It's Bound who has his hands on that off ball.
Oh boy, Stellar was ready for the dummy door push as well with that first kill. 5 seconds left, this could be the round.
This should be the round as well. Bound gets pushed. Can he hold on long enough? Yes, he can. SSG get that first round on the board.
And you feel like Optic let too many points go away on the board early in the game. It will cost them in the end, despite a heroic comeback of about 60 points to get back into the game and just about tie it up. All it took was one final hold from SSG and one final 4 dead. They now lead in the game, 1 round to 0, and only 1 round to take the game.
Trippy doesn't get to pick up his favorite toy this time around. Stella's read that one before. Takes that green gun bottom middle, takes him down. As now Bound is going to have his turn with that sniper rifle. Penguin there to help him out. Overshield coming up in about 5 seconds time. And all the kills seem to be falling initially to SSG. Trippy! Bound puts him on his backside.
Even tries to go for more there, Lucid. He's going to be very thankful that he's able to end that run now. Eco with the overshield and a lot of OS to play with here with the squad here on the OS side push.
Love how SSG always position that overshielded player into the most dangerous position where they have to take the most fire, but if they come out of it alive still, they will deal so much damage, and Eco showing exactly how to play that situation. APG taken down as well. 3 dead here for Optic Gaming. The odd ball should be collected here by Space Station.
3 dead. You hear the overshield timer as well, and you see the ball being skirted out. Eco just going to hold down this cut side, and they're probably going to pick up this next kill as well, which will be big. They maintain the man advantage. Another kill, 3 dead yet again. APG is your last player alive for Optic. A lot of people after Salt Lake City would have said Stellar's the best player in the game. Guess what? Right now he's 21-12 in this game as well.
Yet again, Stellar just with a ridiculous slaying performance. Former gets one, immediately traded out. Eco with a sniper rifle. A lot of talk about Stellar and Penguin, what they can do with this weapon. Bound, ridiculous as well. Only 1 bullet to work with this time for Eco. Didn't really get a chance to show us what he can do.
Minor man advantage here from Optic. They already trail by 20. See if they can get the opening kills here to get a real hold put together as his overshield pops.
Overshield coming up now. Take ourselves back to round 1. Very similar thing was done by SSG, holding the ball on this overshield side of the map so that they could hopefully get the ball as well as that overshield. Well, this time, it's SSG who break Optic Gaming's hold. They get the elbow and yet another overshield.
Just a cage match there. I love how Eco says, get me into the shroud. I want to see what's going on in here. And Formal actually goes for the grab. Eco gets the melee as the overshield's still falling, which allows him to pop it immediately. However, they find themselves 2 dead, meaning Eco needs to take this a little bit slow.
Eco will try and keep that pressure on though. Slow down that oddball time. He's hoping there'll be some teammates coming off a respawn to help him, but I have to agree with you, maybe just a little bit overzealous.
I'm surprised to see him apply that much pressure on Window. It was a 1v2 and the help was coming, as you see just about a few seconds later. We'll see if it pays off for him though.
Oh my god! The 180 stick on APG, he had no chance.
I'm not gonna lie, it pays off for him because I didn't account for the 180 stick for Bound on the doorway to get that play put together. That means SSG will continue scoring.
If you had that on your bingo card, you're a liar. It's as simple as that. Eco just patrolling around the overshield at the moment as Bound picks up yet another. 16 assists in this game for Bound as well, just laying damage down all around the map. And look at this score, 62-17. Optic, who have been perfect on this game type, being taken apart.
3 dead here. Eco's your last player alive for SSG. Maybe a play ball here into the open field, or maybe just gonna hold Window.
As that repulse as well, so we'll be able to push away the push, and any grenades to try and flush him out, buy even more time. Chooses just to jiggle peek around that pillar instead. Knew that help was arriving from Penguin. Optic, 3 dead. Stellar, looking for more ball time. They have location of Lucid as well, who's gonna be top mid last alive. And Stellar now showing that he can hold an on-ball as well.
Lucid has to wait yet again. Lucid drops, actually, and some pressure is coming in here from the B side, which means Stellar has to drop and shoot for a moment.
Formal just runs past. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there that Stellar was still in the vicinity. Easy double kill here for Bound, who's flanking. It's a wingman medal for Stellar as well, and I swear, every time a sniper rifle falls, it falls in front of Stellar. It's another overshield here for SSG. Optic have had one, I believe, across the 2 rounds.
I'm not gonna lie, with sniper in hand, overshield and ball, this could be the round. This could be the game right here on this hold alone.
Trippy manages to punch a hole in the setup for just a few seconds though. Stellar punches a hole in the ankles of APG. There's a second for B. Comfortable double kill for him. Formal gonna be challenging. Oh, he's gonna do it! Bound steals it away, but Stellar, the reign of terror continues.
We hate to say we told you so, but when all those weapons and things come together here, especially a sniper in the hands of a red-hot Stellar, it could spell disaster for Optic Gaming. 10 points to go.
Stellar says, hold that up, all guys. I got this. Lucid taken down. Eco combining with Stellar once more. So many times through the years we've seen it. As Optic have Formal left on his own.
Stellar with some good shots there just to buy a little bit of time for the teammates to fly over. The kills picked up, and now it's all up to Lucid here, but the Shroud is going to help them get away.
The Shroud helps him get around this corner. 3 seconds to go, and SSG will go up by 3. 1 map away from resetting the bracket. SSG, they want to play some more Halo.
They do indeed. Look at this. Barely any reaction from the SSG side, making game 3 look very easy. A 2-0 win involved.
We talked about how this is a rematch from the Halo World Championship Finals. Well, funny how history repeats itself sometimes. SSG dominating in this first series. Back at Worlds, they reset the bracket, but then there was that infamous team talk from Optic Gaming, where they came back to the stage and things looked very different. They were the team that ended up lifting that trophy. The question is, do Optic have them in that? Do they have one more team talk in them? Because if they do, probably best to start it now.
Space Station outslays in this game as we take a look at some highlights. Beautiful play here from Bound. 94-70 in the end across the 2 rounds. An enormous slaying margin, an enormous score margin as well.
I mean, are you surprised? That's the real question. Overshield after overshield after overshield picked up by SSG. And it's easy to say, yeah, you've got to get a few more overshields. By the way, that was just like... That was just a hymn play, wasn't it? Just a classic Bound play. Not many can do. This play from Stellar as well, absolutely ridiculous. I will say, by the way, he is a quarter shield as he slides down, can't see the shots coming in, just chokes him. Absolutely disgusting.
You gotta wonder if he had a word with Bound there.
I would.
Robbed him of the overkill on the main stage at a time where you could have said he probably had the luxury to give him the overkill. In the end, though, all they care about is the game wins on the board, and you're looking down the barrel of a 3-0 Space Station lead. 1 game away from resetting our grand finals and sending us to a best of 7. Argyle CTF will be your next battleground.
And I always bring a little energy drink up with us. We call it the emergency drink, just in case the bracket does get reset. Haven't had to crack it yet this season, Andy, but I tell you what, it's looking pretty tasty right now. SSG, 1 game away from resetting this bracket. The 2 players we're still looking at on this map, in this series, excuse me, Penguin and Formal. We looked at them coming into the series. That's the difference. Penguin outperforming them at the moment.
Let's not forget, Formal was big on the KD as you saw coming in here. And of course, SSG has so far shut him down to a KD of just below 1.0. Can they do it again? 1 game away from resetting our grand finals, or can Optic Gaming stay alive and still try to win it here in the first set?
Another opportunity for some of the best players in the world, some of the best snipers in the world, to put on a highlight reel for us here. Such a difficult map to score on, though. We've talked about this a lot, Andy. We saw Space Station go to a double overtime, of course, with Quadrant a little bit earlier on. And they really struggled to get this game under their belt. Maybe there's some good signs for Optic there.
You have to think with a game type like Argyle CTF, this is now an opportunity for Optic Gaming to catch their breath for the first time in this series. A slower game type that often can end 1-0, 2-1. Less scoring on the board, maybe giving Optic Gaming an opportunity to find their composure, find their footing here in the grand finals, truly for the first time.
Oh my God. I was about to say, I have so much respect for our observers, by the way. They catch so much of the action, but the job is very easy when Stellar gets a snipe, because he'll just run at you and give you clips.
Unbelievable there. Trippy spawns in and doesn't even get a chance to check his laces before he gets absolutely whipped, and 2 dead. Here comes the flag run.
Trapped at the back of the base as well. Stellar in front. Optic Gaming 2 dead. A huge opportunity here for SSG to get this first flag on the board. They've almost got it past the 50-yard line. 2 dead for Optic again. Penguin's out of here. He's got that flag back home almost.
Stellar's flanking around the base. He can't even find anyone to kill. He's going to probably get these last 2. He gets the first one.
He wins it!
Stellar had to look around to find the opponents to get the killing spree. The flag goes in. Space Station already leading 1-0, and it takes them less than 2 minutes to get the first flag on the board.
This is terrifying from SSG. Finally, they're slowed down a little bit. The pressure is still on the Optic Gaming side of the map, though. Optic can't buy a kill at the moment. Formal can't get a kill at the moment. He's been in the death screen 4 times, and he's yet to register a kill himself. And, well, Stellar's got another sniper rifle. Finally, Optic get up to that 50-yard line. Bound picks up the first kill, though. Lucid has a sniper rifle himself, and he's got to try and match what Stellar has been doing. If Lucid can catch fire in the way that we know he can, that's Optic's way back into this game, if he can hit a few headshots.
You're absolutely right. I think the Optic Gaming roster needs to realize and remember, still just a 1 flag game here, even though that might have been a little bit deflating and disheartening to see that flag go in as fast as it did, with as difficult as they are in Argyle. Still a lot of games still to play here.
Confidence from Stellar, jumps up top middle, hits the body. As Lucid now starts to hit a few shots. You can see him in the kill feed. Pressure starting to come in, but does have some support of teammates here. I find it difficult to get any kind of clear angles at the moment, though, Lucid, that are really going to progress his team up the map.
Important shot there as they were 2 dead. That's going to even things up just a little bit more here. And a very nice double kill killing spree comes in for Lucid. However, Trippy's your last player alive.
Trippy last alive. Penguin will take him down as well. Eco just escapes, denying that line of sight with the grapple as well, trying to get pushed by those respawners and taken down, but smartly again positions himself in a way that those respawners on the side of the map aren't going to end his run here.
You can already tell, with the flag on the board, Space Station's playing this a little bit differently, right? They're playing really obnoxious here for mid-map control. Stellar still sniping, Eco just grappling around and controlling and patrolling.
Stellar's got that big stick again. Finally going to be taken down, though. The run will be stopped. Formal going to be challenging aggressively. Eco! Wow. I tell you what, had no right to get that trade.
The trapeze artist closes the distance with the grapple and forces a trade that, to be honest, he had really no business getting. It's a very nice technical play there from Eco on screen. All 8 players up, still 7:45 left on the clock. A lot of time for Optic Gaming to make something happen. However, right now being outslayed 29-20.
I think you're right. SSG, after getting that first flag on the board, feel they don't need to push the pace. No intention of getting too aggressive. Just trying to hold the map, trying to hit these body shots that are just completely slowing down any push that comes in from Optic. But bound under pressure now, APG looking to ramp things up a little bit here for Optic. Gets inside of the base for just a second there, but at least gets past that 50-yard line as Formal also picks up a few kills. Lucid coming back for more. He's got that QT as well. It's 3 dead momentarily for SSG as he's trying to hunt down a Penguin.
3 dead. It will be the 4th dead eventually, not consecutively. However, they will get the kills. There's your 4 dead. Stellar has spawned. Lucid with snipe and QT. Let's get to it. Listen with Optic Gaming.
Guys, I just
1v2.
There's my yeah, zero last snipe. I'm gonna die. He's chasing me. He's gonna chase me.
Under high main as well. They're caught. Might go along to me.
Hear that.
No, I'm here. Right here.
Yo, they're Vant, Penguin. Twice.
So bottom end, he's off our base. Our base, one shot out. One shot from center around.
Nice. Yo, find their side, guys. Find their side for me.
One is still their Vant.
Kill their sniper.
Pushing. I'm going for it. They're one sniper, weak, go.
I'm here. Is he weak?
Yeah, weak. Let's shoot one. They're caution. Caution.
He's one shot their vent. To the vent. Kill one guy. Nice. Chris. One shot. Three. He got me. There's one elbow. One just spawned. Long. Two up. Make sure we get kills if we need to. I want. See that? They're gonna go E1.
On their front base. I blew the snipe off the map. One's their elbow.
Where's he going?
I think you're good. There's no snipe. I blew it off the map.
Yo, our elbow, guys. Our elbow. Snipe's up.
I'm playing for a snipe.
Well, I mentioned how Lucid had to step up, hit some big headshots. It's exactly what he did. Went on that beautiful run, and Optic Gaming get a foot on the board here. It's 1-1, one flag in for them.
And surprise, surprise, it's Lucid again, 14-7. As you say, absolutely popping off in this game so far. 3 dead, though, for Optic. Trippy was your last player alive. He will be taken care of. Here comes another SSG run, and this could be a heartbreaker for Optic if this next flag goes.
Worked so hard to get that flag in, and now you got to go through Penguin, who's got that snipe. Lucid taken down to no shields. Lucid taken into the death screen. He'll be having a little sleep himself as Penguin's still alive. Throws the sniper off the map smartly as well, meaning that Optic don't have any long range to stop this run. Eco will run it in, and having worked so hard, Optic, they find themselves now chasing the game once more.
And just as quickly as you thought this was going to be Optic Gaming back in this series, they're 3 dead again after that flag cap as well. Less than 5 minutes left on the clock. We were just tied up 1-1, and now the danger zone again for Optic Gaming. SSG in control of not only the scoreboard, but the map as well.
Bracket reset is looming here for both of these teams, and Bound, he slides out, he gets this one round the corner. Eco's got his cutoffs as well. Stella picks up one. APG with a vital win for Optic to keep him alive, but can Bound beat him? Can he win this race?
Doesn't hit the drop side right away. That results in a flag fumble momentarily, and APG has a follow-up. Gets the next kill as well.
What a play from APG, by the way. He might have just kept Optic alive in this game. Wins that BR fight. Stays alive. Comes back into it and gets the return as well. APG putting Optic on his back.
I'll tell you what, if I ever need a favor, I'm calling APG. Unbelievable to win that battle from the bottom of his base, from the depths of the map, then wins another battle in the mid-map, then gets your flag return and keeps your team alive. Still just down by 1 flag here, 3:55 left.
Trippy gonna pick up the kill after the damage done by APG. 3 minutes 50, like you say, here to play with for Optic Gaming. Lots of time for them to work with. Oh my. Oh no. Lucid's thinking, no, I've just hit us. Oh, I'm dead.
Cheeky reversal there coming in the stick. Of course, Bound hits an angle like that. 2 of the best players to ever play the game up against each other. You're going to get a guaranteed good battle just like that. Formal stays alive on the engagement.
That's the level you're playing at. You no scope someone below you. If it's not a headshot, you're probably going to die. Ridiculous stick coming in from Bound, but Lucid's got that sniper rifle again. QT going to be here. Not sure they know where that port exits. Bound has no idea. Bound gets taken down. Where's that flag, though? Is it still moving here for Optic?
Still moving. Has not been returned yet. They're on the re now. Great work here from our reservers to jump right away on that flag, but there's no one there for the touch.
Optic going to instead choose to try and force their way through the screen side of the map. Bound trying to cut that off for SSG, as you can see on the player outlines. But I've got to say, a little bit surprised that maybe Optic didn't go back in for that flag. Haven't worked so hard to get it out of the base. There was an opportunity.
We've seen this movie before. Stellar here with the sniper rifle in the late game. However, 2 of his teammates down. Can Optic continue converting here? Here they come for the pull.
Stella has to hit some shots. It's Stella versus Lucid. 2 dead here for Optic Gaming, and Stella knows it. He's just trying to buy time for Bound to get back into the game. He does it. It's a ring around the rosy at the moment with Lucid, who cannot find him. And now that he's got a little bit of space, Stella will survive and post up again with this snipe.
Lucid was your last player alive. If Lucid can come around here and flank, maybe still get a flag touch. It's still possible. However, he retreats. That flag should go back for SSG, and we will likely be both flags back at home with 2 minutes left.
2 dead, though. 3 dead. Stella now left on his own once more.
Oh, no.
Doesn't even need to get the beat down. APG challenges. Stella going to be lining it up. APG should be challenging. Gets the kill as well. And Formal has the snipe. There's a chance here for Optic if they hit these shots.
Still 2 dead. They still have the advantage. Can they convert? That is the big question. Shots like that from Formal will help. 3 dead again for SSG. Optic Gaming poised to get a game-tying cap. Can they do it with 1 minute 37 left?
Formal spotted the overextension as well. Bound taken down. Formal in a great position to take down these respawners. Can't quite connect. But where is that flag? It needs to be moving here for Optic.
Hasn't pulled yet. They're trying to get these kills first. Not enough kills. Trapped on the elbow, though. Here comes Optic Gaming.
1 grenade can take down 3 players here. Oh! Formal boots the door down, and surely now Optic have to swarm and get this flag moving.
Bound is your last player alive. They need the kill.
Flag is moving. Penguin, though, he's there. Stella with the nades as well. And just inefficiency from Optic in those final moments as Eco comes through. Optic 4 dead, and the flag sent back home. 1 minute left.
That flag comes back home on the sheer presence of Bound on the back stairs. There was not enough of a flood, not enough of a collapse from Optic Gaming. And somehow Bound and the spawner Penguin will get the flag stop before it even leaves the base. 40 seconds left.
And now Stellar's flying forward. He said, okay, that's enough of our base, Optic. We're coming for yours. Eco's going to get the last kill. It's 4 dead for Optic. And wouldn't this be a kick in the guts for them to find themselves in a position to maybe tie this game up? Now you're having to defend your own flag.
Oh boy, look at Stellar.
Oh my God.
Repulses to stay alive from the grenade. Also gets an angle from the sky. He's going to keep going with this.
Forces it forward. Optic 3 dead, and it is going to be the case. It is going to be the horrible pill to swallow. As Former is last alive, he's just going to have to watch SSG.
Lucy gets a stop though. 6 seconds left, and this should be it here.
The clock will count down. Optic cannot get in position to pull that flag. Stopped on the line. SSG. They reset the bracket here in Fort Worth with a dominating 4-0 win.
And I think that about sums it up. Green Wall fans in the building, not pleased with what they've seen in the first set. You will see the Optic Gaming and SSG members exit here for a short break. And Mark, you mentioned it, we keep an extra energy drink on hand just in case the bracket gets reset. For the first time this season, those are about to get cracked open. Here's your stats from that final game of the first set. Space Station will outslay 71-65.
Time for a bevy here in the caster booth. Grab one at home as well, because we got another series to get through between these two teams. But the first series was all SSG, a 4-0 series result. Stats in front of you. Eco leading the way in damage. Bound leading the way in damage for his team. Lucid on the other side for Optic Gaming. He carved a path for them to get that flag, but the immediate, almost counter cap that came out of SSG was the final blow in that game and series.
Look at that series layout. That is devastating for Optic Gaming and Optic Gaming fans. And I think the only glimmer of hope that they have right now, as we take a look at some highlights from that entire series, is the fact that they have been here before. They've been reset by SSG, and the last time it happened, it still resulted in an Optic Gaming World Championship.
It's really crazy how history repeats itself sometimes. We've been in this situation before. The last time these two teams matched up, Halo World Championships, and like you say, bracket reset, there's no way that SSG have their momentum stopped. But if I'm a fly on the wall or I'm a man with a microphone, I want to go backstage right now and try and hear what's being said between the Optic Gaming members, because it needs to be a team talk which is as influential as that one that led them to the Halo World Championship.
This could be a very interesting episode of the process for Optic Gaming fans, depending on what is said backstage. Regardless, though, it will be a fantastic conclusion to the Fort Worth Grand Finals, as it will only be 7 games, potentially only 4 of them, separating these two teams.
That play from Bound is probably the most Bound play I've seen in quite some time. I mean, he looks up, he's like, go ahead. He's like, yeah, you. He's like, yeah, I stuck you. He's like, cool, see you in a bit. And that's kind of the conversation, how it goes down.
Look at this, Bound staying alive. Bound is your last player alive on the stairs, and it's a 3-man flood. Look at the nades that come in. Hank with the spawner. Bound stays alive the entire time. It can't happen if you're on the side of Optic Gaming. It can't happen. Bound, as that last player, needed to get flushed out. Optic Gaming fans not happy with the result, and also
history now, guys.
Not being happy getting caught in 4K in the crowd as well. Hey, if you show up in an Optic Gaming jersey and you sit front row, you might be part of the show.
Hey, maybe they'll be celebrating a little bit later on. Hey, another series to go. Nothing is done here in our grand finals. We are resetting the bracket. Whoever wins this next series will, of course, be your champions here in Fort Worth. And Space Station, I'm sure they're ready to go right now on that. So, they have stepped away for a few seconds, but I'm sure if they had the option, they'd just get going right now.
I think they'd love to go right into the game. I think both teams taking a very short water break. And for Optic Gaming, a very much needed one. As you said, they'll be undoubtedly chatting through what they need to do in this series layout. And you can bet they're also going to be looking at this exact list of game types that you see on your screen here. This is your series layout for the Grand Finals reset here in Fort Worth.
Starting off with a bit of CTF Empyrean, my favorite game type to watch. So much fun to see the best in the world with all the power weapons and goodies they can get on their hands.
And then we move to Slayers Streets, which we have seen some extremely close Slayers on between some of our best teams here in Fort Worth throughout the weekend. Strongholds Recharge, game number 3. King of the Hill Live Fire. Slayer Aquarius is going to be in there as well. And then we go to Oddball Streets and Slayer Solitude to end things out. You get the feeling, Andy, we might be seeing some of those later game types with the way this series kind of just started being a little bit interesting.
I certainly hope so. I tell you what, CTF Empyrean, I'm going to say the same thing. Even though we did not see Optic Gaming take CTF Argyle, I think CTF Empyrean is a much needed game type for Optic Gaming in your game number 1. If they come in and they have to play Strongholds Recharge right away, I think they could just get caught flat-footed once again, and SSG could run away with that. I think CTF Empyrean, if played correctly by Optic, could once again be a moment to take a breath in, take a breath out. Let's get some flags on the board and let's play our game. However, SSG is going to want to do everything they can to make sure that's not the case.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think CTF Empyrean is the perfect map to get your fundamentals back on track, right? And for Optic, they're going to have the opportunity to do that. But what a whirlwind of a series that was first up. We need to give some credit to SSG. 4-0, having fought their way through that elimination bracket. A lot of talk after Paul saying, hey, what's going on with SSG? You know, they're not looking like the champions that we saw just a month or so ago in Salt Lake City, but I mean, they are looking like the team to beat for sure now.
Yeah, you know what it reminds me of? We said maybe that loss against, keep in mind, it was an open bracket team, very well-known open bracket names on LVT. However, it's a loss to an open bracket team for Space Station, and you and I were thinking, maybe the best time for a bad thing to happen. It was the wake-up call SSG needed. They have been on an absolute tear through the elimination bracket, and now that 4-0 was one of the fastest bracket resets we've even ever seen. The scorelines were absurd. They outslay every game, and they are looking dangerous.
Well, that is the first series done and dusted. A little bit of time to reflect upon what we saw while the players get set up for the second. The bracket reset is just around the corner, but it was going to send it over to Lottie and the guys on the desk to break down what we just saw.
Thanks, lads. Yeah, it was very fast indeed, that series. We talked about how hot Space Station Gaming were going to come out. The momentum coming from that team was something that was so difficult for Optic Gaming to go, having to warm up against, kind of go into things, and it was really difficult to slow them down. Clutch, Space Station Gaming have just been lights out since SLC. They've had a couple of hiccups every now and then, but looking across this grand final so far, 4-0, the stats are on show right now. I mean, we're seeing the likes of Penguin getting a 1.18. He is stepping up when it makes the most. Eco a 1.19, and Stellar's obviously been lights out. It's actually really strange to see Bound going negative so far in this series, considering how well his teammates are playing. But at the end of the day, that doesn't really matter too much.
No, it doesn't matter at all, especially when you win 4-0 against how well this Optic Gaming roster was playing. But if you want to call anybody out for really elevating their game into this grand finals, you got to talk about Eco. He was negative going into this series, but for him to have positive results when his team needs him most, that is the big difference to me right now between Space Station Gaming and Optic, as Eco has stepped up this time around. And with that, they look primed and ready to go the distance of this second best of 7.
They certainly do indeed. I want to talk quickly, Tony, about Live Fire. Live Fire tends to be one that Optic definitely favors. How did Space Station just rip that one apart from them?
I mean, for me, it's really the dominant performance that you saw coming out of Penguin, like you said, not only in the slays department, not only in the damage department, but also those assists on top of that. It literally spread across the entire series. It really, Penguin, he's a game changer. He might just be MVP if he keeps playing like this.
He absolutely is my MVP for SSG this weekend. He is playing lights out.
He is playing lights out. It's not just statistically either, having fantastic gameplay coming forward with slays, but just the heads-up action that we have seen time and time again. We've seen it countless times on Argyle. He has been the anchor for this team, but he knows exactly what he needs to do to step up to the mark and really push this team forward into a win. We're looking right now at our reset. And Tony, are you seeing anything in particular here that you want to point out? Are we seeing any repeats in this Grand Finals reset?
For me, I really want to see King of the Hill again. I mean, mind you, Optic only lost by 1 capture within that King of the Hill, and it was Recharge, which might favor Space Station Gaming a little bit more. For King of the Hill in that game number 4, we're actually going back to Live Fire. So I'm really interested in that game number 4. I think no matter what, we're not going to see a sweep. I think that game number 4 does favor Optic, so at a minimum, we should see 5 or 6 games this series.
Yeah, I really like this map layout for Optic to really have a strong bounce back. That Street Slayer is something that they are all too familiar with throughout this tournament. It has bid them well so far, and that is something that if they are to fall short on Empyrean CTF, they can at least have that as a backbone rebound game. You do not want to continue to lose consecutive games to SSG, because every single time SSG win a game this time around consecutively, the confidence from Optic has got to start to waver. The confidence from SSG is only going to continue to build. And although you're coming off a 4-0 sweep and now you're resetting the bracket, you feel the pressure of losing 4 straight games to this team. You need to figure out a way to win a game early in this second best of 7.
You certainly do indeed, and I think for Optic, the rebound and the bounce back is on. In terms of the maps, though, it definitely favors SSG in terms of the stats. We've got a 44-15 stat record for Space Station Gaming and a 35-20 for Optic. But I do truly believe that Optic having a little bit of poor results this season has definitely implicated those results. And I think here we are seeing a completely different team in Optic Gaming. So don't be too afraid of that, folks. We also do have an update on our KD leaderboard right now, and some shifts have definitely been happening with all of our players amongst that. The Slays have been coming in, and we're seeing actually that Formal and Lucid is still here, but Stella, yes, you're right. He's 4th on the board with a 1.21 average right now. Lucid and Formal have dropped down. We've got Royal 2 right up there. I mean, he's just had to have his time, doesn't he, on the board?
Guy's always up there.
He's had to have his time with a 1.3 averaging here. Of course, FaZe out of the tournament right now. Looking at your grand finals with Optic and Space Station Gaming, and we see 3 players on the screens here making the most. And I'm really hoping this duo awakens clutch with Lucid and Formal once again, because they have been working together so well. And for me, Formal stepping up as a main slayer this tournament has been absolutely huge in terms of the success that we've seen.
He's been unbelievable up until this past series, where he was maybe not off his game, but maybe not as loud as we've seen him throughout the entire tournament up until this point. I think Optic were very quiet towards the end of that series, and I think it's partially because SSG did such a good job of getting the power weapons. The S7 was always in their hands, and it was at times where Optic didn't get those power weapons where they found themselves really losing those games in significant score line margin right there. So I think if Optic can do a better job of getting more of the power-ups, power weapons throughout this next best of 7, they will stay in this series much longer.
Tony, your prediction of Space Station Gaming is looking pretty good right about now, but can Optic Gaming clutch up and provide the ice that they need on that main stage? We'll find out right now. We're going to head back on over to our casters for our grand finals reset. You're hearing that right, people. It's over to Bravo and Onset.
Thank you very much, Lottie and the guys on the desk. It is indeed bracket reset time, Andy. Very excited for this. The first time we've seen it all season. First time we cracked open the bevies, and it's time for us to see some more Halo. Now we find ourselves essentially in one series to decide it all, right? Whoever wins this next series will be the champions here in Fort Worth. This is going to be a series layout, just to remind you. SSG winning that first series 4-0. You have to wonder what was said in the Optic camp.
You really do. I have to agree with Lottie and the guys. Optic Gaming needs something on the board, something to hold on to, a foothold, something to give them a little bit of hope in this series, and it needs to happen early on. And if you're a fan of the green wall, you're thinking hopefully it becomes a little bit of something in the form of flags in this first game number 1 of the Empyrean CTF, a classic Halo game type to kick us off in the Grand Finals reset.
Well, the SSG fans were certainly loud in Salt Lake City. The Optic fans are going to have to be just as loud here in Fort Worth if they're going to get their team back into it. Give them that energy, give them that momentum to turn this series back around. CTF, Imperium, let's start this bracket reset off.
Tell you what, for those of you who came here in the room in Fort Worth, you got what you came for. A fantastic grand final, 4-0 in form of SSG resetting the bracket, sending Optic technically to the elimination bracket as well. And as you say, Mark, one series to separate these two for all the marbles here in Fort Worth.
The overshield's going to go into the chest of bounds to start things off, but Trippy did open up with a double kill, so he should have secured some sort of power weapon or maybe used it to get that double kill. Lucid going to be scoping across map as well with that S7 in his hand. A good start here for Optic, but there's the response from SSG once again.
I think Optic Gaming realizing they've been here before. Everything's evened up now. Ooh, nice little backbite though. Does come in. Formal gets 2 kills.
Formal has the rockets. Use the rockets. Eco has the snipe. Did he connect with that? Has he taken the shields down, or will Formal be able to survive in this situation? Formal buying so much time, and here comes the Optic help. He's got the repulse as well. Formal's still alive. APG gets one, and all of a sudden, APG finds himself on the back door, but there's Bound with the kill.
That big kill here for Bound. They pick up 2. Now it's 2v2 on the map. Big responsibility here for Trippy. I think he's in trouble with those nades.
He turns the corner, though. He turns the corner, and here comes Lucid. APG, though, last alive. And it looks like Space Station will hang on.
Wow.
And send that flag back home. But boy, that's close.
An electric start here. And a very, very important set of plays from Bound at the top tower to stop that flag run. You feel like in that situation, as the next push develops, Optic Gaming needed just a little bit more pressure on tower from the first BR from Needles. They weren't able to do that. It kind of let Bound really get away with murder on top.
Oh, Trippy once again. King of the green box at the moment. 4 dead for Space Station. Stella just come off the respawn as Optic Gaming once again push across that mid-map. Trippy just waiting for the help to come in from his teammates. Bound trapped in the corner. Survives for now. Lucid gets that first pick. Now the push could be executed here by Optic. Bound taken down. Here comes the push. There's the repulse again. 4 dead for SSG. That flag's on the move.
Beautiful by Trippy. Look at him on the pit box there. A little bit of damage into Cuts. Comes around. Gets more damage into Stellar. Knows that Bound is still there. Finishes the kill on Bound. And repulse into the flag means that flag is coming home for Optic Gaming.
Optic Gaming run it home. And all of a sudden the Optic fans make a little bit of noise here in Fort Worth.
Like we said, they needed a reason to believe. They needed something on the board. And it comes in the form of the first flag cap and the first item on the scoreboard for Optic Gaming here.
Double kill for APG. Rockets in his hands. And I've said this before, but no one knows this map better. Every single inch, APG knows it. And now he's got a rocket to play with as well. Bound has that overshield though. APG does a great job to negate that. Now, if he can take Bound down, there might be an opportunity for Optic across the map to get a flag moving. Formal was taken down though.
Enemy flag returned.
Can we look at their sign?
Sorry, I'm gonna do it.
He's just saying that they're baiting. They're
Wait,
waiting.
Two green, push our green.
Tap shields, pushing our green.
Now, Tommy.
Our green, nice. They're green also.
There's two. Sniper down. Sniper courtyard. I'm gonna watch your long. You could have just looked it up. I don't know.
I got a heat wave.
I don't even hear him. I don't hear him as 2 at all. I think he could be sword.
Yo, literally just keep playing for Matt Snipe, okay?
Yep. I'm just saying S2, okay?
Yep. Just keep getting different angles here, alright?
Green.
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, sniping sword. You backed up.
Yeah, they're S2.
Yeah, I'm gonna go sword with heat wave, okay? I'm going sword with heat wave.
Yeah, sniping and sword.
Shield, 2 guys mid-burst, 3 swords right now. 3 swords.
Sword now.
I'm half shields. I might get hit.
Yeah, they're training Stellar.
I'm gonna back up. Yeah, I hear them walking on me.
Our short, yeah, bridge.
Yo, mid-bridge right now.
Our short about.
Sword still on a bridge.
What? 2 guys on custom. They're hitting our training. 2 hitting our training right now. 2 hitting our training.
Our cuts guys.
When they went back. Our sword still.
I want to go.
Our sword still sniper.
Our sword snipe. I got one. Sword window. When our core.
Core sniper. One shot.
He's our
green.
Flag. We got flag guys.
Nice, Joey. 2 dead.
I got native from bridge side. Guy around here.
Yeah, heat wave was. I hear that. We need to get this next heat wave.
Absolutely long, Stellar. Green, long. Jump me, absolute. Dead. 2 dead.
You're first.
I'm pushing baller. I'm playing court. I'm in court.
First. It's Mauler.
It's on Mauler.
Watch out, go behind me.
Our side. First. Two first. We can go.
Well, a little bit of a surprise listening, but we heard what Optic are all about. A defensive stand initially, and now they get aggressive. A killing spree for Formal. Optic trying to pressurize the SSG base.
I gotta say, based off the first flag cap and what we just heard in the listening, it feels like it's a different Optic Gaming here in this reset. So whatever they've said backstage has gotten them this far. It's a lead in the game after 5 minutes of play.
Trippy, I tell you what, he's 15-8 in this game, and the amount of BR battles that he's won on the map, very, very impressive from Big Game Trip. Bound though, he's got that overshield, takes down Lucid, should be a pretty comfortable double kill for him. And that's exactly what it will be. Now Trippy, he got another battle to win here, but this time it's against Bound. He's on a double. Can he find 3? Of course he can. The repulse off the wall to get that angle would have caught anyone off guard.
Oh, and very nice angle there to avoid the lift as well. Little plays like that buy him extra shields here. Still 2 dead for Optic Gaming.
Oh, big defensive play there with that side kick. Space Station keep the pressure on though. Keep flooding forward. APG moving through the pit will take down Trippy. Stella now going to be taken down as well. 2 dead for SSG. This is a dead push.
That listening, just a great opportunity from Optic Gaming. We saw the composure from their back pit, from their plat, knowing exactly what they needed to do here to shut down the push. You heard Lucid saying things like, 2 players coming are training right now, and they're catching them off guard. This would be big if Lucid could steal the snipe as well. Stellar might think about playing it.
Maybe thinking about it. Maybe should have done it.
Doesn't get the play.
Now Lucid's got it, and Lucid says, hey, I'll get it off the map for you. So Optic have the advantage, having a sniper rifle on the map. SSG, they have none. Lucid being a pain here as well for SSG to deal with, and all the time that he's distracting, you know that the rest of Optic are moving up. Stellar comes back for revenge and gets it.
Important shot there from Stellar. If he lets that go longer, there's a good chance it ends up trading, and I think Stellar needed that on the push. Here comes Trippy back. Nice little reset there to clean out the base.
Just to highlight how good a game Trippy's having, by the way. The next closest to him in kills, Bound and Formal on 10 apiece. Trippy's on 19. 19 kills for Joey. As Optic now approach the 5 minutes left in this game mark, and if they can go forward and get another cap, then they might be back in this series.
What a story Trippy's been across Halo Infinite. He's becoming one of the best players in the game in, game out statistically. Cheeky backwag as well, alongside the mid-bridge. As you say, less than 5 minutes left in the game, and Optic Gaming, for the first time in our grand finals, is outslaying their opponents. Right now, it's 49-36 in the slay category.
Lucid trying to stay alive as well, but the help is now coming, and all of a sudden, Space Station have pressure on the Optic base. Formal has to win this. Formal does win this, and Formal might be able to take down Stellar as well. Huge defensive plays from Matthew Piper.
Is that 1v1 an indication? Is that telling us that we have a different Optic Gaming in these grand finals? That's the question.
Formal picks up another kill as well. The Rockets have been used up here. As Lucid goes forward, it's 3 dead for SSG, and there's an overshield in front of you. Another one. Picked up here by Lucid, and Optic looking different.
4 dead. Penguin's your first spawner. He tries to get sneaky in the corner. Lucid was wise to it. He'll trade again. It's another 4 dead for SSG. Here comes what could be Optic's second flag run.
Needs to clear out Stellar though. Optic know this more than anyone. They're not going to force this flag. They're going to play for the kills. This time it doesn't work out, but the pressure on the base was enough. Bound, shredded by that assault rifle.
Three dead here for SSG. Eco was your last player alive. 3:33 left on the clock, and with each passing minute, Optic Gaming is closer to closing out this first game, but still 3.5 left against SSG. Easier said than done. Can they hold?
Well, we're going to find a heat wave here. Can't quite get it. There we go. Picks that one up. As now he can hold down the sword side of the map. Eco going to be up on that tower once more. Has no idea, and maybe, just maybe, SSG looking a little bit flustered here. Still time for them to play with. But that's the second time we've seen Eco kind of caught off guard on the tower.
I think it's really like we talked about. Optic Gaming needed a game type like this. Find some footing. Allow yourselves to talk through each and every play. Empyrean CTF really offers you that luxury, and they've taken advantage of that to the fullest. 2:45 left on the clock.
Can't quite connect with Stellar there. Now have to wrap back, has to hit some more shots. Penguin's got to snipe himself as well. So this could be a battle of snipers right now. Lucid, if he hits a body, if he hits a head, then Optic move one step closer to maybe closing this game out and going up 1-0 in the bracket reset.
Look how Trippy and APG stack long haul. You can almost bet they're going to get this kill. They do. It's a perfect piece of teamwork there. Take a look. Lucid just quarterbacking from the top turret. He's able to tell exactly what they need to do around the long haul and the needles to pick up those kills.
I will say though, this game plan from Optic is risky, because if they don't get the kills, they give up their side of the map and they will be forwarded on their side of the map.
Exactly what you're talking
has
about.
to hit shots, as now SSG recognize they can flood through the long haul.
What can Formal do here? Formal in the kill feed will be big. He does get at least one trade. OS drop is here is big, and Luce is going to win that 1v1.
4 dead for SSG. The defensive play works. And now it's time to go forward. 1 minute 50 on the clock. Optic have rockets. They have Lucid with snipe, and they have an overshield. Go and win the game, Optic. You can get this first one on the board.
APG realizes it's go time. 2 dead, he's gonna fly in, just clear out the other side of the Mauler. Eco's your last player alive here. He gets him without trading. It's big, that'll be another 4 dead. That flag will continue running, and you can bet it is going home.
APG is decimating. For Optic Gaming, he clears the way for Trippy. As the green wall get loud, it's 1 flag at the moment, but in about 5 seconds time, it's gonna be 2. Optic with their second flag of on the board.
And with 1:12 on the clock, you feel like that is the salt in the wound, the icing on the cake for Optic Gaming and the green wall. Now, 60 seconds left of defense for Optic Gaming.
Bounce steps on that landmine again, and now it's just a case of racking them up. For Optic Gaming, the hard work has been done. 2 flags converted as Trippy approaches a 30-kill game.
Make no mistake, take a look at the kills category on the Space Station side. Trippy almost doubling that of anyone on the SSG squad. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left. Just about enough time, you would say, for SSG if they are perfect with this run.
30 seconds remaining.
Looks like it's not going to happen, though. 2 dead, though, for Optic. Trippy with his sidekick. Pressure coming in now. 20 seconds left on the game clock. It will have to be back-to-back. It will have to be perfect. But again, you've got to deal with Formal. He'll find 1. He'll find 2. Making a trip on Formal. 3 dead. He shuts down SSG single-handedly.
Seconds away from the overkill. But what's most important, as Lucian looks towards his teammates for the Optic side, is they will take game number 1 of your Grand Finals reset.
Don't go anywhere. Optic are back in this series. And those emotions have changed. Optic refocused, revitalized, and up 1 in the bracket reset.
How quickly things can change. And I do love that a member of the Green Wall has become our thermometer, our check on how the Green Wall's doing.
The emotional thermometer.
If he's smiling, Optic's winning. And right now he's smiling, along with the rest of the Optic Gaming roster. They will outslay their opponents in that game 89-57. Yeah, he's back in it, and the Green Wall's back in it as well.
If that man's not running around with the game and tagging the emotional thermometer by next weekend, then I'm going to be disappointed. But for Optic Gaming, signs of life. Don't get me wrong, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's the first signs of life we've seen. Swept aside 4-0 in that first series. But my God, for the confidence, for the belief that you could win this, Andy, you gotta win that first game, and it's exactly what they did. But they did it in style. They did it in the Optic way. They look like a team once again.
They really do, and I think we talk a lot about the Green Wall being alive here, but of course they're going to be alive on their side of the stage as well. After a 2-0 win, Empyrean CTF is just what the doctor ordered for the Green Wall. APG refocus as well on your screen. And as we said, outslaying by over 30 in that game. That tells you a lot about this team being reset. We're getting ready for Slayer on Streets.
Slayer Streets, we've seen Optic win tournaments on this game type. Speaking of stats though, so far in this tournament, or I should say in this season, Slayer Streets 6-5 for Optic, SSG 9-1. The one thing I will look out before we head to Streets is this run from APG to secure this second cap.
I love this. Look, quick little strafe, make sure he doesn't get hit by the needles. He stays alive and doesn't even trade. Gets even more on the tower. Guess what? Stellar flying on Courtyard, also eliminated. Thereafter, he gets another kill. Top tower, take a look at this. Pinches Penguin there. And it was a picture-perfect, textbook pit flag set ablaze here from APG. Another kill as Trippy runs that flag home. And don't forget, Trippy actually chokes his flagman for a second. He takes damage on the flat. If APG doesn't take all those kills, that flag might not have gone.
Also, just something to point out at the end of it, APG kills everyone. What does he do? Blocks the needle spawns, blocks the mauler spawns, moves his body into a position that's going to force SSG to spawn on that courtyard. Everyone else then knows their responsibility. They can tunnel vision those respawners to secure that cap, and that's exactly what happens. Life from Optic Gaming, 1-up in the Grand Finals reset. Now we move, though, to Streets. We move to Slayer, and a game type that's only been lost once this season by SSG.
The trademark air fist bump comes down the line from Trippy and APG, and you can just tell by looking at that down the line camera shot that that team is revitalized here. Question is, how does SSG bounce back after an unbelievable 4-0? They now find themselves trailing for the first time in the entire evening.
Well, looks like we're going to build the tension for just a few more moments before we get into this game number 2, and I just wonder what was said. I'm sure everybody who sat at home is wondering what was said between the 4 Optic Gaming members, 5 Optic Gaming members, I should say. How dare I? Might have even been Lunchbox.
I was going to say, Lunchbox is probably the one saying exactly what they needed to hear. That was certainly the case. at the Halo World Championship, where they bounced back. And Mark, you said it earlier, but how history can repeat itself. And right now we have been exactly identical to the way that things played out at the Halo World Championship, to then come into a Grand Finals reset after Optic Gaming was absolutely slammed around in that first series. They now lead 1-0.
Speaking of the man on your screen, how many influential plays did he have? That final moment, shutting down all of the Space Station players. Now, don't get it twisted, don't get it wrong. Damage, of course, coming in from other Optic Gaming members. This 1v1 on Stellar at 1-0, if he doesn't win that, the support is there for Stellar to get that flag moving. He was so clutch in so many big moments.
And how about Trippy's numbers? Once again, at this stage in the game, he's 21-12. Nobody else close to him remotely in the stats category. And this is when things start to get out of hand, right? Here's a nice push here from Lucid as well. He picks up another one top turret, I believe, on Eco. And they just continue holding forward. Perfect timing. Also, remember, that's the point where they were split in the map, right? They had to get 2 kills on Needles and Long. They had to get 2 kills on Midbridge, and they just played it absolutely perfectly.
And of course, almost getting the overkill at the end of the game as well to shut down the push from SSG. That man on your screen, a lot good that happens for Optic Gaming is on his shoulders and how he plays. In that game that we just saw, he was outstanding. Slayer Streets, though, we should refocus, though, Andy, because Optic needs to kind of upset the records here to take this game.
They really do. And Formal locked in, like you said, to get that triple at the end, almost an over, it's a big deal. As we alluded to earlier, here's your Streets Slayer stats this season. 6-5 for Optic Gaming, a very, very close record with several losses on the board. And as Onset mentioned earlier, 9-1 for SSG in this game type. Team KD and average margin, unsurprisingly, heavily in their favor as well.
We'll say it's one thing, a couple of things I think that Optic could have learned by watching how SSG approach this game type, though, right? When the rockets are coming up, SSG aren't afraid to play the rest of the map based on that power weapon drop-in. That means you can't tunnel focus onto those rockets where they are dropping mid-map, because SSG use the fact that there aren't guns maybe on other parts of the map that are looking at those rockets to try and secure them, to hit a quick flank, to double push one of those streets and really catch you off guard. So Optic are going to have to be aware of that. And also the pace that SSG play this game type, Andy. They are not afraid. If they get damaged, they will flood, they will fly, they will try and keep them in those splits.
They will really punish. And I think Optic Gaming needs to realize just how well they played and controlled that entire game number 1. And if you can do that in Street Slayer and the rest of these games, you're going to have a very good chance in this series. But SSG, as you say, is going to be flying at you. They're going to be pushing every advantage, and they'll be looking to pick you apart. This opening rush, so important in Street Slayer.
Well, here we go then, Optic up by 1 in our Grand Finals reset. If they want to go up by 2, they're going to have to steal a game type away from SSG that they've only lost once this season. Game 2 in the previous series, Stellar took over. Formal was quiet, but how that story changed in the first game of the reset.
2.13 KD from Stellar in that Game 2 Slayer in our first series. Unbelievable numbers. Kills traded out immediately. 1 rocket down here on B-Stairs.
If you need an example, if you need to just check that we were on land, check that rocket, because that did a lot of splash damage. As Lucid now has the Stalker rifle. Optic going to collect that second rocket as well, so they do have control of power weapons, all of the power, all of the guns in the hands of Lucid here. He's got to be so careful he doesn't give these away.
Ooh, Penguin tries to bait it out, but in the end, Lucid places it perfectly.
Look how careful he's being here, though. He knows that he cannot be the player to fall in this situation. Keeps that Stalker rifle, and a lead here for Optic. They're up by 4.
Really well done there, as you said. Lucid just tiptoeing around every grenade. When you're playing B-Stairs and crates, you need to make sure you're aware of Pillar's pressure, Neon's pressure. And he does it perfectly, and it leads to 4 consecutive kills. Now they're up 7-3.
Mound's still trapped in PD as well. You can see that Optic are trying to hunt him down, but they don't want to overcommit. Look at this. They've rotated away from PD to try and see if they can catch Space Station in a 4v3 elsewhere on the map. SSG, though, slow this game down, which is somewhat uncharacteristic of what we expect from them.
Here comes the push on Pillars. Let's see how Lucid responds.
Go pushed up into the arcade. Lucid knows he's here. Gonna hear that slide as well, that audio cue, and smartly decides to dip out. Numerous players. There's the flank. Mound does get one though, so he knows that the flank isn't the best idea right now. Might be found in a position where he's going to be caught out by 3 players. Staying alive, keeping his Stalker in his hand is the most important thing.
Really confusing base trade happening right now, and Lucid's playing it perfectly. He knew he was not going to get the damage he needed from Tire, so he comes all the way back to the L and Tram Stairs to help out with these kills, and that maintains a lead for Optic Gaming.
Now you're seeing a little bit of a pinch for Space Station as Optic do get taken down. Rocket's coming up in 5 seconds. Eco slides out into the L. APG going to be taken down here as well by Eco, and Eco stays alive, but now Lucid finds himself in a really sticky spot. As Optic will lose 2 just as those rockets are about to pop. It's Bound who's picked him up.
Baroness rocket there placed into the tire's roof. Make sure he does a maximum splash damage there. Now he'll sit rails. And they bring the game within 1. It's very, very good rotations coming in from SSG. Bound wants to chase.
He wants to chase, but APG does a phenomenal job of staying alive there. These 2 grenades finally will be taken down as the pace starts to step up in this game. 2v2 on the map. Optic still with a 2-kill lead.
Calling the bartender. It's a perfect nade there onto the bar. In PD, he picks up the next one there. And as we said, they keep the game within 1. It's another trade here. A double kill for Bound. Still a 1-kill lead for Optic Gaming. 2 dead for them.
Optic going to be pretty happy with this, I think, considering that they didn't get their hands on those previous set of rockets. Trippy not going to be too happy with that spawn, though, is it? Fort finds himself, spawning into the reticle of Penguin.
Wow, look at the team shot from the stairs there from Lucid. It's a really big deal there. Penguin thought he could get away, sneak through the dumpsters. He gets caught in the trash, and that gives the opening here for Optic.
Now look at Optic. Look at the pace they're playing at. They're getting damage, they're getting kills, they are flying. They want to end this game. They want to put the pressure back onto SSG. They're extending this lead now to 4. It's a full team wipe needed for SSG to equal things up.
That was a big moment there from Lucid to get that opening pick. However, though, Space Station responds with a very important pair of kills to keep this game within 2. Take a look here, Lucid. What a trade there. Eco somehow stays alive to make it 2 dead for Optic. And now, just like that, it's a 1-kill game.
And there's a Stalker in the hands of SSG right now as well. Rockets are going to be coming up pretty soon. Nope, it's out of there, Eco. After taking a little bit of damage. Stella trying to help his buddy out. A couple of spikes go into the red room. Trippy's going to feel those ones for sure. APG now makes the plays. Trippy picks up 1. Lucid picks up 1. The bait is perfect from APG as they gobble up those kills. And now Optic moving into a perfect position to maybe grab these rockets. Eco falls. It's 4 dead for SSG.
2 dead there again. Off the back of that, Trippy needs 2 rockets in hand and a 3-kill lead. He's probably going to retreat with these rockets. Just try to hold down tires for a moment. SSG starts to make the push here on B side.
Talk about the things that don't show up in the stat screen. APG baiting himself on those arcade stairs, right? Just jumping up and down, walks in, gets a little bit of damage, turns the attention of 3 players from SSG away. Doesn't come out with a kill, but creates opportunities for the rest of his teammates to do so. 4 kills the difference. It could be more if Trippy could put these rockets to use.
What's the play call going to be here? We've seen Optic Gaming many, many times in a Street Slayer with the rockets in their hands.
Optic just completely slowed this game down to a crawl. I think even a crawl might be a little bit too quick on the pace. They are stood still at the moment, saying to SSG, come and find us.
I think the only way to play this correctly is to hear the play call from Optic Gaming directly. Let's get into it, listen.
The scan on arcade so that Joey can maybe just rock it.
I know, I will.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's there.
No, I'm just saying, we should just use it. It's going to spawn up soon. It's
Okay,
gonna
actually,
spawn up soon.
right.
Yeah. Just use it. It's going to be on arcade.
Use it,
Just use it
take
arcade.
it off that wall.
Yes, use that rocket, Joey. Use that rocket.
Stay alive. Yo, two driveway.
I'm here.
I'm down.
Yo, look at me.
Behind you.
Yo, watch arcade.
It's all you.
I'm backing up.
Driveway. Rail.
Yeah,
Back up. Come to you, man. They're in the rush. Soccer, dude. Get away.
Okay, they might still play that smoke. It's still up for a second.
I'm seeing tired.
Yo, new rockets are done.
Rockets are... I'm out purple, guys. I'm out purple. Keep watching it, Joey. I don't see anything. Yo, purple is bound. Ivy, go.
Yo, listen. Yo, arcade one guy. Arcade one guy. Arcade, cuts. Hitting it, bro.
Shut down, marker weak.
Yo, blue. Spot on nest.
Get up to cost. Arcade running away.
Two nets pushing down.
He's still nest. He's marking. He's one shot. Nice, get out of there. Play for rocks, guys. Play for rocks. They're going to be fighting for it. These guys are going to be fighting for it. Bulldog, guys. I'm right back there. Maybe real.
Yeah, rail. Rockets down on benches.
Sig right here. Still sitting on there.
Bait them.
Can't. Yo, great gen. Two guys are purple.
Rails have penguin.
Hey, rocks are down, guys.
The comms are pretty hectic, and it's no surprise why. This game has become very, very hectic, but it's Trippy who finally finds those rockets that Formal threw down as he fell to the floor. It's a 3-kill advantage still to Optic Gaming, but SSG really pushing them to their limits.
It's a really important rocket grab there for Trippy. Even though he burned the first one, he used the second one. More importantly, they're not in the hands of Space Station. However, just a 2-kill game now as Lucid gets taken down on driveway.
Oh, Formal gets the stick on Eco as well. That just quells the momentum. Bound, he picks up one as well. APG gets the beat down, but Bound is going to come away from that fight with his life and a double. It's a 1-kill game now between our two squads.
Difficult to overstate the importance in this game, in this series. Do we see Optic Gaming leading 2-0, or will we be tied up 1-1 heading into game number 3? Here comes the push.
And look at the timing for Bound. He waited on that weapon pad. He saw the Stalker was coming up, and now he can put it to use. Huge DPS available. Bound is going to be the anchor that everybody plays off as SSG find themselves down by 1, but with the weapons to get themselves back in it.
Curious if there might be a Red Room player there. You could just tell on the SSG side. Want to make sure there's nobody in Arcade, nobody in Red Room.
Stalker still not having an impact. In the meantime, we saw Trippy pick up 1. Formal. Going to be challenging. Bound has to back down as the Rockets now come up. This could be the game-deciding moment. The L gets pushed. APG will fall. 2 kills here for SSG. Just the 1 for Optic Gaming. But now it's 4 dead! As the push from Bound is perfect, and the Rockets go into the hand of Stellar, as do the lead.
What a set of plays here. It's perfectly timed on the rocket grab, and now a 2-kill lead for SSG. Everything has turned around here in the late game, and still 1 rocket to play with for Stellar.
Optic not showing.
Oh boy.
Until now, no connection.
That rocket might have grabbed both of them on the commando, but it hits the rail instead of the back commando.
I gotta say, Optic are gonna be thanking their lucky stars. APG gets one onto Penguin as well. And I mean, Stellar doesn't miss with a sniper rifle, but that rocket might come back to haunt him. Trippy trading. APG manages to get one. He will fall as well, and all of a sudden, Optic in a lead again.
Will that rocket come back to haunt SSG? That's the question. 46-45, a 1-kill lead for Optic Gaming, somehow avoiding the explosions as the Let's Go Optic chant erupts in the building.
Shroud screen and a couple of stickies alongside the old trusty battle rifle for Trippy here. Trippy 15 and 14 in this game. As once again, we see the game come to a standstill. 1 kill the difference between the two, Andy. This could not be tighter.
You can tell just how much this game means to these two teams. It will completely change the direction of this series.
Here comes the push. Formal moves in, Formal gets 1, traded out immediately. Trippy has to use that Shroud though to keep himself alive. It's still a 1-kill game. Trippy moves in. Stellar, 1v1, won't win it. Trippy comes out on top of the trade again from Eco.
48-47 here, 1 kill separating the 2. Avoids the nade, Bound though, ties it up at 48.
Lucid has the Stalker. Rockets coming up as well. Would be a surprise to see someone grab them.
Look at Penguin.
Look at Penguin.
Penguin's going bottom.
Look at the play that he's making. Eco gets 1. Penguin gets the prize. Lucid gets 1. It's all tied up. 49-49. Trippy wins it. Trippy wins it for Optic. Big game, Trippy.
Wow. Trippy leads the entire game with 17 kills. And then clutches up your 50th kill to win 50-49 in bottom tram. Smiles on the faces of Optic Gaming. Trippy already talking through that last play. And just like that, it is a 1-kill margin that gives them the 2-0 series lead. And a very different scoreline from our first grand finals.
What an unbelievable Street Slayer that was. But we gotta watch it from this man's point of view, surely, if we have the opportunity. Trippy, the 1v1 with Stellar initially, hits the shots under pressure, but I think just getting out of this situation and surviving for a few moments, almost as important.
Huge, and look, watch the way he approaches Stellar in Arcade after the Shroud. He's getting comms here. Watch how he looks around the corner. He knows Stellar is there, goes in with the confidence, gets the first shot, wins the 1v1 to bring this game to 48-47.
Backs up immediately, does get traded out, and then the game again comes to a standstill. At this point, this play from Penguin, I thought the SSG had snuck through the defenses of Optic and we're in a position to win this.
Look at Penguin here. Lucid's pinging the stairs. They don't know he's there yet. such an important win here. And look at this at 49-49. Who else but Trippy on the driveway to come through and get the kill. APG pops off. We got popcorn flying here. The green wall's back in action.
Got people popping off. We got popcorn flying. And we have a complete and utter momentum shift here in Fort Worth. If you're just joining us, this is the second of a series we've seen between these two teams in this grand final. Space Station took the first one 4-0. It didn't look close. They outclassed Optic Gaming. We go into the reset and Optic Gaming find life. 2 up now as we head into game number 3. Strongholds on recharge.
Wow. We are getting our money's worth here in Fort Worth. We take a look live at the Optic Gaming roster here, the side of the stage. And this would have been brought about likely by a timeout coming in from SSG. Of course, after a few games in these grand finals, the players are allowed with the station referees to take timeouts here. Likely it came, of course, from the SSG side. As a result, though, you will see Optic Gaming backstage with a timeout as well. They'll take advantage of that opportunity to speak, talk about how to refocus up for these next 2 games as well.
And you can see how these teams work from behind the scenes here. Such a kind of passionate moment between the teams. You know, everybody having their turn to say something, having their influence on how they want to approach things. And you can see the difference between the reset and the difference between that first series. 0.89 and 0.97 for Trippy and Formal respectively in the first, but since that reset, both of them, quite simply, frying.
Unbelievable. Kept in the negative, both of them. How often do you see that either of those 2 players would be kept in the negative in a series? Now they're well positive, to say the very least. It's a 50-49 game 2 to just change the entire direction of this series. As I said, if we're tied 1-1, it's so different than Optic Gaming being 2 games away here with a 2-game lead as well.
Players back on the stage. Question is, was the SSG talk as effective, or will it be as effective as the Optic one was between series? Because Optic don't look like they can be stopped at this point. The one thing that might be able to stop them is the game type and the map, because this is an SSG game type.
SSG is 8-1 in Strongholds Recharge. Optic 3-6. A double negative losing record here for your Optic side of the stage, whereas SSG coming in with an enormous 8-1 in this game type. We'll see if they can use this as an opportunity to refocus, to find the same form that they did in that first series. That's the question.
I remember this time last year we were talking about the resilience of Optic Gaming, right? It was so close so many times, and then they went on the run. They got that first win on the board. Then it was another World Championship. Talk of the 3-peat. Almost managed to get there. But now, once again, they have been tested over the last few months. We know what pressure the Optic jersey comes with, right? A lot of impassioned fans who want to see them do well, who want to see them lift trophies. That's the bar, that's the expectation for any team that represents Optic Gaming. And when you don't quite meet that bar, questions are going to be asked. But Optic now, at the money end of the season, here at the Fort Worth Major, just ahead of the Halo World Championships, chose to stick together, to see it out, to put in the hard work. Back in the grand final step 1, but what a way to silence a few people if they manage to take this home.
You bring up a great point there. Players would have been asking, when Optic was placing top 6, was a team change coming in? The answer was no, and it now is showing for good reason. Taking a look here also at Stellar and Eco. In their grand finals, a 1.43 for Stellar and a 1.19 for Eco. How different that KD is here in the reset.
And they're 2 players who kind of are synonymous with the success of SSG. When those 2 players are playing well, SSG don't get beaten very often. And you can see in the stats exactly the story kind of painted in front of you, right, in the numbers. This game type, though, like I mentioned, is an opportunity for SSG to get back on track. A little break here just to quell the momentum potentially of Optic, to refocus, to talk through the fundamentals, what the game plan is, and remind yourself that about 40 minutes ago, you just 4-0'd Optic.
Right, on top of the world. For Optic to be keeping Stellar to a 0.56 KD is a statement, to say the least. Let's not forget, Stellar is always just 1 game away from getting back into his Salt Lake City form.
Fist bumps are going down, everybody. The talk is over. The time for gameplay is ahead of us. The game is loading in the background, and Optic Gaming, having found some form, now head towards Stronghold's recharge. And maybe if they win this one, only one game away from another trophy.
You have to wonder, on the SSG side, what is the tone? As you said, Mark, so perfectly, would have been on top of the world in that last series, and realizing that they were probably even thinking, hey, we're gonna feel great going into Worlds with games like this. And Optic Gaming digging deep, not just in that Empyrean CTF, but in the Street Slayer. So we get into game number 3.
Anticipation has been built, but now it's time for action. The talking is done. As Trippy immediately in this game number 3 gets away with a camo for Optic. It's 3 dead off the rip for SSG, and Optic already flipping B.
Oh boy, and look at this.
Enemy team
Trippy with camo shock as well off the open.
And SSG in a little bit of trouble. Lucid picks up 2. They're going to get a comfortable reset here as well. Eco trying to skulk around the back of the Hydro. And I tell you what, that timing on that jump, pretty good from Trippy. Will maybe send Eco off the map here. No, gets the beat down, but most importantly, stays alive with the camo shock. Oh my God, speaking of shock, Stella just got one. So did Bound.
What is going on here? Trippy with the grapple and then the back of the neck. Just at the perfect angle there. I think he was at the 46-degree mark to just perfectly hit that back of the neck, and it counts as a back smack. That's a trip cap for Optic.
Eco trying to push across the mid-bridge. Beheaded by King Trippy.
Big game Trip and Optic right now outslaying 10-2, and they are winning 75-0 in this game. Unbelievable.
SSG make a break though. They're inside of A, they're gonna flip B as well, even with Formal trying to approach this. Eco got out of dodge. So scoring will turn over to Space Station for just a second, but the impact of that early triple cap that came in for just a few moments can be seen on our scores. 83-12, Bound with that green gun will exchange it for a shock rifle and have a little peek and a prod, and he takes down Lucid as well.
Wow, it was such good routing for Formal to stay alive, to go into Needles, stay alive, to drop into the pit, be able to repulse up, but Bound shuts it down right away, and such important timing as Camo's popping up. SSG's right back in this game, but only down by 50.
I want to talk about APG here. It might seem like such a small thing, but it adds up to Trippy having camo. The timing on his peek from glass takes the attention away from Bound for just half a second. It's all Trippy needed to get in, get out with that camo. The teamwork from Optic on display there for everyone.
Trippy steps out and gets spotted. This is big from Eco. Wow, big play. Form was your last player alive for Optic Gaming, and what was just an 83-point lead is now just a 30-point lead.
Space Station get back into this one, finding a little bit of rhythm. It's a 2-cap for now, but that AB setup, we know how solid it can be. You can watch the crosses from the tower, from gold. And it's so difficult to get anywhere near any of these strongholds without having to do a little bit of damage cross-map first.
And now the Optic Gaming chance and SSG chance fighting against one another in the crowd as well. And this game is essentially tied up. Optic Gaming got a free 83-point start. It has been erased by Space Station Gaming.
And look at this, Space Station starting to just slow down a little bit, almost play an Optic Gaming game. Baiting, switching, making sure that there's not pressure coming in. Trippy will get the conversion, but Trippy should be taken down. There should be another flip coming in now for SSG. Formal walks in. He'll be taken down as well. Great baiting and switching again from SSG. APG just about manages to scarp to the gold stairs.
Oh boy, he's in trouble though. Nades are coming in and the shots. It's a killing spree for Eco on your screen here. He's 6 and 3 in this game.
Lead swap here, SSG into the lead. Stella, quiet in the first 2 games, but now he's got a shock rifle they can make some noise with. Trippy's gonna feel it.
What do we say? Always only one game away, only one play away is Stellar from absolutely popping off and reminding us why many right now call him the best in the game. SSG leading for the first time in this series.
Look at this aggressive push as well on the long haul. Most people try and spawn people here. SSG want to try and take over. I think they're thinking about a triple cap here, playing for C. APG trapped in the tower alongside Trippy. Formal back on the map to defend, but Penguins moved in the meantime and grabbed that camo.
On the scoreboard, it's essentially a 140-point unanswered run after trailing 83-0. Space Station Gaming showing us that they have a lot of life left in this series.
Spotted out for just a second here, Penguin. Hasn't got long left on this camo, but you can see that the setup is very turbo and heavy from Space Station at the moment. Optic look like they want to try and break through. They're going to flood through. Penguin manages to find one. It should be an easy couple for him. Oh my goodness, Trippy gets taken down as well. The reversal coming in from Penguin. Lucid on his own. And look at that score. Bit by bit, second by second, SSG are starting to dominate this scoreline.
It's another 3 dead here for SSG. And now on the home stretch as they cross the 180 mark. Let's get into a listen in with Space Station.
Nice. Watch out, Mango or Camo jump, not sure.
2 guys orange door, 1 guy top red. Gonna be Ballage.
Ballage out.
Ballage.
Lot of BR, guys.
Ballage, watch out, Ballage.
I spawned A.
Camo jump,
Hey, I need help A,
C-box as well.
Got him. Watch out A, Trippy. Watch out A, Trippy.
Okay.
Live down, live.
On
my stairs, I can hear you shooting in the back.
What? Absolute salad.
I heard that. I detonated.
We've heard from SSG. It's time to jump over to Optic. They had a momentary triple cap. They're scoring once again.
Just hit. I got one. Nice, dude. I hit me again. L1 We have AC. Camo, guys, camo. Can we get that? Big door. Sneaky. 2 guys long. Us 2. Camo eventually, okay?
Bottom tower. Absolute bottom tower. Nice. See stairs. One seat pot, Tommy. One seat pot, Tommy.
I need behind me though, I'm not sure.
Yo, I'm gonna push Camino. Yo, bottom tower. Yo, either just jumped up.
Go, 1 guy C5. I got 1 shot C boxes.
Full stairs, Joey. Full stairs.
He's jumping. 1 shot elbow, 2, 1 shot C. That's fine.
L2,
Get the gold.
L2,
Nice. There could be 2 guys there, man. Back up. There's 2 guys there. Bottom tower 1.
Fast.
They might hit A off. I'm watching you, Brad. Go ahead, go.
Well, Optic's intensity is there, but the results aren't quite. 223 and rising. SSG hold off the push, as Lucid has responsibility here to get some kills, but his 2 teammates have fallen, and SSG have a triple cap for a moment.
Unbelievably dangerous here, the 234 mark. Lucid needs to stay alive here at B.
Might get repulsed straight out of it though. He's inside. Here comes Trippy. Trippy might get the conversion. C has been flipped momentarily though. 2v2. Make it 4 more left on his own, and Space Station might be looking to answer back themselves in this series. The first one on the board for SSG. The reset stands at 2-1 now, as Space Station answer back.
I'm just going to go ahead and say it. It's one of the best grand finals we've seen in Halo Infinite, without a doubt. And we are still yet to declare a winner, as this grand finals, in terms of total elapsed time, becomes one of our longest ever in the game. 2-1 now in favor of Optic.
What a response from SSG, right? Crowd starting to get against you. Optic fans making noise.
Down 83-0.
Down 83-0, and all of a sudden, they just start to click again. That 2 cap, by the way, the 2 cap that they held for what felt like 100 points, Optic just could not get out.
Space Station only outslays 41-40. Yes, so efficient.
By the way, look at Trippy's count here. Watch, wait. Someone said something. Oh, we missed it. Someone said something funny about what he just did. They just started giggling, which is a good thing to see. I'm sure it wasn't giggling at the end of it though, as the SSG do get that win. But this is the 2 cap that starts here. This win on A, see Formal flies in as well. He thinks there's only 1 player, or 1 shot he can clear up. But this AB hold, you'll see it in the scoreline.
I agree, it was an expensive push there for Trippy to be your last player alive and commit to A fully, and to send Formal in as well. That was really the beginning of that run for SSG.
Let's replay at the end of the game from Optic. SSG get the kills required. They hold AC. They get the win on the board. And I've got to be honest, I can't stop smiling, man. This is such a great final. It's an honor and privilege to be calling this one. But we still got a lot of Halo ahead of us. Next up, King of the Hill live fire.
We saw live fire last series, of course. see it again here in your next game. We'll take a look at some stats from King of the Hill so far between these two teams in Fort Worth.
We can take a look at the stats in front of you right now. The season itself, very interesting as well. Pretty similar between the two teams. Just to update you on that, King of the Hill live fire across the season, 5-2 SSG, 4-2 Optic Gaming. The perfect game type, you could say.
Formal coming in with your highest KD on Optic. Penguin, though, your highest damage on the SSG side. Big standout KD, of course, going to be that 1.3 across both sides of the stage that comes in from Formal. Once again, 8-1 for SSG at Fort Worth.
Live fire a map that SSG will have fond memories of from that first series, though. Remember the oddball game? They completely took over. But this is a different game type. It's so crazy how the same map can play so differently dependent upon the game type, right? You have this constant flow and rotation with that oddball, which SSG love. But now you have that more setup, strategical way of holding the map in King of the Hill. And that, you would say, historically has been the Optic Gaming game plan. So this is a very difficult one to judge how it's going to go, but it's a very important game in the series. If SSG get it, we're all tied up. If Optic Gaming win this game, they are one game away from being your champions.
So much riding on this, and you have to think with SSG's last win, totally changes once again this entire series. Everything's still to play for here. Lots of games left in your Grand Finals reset here. On board with Formal.
First hill, of course, going to be over at green. Stella got away with that sniper rifle, which is always a worry for anyone. Especially Trippy. Trippy does get taken down as SSG find themselves 2 down though. Optic win the slaying battle and do momentarily have control of that hill too. Stella trying to work with Eco though to clean out the back of the tower. But there's Formal, he's got a heat wave, could be a problem. SSG though, they're gonna grab the overshield as well, so they've got the tools to break.
They really do. Gonna be some Nest bridge angles here. APG's already on Nest, which is dangerous. They need to make sure they take him out.
2 players from Optic still trapped inside of the garage as well, and SSG just hunting them down at the moment. You can see the Penguin can't find anyone to shoot at the moment. Finally it does, and then there's too many of them! Optic come out of the cracks!
A perfect triple team. What can Bound do though? Just gonna try to fly into green, has to fight against the Shroud as well.
Optic buying the time for those shields to come back. APG gets one, Eco. He'll trade it out, but Lucid's still waiting with that dastardly sidekick to clean things out. 2v2. 2 more players from Space Station trapped at the back of the green. And look how back and forth this is. It's back and forth, and finally SSG will win that fight.
My question was, where's APG? And this tells you he has to retreat to Rat Tunnel, he has to wait for help. They had about 75% of the progress done here, but this is now dangerous. They need to construct a very good push here as SSG crosses the 50% mark.
APG knows this as well, right? He knows that he can't do anything unless the rest of Optic Gaming are on the map. Looks like the play call is to try and wrap tower. There's the first pick from Lucid. However, APG has no idea there's someone behind him. He's trying to help the players in the hill. Maybe just a little bit of tunnel vision there, as Stella was being a nuisance, but Lucid has got the kills. Lucid has broken through, and Lucid, with that double, has given control to Optic.
Look at this. Stellar in bounce positioning. This should be an Optic kill.
SSG so close, but if we learned anything, the close isn't good enough in this game type. Optic break at the last second, SSG fall, and Optic up 1-0.
And so important that APG gets that melee on Mud. If he doesn't get that melee on Mud, you're going to have a lot more tower pushes coming in from this side from SSG. Instead, that melee alone keeps them at bay, and it will lead to an Optic Gaming point on the board.
Overshield here for APG as well. There's another kill for him. Penguin sent down the chimney. Lucid will be collecting the pieces. Bound, he'll be picked off as well. It's 1 by 1. Space Station are falling, and Optic starting to flow.
Eco barely gets away to scoreboard. That will result in spawns coming in for the SSG side, and APG just picking them off 1 by 1. This is more points on the board for Optic Gaming. Here comes the Guns push.
APG still stood inside of that hill. Will get the trade. It's 2v2 at the moment. Lucid cleaning things up though. Bound with a 2-shot beatdown will get the kill. Trippy looking to chase it down instead. Says, you can survive for now, Bound. But I'm coming back for you, buddy. Eco. Challenges smartly as well. Trippy can't hit. Looked like he couldn't decide if he wanted to try and hit the no-scope or back down. Instead, Formal now has the side to play with.
Ooh, look at this play. Look at this play! Jukes Penguin out. Very nice angles there to jump down into dummies and come right back up the ramp, and now just continuing to deal damage across top middle.
It's an uncontested hill for Optic. It's going to be 2-0, and Formal puts a punctuation on it by taking down Eco. Optic 2 to the good.
Wow, and extra damage as well for that killing spree to hit and that shot to hit across sandbags as you have the power up popping and the hill rotate and everything. Now 2-0, 340 left.
3 dead. SSG 3 dead as well. Eco might be going down as well. He gets the stick from the grave, or at least the kill with that plasma grenade, and keeps the sniper rifle in the hands of Optic. Lucid now picks it up. Shroud goes down. SSG need this overshield.
Oh, I think it's going to be an Optic overshield for Trippy.
What a grand finals this is. Trippy. Overshield, heat wave. And Optic marching towards yet another hill killing spree. Double kill, 4 dead for SSG.
Stellar's your first spawner on Nest as well. Unbelievable plays here from Trippy. How many times do we see him with the heat wave? Gets the nade as well. Perfectly bounced off the tower onto the C-box, and he's not done yet. 3-0 in favor of Optic Gaming.
One more hill, and this is game for Optic. SSG cannot break these setups, and it is electric in here. The Optic fans are making all sorts of noise. SSG have got control of the overshield side of the map, and we always talk about this being the easiest of the hills to lock down. Plenty of time left in this game as well for SSG, but I've got to be honest, they've got to be reeling a bit here, Andy. They have been taken apart at the start of this game.
They really have. 3 minutes left, as you say, a lot of time. But at 3-0, what kind of comeback would you need from the SSG side? I don't even know if it's possible. 2 dead for both sides.
2v2 at the moment. 26 seconds till the overshield comes up. SSG need this. If they don't get it, it's game over. And they will have to head to another map here with their tournament lives on the line. Optic 1 game away potentially from being called your champions. Trippy trying to survive for now. Spins back around and snaps on the Penguin. Last alive though, SSG inside of that hill as Eco finds 2.
Big play as your last alive. However, he will be taken down in the end as the overshield is popping. And what a comeback this could be as they're about to score. 2:43 still left on the clock and the overshield in hand. Stellar's going to angle himself away to use this overshield for the next push as well.
Optic giving this up. You can see Optic will say, hey, you can have this 1 hill. We'll try and play for the next. But this overshield in Stellar might be a game changer here. Lucid on the tower. Bound found 2, by the way. He took Lucid down from that tower. 4 dead for Optic and SSG. SSG are showing some life here.
Down but not out. Still 2:43 left on the clock. 25% of the way done here on your 5th hill as well. Let's get into a listen to him with Space Station.
1-on-1. Okay.
He cuts 1 shot.
2 killer. I know my green. They have a sniper green. Sniper green. He's a 1 ball. He's a 1 ball.
And he can drop him.
Sniper green. Whole tower.
Absolute hill.
Dude, show him. Play more. Go see me.
In hill.
We can help. That's
Get the vent. Ness saw you.
No, I can hit hill. No.
He's on your tires. He's on your jump up. 2 on your jump.
Yeah, 2 top tower. 2.
Look at top A.
Say hill.
I'm in front of you.
You guys see me?
Yeah, in front of you.
No.
Top A. Top A has 2 shots. Live. Can't. Absolute shot. A in tower. Tower somewhere.
Keto.
3-2 and Space Station are back into this, Andy. Optic Gaming, they've got more questions to answer here. SSG will not let this one go.
SSG finished those 2 hills in 3 seconds of elapsed game time. It was 2:43 on the clock when they started them. It was 2:40 when they ended them. An unbelievable run here. Now it's just 1 hill between them with 2:32 left on the clock.
Difficulty here for SSG. They can only let 1 hill. Or excuse me, they cannot let 1 more hill slip away. Optic already 35% or so of the way to capturing this hill. The overshield's going to be a factor as well. The shroud could be a problem. Stellar flying through, gets 2, breaks open this hill from Optic.
What happens here with this overshield? Trippy's the only one on it. He's your last player alive though.
And his shot's coming in. Trippy's going to pop it as last player alive, but SSG melt him.
Overshield melted off, but the biggest thing there for Trippy was, first of all, the overshield. He makes sure that they do not get it on the SSG side. It's an enormous play, and then even somehow on top of that, stays alive as well.
Here's Trippy now on the flank. Stellar, no shields. Penguin gets a kill though. Penguin gets 2. Trippy moves in. It's a 3v2 here. Estella flies back out. Trippy down. Lucid down as well. It's 4 dead for Optic.
Unbelievable. 2:19 left. So much time on the clock. SSG is poised to tie this game up.
Bound gets the kill. SSG stand tall. Trippy explodes. A killing spree for Stella.
APG's forced back here. Look at this push from Lucid and APG. That's it. Tied 3-3. Unbelievable consecutive hills coming in for Space Station. We are tied up here in your 4th game.
This game will take your breath away. Trippy now with a sniper rifle top middle. 2 minutes left in this game. Next hill wins though.
This is unbelievable. 154 left, tied 3-3. Sudden death here. As you say, this next hill will decide it, and Optic Gaming thought they had this one done.
Trippy was last alive again there as well. SSG have a complete setup around the tower. The only thing that can break it is a headshot from Trippy. Stella falls. Penguin challenges. Trippy has just broken the setup.
3 dead here for Space Station. Stellar is your last player alive. He's gonna wait for his teammates here. Look at this overshield coming up in 12 seconds.
SSG investing heavily on getting this overshield. But Lucid, he's
my
got a
God.
heat wave. And if he has the timing on Penguin, they might be able to steal this away. Optic Gaming, they're not done yet. They get the overshield, bound inside of the hill, but 3 Optic players flying at him.
They're gonna flood him here. They're gonna find him back tower. He's trying to hide top tower. It's not gonna be easy. They have at least 2 guns on him right now. Formal takes down Bound right away. 130 left here. Still a lot of overshield for Trippy.
Optic going to a lead on this hill. Green gun doesn't connect. That could be the difference maker. No connection on the green gun. Trippy with the overshield forces SSG off the platform and stands strong in the hill.
He still has overshield. He still has the overshield that finally dissipates.
Penguin has to make a play. Cannot do it. Wow. What a game of Halo Infinite. Optic Gaming come out on top. Trippy, the game changer again. And has that taken the wind out of SSG?
You have to think it might. The Optic banners flying high, the Optic members riding high off of that win. And another thing you have to admire, despite the win, look at Formal right away. Just issuing out orders, breaking down the gameplay right away. Certainly saying something along the lines of that should not have been as close as it was. In the end though, it will be Optic Gaming taking the game 4-3 after leading by a huge margin.
At the start of this game, SSG were being taken apart, one by one, body by body. As Optic Gaming went up by 2, Trippy, overshield in hand, just cleaning up kill after kill after kill bottom middle. And it's not like it was 2 hills, Andy. It became 3 almost instantaneously. But it was that quick, it was that efficient. The SSG at least had time to get back into it.
It's true. That might have been what almost cost Optic Gaming, was just how fast.
Being too good.
Too good and leaving too much time on the clock for the SSG comeback. One of the best King of the Hill live fires we've ever seen on the main stage, and without a doubt in a grand final as well.
This is it though. This is why you call him Big Game Trip. Hits the headshot on Stella. Hits the body beat down, 2 dead. And then SSG fully invest in winning that overshield fight. If Stella hits that green gun, maybe things are different. But we will never know as Optic secure that final tower hill. Optic Gaming 1 map away from being your champions once again. Just ahead at the Halo World Championships as well. Aquarius Slayer. We take ourselves back, first to 50. You get the feeling there might be a bit more Halo in this.
You really do. We're getting right in, underway, right away. Optic Gaming is 1 game away from closing out your grand final. Space Station Gaming with their tournament life on the line. and Aquarius Slayer. Here we go.
1-to-1 off the break here. Should be getting chased down. Eco should win this fight and does so. I think what's very important here for both sides is just to try and keep it calm. Not get carried away with the situation. There's so much adrenaline flowing through these players at the moment. But it's SSG who have Optic Gaming 3 dead. 6-2 the score at the moment, and all of Optic trapped on a squad spawn.
What an opening here for Space Station. Now, how important was it as well to have an opening like this up by, of course. No. Eco almost does it again. In the end, though, somehow still is taken down regardless, though it's 3 dead. Lucid is your last player alive. The game is down 9-4. Space Station with a very strong opening here in your game number 5.
Lucid had to stay alive and win that fight. Otherwise, that would have been a fresh 4 dead. Everyone from Optic spawning together, and SSG with total and utter map control. Nades starting to rain in on the pink side. As Optic look to adjust their setup, but there's Bound again with that first pick. He's so good at getting those first kills in these 4v4 situations.
Trying to bait and switch is SSG. Lucid knows the pressure's coming in right away. Doesn't trade.
13-4, by the way. QT in the hand of Bound. APG's going to find that out. Didn't even have time to press the button to get back out of there. Pretty sure he expired just as he got to the closet, so wasn't able to port back. As now Optic, for the first time, have SSG a little bit trapped in the base. Shocks go in, Penguin gets a kill. 2 dead though for SSG. Optic starting to find a way back into this, a double. Lucid fancies making this a triple, but there's APG as Lucid gives him the wiggles.
Leave it to APG. This game almost got out of hand. It was a 7-kill difference. SSG leading now just like that. Optic Gaming keeps it within 4.
Oh, Penguin gets taken down as well in the 1v1. 16-11, but the trades come in. Trippy laughs alive once more. Well, that's almost like a terrifying sentence to say at this point with what Trippy's been able to do as the last player alive.
Especially in Slayers. Unbelievable what he's been able to put together, and he's going to need that as they already trail by 6 in this game.
Eco forced to retreat off the top of pink. You can see that multiple nades are flying in at him. A Formal now trapped on his own. APG, he's trying to peek and prod in this split. APG now last alive, trying to just survive, to escape. The spawns do come in near him, but here's a flank from Eco. APG has no idea where Eco went. 2 players, no shields, but Eco can't finish either. Lucid comes in, Bound gets one, and Eco's still alive in this situation.
And just like that, it's 23-12. They might even get this last one on a Formal as well. Bound does push for it to go 24-12 in a game that was just a 4-kill difference. Let's get into a listen in with Space Station.
So, watch out on the door.
It's car 1 shot. And car 2. 1 shot car 1 and 1 shot and car 2.
I'm looking. I backed up.
Push your doors in. Push your doors in. On my closet.
I'll make him. Yo, we can do your window to bridge. Bridge now, 1 shot. Bridge 1 shot. Your troop chairs, Bound.
Yeah, on me.
I have your shots.
Yeah, Thor's some max.
I'm going back to P2, guys. I'm going back to P2.
Down, all max. Doors is down, all max.
I have it.
Okay. Going back to car.
Blue bridge. Yep.
I'm looking at P1. I'm looking at P1.
Yo, blue flag. Right side blue flag. Right side.
Blue window. I think he's pushing P1.
Yeah, right side blue flag. Right side blue flag.
Stuck one.
Blue flag weak. City blue flag weak.
Yeah, blue pillar.
Watch out.
P1 on me, 1 shot.
Yeah. Bridge. One kill bridge. P2 1 shot.
I'm in bridge as well. Bridge and
Window killed me.
In bridge.
Shot P1. Shot, 1 shot.
I dodged front base on you.
Can we get out of there,
Front base.
Front base on me weak. Maybe on me. P2. Mushrooms.
Live.
I killed him.
Shrooms in. Your curtain strip. Yeah, he's in there.
One car. They ran.
Here on him.
Here's him.
I'm controlling P2. I'm trying to control P2.
Walk up in the door close.
I needed it.
I'm sitting car 3. Top P bridge.
Yellow flag. Yellow window. You on the door. Coming in the closet.
Here's an
we got the door. Trippy.
Car 3, APG. 2 car 3, yellow vent.
Front yellow, watch out, P.
I got another one in the closet weak.
Well, as we jump back in, you wouldn't have thought that SSG had just lost the last game in the way that they did, because they are dominating. They are up by such a margin in this game that surely they can't throw this away.
This has got unbelievable. Don't forget, this game was 14-10. It's now 40-17.
This is just a formality at this point. SSG finding fire once again. Stella, with the heat wave finds one. He'll turn that into a double. He's got the last two in front of him, but just doesn't have the shields to cause problems. Boundfire's in now, and I've seen this story before. Eco goes in for the trades. 4 to go here. Double kill for Eco.
This is a 30-10 run for SSG. 30-10 in the last few moments of gameplay as it's 47-21.
Stellar, by the way.
Here it is.
Might be in a position to go on quite the spree. If he can find one more kill. Eco steals it away. 49. Will he be able to get it? It's a spectacular. And let me tell you, whoever writes this script, give that person a raise.
Well done. Well done. 50-23 is your final score in Aquarius Slayer, which is unbelievable from the SSG side. What a way to bounce back. Stellar, by the way, 1 kill away from a killing frenzy at the end of the game. That's what Onset and I were getting excited about. He had 3 stripped away in the late game, but you know that's not what Stellar and team are thinking about. They're thinking about putting more games on the board. And just like that, they do that. They not only stay alive, but they stake Optic Gaming in Game 5.
Is that an overkill stolen? Is that a killing frenzy stolen? I don't think we'll care if he lifts a trophy at the end of the day. Highlights are going to be very one-sided though, Andy. It was all SSG. And I've got to say, I think Lucid is going to be sick and tired of seeing Eco on the pink side when he's got plasma grenades. I think he got stuck 2 or 3 times.
I don't think anybody had this one on their bingo card. A result like that this late in a Grand Finals reset just tells you that SSG is playing a different level when it came to that Aquarius Slayer. And digging real deep when they needed it to stay alive in the series, in the tournament, keeping their Grand Finals reset hopes alive. Look at this series layout. It's a beautiful thing. It's been an unbelievable and an unforgettable night of competitive Halo. Only 2 games left in this series, potentially only 1 if it's Optic.
Streets Oddball up next. Space Station dominated the Oddball last time. We saw these 2 teams match up on live fire. If they can do it here, Andy, we go the distance. The reset. Game 7 on the horizon, but Optic will also know that if they win this game, they will still be your champs.
Oddball Streets, both teams with a winning record, of course, how fitting. It's a tough one to call at this stage. Optic Gaming still only 1 game away from closing out your Grand Finals. Space Station 1 game away from sending us to a Grand Finals reset, Game 7.
So I might have a reset here by the looks of things, so we'll get back into it. Although, of course, SSG are just going to play to the clock, understandably so. We'll get confirmation in just a few moments of exactly what is going on, but it does give us a moment just to breathe here. So we once again await confirmation of exactly what's going on. Optic not moving. SSG doing what they should do. There we go. We get it. We get this.
A little bit of a false start there in your game number 6. Just to build the tension a bit more. Get right back into that game right away, but now 3-2 in favor of Optic Gaming. And how deep will Space Station dig? After the 50-23 win in Slayer, you have to think their momentum, their emotions could not be higher.
It's crazy though, right? I mean, I think momentum, emotion, whatever, I can't judge it anymore. You look at Optic, they close out the close King of the Hill, live fire after losing the 3 back-to-back hills, but they clutch up and they win it, and then they get smacked in the next one. After you probably say going into the game that Space Station like, how did we not close this out? You know, we made such a great run, and wild series, wild series. And I think all you can really do if you're watching this right now is just sit back and enjoy it.
That's it. I mean, how about such a story of resilience from both sides? For Optic to get 4-0'd earlier, just in case you're just joining us, 4-0'd earlier by Space Station to reset the Grand Finals. Taking a look at Oddball stats all up from this HCS Fort Worth weekend on your screen.
The stats are going to tell us anything. It's that we might be going to a Game 7, everybody. Space Station still unbeaten on all Oddball game types here in Fort Worth.
Look how
say
efficient
much
as well.
more to it, do you?
And only a 1.12 KD, whereas you as Optic, right, 3 and 2 with a 1.1 KD. So once again, that just speaks to the objective efficiency we talked about with Space Station. You got to respect how they don't get extra kills they don't need. That shows in their objective gameplay, and they're going to be looking to do that exact same thing here in game number 6.
Man on your screen here, Formal. Once again, the player that a lot of the Optic Gaming fans at home will be looking to have a game. One of those games that Formal has in these situations. I don't think there's anyone on that main stage with more big game experience than Formal. These tight moments are where you become a great, and that's exactly what Formal is.
Hard to think of anyone across competitive FPS that has the type of experience that he has in terms of still active players. They're going to be looking to him yet again. On the other side, though, can Space Station repeat? After a historic steak dinner on a Slayer, they're going to look to continue the dominance on Oddball Streets. Series is 3-2 in favor of Optic Gaming. They have a chance to close it here. SSG, though, they're ready for even more Halo.
All right then, Fort Worth, let's get this one going. One game here for Optic Gaming to close it out. SSG, one game away from sending this to a Game 7. It's bound on your screen. And early on, you're going to see he's on a cheeky little flank.
2v2 here on the map. Let's see where this goes. Rocket's still up. They were not grabbed by Stellar there. 4 dead here. Optic Gaming will get the double kills they need there, and also the Rockets as well. Ball control in their hand.
2 to play with here as well. 4 dead with no rockets used to get into that situation. So Formal should be able to hold down this arcade street pretty comfortably. One player did sneak through momentarily. Bound not going to be able to do so himself.
Wow.
Penguin does stay alive there. You can see Formal was kind of a little bit split on how he wanted to play it, but it doesn't matter because it's going to be 4 dead here for SSG. A double kill for Formal and full time here for Trippy.
4 dead yet again. Back-to-back 4 deads means perfect rocket usage as well as a 30-point lead here for Optic Gaming in your round number 1.
It does just get picked off though. Not only is that a pick that's effective for breaking the setup, but also takes the Stalker rifle out of the hands of Optic Gaming now. So Formal gonna have to do a little bit of cleanup work here. However, he's getting fried in the back. That Sentinel beam hits so hard. But it's again Optic Gaming who seem to be winning this fight, and they might be able to pick up more ball time here.
Eco was the last player alive here. He actually wins the battle against Lucid though. APG thought he might get a rotate. As a result, he actually has to throw the ball down front C. It was a 2-man advantage for SSG, and they will get the ball for the first time off of that advantage.
I think that APG was just trusting his teammate to get that kill.
Yeah.
And then make a decision back off the back of it. And then he was kind of like, well, what do I do? I'm going to throw this ball into the safest place. It doesn't turn out to be the safest place because the spawns come in from SSG that managed to give them a little bit of a setup momentarily. Wow. Big challenge onto APG to win that one. It's a 2v2 and things just got scrappy.
Man, APG picks up a huge double there and has such great opening damage on Bound, but Bound peeks those so well.
Big kill from Formal. Reason being those rockets are dropping. APG's fighting for them. Optic trying to scrap mid-map. Penguin gets taken down. Stella has to fire the rocket off. But all while this is going down, this fight for the power weapons. The ball has been thrown out, and Optic still have that lead.
2 dead, though. Space Station still here with the 2-man advantage. Rockets in hand, that's going to make it 3. So now they have staggered spawns for Optic Gaming, and they have more points on the board here. Just like that, less than a 20-point game.
Stella just took one shot there from the B rail, which allowed the accelerator to be pressed on the Optic Gaming side down that pink street. They overflowed with players on that side too. But flooded down for just a few seconds, and now you're seeing APG just being a nuisance, trying to watch out for his teammates, shoot across for them as they do the same for him.
42-35, essentially a tied ball game here in their first round. It was 2 dead for SSG. Optic Gaming now with a man advantage once again. Staggered spawns will give them an opportunity to hold. 3 dead.
Bound mid-map though, he's got 2. He's looking for Trippy as well. Lucy's trying to cut him off. Manages to do so just to even the numbers up. Ball reset as well. Trade on that ball spawn. But Trippy's found a toy.
Enemy has the ball.
Stella trying to steal away with that off ball there. You can see the idea behind it. But unfortunately, he didn't account for Trippy being in that position. Lucid now trying to finish off. Bound as the last player alive, but Bound being such a nuisance. Respawn's coming in, but everyone's going to meet head on here on the pink street.
Yeah, essentially tied up here. Still right around the 40 kill mark. These are big kills that are coming down. 2 dead here for SSG. Make it 3.
Eco last alive, respawning in the tram, and Trippy will now be able to bring that ball back towards the tower. More time here for Optic Gaming as they cross the 50-point mark.
Ball drop.
Rockets back on the map as well. Threatseeker goes out. One thing to know where Eco is, one thing to outshoot him.
Certainly is here. Where'd those rockets go is the question. Bound has them in his hand. 60 to 36 here. Optic Gaming continuing to score.
Ball drop.
Bound is such a tough spot. He finds one. Can he survive? Eco there to keep him alive. They double back and try and challenge. The rockets are out now. And here comes the rotate. Penguin spawning at the tram. Gives the indication that that is the safe place to go. But there's Trippy. He will cut him down. And now you can see with the kills falling to Optic, the Bound's got some decisions to make. Do I play ball? Do I go for kills? Well, he's kind of doing neither at the moment.
You can tell he's just trying to do a little bit of both
He's
here.
out of there.
What? He somehow gets around through tires. And now goes to PD. And they'll continue scoring. Bound just creating something out of nothing, threading the needle.
I don't know how he just got away with that. But get away with it, he did. Bound, like you say, threading the needle through the carnage of Optic Gaming players just flying towards him. And off the back of it, you can see ball time starting to rack up now for SSG. Trippy with the red gun.
Very good shots here from Trippy. That paves the way for this push here. It's 2 dead for SSG.
It's going to be 3 dead. It's going to be 4 dead, and Bound will be taken down as... Now you can see Sela highlighted by that Threatseeker as well.
And with 3 dead there, an advantage. Still an advantage as they kill Spawn as a late... kill Bound as a late spawner. Less than 30 to go. Let's get into a listening with Optic Gaming.
One shot cuts. I got him. Yo, do you guys purple? Yo, ATM in front of us. One shot in. One shot. Go back to PD. 3 dead. They're spawning. I think it might spawn PD, maybe. Calm. Might have spawned close.
I'm going out purple rockets. Keep looking, bud.
Yo, he's on here. Just go. Push me. One shot purple. That's above net.
What's coming up?
Back here.
Rockets.
Tires and rockets.
I'm stuck with the bed.
It's going back to E.
Optic Gaming, they only need 6 points, but Eco got the rockets. Formal last alive, and he might go down in a few seconds' time as well. Optic flooding up the pink tree. They get those spawns, but can they contest the opal?
You thought it was going to be the Optic Gaming round, but at the last second, it's a back gate push. Their Space Station manages to get the trades and the kills they need to keep themselves alive.
And look at Eco taking so much attention away. Bound needs to stay alive here. Luton gets him behind. He ninjas him inside of PD.
As you say in the kill feed, you hate to see it. This will mean continued scoring for SSG and continued control for their side as Optic Gaming now all 4 players up. Can they make one last push count?
Oh my goodness, as if the series couldn't give you any more. 2 players from Optic fly mid-map. Positioning from Eco so good, just using the head glitches available to him, and just 6 points is all Optic need. The ball is down, and the kills are starting to flow. Here comes the push from Optic. It could be the round-winning one. They get that up ball. Lucid has it in his hands, and Optic get that round on the board and are 1 round away from being your champions.
The whole time you had the feeling with Optic Gaming with 94 points on the board, they had at least 2 pushes left minimum. They were not going to mess up that chance. They get the round, and they are now 1 round away from being your Fort Worth Major champions.
What a time for SSG to lose their first game of oddball at this tournament. But here comes APG. Rockets in his hands, clearing the way. 2v2 on the map at the moment, though Formal changes those numbers.
Still 2v2 here. So we can have it from the L. Assist does come in there, and Formal manages to stay alive. No points on the board just yet in your opening 35 seconds.
Eco versus Trippy. Featuring Formal. There's the headshot coming in. APG grabs that ball once again, and there's the cover. There's the security blanket for APG to get back into ties.
Really good shots here from Formal as well. He did damage on Neons as well as front tram. That's going to buy them even more time.
APG did get cut down though as he tried to jump up into the ties with that oddball. And even for all the good stuff we're seeing from the POV of Formal right now, no real ball time.
Speaking of, Formal 19 and 13 right now. Leading the game in kills that it showed in that first round. Bound will clear out the police department. Now 2 dead for both sides. Ball not grabbed just yet. Bound will try to bring that back. Barely stays alive with that land sentinel beam hitting hard.
Pressure coming from mid-map though. Grenades being bounced towards him. Bound going to become another victim of Formal, who sits at 21 and 13 in this game. Add another one to that collection is 22.
Optic right now outslaying in the total game 65 to 49. However, that will not be the important category at the end of this. Optic Gaming takes the lead once again here in round number 2.
Ball drop.
Formal has that Bulldog as well. It's a Penguin versus a Bulldog. Bulldog wins it. Formal connects. Optic Gaming with a slight lead in this round. But priority now for both teams is that rocket launcher popping in a few moments.
Great pressure, great awareness from Formal. Killing spree. Almost gets away with the rockets into tires as well. 2v2 on the map. Rocket's still down in Laundry. Trippy will get the kill from the grave. Perhaps one rocket still left. Eco tries to fall in. Just an absolute mosh pit bottom middle.
You can see that Eco wants to rotate in towards Tram, but Optic trying to cut him off. Stella now should be able to run in and take out Formal with this final rocket. He does exactly that. And finally, for Space Station, they get their preferred setup. They're inside a Tram, but there's Trippy.
It has been such a tight game here. And not just this round, but the entire game so far. 2 dead for Space Station. This will mean time on the board for Optic Gaming. And not only do we highlight the outslaying that Optic Gaming is doing at 73 to 57, but they have also limited Stellar to 11 and 19 in this game as well.
This ball has ended up back of tower somehow. It looked initially like Space Station were trying to run that one into Tram, but had to change the plan as the kills started to flow for Optic. 37 to 14. Another kill for Formal. And maybe the shots are starting to get a bit shaky on the SSG side.
3 dead. Bounce your last player. He's in trouble in Laundry. Presumably this kill will at least be traded. It is. Still 2 dead for SSG. Still more points on the board here. Maybe even a rotate coming in. This double neon push is dangerous for SSG, as they might see a PD Arcade rotate coming in here for Optic Gaming.
Arcade spawn as well, so they're going to be able to clear the way. And look at Formal. He's looking, hey, is anyone left behind here? Can we move this into Tram? Challenges here, Bound. Do not challenge when Formal is shooting like this.
2 dead for Optic, though. Space Station does manage to get over to Arcade before that ball is completely rotated all the way down the driveway. Now it's 50 to 14 in favor of Optic Gaming. Space Station scoring once again, and a minor man advantage for the moment.
Rockets coming up as well, so attention for Optic Gaming. Moves from the oddball towards the Rockets. Lucid steps through, gets away with them, doesn't get any kills with them though.
Is that going to be something we look back to in the highlights? An opportunity for Lucid to grab 2. Neither of the Rockets connect. Yes, he'll deny the rocket grab for the SSG side, but it's costly because this game is just about tied as a result.
Formal comes through and gets the trades. However, the oddball is still close to SSG. 2v2 on the map. Stalker here for Penguin. Trippy doesn't want to over-challenge this inside of ties because he knows the help is going to be arriving from both sides. As we now change the game of oddball to a game of Slayer.
Where does the opening break go? SSG with a big opportunity here. Has to narrowly avoid a teammate with those shots. Does very well to do so. Kills traded out here, 3v3.
That ball can reset in just a few seconds time, and yes, indeed, there it does. Formal trying to clean up Penguin, does it once again. Formal, 1 short of dropping 30. As Optic have the ball in their hands once more, and it's APG doing that darn dirty work.
Beautiful pre-nades here from Trippy. Stays alive, pre-nades the L, continues to challenge in Laundry. Look at how much damage he does as that ball comes back up Tram stairs.
APG with the ball in hand. Trippy and the rest of Optic tasked with keeping that man alive.
Look at the shots here from Trippy.
He feels them. 2 dead here for Optic, but 3 dead for Space Station. And Formal in the meantime has said, this is cool. I'm out of here. Penguin's going to challenge him. But what about that route from Formal?
It's a big, bold rotate, but actually here with PD spawns, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. More kills need to be on the board. It's 3 dead. Formal goes for a very big, bold rotate. In the end, though, due to the SSG spawns, it does not pay off. It will not be a home stretch run for Optic Gaming. They are now all 4 players up. Rockets popping right now.
26 points between Optic and a return to championship form. Lucid gets those rockets. Lucid survives with the rockets for just a second, but now he's down.
4
dead for Optic. A triple kill for Eco. and SSG live.
Does Eco know where the spawns are? Eco finds Formal first. This is so big. Oh no.
It's a frenzy for Eco. 10 in a row for him, and he's just given SSG life.
Just like that, 3v3 on the map. Space Station has brought this game back. It's essentially tied up here at the 70 mark.
Lucy's trying to make the play. He gets sniffed out, he gets decimated, he gets shredded. Penguin, he gets another as well. And SSG tie the game up. And now they go into a lead.
Trippy's the only player alive. He's all the way back in tires. Look at this baiting and switching coming in from SSG. They take the lead. Only 15 points to go.
Stella's flying out as well. He wants the kills, but here comes the barrage of nades. And Penguin now left on his own. He needs to get this ball out.
Penguin presumably throws it trash. He's not going to throw a driveway there. He throws the ball trash, but Optic Gaming is going to have the time to bring it back into Tramp.
Where are SSG? Eco gets one. Lucy's going to have to challenge him. Takes the shields away. Can he connect with a headshot? 77 points here for Optic. Whoever wins this fight probably wins this round. Trippy's out there.
They're going to rotate.
Trippy's going to try and rotate this ball away. Eco trying to cut it off the pass. Trippy will take him down on the way. 3 dead for Optic.
Lucid last player alive.
Doesn't get the beat down either. Bounce trying to escape. Eco's there to support him. The clock ticks down. A round 3 is on the horizon, surely here. SSG send us to a round 3. Formal can't get there. 97, 98, 99. It's round 3. Of course it's round 3.
I cannot believe it. Optic Gaming with a 30-point lead there throughout the entire mid-game. They throw it away. Space Station Gaming ends the game conclusively with a 4 dead and beautiful plays. Look at the damage coming out of bounds. He flies out of tires to catch the Rocket player off guard. It's unbelievable. Round 3 here. Space Station trying to stay alive and forcing Game 7. A double kill for Eco with the rocks as well.
I get the feeling this might turn into a triple kill pretty soon, but Formal shuts it down. Bulldog here for Stella. SSG. Belief back. 3 dead momentarily for Optic. Spawns coming in on the arcade side, but ball in the hands of SSG.
I'm at a loss for words here. I think my heart is going to beat out of my chest. SSG, of course, as fate would have it, is the first on the board in round number 3, 17-0. Eco right now dropping 38 kills.
I know. What a game of Halo this is. What a series this has been between the two. Formal, Shroud down, Eco, 2 to his name, Peg with another, Trippy on his own, and he's just come off respawn, so it's more ball time here for SSG.
Threat Seeker as well for Eco. If he uses this effectively, this could be disastrous. We could see 60-0 here if this Threat Seeker hits well. He does get info on APG, but only APG.
Trippy with a pick. And APG takes the attention away for just long enough for Optic to get across the map. Might be a forced play ball here, they throw it down mid-map. As Stella tries to help Penguin on this push. Penguin gets 2. APG first hit Stella. APG has to reload. APG, he's going to come back out, but Stella wins it.
Optic Gaming just off the pace there. They come in just frames apart on that push in Cafe. It cost them. And just like that, it's 43-0 in favor of SSG. Still 2 dead for Optic.
Not a point on the board for Optic here as Stella is starting just to do what Stella does. It's a scary time for Optic fans to see this.
And a scary reminder that Stellar earlier was 10-19. He's now 26-29 with 16 assists. What a turnaround from Stellar in this game.
Trippy has the rockets. Trippy has fallen though, 3 dead for Optic. Lucy trying to pick him up. Penguin flies down middle map to try and scoop up that final boom boom. But look at the spawns. The Cafe spawns coming for Optic. They're already up. And Penguin does have 1 rocket to play with.
He knows about it. He's getting info here from Bound as well, so he's going to hold this angle in tires. 47-0, 3:30 left.
2v2 on the map at the moment. Oddball down.
Ball reset. Ball.
Formal just trying not to show here. But show he does. Penguin gets the kill.
This is big.
He might get a second as well. APG is going to be there to support Trippy. But Penguin chooses to look the right way. He gets that ball in his hands.
Wow.
SSG crossed the 50-point mark.
It's perfect timing. It's a perfect push. It's a perfect flush of the Cafe for Space Station Gaming. They're making it look way too easy. 55-0.
Lucid somehow turns that fight on his head. 2 dead for SSG. Penguin still with that odd ball. But Lucid takes him down. Bound!
Oh my God.
He slides in and he gets one. Formal! Oh, he had to win that, and boy, did he.
He had to. Formal and Trippy are now going to try to stay alive and wait for teammates here. Eco's going to make the push.
Eco just trying to survive for now. Nades exploding left, right. But his Spartan stands strong. Who needs shields when you're Eco? He makes a play. He gets one. He throws that ball away from Optic as well. But 2 are still dead for SSG.
Very good slides here from Trippy to make sure he gets the ball all the way to Tram. 2v2 on the map. Optic Gaming finally scoring in your 3rd round, but they trail 63-13.
Lucid gets that pick on the Stella. So SSG are going to have to bide their time here. Rockets coming up in a few moments' time. APG takes down Eco, who is doing everything he can in this game to drag SSG to a game 7. And here comes Bound.
Long distance Rockets connect. Does he send the second one? He does! He blind rockets the ball on Trippy. 2 dead for Optic. What a push.
Enemy has the
ball grabbed. 64 points and rising. Lucid pre-nades the commando stairs and manages to get a little bit of damage done, but they're going to have to once again rotate here, Optic. They need to be patient. 2 players are going to be challenging Bound, but it's kind of holding off 3 almost single-handedly at the moment. Stella's there to pick up some of the damage. Eco should slide down and woof woof bark. The Bulldog does enough. 1v1.
1v1. Stellar versus, excuse me, Lucid versus Penguin here.
Lucid knows he's here. Penguin now knows where the rest of the Optic spawns are coming in, but Penguin gets a stick. So at least trades to open the map up.
Lucid does not grab that ball to keep it in Tram. It's going to prevent them from grabbing the ball here. With 1:57 left, Space Station is still leading by 47.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Space Station getting scrappy. Look at this, they're really putting the pressure onto Optic now. Even though they're down numbers, they keep touching that oddball. They keep the pressure on, knowing that every second that goes past, they're closer to sending us to a game 7.
2 dead for both sides. Lucid will hold here. Well, they're going to need more than 1 hold to get back in this game, and the time on the clock is now becoming a factor. 1:35 of game clock left as well.
Again, SSG, they run up the pink street this time. 2 players from SSG are there. Eco's trying to close the door on them as they try and move forward, but SSG just 11 points now. But Lucid continues to slay to try and keep Optic in this.
What a kill it was from Stellar. However, Lucid eventually clears out Cafe and gets the Rockets here. SSG with 89. They only need 1 push, 1 hold to end the game.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
The Rockets are effective. But like you're saying, sometimes you're thinking we just need 1 push. But that push seems to take forever. Things start to fall apart knowing that it's 1 simple execution. And Optic have the ball in their hands and a full setup on the map.
Here comes the Eco push. This spike could be disastrous. Look at the play killing Randy from Lucid. Cannot convert on the second though. 3 dead. Penguin's your last player alive for SSG.
But look at the bottom of your screen. The score keeps ticking up for Optic. They cross 60 points. And that measly 11 points that SSG need, it seems an absolute mile away at this point.
2 dead for SSG. They even it up here on a 2v2. There's 1 minute left here. SSG still at 89.
Penguin last alive. Lucid says come into PD. It's nice and warm. It's comfortable. And it looks good to hold an oddball. This could not be closer.
13 points away from a tied game. Kill streak now still a 2v2 on the map. 47 seconds left. Here comes Bound, trying to move away with the ball. He does get info from the Threat Seeker.
Only got half shields though. Got to deal with Trippy. Doesn't get the trade. Doesn't get the trade, and SSG are 2 dead. And look at the score at the bottom of your screen. Optic cross 80 points. Optic cross the score of SSG. Almost.
1 push left for SSG. Optic Gaming take the lead here at 91.
They take the lead. The Shroud is down. It's maybe the last roll of the dice here. 2v2 on the map. Optic with the lead. Trippy, no shields. Has to survive. Doesn't get the rockets. Bound gets the rockets. Optic are 4 dead.
4 dead. That's gonna do it. That will be the round. That will be the game.
It's a game 7 of a bracket reset here in Fort Worth, Texas. SSG will not die. What a game of Streets Oddball. You will not see anything closer than that. You will not see anything better than that. SSG in the final moments, so clutch after Optic did so much to bring it so close.
I cannot believe the way that game ended. Optic will outslay 156 to 151. In aggregate score across the 3 rounds, SSG will outscore 273 to 270. As you said, Mark, you could not ask for a better match between these.
Kevin Eco Smith, 50 kills for the captain of Space Station Gaming.
When is the last time we saw a 50 bomb on the main stage in Halo Infinite? Have we ever seen a 50 bomb in a grand final in Halo Infinite? I dare say no. Despite getting outslayed, Space Station will come back in 2 consecutive rounds and reverse sweep the oddball game. And I gotta tell you, I almost passed out at the end of that game. An unbelievable run from SSG to force us to the place we all wanted to be. A game number 7 in a grand finals reset, the first ever in Halo Infinite.
Only a handful of teams throughout history have won a major championship via a bracket reset from that elimination bracket. Space Station want to add themselves to that name. They want to go back to back. Solitude is going to be the map. 50 kills to win. And I tell you what, if you're sat in this room right now, just take a second to remember what you're seeing, because this is special. This doesn't happen very often.
Killing frenzy even for Lucid. Lucid ends the game 43 and 39 with 29 assists. He leads the whole game in assists. But it's Eco, the man on your screen, who goes 50 and 37.
I mean, this is the last push. This is the last push. Penguin flies through the shroud. Eco comes in, and then almost simultaneously 3 players from Optic fall. Trippy thinks, I can get the rockets, maybe I can make a miracle play, but no! Even in such a high pressure situation, Bound has the awareness to turn his attention towards that power weapon. Space Station will not die. Optic are giving it everything. But unfortunately, after this next map is done and dusted, one of them is going to have to take second place. We can only have one champion.
What a series layout before you, and how different it is from the first grand final that we saw. Space Station 4-0ing Optic, and looking like it might have been a quick evening. It's been anything but. Both teams, as you see on screen, re-entering the stage for your 7th and final game of the reset, and your 11th total of the grand finals.
Let's take a look at some of the stats.
Wow.
What a turnaround. Maps 1 and 2, they're the KDs respectively for Stellar and Eco. 0.56 for Stellar, 0.74 for Eco. Maps 3 to 6, they have taken over.
And how about Stellar in the round 1 of Oddball, going 10 and 19, keeping that same 0.54 or so KD that he had the whole series. And in the next 2 rounds, steps up when his team needs it most. Both Stellar and Eco, as you saw on your screen, And as you see now on your screen, doing what they need to get Space Station to a final Game 7.
Man, what a series. This one will go down in history for sure. Space Station and Optic Gaming. And just a reminder to everyone, if you're watching Halo right now, maybe you're watching for the first time at home and you're thinking, does this always happen? Well, the Halo World Championships is just around the corner as well. That's the next major event that we've got in the calendar. But before we get there, we need to find a winner. Bound says this is his favorite map of all time, by the way. Plaza from H5.
Could it pay off for the SSG side? A lot of H5 experience on both sides of the stage. Maybe a few more hours, though, if we're honest, on the SSG side. And as you say, already a historic grand final between these two.
Well, this is what we're building towards. The Halo World Championships 2023, October 13th to 15th in Seattle. If you want to find out a little bit more about it, halo.gg/HaloWC 2023. We're going to be there. I hope everyone in this room is going to be there as well, because you're going to see more of what we've seen in this grand final throughout these 3 days of action here in Fort Worth. The perfect aperitif setup for what is going to be the biggest tournament of the year.
It really is. And there's so many times when I've explained how a grand finals reset can work to fans and tell people it can go to a final Game 7. It can go to a total of 14. Someone says, how often does it go to that second Game 7? The answer is not very often, but tonight we will get a grand finals reset Game 7.
Fort Worth, I want everybody on their feet for this Game 7 of the bracket reset. Optic versus Space Station. They've given it their all. It's time for us to pay them back here with a little bit of noise.
Here we go, Game 7 underway between Space Station and Optic Gaming, a historic grand finals, and the final tournament before the Halo World Championship. Only one team can take it here in Fort Worth.
Nothing complicated about this. It's all about kills and deaths. First to 50 will be crowned your champion. Lucid with some fantastic shots here with his battle rifle. Takes down Penguin. And Optic Gaming eke out a lead.
3 dead here. Cell is your last player alive on the SSG side. They find him. That leads now to a 6-3 lead for Optic Gaming. And the sniper rifle in hand for Lucid.
Game 7, grand final shots hit harder than any, if you can hit ahead of this situation for Lucid. But the game has just started to slow down for a second. Lucid trying to take some cheeky angles up onto the posters. There's a QT available, but Bound can't pop it. Trippy will slice him down before he can take away that power weapon from Lucid.
Bold play from Bound. Be down by 3 there at 6-3 and try to make that Hail Mary play. And I think the SSG side knows they only have so many of those before this game gets out of hand, and that's why you're seeing them slow it down yet again. 7-3 now. Optic Gaming still holding. Looking formal 5-1 off the open.
Optic Gaming holding strong, holding the line, and saying to SSG, it's up to you to come and take us a little bit deeper in this game. 7-3 still the score. Lucid still trying to find angles at the moment, but no one from SSG really showing for him.
Optic Gaming's happy to play this game this exact way. Space Station knows they cannot risk continuing to let the score go 8-3, 9-3. That's why they're being so conservative in how they peek and show.
The pressure on the shoulders of these players to hit shots in this game. You can't replicate it at home. It's just a different world. 7-3 the score. Time dwindling away. And I said first to 50, well, let's just say when time expires, it's who has most kills.
Here comes the double team. Stellar is able to slide under the tag. They try to put 2 guns in yard. Wow! What a shot from Lucid.
That'll do for Optic. 8-3 the score. Double push now coming in. He still manages to tag up Eco. But now he has to play his life. The rest of the Optic Gaming crew arrive as SSG makes their play. Bound in this 1v1. Oh my, Lucid!
10-3 now. And what SSG feared and what Optic would try to do has played out perfectly for the Greenwall side. At 10-3 and a fresh sniper for Lucid. Let's get to Illicit in with Optic Gaming.
Yo, one shot concrete. I lost snipe S4. Thrust snipe S4, okay?
Nice. Don't die. I'm playing for the
Thrust snipe S4.
Playing for the snipe.
Look at that shit. Don't get driveway. We got driveway.
I'm gonna snipe with toe. Make it time. Concrete. Two flanks. Two flanks.
Got shots.
Everybody look.
Stay down low. Stay snipe. Yo, hitting it. Top time. Two guys. Both weak. You're hitting bottom dip, Brad. They're definitely in us. They're definitely in us.
Behind the wall.
Yo, they have snipe on concrete. They have snipe on concrete or something.
You turn absolute.
Yo, top snipe concrete.
Turn absolute. Down one. Turn absolute.
U-turn still.
Nice.
Matt has snipe. They might spawn cafe. They spawn in cafe. They're definitely spawning cafe.
Top yellow. Sell it. 2 yards, guys. Go.
Get out of here.
Down on S1, okay? Hold on.
Fire drop me. Auto guys, top mid.
I'm playing for the side.
Top mid, guys. Top mid. One shot. Top mid.
Two loop.
Top snipe. We can't.
I mean, Optic Gaming, you can see it got a little bit frantic. The game pace just rocketed only one way. It went up. And I think it was because SSG realized they couldn't just afford to just sit there and let the likes of Formal, Lucid, play with this sniper rifle and look for angles. They had to train up the pace and put them under pressure.
On a map like this, you can't sit back, you're right. You can't wait for a rocket, you can't wait for a camo or an overshield. Solitude doesn't offer those. Instead, you need to find a way to get out of your base. But at the end of those pushes, it's still Optic with a 7-kill lead, making an 8-kill lead.
Stella got the QT, so at least he can put some pressure on. And now Optic find themselves with APG and Formal. That's the last two momentary standing players. Bound picks up one, and all of a sudden, look at the score at the bottom of your screen. It was all Optic. But of course, SSG had something to say about this.
As you say, what was a 7-kill lead? Now just a 5-kill lead. And at 10-3, I think everyone was thinking this might just be the Optic show all the way through. SSG has found composure. They've found a foothold here to keep the game within reason.
Formal hits the body, but not the head. That means that Eco will survive for just a few more moments as we see the map kind of flip from what we saw at the start. Space Station now over at the snipe side, down by the truck. Formal controlling Tramp alongside his two teammates. APG gets one onto Bound though. Lucid picks up another. But can SSG get these trades? The answer is no, and Eco left on his own. It's an extension of the lead for Optic Gaming as Formal cleans up the final pieces.
A huge extension, and 4 dead, and also will recycle that sniper rifle. That'll be coming up here shortly. 23-16, 6 minutes left. And it's already starting to get out of hand if you're on the SSG side of the stage.
Sniper rifle popping, Stella has just got it. Stella needs to hit some shots here. This is their way back into this game, but look at Optic. Look at the pressure that Stella finds himself under. He can't connect. Formal can. 11-3 in a Game 7 reset from Formal.
Who else do you trust? The man on your screen. It's not done yet. Tags up Penguin. It's a 10-kill lead for Optic Gaming. Still 2 dead for SSG. 2v2 on the map. 28-18. 2 shots left for Formal.
SSG not able to make the most of that sniper that they got in their hands. But Optic, the game plan to put the pressure on, to push them back, was so strong. A killing spree for Formal. He's 12-3 in a Game 7. 12-4 now as finally that run is stopped.
Optic Gaming maintaining that lead. And as we said, against a team like SSG, and also on a map like Solitude, the game can change very quickly, and Optic Gaming knows that. They've done so well to maintain that 10-kill margin. Here's APG bottom mid.
APG does such a good job to stay alive in that situation. Trades elsewhere. Trades are fine for Optic. Stella now with the thrust. Takes on APG. He'll win that battle. The equipment certainly helps him out in that situation. And Optic, just for a second there, found themselves down numbers.
And with a 9-kill advantage. Someone needs to be careful. With a 9-kill advantage, and deficit rather for Space Station, they already know. They need to slow the game now. They needed to slow the game down 10 kills ago. This is dangerous for them. Lucid picks up another one.
4 dead. SSG on life support. QT popping up top middle. Quantum Translocator going to be used here by Lucid. And now he can get a little bit frisky. He can overextend and maybe he can put Optic on the road to championship redemption.
They even find that S1 push as well. Bound does get the kill though at S1. Lucid knows it's still there. He's going to fly right in.
10 to go for Optic. Make it 9, and now it is a case of surely starting the victory parade for Optic fans. 8 to go. Make it 7 as Formal crosses 15 kills.
15 and 5 for Formal on your screen. He's still dealing the damage. 6 kills to go for Optic Gaming. And how quick, how efficient they've been in the late game here on Solitude.
Four to go for Optic. I've said it once, I'll say it again. When you need someone to perform, when you're under pressure, you need to turn the tides of a performance. You send in Formal.
48 kills here. 1 to go for Optic Gaming.
Lucid with a snipe. Eco peeks. The question is, who wants it for Optic? Of course it's Trippy! One of the greatest series we've seen. The bracket reset, a game 7. But when it's all said and done, Optic answer the questions and return to the top of the mountain.
Formal 16 and 6. Trippy 16 and 10. And Optic Gaming wins game 7 with a dominating score of 50 to 33.
It's not very often in esports you go the distance. But that is the very definition of going the distance. And having been through it all over the last couple of events, the green wall stands tall once more. Give it up for Optic Gaming, your champions here in Fort Worth.
Of all the trophies they've had to fight for, you have to think aside from the Halo World Championship, this is the one they have worked the hardest for. It's been a tumultuous season for Optic Gaming, up and down, placing as low as top 6. Unheard of placings for players of this caliber. But now they hoist the trophy here in Fort Worth. And your last trophy before the Halo World Championship in October.
And that man lifting the trophy up, he's earned his nickname. Big Game Trippy with the final kill in a game 7.
Lucid as well. How about this stat? Lucid gets 18 assists, double the highest on anyone on SSG. 18 assists in that final game.
And Formal in a game 7. We talked about experience, a man who's seen it all. Will Formal drop 16 and 6 to propel Optic back to the top of the mountain? What a series, Andy. What a series.
And how about Formal with the least hours maybe total on Plaza in the whole lobby? He comes in 16 and 6. It's Optic Gaming, who is your HCS Fort Worth Major Champions.
Optic fans very happy, understandably so, but I gotta say, I think Halo fans also very happy with what we've just experienced, Andy.
Yeah.
All the way down to a game 7 in a bracket reset, but it is Optic Gaming who take the win. Dude, that was a blast.
A blast.
An absolute blast. Congratulations to Optic Gaming. That's gonna be it from us. It's time for Blaze to interview our champs.
Thank you so much, Onset and Rob. As we see Optic Gaming coming to this tournament, looking to get back on top, and they showed it didn't matter who they played. They did it once again. Fort Worth, make some noise for your champions, Optic Gaming! Woo! Coach, you have played and watched a lot of Halo in your career. But talk to me about this series, okay? Because you guys go down 4 straight maps, bracket reset, and then y'all had to have a talk back there, okay? Talk to me about what was in your mind on the reset, and how did y'all make this one happen, or do we gotta wait to see it on the process?
Nah, man, what was on our mind was that we're gonna win this shit, and that's what we did. The boys are back!
They're back, you heard it here. Pass that on over to APG as, woo, give it up for APG, everybody. Oh man, Brad, talk to me about how this championship feels when it ranks up to all your other ones. What does this one mean for you?
I mean, it's cool and all, but I mean, we got a world championship. You can't like top a world championship with a regular event.
Say it like a true professional.
But it's a good sign for our team. We're back on the right track, like I've always been saying. It's a good preset before Worlds, so we're doing well.
Okay, there you go. All right. Pass the mic on over to Big Game Trip over here, okay? Give it up for Big Game Trip, everybody. Man, we've seen you making some fantastic plays all throughout this weekend, especially on Live Fire. You know, you were in a pressure situation after that reset. What was going on through your head, and how does it feel to win this one?
It feels amazing. I mean, SSG is a great team. They battled really hard, caught some momentum, and couldn't be more happy, man. We came out the dub. So,
there you go. You got it, man. You got it. Pass it on over to the showman, the superstar, the beauty, the man himself, Lucid. Give it up for Lucid, everybody. Talk to me, Lucid, okay? Because you were playing out of your mind, all right? What does this win mean for you?
Oh, this win it's got to be up there. It's one of the sweetest ones so far right now. I mean, our World Championship, it's on par right there with that. That was a hard one to come back from. We all knew it, but we knew we were still playing our game. They were just playing well. I mean, we've got to give it to them. Like Joey said, SSG's a great team. All these teams are great teams. And we knew we were playing our game. We just needed to clutch up just a little bit, stay calm, and that's exactly what we did. We stuck to our plan.
There you go, and the plan worked out fantastically. Pass the mic on over to Formal. Let's get some H4Fs in the chat. Make some noise for him. He got a big smile over there for a reason. Formal, when I talked to you earlier, you said that you wanted to play the best in the grand finals, and that's exactly what you got. You wanted to put on a show for the fans. How does this win feel for you?
Let's see. I mean, that's a really good team. Everyone's been fucking counting us out recently, but World is right around the corner, and we're looking dangerous. And we're gonna
looking super dangerous. And also, by the way, I need to let you guys know here in Fort Worth and Halo fans all around the world, Formal is your MVP of the event.
Thank you.
You know, you had an amazing performance, okay? Playing out of your mind. Talk to me, how does it feel to win another MVP and do it in this championship?
I got a few MVPs, but this
That's
one's nice.
another one,
This one's nice, all right? I like it. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. For real, you guys were amazing all weekend. Thank you.
There you go. All right, everybody, Formal, hand me the mic one time and give it up for Optic Gaming, your champions of Fort Worth Major 3.
They've had a bit of a bumpy road to get to this point, but my goodness me, the Optic bounce back. That buzzword, resilient, has never ringed more true. Clutch, what an incredible grand finals we just saw. And let's just get things straight. Both of these teams are incredible. But I think for me, for Optic to be able to clutch up after that 4-0 in that first bracket we saw, it was so difficult for them to find the ice, to find the momentum, to keep going against a really hot Space Station Gaming. But that Game 5, that series, that Game 7 that we've been looking for, the ice in the veins of Optic, it was there. It was out to play, and I'm so proud of what the Green Wall have managed to achieve here.
Yeah, that was some of the best Halo Infinite we have ever seen. Both those teams, well-deserved grand finals. Only one team gets to come out on top, and Optic Gaming get the job done. It was so impressive what they had to go through in order to get up there. And as APG's got the dog on stage, I'm a little emotional with that. So I love to see that for the kid. And I mean, this team, so well deserved. And the questions around this team coming into this tournament, do they still have what it takes to win tournaments? After a couple of poor performances, they shut up everyone right before Worlds. They get back on top and they look, in the words of Formal, dangerous.
Tony, I absolutely love what we were hearing out of the interview there on that championship win. You know, so many different kind of perspectives coming forward from the players there. We've got APG who's just, right, back to business. That is really cool. Thank you so much. Love the trophy. Cool. I'll see you guys in the lobby to get started on scrims. Then we've got the likes of Lucid. It means so much to us. We've got Trippy, who, again, you can see the emotion coming out from that guy. And then we got Formal, who's just basically chatting some stuff on that stage saying, hey, we're looking dangerous. Watch out for Worlds. How are you feeling about this chemistry right now that we're seeing from Optic?
Yeah, I feel like everything is just gelling when it matters most. Again, the last major before Worlds, and you put yourself back in that championship conversation. In fact, you win here in Fort Worth, which is huge for Optic. I think if there was any time to step it up, it was right here, and who knows, maybe they go back-to-back, maybe they pull off another 3-peat.
What a series this was. Here's the last map for you guys. I've just got to say, some of the stuff we were witnessing, some of the things that had been going on in this series were outstanding. I've got to say, Lucid, for me, the assist column for this guy has been ridiculous.
I mean,
they look like kills.
The way Lucid starts off this Game 7, I know Formal had some ridiculous stats, but to start off the way Lucid did, to hit some ridiculous shots, to win every one of his pips, gave Optic that little bit of momentum, that little bit of control that they got to play from a lead with this entire time. They have always had map control in this Game 7. They never looked back from the hot start that they had. And when the snipe gets in his or Formal's hands, good things happen for Optic Gaming, and great things happen this entire Game 7.
They certainly did indeed. I mean, getting 18 assists here in this column.
That's
it just
insane.
shows you how much teamwork is really being put on the show, and a clinic has been run for sure. And Tony, a clinic really was that map one from Optic. They came out hot after that team talk, after that first series. Empyrean CTF, it looked so damn good. I want to know what you made of the heavy outslaying from Optic in that map.
I mean, you literally outslayed the enemy team by 32 kills in that game number 1 in order to secure the win. That set the tone for literally the rest of this series, and you followed it up in Streaks, where you also outslayed, obviously, but you also out-assisted them. 31 of those 50 kills were assisted in Game 2, and I think that carried over from that momentum from game number 1. You came out swinging after getting swept to force the bracket reset, and you set the tone in that bracket reset.
They certainly did indeed. I think it would be pretty bad of us to not talk about the other team up there, because my goodness me, the work that they had to put in to get to that point, a bracket reset, and then going all the way to Game 7. Space Station Gaming, again, such an impressive performance. Heartbreaking for them, I think, in those final moments, thinking they could potentially take that complete elimination bracket reset and take the trophy. It was in their hands. It just didn't happen. What was falling apart for them, Clutch?
It was their Slayers. It was their Slayers in that second best of 7 that let them down. 3 out of the Slayers in that series they lost. You have to figure out a way to win one of those Slayers, especially the longer the series goes on. You know every series ends with a Slayer. Every tournament will end with a Slayer, and that is where Space Station were really let down. You expect them to go back to the drawing books there, because usually I've always said the better team wins the objectives. But when you're playing the best of 7, all you need is one objective. You can find a way through those 3 Slayers for Optic Gaming's sake, and they got the job done there.
And just to add on to your point, the one Slayer that they did win after that reset, they actually held Formal down to 3 kills. You knew that wasn't going to happen again. There's a reason why he's coming out your MVP. And when he came into that Game 7, he was swinging.
He certainly was swinging indeed. Incredible results across the board here for all of our prize pool, all of our teams stacking up here, but $100,000 for Optic Gaming, and rightfully so, because my goodness me, did they earn it, having to go through an absolute battle on that main stage, giving us all the entertainment that we had wanted. And Space Station Gaming, $60,000 is what they will be taking home, including, of course, the World's qualifications. And I think at this moment in time, I think Optic right now are feeling really good about Worlds. This is very similar, like I said before, to what happened last year. They had won Orlando Clutch and then went on to win Worlds. Are you seeing a similar fate for them, a similar future, looking pretty bright in terms of what they managed to accomplish on this bounce back? Because not only did they climb up places here, they won the damn thing.
I don't think it's a similar story by any means, but I do think Optic did what was necessary in order to give them their best chance at Worlds, and that was build some confidence this weekend. This team came into this weekend pretty flat from the last 2 tournaments, top 6 finishes, where they flat out were not happy, and they were a little bit frustrated. I had heard rumblings of like conversations amongst like the community was like, does Optic need a team change to get back on top? Optic answer every question about their roster here this weekend, playing the way they did. They showed that they are still one of, if not the favorites to win that World Championship. Reminder, they hold the belt still. And with this chip, I mean, with the way this weekend went, there's so many teams that have confidence going into Worlds saying this one could be ours.
There's a reason we're talking about it so much. There's a reason it was majorly mentioned on the interview on the stage there. It's because it's right around the corner. Halo World Championships will be happening in October. You guys, we've had an incredible season. Have a look at the roadmap right now and see where we have been. And of course, where we're going to be ending up in Seattle, Washington. It's going to be absolutely incredible. What a highlight reel this entire season has been. It's just been outstanding. Let's take a look also at our qualified teams to find out who will be in Seattle, Washington, at the home of Halo. We of course do have plenty of competition left for you guys, and there's a lot of names on there who will be fighting fit to lift a trophy. Optic Gaming looking fantastic right at this point in time, but we do have a month away for a lot of work, a lot of mistakes to be mentioned and to be corrected. How are you feeling about that, Tony? Some of our teams trying to take that place when we get to that ultimate event of the season.
I mean, I said it multiple times this weekend, but it is a great time to be a Halo fan. You know, Native Red, don't forget about their run through the elimination bracket. They were right there and they want to capitalize on that. We talked about Sentinels and what they've been able to do throughout the later half of the season. And obviously, we're not going to count out FaZe and some of the other boys. Worlds is right around the corner, and I can't wait.
It certainly is indeed. We want to see you guys there, though. If you don't want to sit at home and keep this one to yourselves on your screen, then you can be there with us. Halo.gg/Halo WC 2023. Grab your tickets right now in October 13th through to 15th, Seattle, Washington. It's going to be incredible. Please don't miss out if you do have a chance to get on over there. Oh, my goodness me. What a weekend this has been. Everything we had thought, everything we prepped for, all three of us, honestly out the window at this point in time. I don't know what to think heading into the final one of the season, but I do know it's going to be one hell of a show. I do know it's going to be a wild ride, and I think anybody right now could be taking that top spot, but Optic looking pretty damn good on the bounce back, that is for sure. Thank you so much for tuning in, boys. Thank you so much. There you have it, Halo fans. The last major of the season. We'll be taking quite a few montages from this weekend, I am sure. The run of our teams were near impossible to believe at times, but the strong prevailed despite the odds, and we found two titans in the grand finals. Championship Sunday brought you a bracket reset and the green wall standing strong at the end of it all. Optic Gaming are your Fort Worth major champs and are primed ready to go for the next World Championships coming up. Thank you so much for all your support this weekend. Hope you had a blast, and we'll see you at Worlds.